Hello! Today we'll be talking about Forretress. It's the first bug steel Pokemon. The first bug Pokemon in Gen 2 that has a different type than its pre-evolution. The first Pokemon in Gen 2 to have the Steel type, and the first Pokemon, by Pokedex number, to have been created with the Steel type. It's the evolution of Pineco, who evolves at level 31. Its previous PYC dates are September 18th, 1996, July 10th, 1999, April 30th, 2002, February 18th, 2005, December 10th, 2007, September 30th, 2010, July 21st, 2013, May 11th, 2016, March 2nd, 2019, and December 21st, 2021. I love the idea of a bagworm fortifying its defenses. Although it looking like a clam is a strange decision, given Pineco's pinecone-like appearance. I also love this Pokemon's name. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Forretress, the bagworm Pokemon. His number is 0 to 105. This is what it looks like. Its type is Bug Steel. Since this is our first Bug Steel Pokemon, I'll point out it's got the bug inside and the steel outside. Abilities, Sturdy. The Overcoat is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding is egg group bug. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3 foot 11 or 1.2 meters. Weight is 277.3 pounds or 125.8 kilograms. Its experience yield is 118 in Gen 2 through 4 and 163 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2 in defense. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is purple and base friendship is 70. Forretress is a dual type bug steel Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Pineco starting at level 31. Biology, Forretress is a large spherical insectoid Pokemon with no visible limbs. The upper and lower halves of its body are capped by bumpy steel plates, giving it a strong defense against opponents. Its outer plates have zigzagging ridges that open along its back and front, revealing its smooth, red inner shell. The inner shell is punctuated by 4 cylindrical spikes, each tapering to an open point. Between the spikes, the inner shell opens along a straight line to reveal Forretress' eyes, which are round with large pupils. Whatever else lies inside its shell is unknown. Forretress can defend itself from enemies by shooting out pieces of its outer shell, as a conditioned reflex rather than a conscious effort. It opens its shell to capture prey, but this happens so quickly that its interior body cannot be seen. It lives in tropical and temperate forests, attaching itself immovably to tree trunks. As shown in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Forretress is capable of levitation. Evolution: Forretress evolves from Pineco, so you got Pineco, Forretress. Game data and PC appearances: Pokemon Magikarp Jump. Forretress may appear during training. As part of the Forretress Push training session, the player's Magikarp pushes it to earn JP. Pokedex entries: in Gen 2 in Gold, its entire body is shielded by a steel hard shell. What lurks inside the armor is a total mystery. Silver, it remains immovably rooted to its tree. It scatters pieces of its hard shell to drive its enemies away. Crystal, usually found hanging on to a fat tree trunk. It shoots out bits of its shell when it sees action. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon red, silver, crystal inserted, you get the gold entry, but if you have Pokemon blue, gold, or yellow inserted, you get the silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Forretress conceals itself inside its hardened steel shell. The shell is opened when the Pokemon is catching prey, but it does so at such a quick pace that the shells inside cannot be seen. Emerald, it keeps itself inside a steel shell. The shell is opened when it is catching prey, but is so quick that the shells inside cannot be seen. Fire Red is the silver entry, and Leaf Green is the gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it is encased in a steel shell. Its fearing eyes are all that can be seen of its mysterious innards. Heart Gold is very similar to Gold's, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Its entire body is shielded by a steel hard shell. What lurks inside this shell is a total mystery. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the same entry. Y is the silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Forretress and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 in Ultra Sun, when something approaches it, it fires off fragments of its steel shell in attack. This is not a conscious action, but a conditioned reflex. Ultra Moon, in the moment that it gulps down its prey, the inside of its shell is exposed, but to this day, no one has ever seen that sight. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are very similar to Diamond and Pearls, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It is encased in a steel shell. Forretress's eyes peer out, but what lies within this Pokemon's shell is unknown. In Gen 9, Skarl is very similar to Crystals, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It's usually found hanging on a fat tree trunk. It shoots out bits of its shell when it sees action. Violet is Heart Gold's entry. Forretress in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. And Forretress in the Paldea Pokedex. So this is another one that I remember they showed off pretty early because of the, in like the trailers and stuff. Because of the shiny new shell and stuff. That's a very nice effect. And of course it's next to a tree trunk. That's very good. You know, it's foggy for some reason. I don't know why they did that, but pretty cool. Pretty cool. And pretty good, I'd say, model as well. Game locations, side game locations. Stats, base stats. HP 75, attack 90, defense 140, special attack and special defense 60, speed 40 for a total of 465. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by fighting, flying, ground, rock, ghost, water, electric, and dark. Weak to fire for 4, immune to poison, resistant to normal, bug, steel, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, and fairy, all for half except for grass, which is for a fourth. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of poison-type moves is 1, so it would go from 0 to 1. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of dark-type moves and ghost-type moves was half, so it went from half to 1 for both. Learn set by leveling up. We'll go to this Evo here and then down to 31. So upon evolution, you get Heavy Slam, 32 Payback, 36 Explosion, 42 Iron Defense, 46 Gyro Ball, and 50 Double Edge. Because this is a different type than its pre-evolution, we'll read all of the TNs. So 1 Takedown, 7 Protect, 15 Struggle Bug, 21 Pounce, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 32 Swift, 36 Rock Tomb, 45 Venoshock, 47 Endure, 48 Volt Switch, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 53 Smart Strike, 55 Dig, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 76 Rock Blast, 82 Thunder Wave, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 89 Body Press, 90 Spikes, 91 Toxic Spikes, 93 Flash Cannon, 99 Iron Head, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 106 Drill Run, 111 Giga Drain, 116 Stealth Rock, 121 Heavy Slam, 124 Ice Spinner, 130 Helping Hand, 133 Earth Power, 134 Reversal, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 162 Bug Buzz, 163 Hyper Beam, 168 Solar Beam, 170 Steel Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 176 Sand Tomb, 178 Gravity, 180 Gyro Ball, 182 Bug Bite, 185 Lunge, 202 Pain Split, 204 Double Edge, 223 Metal Sound, 224 Curse, and 225 Hard Press. By breeding, we're skipping, nothing by prior evolution, side game data, you got all these, yup. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Almi in the browser entry. It flings gooey blobs. Beware, it may explode. In Guardian Signs, it causes explosions around itself. All of these. Yep. Okay. Evolution data, Pineco, level 31 Forretress. So you got these. Oh, it starts off as like red and kind of this sort of gray-red color. That's interesting. Then it becomes this sort of green color, or it's the screen color for the shiny. Yeah, it's one of those where you can really only see the top of it. Crystals, that's much more clearly purple as for the shell. That was sort of the gray purple we have now. The eyes get a little bit bigger. It's interesting, yeah, the holes also get bigger for crystals. But Gen 3, so it's a different purple, a different red. Those kind of are between, I'd say, the two sizes for the eyes and the hole. These are probably different. These seem to be thinner. Then we've got the sort of sandy brown colors for the shiny. Yep. This maybe a slightly different purple, slightly different. Yeah. But it's a major difference when we get to Platinum here. But yeah, more or less stays the same. You can see, of course, it's another one where you can see more and more of it as we go through the generations of the box, right? But yeah, major purple difference. So it keeps that, well, it's a slightly different purple, but more or less keeps that sort of darker purple. Then it sort of becomes a lighter version of that one in Gen 5, and then we get the full back sprites. Then we got the modern, sort of really light purple. Hardly even purple anymore. But yeah, then we got these. It's look to be a little bit more
I don't know, gold, I guess? Like, this is, like, it looked like sand, and now it's not somewhat, like, darker sand now, but then, I don't know. Then I got these are basically the same. I mean, there might be, well, the line, it seems more like the back sprite is the main difference. Sort of lines are a little bit different. That's interesting. I got Homes, their version. Got the shiny purple again. Yep. Then we've got in animation, Forretress and Pokemon the series, Ruby and Sapphire. I guess Brock's Forretress was the big one. Got all these. Pokedex entries. We're ready to record this one for the anime section, so let Dexter read it.
Forretress, the bagworm Pokemon. Forretress is the evolved form of Pineco. Its entire body is covered in a steel hard shell.
Got in the manga, Forretress in Pokemon Adventures. Pretty cool. Then the TCG trivia. We read this first one in the Pineco video. Forretress is the first original Steel-type Pokemon in the National Pokedex, as Magnemite and its evolution were not Steel types in Gen 1. Forretress's Crystal Still sprite is different from that of Gold and Silver, making it one of few Pokemon to have 3 distinctly different sprites in Gen 2. In Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs, its Poke Assist is shown to be Steel in the capture screen, but turns out to be normal after the capture. Forretress could always learn Swift as an egg move, but oddly could not learn it via TM or Move Tutor until Pokemon Scarlet or Violet. Origin, Forretress is based on a bagworm, possibly one inhabiting a discarded shell of a horse chestnut or a walnut, though it resultingly resembles bivalves such as giant clams, as they share a 2-half shell structure. Before Pokemon Scarlet and Violet depicted it, levitating, Forretress's primary means of locomotion was hopping, which is similar to the Mexican jumping bean, a nut pod which appears to jump because it contains a writhing bug larva. Following Pineco's weaponry theme, Forretress seems to be based on gun turrets, bombs, cannons, and cannonballs, and fortresses. The tube-shaped cannons around it resemble the siphons in insects and mollusks. Name origin, Forretress and Forretos may be a combination of forest, fortress, and possibly turret. Now the languages, related articles, let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene of the anime featuring Forretress.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 259, Entei at Your Own Risk. In this episode, Team Rocket is sucking up a bunch of Pokemon, including Pineco here. This is Brock's Pineco. And so Brock went to save Pineco, but was hit by a random Ursaring, and so Pineco's gonna evolve, presumably to save Brock.
Pineco.
It's evolving.
What was that?
Oh. Apparently it's stopping the
Knocking the wind out of our twisty turbo tempest.
There's Team Rocket. Jesse James and Meow. Yeah, okay, so that would be a new scene. So that is Forretress's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Forretress. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image. That's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Fakeamon Russo Mega Evos by Tipsy Ra 1D3N. So we've got these fake Mega Evolutions. They don't have Mega Evolutions as of the filming of this. We'll see what Z Alpha does if they decide to make any evolutions for any of these characters. We'll see. But some of them seem to be colored, some of them seem to not be. I don't know if maybe they ran out of time or lost interest and they just uploaded what they had. Or maybe it's a compilation of a bunch of them, and like, yeah, maybe some of them were, yeah, they just ran out of time or something, I don't know. But we got Flygon, so Mega Flygon here, so this cool sort of interpretation of what that might look like, sort of extending those out, and like extending everything, and kind of making it more of a spike. Then we've got Love Disc, which seems to be a Love Disc commanding an army of Love Discs, sort of like Wishy-Washy, in its school form, you know, combining to make a bigger looking fish. Then we've got, I'm not entirely sure which one this one's supposed to be. Oh, it's a Viper, I think. I think this is supposed to be a Viper. So it went with like a winged snake thing going on here. It's kind of hard to tell what the colors though. Then we got Mega Zigzagoon. So this cool sort of has it like at the coat, and the arms are bigger. Then we got Mega Forretress, so it turns the clamshells into sort of arms, making it look more like sort of a crab creature, I guess. It's kind of fun. We've got Mega Lantern, making all these different lights appear on its body, you know, kind of expanding it. It's fun. Then we got Mega Girafarig, so kind of basically the original idea that it had, but like more of a Mega Evolution kind of style, I guess. Then we got Mega Arcanine, so leading even more into that sort of ancient Chinese dragon look. I think this last one's supposed to be Mega Melodic. Kind of interesting how they expanded all the different features and stuff. It's very interesting. Very nice pieces of art. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Smeargle before I can evolve Pineco into Forretress. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Dunsparce. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Dunsparce. Its previous PYC dates are September 19th, 1996, July 11th, 1999, May 1st, 2002, February 19th, 2005, December 11th, 2007, October 1st, 2010, July 22nd, 2013, May 12th, 2016, March 3rd, 2019, and December 22nd, 2021. I most know this Pokemon from the hate it gets from the community. It is regarded as one of the most controversial Pokemon for various reasons. A lot of hate seems to come from its role in competitive Pokemon, where Smogon, a website that focuses on competitive Pokemon, generally categorizes it terribly. Its hate also comes from its evolution to Dunsparce. As mentioned in the Girafarig video, Dunsparce is tied with Girafarig and Farfetch'd, although that's a regional evolution. The most amount of generations before getting an evolution, 7. Many fans weren't exactly happy when it turned out that its evolution was a bigger, more segmented version. But we'll get more into that when I cover the Dunsparce. I think it's just a silly Pokemon with an equally silly evolution. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Dunsparce, the land snake Pokemon. His number is 0206. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal. Ability, Serene Grace or Runaway. Rattled is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding is a group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 4'11" or 1.5 meters. Weight is 30.9 pounds, or 14 kilograms. Base experience yield is 75 in Gen 2 and 3, 125 in 4, and 145 and 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 and HP. Shape is that. Has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is yellow, and base friendship is 70. Dunsparce is a normal-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Dunsparce when leveled up knowing Hyper Drill. Dunsparce will evolve into one of two forms of Dunsparce, 2-segment form or 3-segment form, with a 1 in 100 chance of evolving into 3-segment form Dunsparce. Biology, Dunsparce is a serpentine and somewhat insectoid Pokemon with a primarily yellow body, blue underside, and blue and cream striped back. Its head is round with a wide mouth extending under its jowls and curving up toward the middle of its face. Its chin is blue with 2 rounded prongs. Its eyes, rounded and rimmed with blue, are kept closed, revealing its cream-colored eyelids. On Dunsparce's upper back are 2 tiny white wings. Its body ends in a drill-like tail. Dunsparce can float slightly with its wings, which some scientists believe were used to fly in the sky during ancient times. However, it avoids detection and flees when spotted by burrowing into the ground with its tail. It lives immobile in caves and beneath the earth, where it makes maze-like nests. They get along with Diglett and share tunnels with each other. Dunsparce can navigate through its nests without getting lost by the smell of the dirt. Dunsparce in its evolved form. The Dunsparce are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Hyper Drill. Evolution, Dunsparce evolves into Dunsparce. So you've got Dunsparce and then 2-segmented the Dunsparce. and 3 segmented to Dunsparce. Game data and PC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Gates to Infinity. Dunsparce is a supporting character throughout the game. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 and Gold. When spotted, this Pokemon escapes backward by ferociously boring into the ground with its tail. Silver, if spotted, it escapes by burrowing with its tail. It can float just slightly using its wings. Crystal, it hides deep inside caves where no light ever reaches it, and remains virtually motionless there. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Dunsparce has a drill for its tail. It uses this tail to burrow into the ground, backwards. This Pokemon is known to make its nest in complex shapes deep under the ground. In Emerald, its drill-tipped tail is used to burrow into the ground backwards. This Pokemon is known to make its nest in complex shapes deep under the ground. Fire Red is basically Silver's, but Float is replaced by Hover. Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it digs into the ground with its tail and makes a maze-like nest. It can fly just a little. Heart Gold is basically the Gold entry, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Soul Silver is its Silver counterpart. In Gen 5, Black and White is the Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum entry. Black 2 and White 2. It creates mazes in dark locations. When spotted, it flees into the ground by digging with its tail. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold's entry. Y is the Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, and White entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Dunsparce and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, Ultra Sun, it travels by digging through the ground. Diglett and Dunsparce share one another's tunnels heavily. Ultra Moon, when it sees a person, it digs a hole with its tail to make its escape. If you happen to find one, consider yourself lucky. In Gen 8, Sword, this Pokemon's tiny wings have some scientists saying that Dunsparce used to fly through the sky in ancient times. Shield, the nests Dunsparce live in are mazes of tunnels. They never get lost in their own nests. They can tell where they are by the scent of the dirt. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Black 2 and White 2s. Violet is the Silver entries. Dunsparce in the Lola Pokedex. Dunsparce in the Paldea Pokedex. Next to this tree, I like the cool texture on it. And then we got Dunsparce in the Kitakami Pokedex. Seems like it's, boring a hole up, and a trainer or someone here has just sort of spotted it, I guess. Game locations, saw game locations, and events. Stats, base stats, HP 100, attack and defense 70, special attack and special defense 65, speed 45 for a total of 415. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost type moves is 1. So go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1 Flail and Defense Curl, 4 Mud Slap, 8 Rollout, 12 Glare, 16 Screech, 20 Ancient Power, 24 Drill Run, 28 Yawn, 32 Hyper Drill, 36 Roost, 40 Dragon Rush, 44 Coil, 48 Double Edge, and 52 Endeavor. By TM, 1 Takedown, 4 Agility, 5 Mud Slap, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 18 Thief, 21 Pounce, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 26 Poison Tail, 28 Bulldoze, 29 Hex, 35 Mud Shot, 36 Rock Tomb, 41 Stored Power, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 53 Smart Strike, 55 Dig, 59 Zen Headbutt, 65 Air Slash, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 83 Poison Jab, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 103 Substitute, 106 Drill Run, 114 Shadow Ball, 116 Stealth Rock, 117 Hyper Voice, 124 Ice Spinner, 125 Flamethrower, 126 Thunderbolt, 128 Amnesia, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 133 Earth Power, 135 Ice Beam, 141 Fire Blast, 143 Blizzard, 147 Wild Charge, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 175 Toxic, 177 Spite, 180 Gyro Ball, 185 Lunge, 191 Uproar, 200 Scale Shot, 202 Pain Split, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 219 Skitter Smack, 222 Breaking Swipe, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives you Aqua Tail, this group gives you Astonish, this group gives you Bite, this group gives you Curse, this group gives you Headbutt, this group gives you Last Resort. Special moves, from this event you get Poison Tail, it's a physical poison type move. Its power is 50, accuracy 100, and PP is 25. Side game data, you got all these, yep. Pokemon Ranger Guardian signs in the browser entry. It lets loose shockwaves to attack. Got all these. Yep. Okay. Evolution data. The form of the Dunsparce that Dunsparce evolves into is determined based on its encryption constant, with a 99% chance of it evolving into the 2-segment form, and a 1% chance of it evolving into the 3-segment form. This is not the case for wild Dunsparce, including those encountered in Terra raid battles, as these will always be 2-segment form, regardless of their encryption constant value. Since natures were determined via personality value prior to Gen 5, which itself is distinct from encryption constants prior to Gen 6, a hardy nature Dunsparce with the ability Serene Grace that is transferred from Gen 3 or 4 to Gen 9 will have a 50% chance of evolving into 3-segment form the Dunsparce, whereas Dunsparce from the same generations with other natures or the ability Runaway will always evolve into the 2-segment form unless a Dunsparce with Runaway came from Colosseum. So you've got Dunsparce, level up knowing Hyper Drill with a certain encryption constant, so that represents personality value. You get the 2-segment form, then level up knowing Hyper Drill with a certain encryption constant, so you get the 3-segment form. Sprites here, so sort of a different blue, almost like a purple to start off with, but more or less the same. I mean, well, this is yellow, I guess. And these are white instead of the cream colored we get later. Then we get pink for the shiny here. We can see the mouth is sort of this black. We'll see if that changes later. You can see the line seems to differ when it's, I don't know if it's supposed to be eyes open, but I don't really know what that, yeah. Because this seems to suggest that maybe the eyes are just white? That seems to be what it's suggesting, is that the eyes are just white. Which is interesting. So now it's this different blue, lighter blue here, and then Gen 3, it's kind of still pink, but a little different pink, and then we got the cream-colored parts, the darker blue, the distinct two lighter blue and darker blue. This is now goes up to here. Yep. Yeah, a few things probably change a little bit. The shape of the wings, I think, changes a little bit. But yeah, more or less the same. And 4... not really much changes here. Might get a little bigger. I think it removes the dark blue part for this generation for some reason. Yep. It makes them yellow on the backs, right? That's interesting. Yep. Its mouth. His mouth is red and pink now. That's interesting. Full back sprites in Gen 5. Yep. Goes back to sort of the cream color. Kind of fixes that. There. Okay, then we got the modern colors. Yep. The yellow, the lighter yellow, and the lighter blue, and the lighter pink. Pretty good model, I'd say. Yeah. These, I mean, it's a different, like, image, but it's probably more or less the same model. These seem to maybe be a little bit different, the little things. Yeah, more or less the same. I got homes. You can see how that model looks. In animation, Dunsparce in Pokemon the series, black and white. You got all these. Yep. Pokedex entries. I've already recorded this first one in the anime section, so let Dexter read it.
Dunsparce, the land snake Pokemon. When discovered, the Dunsparce uses its tail to burrow into the earth and evade capture.
In Black and White, episode 131, in Ash's Pokedex. Dunsparce, the land snake Pokemon. Dunsparce uses its tail to dig its elaborate nest. In the manga, Dunsparce in Pokemon Adventures. Ooh, there's a Pokedex for this one. Chapter 119. Whenever it's being scrutinized at, or if it feels threatened, it will start drilling a hole with its tail in an attempt to escape from underground. So that's Young Yi's translation. The TCG. Trivia. In the animated series, Dunsparce is usually shown to be much shorter than 4'11", 1.5 meters, which is its listed height, or in this case, length, in the games. It is also shown as much smaller than its listed height in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Gates to Infinity, and Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, being even smaller than Pikachu. Dunsparce was designed by Hironobu Yoshida. Origin, Dunsparce appears to be based on the snake-like Tsuchinoko cryptid of Japan. Visually, its design may be a pun on one of the cryptid's other names, Bachihebi, bee snake. As Dunsparce appears to combine bee and snake-like features, it may draw specific inspiration from digger bees. Its perpetually closed eyes and drill-like tail, which also resembles a rattlesnake's rattle, may have been inspired by the vestigial eyes and barbed tail of blind snakes. Dunsparce may also have connections to amphitheres, such as Quetzalcoatl or flying snakes. Its gourd-shaped body may reference gourd-shaped sake bottles. Given that the Tsuchinoko is said to have a taste for alcohol, given its larviform appearance, horn-like tail, and ring-circled eyes that resemble the eye spots of some species, Dunsparce may draw inspiration from sphinx moth caterpillars, which have a history of being mistaken for the Tsuchinoko. This may double as a nod to the Nozuchi, a large caterpillar-like creature thought to be synonymous with the Tsuchinoko. Name origin: Dunsparce may be a combination of dun, subadult mayfly, or dark/gloomy, referring to its preferred habitat, and sparse. Nokochi may be derived from an anagram of that, the katakana spelling of Tsuchinoko, a fabled snake-like creature. In other languages, related articles, references, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Dunsparce's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today, we are watching episode 191, quite fittingly, The Dunsparce Deception. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Misty's Pokemon Togepi, have met this bug catcher who is looking for Dunsparce. Ash, not knowing what a Dunsparce is looking it up in his Pokedex.
Dunsparce, the land snake Pokemon. When discovered, the Dunsparce uses its tail to burrow into the earth and evade capture.
Hey, I'd like a bug to...
Yes. So, that is Dunsparce's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Dunsparce card.
It's the 5th Dunsparce card. It was illustrated by Midori Harada. I like that it's on a snowy hill. This isn't where I would normally picture Dunsparce. It has 60 HP, it's 4'11" and 30.9 pounds. It has 2 moves, Snake Hook and Bite and Run. Neither of these moves are in the video games. On this card, Snake Hook costs no energy. The player draws a card. On this card, Bite and Run costs no energy and hits for 10 damage. After doing this damage, the player must then swap Dunsparce for a Pokemon on their bench. Dunsparce is weak to fighting for plus 10 damage. It has no resistance. It costs 1 of any energy to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. Its description reads, "It digs into the ground with its tail and makes a maze-like nest. It can fly just a little." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. It's level 21.
In Gen 9, it would be at least 22 levels from evolving into the Dunsparce. I don't have a card for Gligar, so the next Pokemon with a card we'll be talking about is Snubbull. Now let's see why people love Dunsparce. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Dunsparce by Razulu. So this cool painting of a Dunsparce here by the side of the water. I mean, it's looking, or not looking, I guess, at this leaf here floating in the water. It probably came from one of these plants here and probably fell into the water. It's a very fun image. I like it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 5 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time. Apparently it's not Central Mountain Time anymore. In this stream, we'll be catching Dunsparce, Wooper, and Mareep, and then evolving Wooper into Quagsire, and Mareep into Flaffy, and then into Ampharos. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Gligar. As always, so this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Gligar, the first ground flying type Pokemon, and the first ground type Pokemon in Gen 2 to have ground as its primary type. Its previous PYC dates are September 20th, 1996, July 12th, 1999, May 2nd, 2002, February 20th, 2005, December 12th, 2007, October 2nd, 2010, July 23rd, 2013, May 13th, 2016, March 4th, 2019, and December 23rd, 2021. Like Apom, before working on this project, I thought Gligar was created in Gen 4 due to its evolution, Gliscor, being introduced in that generation and being heavily featured in the anime, being one of Ash's Pokemon. Which is interesting since Gliscor feels right at home with the Pokemon of Team Rocket. I've always been confused by Gligar's ground type, as it's partially based on a scorpion, making one think that its stinger would make them choose the poison type. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Gligar, the Fly Scorpion Pokemon. It was Fly Scorpio in Gen 2, and Fly Scorpion is one word in Gen 3 through 5. Its number is 0207. This is what it looks like. Its type is ground flying. Since this is the first ground flying type Pokemon, I will point out the ground inside and the flying outside. Abilities, Hyper Cutter or Sand Veil. Immunities, its hidden ability. Gender ratios, 50-50. Catch rate is 60 or 14.8%. Breeding is egg group bug. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3'7" or 1.1 meter. Weight is 142.9 pounds or 64.8 kilograms. Base experience yield is 108 in Gen 2 through 4 and 86 through 5 plus. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 1 in defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is purple and base friendship is 70. Gligar is a dual-type ground/flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into the Gliscor when leveled up, while holding a Razor Fang during the night. Biology, Gligar is a purple Chiropteran Pokemon with scorpion features. Its head and body are round and roughly equal in size. It has long triangular ears and triangular eyes with small pupils. 2 large pointed teeth protrude from its upper jaw, and a pink tongue is often seen lolling from its mouth. Its arms are segmented at the wrists and end in large pincers. Spread between its arms are 2 blue wing membranes, each tipped with a purple claw. Its legs are thin and likewise segmented at the ankles, with its round feet having 1 claw each. Gligar has a long tail split into spherical sections, ending in a large round stinger. The female Gligar will have a smaller stinger than the male. As shown in the Pokemon the Series episode, Riding the Winds of Change, Gligar feed on berries and can emit sound waves to detect obstacles and fly around them. It glides smoothly and silently through the air with its limbs extended and startles its prey and enemies by flying straight toward them. It attacks by clamping onto its enemy's face with its clawed hind legs and pincers, then jabbing it with its poisonous stinger. Gligar itself is resistant to opponents' venom. Gligar lives in mountainous regions, making its nest along cliff sides. When it is done gliding, it hops along the ground back to its nest. In Hisui, it is revealed that Gligar can survive even freezing temperatures. Evolution, Gligar evolves into Gliscor, so you got Gligar, Gliscor. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky, Gligar during the special episode Bidoof's Wish, where he and his teammates from Team Rogue attempt to rob Bidoof at the end of Star Cave. They are defeated, however, when members of Wigglytuff's guild arrive to help Bidoof. I think it's supposed to say Gligar appears during. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. The same Gligar appears as a recruitable Pokemon, but his quest will only become available upon connecting with Bidoof. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 in Gold. It flies straight into its target's face, then clamps down on the startled victim to inject poison. Silver. It usually clings to cliffs. When it spots its prey, it spreads its wings and glides down to attack. Crystal. It builds its nest on a steep cliff. When it is done gliding, it hops along the ground back to its nest. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby, Sapphire, Gligar glides through the air without a sound as if it were sliding. This Pokemon hangs on to the face of its foe using its clawed hind legs and the large pincers on its forelegs. Then injects the prey with its poison barb. Emerald, it glides without making a single sound. It grasps the face of its foe using its hind and large front claws, then stabs with its poison barb. Fire Red is the silver entry, and Leaf Green is the gold entry. In Gen 4, in Diamond and Pearl, it sails on the winds, with its limbs extended to strike from the sky. It aims for the prey's face. Platinum, it glides as if sliding. It startles foes by clamping onto their faces, then jabs with its poison stinger. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their gold and silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is the Platinum entry. In Black 2 and White 2, it clamps onto its chosen prey, then jabs the stinger on its tail into the prey while it's stunned with surprise. In Gen 6, X is the silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Y is the gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Gligar and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. Its tail is tipped with a thick, horrible stinger. To bring down prey, it will first obscure their vision by covering their faces with its body, and then it will use the stinger to inject them with venom. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Crystal's entry. Violet is Platinum, Black and White's entries. Gligar in the Kitakami Pokedex. You can see a couple of them. One gliding, one not. I mean, one, maybe they're also gliding. They're more jumping, it looks like, but that's kind of fun. Game locations. You got all these. Add game locations and events. Held items in Legends Arceus. Normal, you get a Crunchy Salt 35% of the time. Razor Fang, 8% of the time. Grid items by level. Alpha, you get EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 10% of the time. And grid items by level. So, still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 65, attack 75, defense 105, special attack 35, special defense 65, speed 85 for a total of 430. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, rock, ghost, steel, fire, grass, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to water for double and ice for 4. Immune to ground and electric, resistant to fighting, poison, and bug for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric type moves is 2. So go from 0 to 2. If gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of ground type moves is 1. So go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1 Poison Sting, 4 Sand Attack, 7 Harden, 10 Knockoff, 13 Quick Attack, 16 Fury Cutter, 19 Poison Tail, 22 Acrobatics, 27 Slash, 30 U-Turn, 35 Screech, 40 Scizor, 45 Crab Hammer, and 50 Swords Dance. By TM, 1 Takedown, 4 Agility, 5 Mud Slap, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 8 Fire Fang, 9 Thunder Fang, 10 Ice Fang, 14 Acrobatics, 15 Struggle Bug, 18 Thief, 25 Facade, 26 Poison Tail, 27 Aerial Ace, 28 Bulldoze, 31 Metal Claw, 32 Swift, 35 Mud Shot, 36 Rock Tomb, 43 Fling, 45 Venoshock, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 57 False Swipe, 58 Brick Break, 60 U-Turn, 63 Psychic Fang, 70 Sleep Talk, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 87 Taunt, 88 Swords Dance, 90 Spikes, 91 Toxic Spikes, 94 Dark Pulse, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 105 Scizor, 108 Crunch, 113 Tailwind, 116 Stealth Rock, 132 Baton Pass, 133 Earth Power, 148 Sludge Bomb, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 171 Terra Blast, 175 Toxic, 176 Sand Tomb, 181 Knockoff, 186 High Horsepower, 197 Dual Wing Beat, 200 Scale Shot, 204 Double Edge, 219 Skitter Smack, 221 Throat Chop, and 221 Breaking Swipe. By breeding, this group gives you Counter, this group gives you Cross Poison, this group gives you Double Edge, this group gives you Feint, this group gives you Night Slash, and this group gives you Wing Attack. TCG only moves, you get Vice Grip and this card. Side game data, you got all these. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Gligar rides the winds to launch attacks. Its claws can cut down small trees. Shadows of Volmia. It flits around, ramming and slashing to attack. Guardian Signs, it triggers tremors to attack. Okay, got all the evolution data. Gligar evolves into Gliscor when leveled up while holding a Razor Fang during the night. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Gligar evolves into Gliscor when exposed to a Razor Fang during the night. Sprites, so pretty good, pretty much the same. You know, got all the basics anyway. A little slightly different pink. This is kind of a purplish and a different blue. Gen 3, it's now just purple. And this kind of blue, I guess, and this is blue with a different kind of blue. Yeah, the fangs are pretty small in Gen 2. They become much larger in 3. Tongue is purple and blue. Oh, that's interesting. And then it becomes kind of that reddish pink. Gen 4, we now have it as just kind of a pure purple here. And yeah, and you can see the smaller bulb in the female. This is pretty much the same blue. Maybe slightly different. Yeah, now Heart Gold and Soul Silver bring sort of something closer to the modern pinkish purple color. It's got that kind of green-blue thing. Yep, and then that kind of, it gets a little lighter in Gen 5. more or less stays the same, and then... Oh, yeah, for a while. So, it had the pink tips here, then for a while it went to the white tips of the wings, and then in Heart Gold and Soul Silver it goes back to the pink. I guess it was always intended to be pink. And then that's blue, so then, yeah, was that always... Yeah, that was... Well, it was purple here. Then it turned to white, but now it's blue for the shiny. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, we got full back sprites. Let's kind of see that in the male and female. Then the models, a little goofy looking, but pretty faithful. Not much changes here. Better models, and this, yep. It's darker, kind of purple and darker blue. At home, sort of the lighter colors again. Yep. In animation, Gligar in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Ash's Gligar is the big one, that's the one I know. Yeah, we got all these. Pokedex entries in episode 138 in Ash's Pokedex. Gligar, the Fly Scorpio Pokemon. Gligar uses the cape-like wings on its back to glide from tree to tree quickly and quietly. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 64 in Dawn's Pokedex. Gligar, the Fly Scorpion Pokemon. It glides using the membrane attached to its arms and legs and attacks the face of its prey with its claws. In the manga, Gligar and Ash and Pikachu. All these in the TCG. Trivia, although Gligar could not learn Earthquake by TM in Gen 2, a Gligar that knew Earthquake was a reward in Pokemon Stadium 2 for beating the rival in Round 2. Gligar can be seen as a counterpart to Sneasel. Both of them have two types, which cause them to have a 4 times weakness to another type, have the same base stat total, evolve into Pokemon that were introduced in Gen 4, Glasgow and Weavile, and do so by leveling up at night while holding an evolution item, whose name includes the word Razor, Razor Fang, and Razor Claw. Additionally, both are available as Shadow Pokemon at Pokemon Coliseum and found in the Under Subway. Origin, Gligar shares physical traits with bats, gargoyles, and scorpions. It may also be based on the scorpion fly. Additionally, it shares features with the Amikiri, a yokai with lobster or scorpion claws and the ability to fly. Name origin, Gligar and Gligar may be a combination of glide and gargoyle. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Gligar's first in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 138, The Superhero Secret. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and traveling companions Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Misty's Pokemon Togepi, are walking through this path when they've heard a strange noise, and Brock and Misty are concerned about it.
I ever heard.
And that's Gligar.
Did you see that thing? Pika, what was it?
I saw it all right. It was a Gligar.
Okay, but yeah, that was Gligar's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Gligar. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Gligar. So first we've got Gligar and Gliscor by Peyron, this sort of cute image of a Gligar and a Gliscor together. Very nice, very good colors and stuff. And then we've got the Gligar family by Zero-Chan, 923,600. So they're sort of version of the pair, Gligar and Gliscor. It's like looking out in the night and it's holding on to its kid Gligar. It's fun. Very nice. This doesn't contain a Gligar, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Ho-Oh before I can catch a Gligar. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Steelix. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Steelix, the first Steel Ground Pokemon, the first Pokemon to have the Steel type as its primary type, and the heaviest and tallest Pokemon in Gen 2. Mega Steelix is the tallest and heaviest of the Mega Evolutions of Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. Starting in this generation, Steelix is the evolution of Onix, who evolves when traded holding the Metal Coat. Its previous PYC dates are September 21st, 1996, July 13th, 1999, May 3rd, 2002, February 21st, 2005, December 13th, 2007, October 3rd, 2010, July 24th, 2013, May 14th, 2016, March 5th, 2019, and December 24th, 2021. I think Steelix is a great evolution of Onix. It keeps the recognizable elements while changing enough. It is also a great Pokemon to show up the Steel type. Mega Steelix is one of my favorite Mega Evolutions design-wise. I like that the Steel spikes become crystals. I also love that the blue glowing rings make it feel like it'd be at home as a boss in The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, or Tears of the Kingdom. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Steelix, the Iron Snake Pokemon, whose number is 0208. This is Steelix, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Steelix, this is what it looks like. Type is Steel Ground, since this is our first Steel Ground. We'll talk about the Steel inside and the Ground outside. Abilities, Rock Cat or Sturdy for Steelix, and Sheer Force is its hidden ability. Sand Force is Mega Steelix's ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 25, or 7.7%. Breeding is a group mineral, hatch time 25 cycles. Height as Steelix is 30 feet 2 inches, or 9.2 meters. Weight is 881.8 pounds, or 400 kilograms. Height as Mega Steelix is 34 feet and 5 inches, or 10.5 meters. And weight as Mega Steelix is 1,631.4 pounds, or 740 kilograms. Megastone is Steelixite. Basic experience skills is 196 in Gen 2 through 4, 179 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EV yield is 2 in defense. Shape is that, it has no feet so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is gray, and base friendship is 70. Steelix is a dual-type Steel/Ground Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Onix when traded while holding a metal coat. Steelix can Mega Evolve into Mega Steelix using the Steelixite. Biology, Steelix is a long, serpentine Pokemon with a silvery gray body made up of rock-like sections, which can possess chips and scrapes from fights and tunneling. 3 of those sections have long rock spikes coming out of them on either side. It has a massive head, mainly made up of its large, wide jaw, with sets of large, square teeth inside. Along its bottom jaw are ridges. There are 2 pairs of ridges on a male Steelix, while there is only 1 pair on a female. Several small square lumps cover the underside of its lower jaw. Its eye sockets are slightly deep set, and the eyes themselves are red. Its head has 2 long ridges going from the eyes up to the top of its head. The tip of its tail is conical with a blunt tip. Steelix burrows up to 6/10 of a mile underground, even further than its pre-evolved form Onix, and it can be found in mountains or caves. Steelix can dig even towards the world's core. It easily chews through boulders with its powerful jaws, and its eyes are capable of seeing in the dark. Exposure to underground heat and pressure alongside its iron-rich soil diet has made its body harder than diamonds. Steelix evolution is said to have been the result of an Onix's composition becoming more diamond-like after living for about 100 years. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Steelix is known to sleep in an upright position. As noted by researchers, it can maintain this superb balance without even toppling over. Illumina Pokemon, a special Steelix, is worshipped in Lentil for being one of the 7 Guardian Lumina Pokemon. It resides in the Duras Island Lumina spot. Form, Steelix can Mega Evolve into Mega Steelix. As Mega Steelix, its body becomes longer, almost doubles its mass, and gains more features. Mega Steelix's eyes turn blue, and its lower jaw becomes more heavily armored with a round, curved shape. Additionally, a 3rd pair of ridges appear on its bottom jaw, as well as 2 sharp, flat structures consisting of 3 conjoined projections on each side. The gray rock-like spikes at its tail point have transformed into prism-like crystalline spikes. The segments from which the spikes protrude are much larger as well. In between the head and the individual spiked segments are smaller units, now adorned by a black spot with a blue hexagon on each side. Several metallic-looking scraps constantly rotate around its neck. These scraps react to Mega Steelix's movements and change position when attacking. The cells within its body, crystallized by the energy produced from Mega Evolution, are stronger than any mineral and able to withstand any temperature. It moves incredibly slowly, but its strengthened body is also impervious to damage, and it lashes out at foes without flinching. We got Mega Steelix here. Evolution. Steelix evolves from Onix, so you got Onix, Steelix. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Ranger. Steelix is a boss in Pokemon Ranger. After being enraged by the Go Rock Squad, it rampages through Panula Cave until the player captures it with their Styler. Pokedex entries in Generation 2 in Gold. Its body has been compressed deep under the ground. As a result, it is even harder than Diamond. Silver. It is said that if an Onix lives for over 100 years, its composition changes to become diamond-like. Crystal. The many small metal particles that cover this Pokemon's body reflect bright light well. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal, and Sword, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow, and Sword, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Steelix lives even further underground than Onix. This Pokemon is known to dig towards the Earth's core. There are records of this Pokemon reaching a depth of over 6/10 of a mile underground. 1 kilometer. Emerald. Steelix live even further underground than Onix. This Pokemon is known to dig toward the Earth's core, reaching a depth of over 6/10 of a mile underground. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond. Tempered underground, under high pressure and heat, its body is harder than any metal. Pearl. It chews its way through boulders with its sturdy jaws. Its eyes can see in the darkness underground. Platinum. It is thought its body transformed as a result of iron accumulating internally from swallowing soil. Heart Gold is its gold counterpart. Soul Silver is very similar to Silver's, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It's said that if an Onix lives for 100 years, its composition becomes diamond-like as it evolves into a Steelix. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum, so Black 2 and White 2. The iron it ingested with the soil it swallowed transformed its body and made it harder than diamonds. In Gen 6, X is Diamond's entry, Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Steelix, Onix, and Pokemon are now the correct casing. Sword is basically Silver and Fire Red's entry, but Onix is now the correct casing. Shield is the Platinum and Black and White entries. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. This Pokemon evolved through use of a strange item. Its body is coated with steel powder and notably hard. Not even Diamond can leave so much as a scratch. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Pokemon Emerald, Steelix can only be found in the Battle Frontier. Emerald, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, you get the Metal Coat 5% of the time. Heart Gold and Soul Silver get the Metal Coat 5% of the time. The Soothe Bell has an in-game trade 100% of the time. Black 2, White 2, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, you get the Metal Coat 5% of the time. Legends Arceus, you get normal, Iron Shock 30% of the time. Metal Coat 7% of the time. Grid items by level. Alpha, get EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time. Grid items by level, still don't know how the math works. And it's super mean that they give you Metal Coat since you don't actually need Metal Coat. Stats, base stats, will compare Steelix and Mega Steelix. HP 75, that stays the same. Attack 85, that goes up to 125. Defense 200, that goes up to 230. Special Attack 55, that stays the same. Special Defense 65, that goes up to 95. Speed 30, that stays the same. This one has a total of 510, and this one has a total of 610. Pokeathlon stats. Type Effectiveness, damage normally by Ghost, Grass, Ice, and Dark. Weak to Fighting, Ground, Fire, and Water for double. Immune to Poison and Electric. Resistant to Normal, Flying, Rock, Bug, Steel, Psychic, Dragon, and Fairy. All for half except for Rock, which is for a fourth. Notes: if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Poison and Electric type moves will become 1/2 and 1 respectively. So, yeah, Poison would go from 0 to half, and Electric would go from 0 to 1. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of Dark-type moves and Ghost-type moves was half. They both went from half to 1. Learn set by leveling up Pokemon Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. I don't know why they don't have the little little things that they normally do. I don't know if this is one that hasn't been updated yet, or if they're getting rid of those acronyms and just letting you know what the games are. But in these games, because you can hypothetically have a level 1 Steelix, I will read all of the moves. 1, Crunch, Thunder Fang, Ice Fang, Fire Fang, Rock Polish, Tackle, Harden, Bind, and Rock Throw. 4, Smackdown, 8, Autotomize. 12, Dragon Breath, 16, Curse. 20, Rock Slide, 24, Screech, 28, Sand Tomb, 32, Stealth Rock, 36, Slam, 40, Sandstorm, 44, Dig, 48, Iron Tail, 52, Stone Edge, 56 Double Edge, and 60 Magnet Rise. Pokemon Legends Arceus. At level 1, they get the move Rollout and master it at level 10. At level 6, they learn Tackle and master it at level 15. At level 11, they get the move Bulldoze and master it at 20. At level 18, they get the move Rock Slide, mastered at 28. They learn Stealth Rock at level 25 and mastered it at 35. They learn High Horsepower at level 34 and mastered it at 45. And they learn Iron Tail at 43, and mastered at 54. TM/GR, for some reason they have the acronyms here, or whatever these are, the abbreviations. But I'm gonna read them all because it's a different type than Onix. So, TM, 8 Hyper Beam, 9 Giga Impact, 15 Dig, 16 Screech, 20 Self-Destruct, 21 Rest, 22 Rock Slide, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 26 Scary Face, 31 Attract, 32 Sandstorm, 34 Sunny Day, 39 Facade, 48 Rock Tomb, 49 Sand Tomb, 54 Rock Blast, 57 Payback, 66 Thunder Fang, 67 Ice Fang, 68 Fire Fang, 76 Round, 81 Bulldoze, 97 Brutal Swing, 98 Stomping Tantrum, 99 Breaking Swipe, TR, 01 Body Slam, 10 Earthquake, 20 Substitute, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 31 Iron Tail, 32 Crunch, 37 Taunt, 46 Iron Defense, 51 Dragon Dance, 52 Gyro Ball, 58 Dark Pulse, 62 Dragon Pulse, 67 Earth Power, 70 Flash Cannon, 74 Iron Head, 75 Stone Edge, 76 Stealth Rock, 79 Heavy Slam, 87 Drill Run, 94 High Horsepower, 97 Psychic Fangs, and 99 Body Press. For Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, TM5 Roar, 11 Sunny Day, 12 Taunt, 15 Hyper Beam, 17 Protect, 23 Iron Tail, 26 Earthquake, 28 Dig, 32 Double Team, 37 Sandstorm, 39 Rock Tomb, 41 Torment, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 58 Endure, 59 Dragon Pulse, 64 Explosion, 66 Payback, 68 Giga Impact, 69 Rock Polish, 71 Stone Edge, 74 Gyro Ball, 76 Stealth Rock, 77 Psych Up, 79 Dark Pulse, 80 Rock Slide, 82 Sleep Talk, 83 Bulldoze, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 91 Flash Cannon, 93 Cut, 96 Strength, 98 Rock Smash, and 100 Rock Climb. By breeding in Sword and Shield, this group gives you Block, this group gives you Defense Curl, Duraludon gives you Dragon Tail, this group gives you Flail, this group gives you Head Smash, this group gives you Rollout, this group gives you Wide Guard. For Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, this group gives you Block, this group gives you Defense Curl, this group gives you Dragon Tail, if they're from the Grand Underground. Sudowoodo gives you Flail and Head Smash. Golem gives you Heavy Slam. This group gives you Rock Blast. This group gives you Rollout. And Probopass gives you Wide Guard. By tutoring in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, with the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you get Meteor Beam and Scorching Sands. In Sword and Shield, just regular, you get Steel Beam. And then again, from the expansion pass, you get Steel Roller. Legends Arceus, Aqua Tail, Bulldoze, Dark Pulse, Earth Power, Fire Fang, Flash Cannon, Giga Impact, High Horsepower, Hyper Beam, Ice Ball, Ice Fang, Iron Head, Iron Tail, Power Shift, Rest, Rock Slide, Rock Smash, Stealth Rock, Steel Beam, Stone Edge, and Thunder Fang. Nothing by prior evolution. By transfer from another generation, 4, you get Ancient Power, 4 through 7. You get Aqua Tail, 4, you get Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, you get Confide. 2, 5, and 6, you get Cut. 2 through 7, you get Double Team. 3 through 7, you get Explosion. 2 through 7, you get Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 2 and 4, you get Headbutt. 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. 3, you get Mimic. 4 through 7, you get Mudsport, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 4, you get Mudslap. 4, you get Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, you get Nature Power. 4 through 7, you get Psych Up. 2 through 7, you get Rage, Return, and Roar. Rage and Return don't work anymore. 5 through 7, you get Rock Climb, that doesn't work anymore. 2, 5, and 6, you get Rock Smash. 6 and 7, you get Rototiller, that doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 2, 5, and 6, you get Strength. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 3 through 7, you get Torment. 2 through 7, you get Toxic. And 4, you get Twister. By transfer, only via prior evolution. 1, you get Bide, that doesn't work anymore, and Fissure, Skull Bash, and Takedown. Side game data, Steelix. Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry. Just touching Steelix causes damage. It has a tendency to move in a loop. Got all these. Yep. Okay. New Pokemon Snap. In the Photodex entry, this Illumina Pokemon lives deep beneath the ground on Lentil's most remote island. We can tell from the nearby ruins that the Steelix used to interact with the people of the time. Pokemon Sleep. Even with Steelix nodding off and looks ready to topple over, it somehow keeps its huge body upright. Researchers observed it for an entire night, but it held out with superb balance and didn't topple over even once. So you got Spiral Sleep, Lurching Sleep, and Tunneling Sleep. You don't have the top belly sleep because it's way too big. Mega Steelix. Form data, Mega Evolution, Steelixite, Mega Steelix. Evolution data, Steelix evolved from Onix when traded while holding a metal coat. Onix cannot evolve into Steelix in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green before the player obtains the National Pokedex, as his evolution will be interrupted. Onix also cannot evolve into Steelix in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Steelix is not present in those games. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Steelix evolved from Onix when exposed to a metal coat. So we've got Onix, trade with holding a metal coat, Steelix. Sprites here, so a little bit more purple, but generally the basic idea. Got kind of gold one for the shiny here. In Gen 3, you've got these are more gray now. See a little more of the spikes. The diamond tail thing is a little bit more like just that. Yeah, this is still kind of a gold one. Okay. So Gen 4 introduces the gender differences. So you got 2 teeth on the male and only 1 tooth on the female, or whatever this is supposed to be. No, they're not really teeth, are they? They're just part of the helmet, I think. Looking thing, whatever. Part of its head. But anyway. Yeah, this is still kind of just gold. It's kind of more yellow, though. Gen 5, you get the full back sprite. That's pretty cool. Gen 6. Yeah, pretty good. The head's a little bit weird. Yeah, overall, pretty good. We got Mega Steelix here. That's pretty cool. Yeah, you got Mega Steelix and then the shiny is pretty cool. Then I got this one. Not much changes. Yep. Sword and Shield. You got these guys. Yeah, not really. A lot better models, of course. You got these kind of models in this game. Homes, you got all these. Other sprites, Rusty and Pokemon Super Contests. In animation, Steelix and Pokemon Journeys, the series. Mega Steelix and Pokemon, the series Sun and Moon. Brock Steelix is the big one, and so is Jasmine Steelix. Yeah, I got all these. Yep. Okay. Pokedex entries. I've already recorded this first one for the anime section, so let Dexter read it.
Steelix, the Iron Snake Pokemon. Steelix is the evolved form of Onix. It has been compressed underground, making its body harder than diamonds.
In Diamond and Pearl, episode 23, in Dawn's Pokedex. Steelix, the Iron Snake Pokemon, strengthened by the pressure and intense heat of living underground. Its body is stronger than steel. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 180, the same Pokedex. Steelix, the Iron Snake Pokemon, in the evolved form of Onix. Steelix's body is much harder than any metal, as it is tempered underground, under high pressure and heat. In Sun and Moon, episode 43, in the Rotom Pokedex. Steelix, the Iron Snake Pokemon, a steel and ground type. Heat from deep underground strengthens its hide, and the pressure gives its body a toughness harder than metal. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, animated trailers. We got Mega Steelix here in the animated trailer, and then Pokemon Generations. Got Steelix Pokemon Generations with the Solrock, Rhyperior, and Golurk. Guess it's in this one. In the manga, Steelix and Pokemon Adventures. You've got Jasmine's here, that's fun. Yeah. Okay, you got all this, the TCG, and the TFG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Melee, Steelix only appears as a random trophy. Trophy information? A combination of steel and ground types, Steelix are the longest Pokemon yet to be discovered, reaching over 30 feet in length. Since they live so deep under the surface of the earth, the intense pressure has made their bodies stronger than diamonds. Evolved from Onix, Steelix is every bit as intimidating as its relative. You know, longest is outdated now. Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, Steelix makes a cameo appearance in the Kalos Pokemon League stage. When the stage transitions to the Ironworks chamber, it can be seen in the background along with Scizor, Kling Clang, and Honedge. Trophy information for the North American version. With a body harder than diamond, this Pokemon is well suited to digging, using its powerful jaws to tunnel around. Steelix lives deep underground, even deeper than its pre-evolution Onix. Was it pride that made Steelix prove itself able to go farther? It's hard to say. We tried to dig around for clues, but we got tired after only 10 feet. For the PAL region, being harder than diamond, Steelix can crush any rock with its jaw. It can also see in pitch darkness. Its territory lies deeper than its pre-evolution Onix, a full 1,000 meters below the surface. Does it consider its Onix brethren to be below it, even though they're higher up? It's hard to say. We may have to dig a little deeper in the matter. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Steelix appears as a spirit. Trivia: Mega Steelix is tied with Mega Aggron for the highest base defense stat of all Steel-type Pokemon. Mega Steelix also has the highest base defense stat of all ground-type Pokemon. Steelix is shown floating above the ground in all console games rather than, like its pre-evolved form, resting on the ground. All Steelix in the animated series have used the move Iron Tail, excluding cameos. Steelix is the only Pokemon in the Pokemon Ranger games that can hurt the capture Stantler simply by touching the line. Mega Steelix is the tallest steel and ground-type Pokemon. Steelix can be seen as a parallel to Scizor. Both have pre-evolved forms in Gen 1 and were introduced in Gen 2. Both evolve via trading with a metal coat. After evolving, both lose one of their pre-evolved forms types and gain a steel type. Both gain a Mega Evolution in Gen 6. Both lose 40 points of base speed upon evolving. The company Steelix Railcars is named after Steelix, and its logo depicts a simplified cross-section of one of Steelix's segments. You can see the icon of Steelix Railcars. Unlike other Shadow Pokemon in Pokemon Go, Shadow Steelix's eyes do not turn red. Origin Steelix, like Onix, is most likely based on a combination of a snake and earthworm. It may also be based on the Bergstutz or Stolworm, a type of dragon that has been presented as burrowing. Mega Steelix's crystalline body may be a reference to graphite turning into diamonds from compression. Mega Steelix can be also a reference to Crystal Onix, a special Onix that appeared in an episode of Pokemon the series with a body of crystal instead of opaque rock. Name origin, Steelix may be a combination of steel, helix, and onyx or onyx. Haganeel may be a combination of Hagany, steel, and nail or tail. In other languages, related articles, references, external links to the Lumina Pokemon, and the Mega Evolutions. Let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene of the anime featuring Steelix.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 224, Nerves of Steelix. In this episode, Team Rocket, the main Team Rocket, of which consists of Jesse, James, and Meowth, have used this thing called the Wobble Warrior to steal Ash's Pikachu, and they're climbing up this mountain here. Suddenly, a Steelix appears. That was Jesse, James, and Meowth. Okay, this is a battle, so I'd say that that is Steelix's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Steelix. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Steelix. So we've got Steelix by Olusius Ooh. Yes, they're nice. Steelix image here. It looks to be a male. Yes, very well done. It seems to be at night, I think. Is it coming out of the ground, I guess, maybe is the idea? There's lightning in the background. It seems to be firing up maybe a beam of some kind. That's interesting. Then we've got Steelix by Zawis54. It's nice Steelix. Looks again to be a male. Yes, he's very well done. Then we've got Steelix by Arvalis. So we've got a Steelix and an Onix here. I guess it's a Steelix. Number 208, the Iron Snake Pokemon. Ability, sturdy, height, 30 feet, 2 inches. Length, 165 inches, or feet. Can't really tell. It's kind of poor quality. There's also a Haxorus, Heatran, Sableye, and Mega Sableye here. That's fun. And is that something? Is that also a Sableye? That might also be a Sableye. Very good, realistic version of all these Pokemon. So Arvalis, if you don't know, worked on Detective Pikachu, so that's kind of fun to see what their version of these Pokemon look like. We didn't really get to see these Pokemon in Detective Pikachu. Then we have Steelix and Sandstorm by Pokemon Master. So another male Steelix here. That's Sandstorm. It's pretty good. Looks like a poster. That's kind of fun. This doesn't contain a Steelix, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I talk about the Gen 4 Pokemon to catch a Steelix. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Snubbull. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Snubbull, the first dog Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are September 22nd, 1996, July 14th, 1999, May 4th, 2002, February 22nd, 2005, December 14th, 2007, October 4th, 2010, July 25th, 2013, May 15th, 2016, March 6th, 2019, and December 25th, 2021. I find it odd that Snubbull is a fairy type or the fairy Pokemon, as it's based on a bulldog, a dog. I most associate Snubbull with its appearance in Pikachu's Vacation, which is coincidentally the short we'll be watching today, where it acts as the leader of the antagonists. I also associate with its appearance in Detective Pikachu. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Snubbull, the fairy Pokemon, whose number is 0 to 109. This is what it looks like. Its type is fairy. Abilities, Intimidate or Run Away. Rattle is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 25% male and 75% female. Catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding is egg groups field and fairy. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 2 foot or 0.6 meters. Weight is 17.2 pounds or 7.8 kilograms. Base experience yield is 63 in Gen 2 through 4 and 60 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast. EV yield is 1. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is pink and base friendship is 70. Snubbull is a fairy type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. Prior to Gen 6, it was a normal type Pokemon. It evolves into Granbull starting at level 23. Biology, Snubbull is a pink bipedal bulldog-like Pokemon with blue polka dots covering its body. It has loose skin that drapes to cover the lower part of its body, giving it the appearance of a dress. There's a small blue ruff around its neck. It has a pronounced underbite, but it still has powerful jaws. Additionally, it has 2 ear flaps that are flat, curved, and tipped with black and a small, shiny black nose. Its feet are beige with 3 toes and a circular pink paw pad, while its arms are short and stubby. Snubbull, as seen in the Pokemon the Series episode Once in a Blue Moon, possesses the ability to use their keen sense of smell to track things down. Snubbull tends to sleep half of the day. Snubbull has a cowardly and timid nature, despite its fierce-looking appearance. It is also very playful and affectionate, making it a popular companion among women. According to the Complete Pokemon Pocket Guide, Snubbull is very devoted and loyal. It is not aggressive and tends to prefer to scare away its opponent rather than fight. Snubbull are capable of bonding easily and are often spoiled. However, it is said to be saddened that others run away from its frightening appearance. The growls it makes give an uneasy feeling to foes. On occasion, Snubbull gets bullied by other puppy Pokemon. Snubbull wanders around urban areas. Evolution, Snubbull evolves into Granbull, so Snubbull, Granbull. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Snubbull hangs around Pokemon Square. The morning after the end credits, it wandered into Luminous Cave and evolved into a Granbull. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 in Gold. Although it looks frightening, it is actually kind and affectionate. It is very popular among women. Silver. It has an active, playful nature. Many women like to frolic with it because of its affectionate ways. Crystal. In truth, it is a cowardly Pokemon. It growls eagerly in order to hide its fear from its opponent. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal started, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow started, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire. By baring its fangs and making a scary face, Snubbull sends smaller Pokemon scurrying away in terror. However, this Pokemon seems a little sad at making its foes flee. In Emerald, by baring its fangs and making a scary face, it sends smaller Pokemon scurrying in terror. The Snubbull does seem a little sad at making its foes flee. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, small Pokemon flee from its scary face. It is, however, considered by women to be cute. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. Gen 6, X is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Y is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums, and the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Snubbull and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, despite its imitating face, it's quite cowardly. Its desperate attempts to appear threatening make it popular with people. Moon, its growls make its opponents uneasy. This laid-back Pokemon tends to sleep half the day. Ultra Sun, it grows close to others easily, and is also easily spoiled. The disparity between its face and its actions makes many young people wild about it. Ultra Moon, in contrast to its appearance, it's quite timid. When playing with other puppy Pokemon, it sometimes gets bullied. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is basically its Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but slightly different, so read it. Small Pokemon flee from its scary face. It is, however, considered by many people to be cute. In Gen 9, Scarlet is basically the Crystal entry, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Violet is the Moon entry. So we got Snubbull in the Alola Pokedex, and Snubbull in the Blueberry Pokedex. You can see the fun little fur texture. It's very interesting. That's this dark now. compared to this sort of color that I'm more used to. Then we also have Alolan Vulpix, Cubchoo, and a Winter Form Deerling here. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Stats, base stats, HP 60, attack 80, defense 50, special attack and special defense 40, speed 30 for a total of 300. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, flying, ground, rock, ghost, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, and fairy. Weak to poison and steel for double, immune to dragon, resistant to fighting, bug, and dark for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of dragon-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Due to the conversion to fairy-type, the effectiveness of ghost-type moves was 0, so that went from 0 to 1. Dragon-type, dark-type, steel-type, bug-type, and poison-type moves was 1, so dragon-type went from 1 to 0, dark from 1 to half, steel from 1 to 2, bug to 1 to half, and poison from 1 to 2, and fighting type moves was 2 prior to Gen 6, so that went from 2 to half. Learn set by leveling up. 1, Ice Fang, Fire Fang, Thunder Fang, Tackle, Scary Face, Tail Whip, Growl, and Charm. 7 Bite, 13 Lick, 19 Headbutt, 25 Roar, 31 Last Resort, 37 Play Rough, 43 Payback, and 49 Crunch. By TM, 1 Takedown, 2 Charm, 3 Fake Tears, 5 Mud Slap, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 8 Fire Fang, 9 Thunder Fang, 10 Ice Fang, 11 Water Pulse, 12 Low Kick, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 30 Snarl, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 63 Psychic Fang, 64 Bulk Up, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 80 Metronome, 82 Thunder Wave, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 103 Substitute, 108 Crunch, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 122 Encore, 125 Flame Thrower, 126 Thunderbolt, 127 Play Rough, 130 Helping Hand, 134 Reversal, 141 Fire Blast, 147 Wild Charge, 148 Sludge Bomb, 149 Earthquake, 157 Overheat, 166 Thunder, 167 Close Combat, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 177 Spite, 183 Super Fang, 191 Uproar, 192 Focus Punch, 199 Lash Out, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 207 Temper Flare, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives you Counter, this group gives you Mimic, this group gives you Retaliate, Delibird gives you Present, and this group gives you Snore. Side game data, you got a Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. While Snubbull's tackle can move heavy objects, it is actually quite docile. In Guardian Signs, it lets loose shockwaves to attack. What about these? Yep. Evolution data, Snubbull, level 23 Granbull. Sprites here, so, okay, so it was a little darker, kind of this almost orange pink, I guess. I don't know, sort of more red pink, I guess. Like a darker pink. But blue, and then it was just like a, I don't know, dark blue rough, I guess. Not much has changed, though. This is sort of a blue, that and pink, I guess, sort of kind of the opposite, I guess, is probably the idea. Yep. Then here we got kind of more of the modern pink, so that a little bit brighter pink. You can see the tongue is blue here, but now it's red, and it was purple here, now it's just that. You got the black, you got the lighter blue spots and ruffle. Its feet. Oh, its feet. Its feet start off white, and this becomes sort of a gray. This then makes them pink. This is wildly different than this one. This is red on this side, sort of this gray-blue now. It's pink on this. It kind of keeps the same general idea, though. Yep. Then changes a little bit to this pink, and this a little bit different, and then makes the feet pink now. This is now this kind of pink and this kind of bluish purple. Makes them kind of more of that same bluish purple. But then we get in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, we get yellow feet, or maybe gold feet or something. That's interesting. That seems to keep that way. Yep, not really much changes. The ruffle gets bigger, that's interesting. Get full back sprites as well in Gen 5. So I seem maybe a little bit meant to be red, or maybe just the outer one pieces, I don't know. Then we got the models. Interesting. I mean, I don't know if it's my favorite. It's not the least, I don't know. It's an okay model, let's be honest. It's a little weird. Because Goes back to sort of I mean, it just is kind of this, like, tan now, and that's kind of a brown. But yeah, it's just a weird model. It's a weird looking Pokemon anyway. It's kind of, I don't blame them for, I don't know. Okay, then we got these. The eyes seem to be the biggest difference. The nose might be a little bit different. I don't know if there's any really much other differences here. The body might be a little bit smaller. Homes, these are a lot better models. Oh, and you can see the paw pads. They're paw pads. That's cool. Okay. An animation. So you got Snubbull in Pokemon the series X and Y. Madame Much Money Snubbull is the big one, I guess. So you got all these. Pokedex entries. I recorded this first one in the Marill video, so let Dexter read it.
Snubbull, a newly discovered Pokemon.
Episode 124 in Ash's Pokedex. Snubbull, the fairy Pokemon. Well, it may appear grumpy. Deep down, Snubbull is a kind and caring Pokemon. In the manga, Snubbull in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this in the TCG and the TFG. Other appearances, Pokemon Detective Pikachu. We'll talk about that. We'll look at that one later. Trivia, the route that Snubbull swarms on in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum is also its national Pokedex number, 209. We read the second point and the sub-point in the Clefairy video. Snubbull is the first Pokemon to evolve on screen in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series. An early merchandise for Mewtwo strikes back, including the Pikachu's Vacation novelization. Snubbull's name is misspelled as Snubbull. This also happens on the title card for Snubbull Snobbery. Snubbull is called Buru in the Pokemon the First Movie trading cards. Origin: Snubbull seems to be based on a bulldog-type dog due to its squat body, flat nose, droopy muzzle, and underbite. Its unusual pink fur and dress-like body may be inspired by pampered pet dogs whose owners dye their fur and dress them up in clothes. In its category, egg group, and type may reference the Qwilfish, a creature in Celtic mythology whose name means dog fairy. Alternately, while its intimidating appearance could be reminiscent of various grotesque mythical creatures such as goblins and orcs, it might be inspired specifically by kobolds, sprites that are commonly represented as dog-like in Japanese media. Name origin: Snubbull may be a combination of snub, short nose, to treat with disdain, and bulldog or bully. It may also involve snuggle. Bulu may be derived from bulldog. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Since we already watched Snubbull's first scene in the anime in the Marill video, let's watch Snubbull's second scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pikachu's Vacation. In this short, Ash Ketchum and his friends have left their Pokemon at I guess, sort of resort for Pokemon or something. Ash's Squirtle and Bulbasaur are about to fight a Snubbull, Marill, Raichu, and Cubone. This is sort of the transition scene between scenes. So, yeah. So there's the Snubbull. Open up the chests. Bulbasaur. Aww. Yes. Interesting. Aww, confused.
Squirtle.
Give him up.
Meryl.
Squirtle.
Now Pikachu's come back to the scene after rescuing Togepi. Okay. That's Snubbull's second scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Snubbull's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Snubbull, as it's only the frames for Snubbull to the best of my ability. In this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist, as he has just found out that his father, a police detective, has died. He has come to the police department to sort of finish up his father's work, meet the Lieutenant H. Yoshida, and his Snubbull is in the background there. He's like he's meeting him. I mean, it's not to meet the Snubbull, but you know, the Snubbull is Yoshida's. Anyway, okay. So there's the Snubbull. Okay. Yeah, and there's Yoshida.
Thank you.
And he just told him that his father was a great police detective.
For saying that.
It was a terrible trust him and his partner.
Yeah, losing him and his partner.
His
Yeah.
partner?
His Pokemon.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, is yours mad at me?
Snubbull? But I assure you, he is adorable on the inside. How come you
Yeah, he's grumpy on the outside, but adorable on the inside.
don't have a Pokemon? I understand.
Yeah, he doesn't have a...
But Tim, please don't put this all on yourself.
Nope.
Yeah, walked away with the keys. So yeah, he came here to get the keys to his dad's apartment to finish up there. And yeah, he's just sad that... Yeah, I don't know.
Turn out today.
So now we've cut to much later in the film. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu, with amnesia, who was the police partner that they mentioned earlier. They met Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, who showed them that Harry Goodman, Tim's dad, wasn't actually dead, but instead his soul was taken by Mewtwo, so they found Mewtwo, about who they believed to be Roger Clifford, Howard's son, and the owner of the news, has captured Mewtwo, and they've allied with a reporter, Lucy Stevens, who is gonna appear in a little bit here to try to get an interview with the mayor. The mayor is talking in this scene, and there's Yoshida, and you can't really see it, but there's the Snubbull.
So many families.
Yeah, that's the mayor
Thank
talking.
you so much.
Oh, and they're at the beginning of the 10th anniversary parade. That's the thing in the film, I guess. And that's Lucy Stevens, the reporter.
Please, it's urgent.
A little late for an interview, don't you?
That's who they believe to be Roger.
I'd like to thank our benefactor.
So now it's been revealed that it was actually Howard that captured Mewtwo, and that he put his mind inside of Mewtwo using a device called the Neuralink, and he's about to spread some thing called the R-gas onto the Pokemon here to make them go crazy so he can merge humans and Pokemon, because he wants the ultimate partnership between humans and Pokemon, and to do that, he uses Mewtwo's powers, and apparently Mewtwo can do that if they're in like a crazed state. He can just merge them together, and that's, yeah, how he thinks that should be done is, yeah.
And now,
So that's that's Howard talking, and Mewtwo's body. So now, yeah, going crazy, attacking Yoshida. Now now Mewtwo's Howard's merging them together. So this is after everything's been done. Mewtwo and Howard has been separated, and so Mewtwo proper is separating everybody, and they're showing this, yeah. So then this is after Howard's being arrested, and I suspect there was probably a scene that was cut from the film, because they're just randomly here. They weren't in any of the other scenes, but like they don't actually interact anymore in the film, so... But that's, yeah, Lucy they talked for a bit, celebrated, and now she's and her Psyduck are gonna walk away.
Come on.
Yeah, okay, now we're in the credits, so you got Rashida's here, and the Spiral here, there's a bunch of them, I'm sure. Yeah. And that's it, so hope you enjoyed. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Snubbull card.
It's the 4th Snubbull card design. It's a normal type, which I'm pointing out, as it would later be a fairy type before that was dropped in the TCG, and it would be reclassified as a psychic type. It was illustrated by Midori Hirata. I like that we can see it swiping at someone. It has 50 HP. This card doesn't feature a height, weight, or description. It has one move, Lick. In the video games, Lick is a Ghost-type move introduced in Gen 2. Lick damages the opponent and has a 30% chance of paralyzing the opponent. On this card, it costs 1 of any energy. It hits for 10 damage. Upon the player winning a coin flip, the opponent's Pokemon is now paralyzed. Snubbull is weak to fighting for double. Normally, this is where I would point out how this is odd, since in the video games it's resistant to fighting, but this was before it became a fairy type, so that weakness was accurate. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to psychic, as Ghost is often classified as this, and it was immune to Ghost at the time. It costs 1 of any energy to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Unseen Forces expansion symbol.
I don't have a Granbull card, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Scizor. Now let's see why people love Snubbull. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because it's the only image we'll be doing today. 209 to 210, Snubbull line by In Progress Pokemon. So if you're not familiar, what In Progress Pokemon does is they make sort of an in-between stage, so if it was like growing up rather than just evolving suddenly like it does. So this is kind of so you got Snubbull over here, and then we got sort of an in-between stage, so it's, you know, loses these, kind of forms it together. These get larger, the fangs. This starts to turn into that thing, rather than the rough. Spots start to fade, the feet start to develop more like those, and so do the legs, I guess. And then you get Granbull. Okay, that's it. It's very well done. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talk about Smeargle to catch a Snubbull. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Granbull. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Granbull, the first pure fairy evolution of Gen 2, and the first dog evolution. Granbull is the only evolution of Snubbull who evolves at level 23. Its previous PYC dates are September 23rd, 1996, July 15th, 1999, May 5th, 2002, February 23rd, 2005, December 15th, 2007, October 5th, 2010, July 26th, 2013, May 16th, 2016, March 7th, 2019, and December 26th, 2021. Granbull is definitely a Pokemon that I would be afraid of if I saw it in the wild. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Granbull, the fairy Pokemon whose number is 0210. This is what it looks like. Its type is fairy. Abilities, Intimidate or Quick Feet in Gen 4+. Rattled is its hidden ability. Gender ratios, 25% male and 75% female. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding is egg group field and fairy. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 4'7" or 1.4 meters. Weight is 107.4 pounds. 48.7 kilograms. Base experience yield is 178 in Gen 2 through 4, and 158 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast. EV yield is 2, and attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is purple, and base friendship is 70. Granbull is a fairy-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. Prior to Gen 6, it was a normal-type Pokemon. It evolves from Snubbull, starting at level 23. Biology: Granbull is a purple, bipedal, bulldog-like Pokemon. It has a prominent lower jaw with 2 long fang-like growths. Its upper jaw has 2 small fangs. The jaws are so heavy that the Pokemon has trouble keeping its head up. On the sides of its head are flat curved ears, and its small nose is black. There is a black collar around its neck, with 2 small white markings on it. Around its wrists are 2 black band markings, and it has a short tail. A Granbull's main weapons are its well-developed lower jaw and heavy fangs. The bite from its jaw is said to be very powerful. However, due to how heavy its jaws are, Granbull keeps its head tilted down constantly for balance. Despite its fierce appearance, it is actually very timid and sensitive, even more so than Snubbull. Granbull rarely bites, as it prefers not to get involved in disputes. Unless Granbull is startled, it will not bite indiscriminately. If attacked, it will flail about to fend off its attacker. Granbull is popular with young people due to how it acts and looks. It is considered too incompetent to be a guard dog due to its nature. Granbull wanders around urban areas. Evolution: Granbull evolves from Snubbull, so Snubbull, Granbull. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Granbull hangs around Pokemon Square. First seen as a Snubbull. After the game is completed, it goes into a newly discovered cave and evolves without realizing what was happening, though it enjoyed its new appearance after getting over the initial shock. This event alerted the rest of the characters that evolution was now possible. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 in Gold. It is actually timid and easily spooked. If attacked, it flails about to fend off its attacker. Silver. Because its fangs are too heavy, it always keeps its head tilted down. However, its bite is powerful. Crystal. It can make most any Pokemon run away simply by opening its mouth wide to reveal its big fangs. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry. But if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get basically Silvers. But instead of that weird, like, capitalization that's also lowercase for the IT and E and bite, it's now all uppercase. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Granbull has a particularly well-developed lower jaw. The enormous fangs are heavy, causing the Pokemon to tip its head back for balance. Unless it is startled, it will not try to bite indiscriminately. Emerald, it has a particularly well-developed lower jaw. The huge fangs are heavy, causing it to tilt its head. Unless it is startled, it will not try to bite. Fire Red is the silver entry, and Leaf Green is the gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it is timid in spite of its looks. If it becomes enraged, however, it will strike with its huge fangs. Heart Gold is its gold counterpart. Soul Silver is basically silvers, but Bite is now the correct casing. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the same entry. Y is basically the Crystal entry, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Granbull and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, Sun, its well-developed lower jaw and heavy fangs are its weapons. As long as it's not provoked, it rarely bites. Moon, more timid than Snubbull, this Pokemon is doted on by young people, amused at the contrast between its looks and its attitude. Ultra Sun, well, it has powerful jaws. It doesn't care for disputes, so it rarely has a chance to display their might. Ultra Moon, although it's popular with young people, Granbull is timid and sensitive, so it's totally incompetent as a watchdog. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is basically the gold entries and Leaf Green's entry, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It is actually timid and easily spooked. If attacked, it desperately flails its limbs about an attempt to repel its opponent. Violet is the Y entry. So we got Granbull and the Alola Pokedex. Looking pretty cool. You can see the spot down there. We got Granbull and the Blueberry Pokedex next to a Snubbull, meaning it's a full evolutionary line image. That's fun. I don't know if it's supposed to be like parents and their kid or if it's just a group of Snubbull and Granbull. Game locations. Side game locations. Stats, base stats, HP 90, attack 120, defense 75, special attack and special defense 60, speed 45 for a total of 450. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, ground, rock, ghost, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, and fairy. Weak to poison and steel for double, immune to dragon. Resistant to fighting, bug, and dark for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Dragon-type moves is 1, so we'll go from 0 to 1. Due to the conversion to Fairy, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves was 0, so that went from 0 to 1. Dragon-type, Dark-type, Steel-type, Bug-type, and Poison-type moves was 1, so Dragon-type went from 1 to 0. Dark from 1 to half, Steel from 1 to 2, Bug from 1 to half, and Poison from 1 to 2. And Fighting moves was 2 prior to Gen 6. So Fighting went from 2 to half. Learn Set by leveling up will move down to 23. 27 Roar, 35 Last Resort, 43 Play Rough, 51 Payback, and 59 Crunch. By TM we're skipping. By Breeding we're skipping. Nothing by Prior Evolution. Side game data. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs. In the browser entry, it lets loose shockwaves to attack. You got all these. Evolution data, Snubbull, level 23 Granbull. Sprites. Oh, it starts off pink? Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Okay, then we got the sort of brown, green kind of color. And in crystals, it becomes purple, sort of this darker purple. You got these, but more or less it's the same. And it's a thicker body, much more logical evolution of Snubbull. It kind of keeps that kind of same body shape, but still pretty good. You know, these are things that that size. Yeah. Yeah. Then it becomes a little bit slimmer down, a little bit taller in Gen 3. A different purple. This becomes sort of brown now, a tan, I guess. Yeah. These little things on the side, they become kind of closer to the front now, or at least this one does. Yeah, I can't really see them on the back sprite anymore. Yep. Yeah, they're more kind of both on kind of the side here, but still not on the back sprite anymore. But it's a different purple again. Then we got, I think this is more closer to the modern kind of pinkish purple. Or no, I think it just becomes a light purple then eventually, but yeah, this is kind of what it is now, and that becomes kind of more squat again, then it becomes kind of taller again. And we got this. This is the kind of closer to the modern purple that we have now. This sort of lighter purple. I'm sure when we get to the models, it'll be the actual purple. Yeah, there it is. There's the modern light purple. Don't really see the things on the side. I don't know if they removed them or if maybe the head is just covering it. Another one that's maybe not the best. The head is a little bit goofy for that, you know, comparative to that. The eyes are a little bit smaller. Like the old, yeah. Yeah, and these kind of feet are a bit weird looking. Yeah. Pretty good. I think the face gets a little bit better in Gen 7. We've got these models, these are a lot better. And you can see the little things on the sides. But yeah. Okay. In animation, Granbull in Pokemon the series, Sun and Moon. Madam Much Money's Granbull, I guess is the big one. You got all these. Pokedex entries in episode 175 in Ash's Pokedex. Granbull, a fairy Pokemon, the evolved form of Snubbull. Granbull has extreme biting power due to its heavy muscled jaw and its strong teeth and tusks. Got all these in the manga, Granbull in Pokemon Adventures, in the TCG. Trivia, this first point and the sub-point we read in the Clefairy video. As the ability Quick Feet did not exist until Gen 4, a Snubbull with either Intimidate or Run Away will always evolve into a Granbull with Intimidate in Gen 3 games. This means that in Gen 3, Granbull is the only Pokemon with an ability that evolves from a Pokemon with one of two possible abilities that shares to Granbull's ability. Origin, Granbull may be based on the Bulldog, a dog breed that can appear fierce, but is actually gentle. Bulldogs are often depicted as being used as guard dogs, which may explain Granbull's thick collar and wristband/shackle-like markings. Due to its large size, it is possible that Granbull may be based on large bulldog breeds like the Serrano Bulldog, Cadabo, and Alano Español. Its category, egg group, and type may reference the Qwilfish, a creature in Celtic mythology whose name means dog fairy. Alternatively, while its intimidating appearance could be reminiscent of various grotesque mythical creatures such as goblins and orcs, it may be inspired specifically by kobolds, sprites that are commonly represented as dog-like in Japanese media. Name origin, Granbull and Granbulu may be a combination of Grand, Grumbull, and Bulldog or Bully. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Granbull's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon the Movie 3, Spell of the Unknown, Entei. In this film, Ash Ketchum has met this trainer, and they are about to fight. Ash has sent out his Totodile, and this is Granbull's leg. The trainer has sent out her Granbull. Yes. Oh, yeah. And there's music, so I have no idea how much of the audio you'll be hearing. Yeah.
Everybody wants to be a master. Everybody wants to show their skills. Everybody wants to get there faster. Make the way to the top of the hill. Each time you try, gonna get just a little bit better. Each step you fly, just one more.
Yeah, okay, so that is, Granbull's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Granbull. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Granbull. So first we've got Granbull by Ruth Che, the sort of more realistic Granbull here, taking more off of the Bulldog here. That's very fun. It's very well done. Then we've got the Snubbull family by Zero Chan, 923,600. So sort of, I guess, more emphasizing their fairy type with them flapping their ears like wings. That's kind of fun. Yeah, them being Granbull and Snubbull. Yeah, you can see there's a rainbow in the background. That's fun. This doesn't contain a Granbull, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Smeargle before I can evolve Snubbull into Granbull. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Qwilfish. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Qwilfish, the first water poison Pokemon in Gen 2, and the first base Pokemon in Gen 2, by Pokedex number, to get a Hisuian form. If one considers Hisuian Qwilfish the 211th Pokemon, that version is the first dark poison Pokemon, and the first Pokemon to get a Hisuian evolution by Pokedex number. Its previous PYC dates are September 24th, 1996, July 16th, 1999, May 6th, 2002, February 24th, 2005, December 16th, 2007, October 6th, 2010, July 27th, 2013, May 17th, 2016, March 8th, 2019, and December 27th, 2021. I like the idea of a pufferfish Pokemon. I like that Hisuian Qwilfish more emphasizes the poison aspect of its typing. I also like the design on its tail. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Qwilfish, the balloon Pokemon, whose number is 0211. This is Qwilfish, this is what it looks like. This is Hisuian Qwilfish, this is what it looks like. Types: Water Poison as non-Hisuian Qwilfish, and Dark Poison as Hisuian Qwilfish. Abilities: Poison, Point, or Swift Swim. Intimidate is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is A group Water 2, and hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters. Weight is 8.6 pounds or 3.9 kilograms. Base experience yield is 100 in Gen 2 through 4 and 88 in 5 plus. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 in attack, shape is that, has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is gray, other forms may have other colors. No, I don't agree. This is another one that I do not agree that it is gray. I don't think there's any gray on this. Much like Pineco earlier this week, there is no, I don't know why it's classified as gray. There's a lot of better colors for this one than gray. Base friendship is 70. Qwilfish is a dual-type water/poison Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. In Hisui, Qwilfish has a dual-type dark poison regional form. In the distant past, it evolved into Overqwil after using Barb Barrage in the strong style at least 20 times. In the modern day, Hisuian Qwilfish evolves into Overqwil when leveled up knowing Barb Barrage. Jotonian Qwilfish is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Biology: Qwilfish is a sea-dwelling Piscine Pokemon with a spherical body and a flat, paddle-shaped tail. The upper half of its body is dark teal, and the lower half is light greenish yellow. Its tail is tall and thin with a dark teal outline. Light greenish yellow inside, and 2 dark teal dots in the center that resemble the Japanese character Ha. Its eyes are even with its body and are always seen slanted angrily. Below its eyes are its puffy pink lips. All around its body are sharp conical spikes, which evolved from scales over time. In order to attack, Qwilfish drinks over 2.6 gallons, 10 liters, of water to inflate its body. It then uses the water pressure to shoot poisonous quills at its foe, which can cause fainting. Qwilfish is briefly left defenseless shortly after firing its quills. This is believed by some expert fishers to be the opportune moment to catch this Pokemon. Due to its round body, Qwilfish is not a great swimmer, and when filled with water, it is even harder for it to swim. When Qwilfish faces a larger opponent, it will inflate its body to match its size as close as it can. If it is startled while inflated, it will spit out all its water, propelling itself away. Qwilfish inflating its body here. Forms: Qwilfish has a regional form, Hisuian Qwilfish. In Hisui, its upper half is black, while its lower half is pale yellow. Its body is covered in spikes. The spikes on its upper body have dark purple tips, except for the 2 spikes on its forehead, which are also smaller in size. Hisuian Qwilfish can spray poison from these spines. There are crescent purple lines underneath Hisuian Qwilfish's eyes, and its lips are also colored purple. Its flat tail has a black outline with a light yellow inside and a black pattern that resembles the lowercase letter Q. Hisuian Qwilfish is despised by the fishermen of the region due to its poison wreaking havoc in the seas it lives in. The poisonous spikes of Hisuian Qwilfish are thicker and shorter than the poisonous spikes of other regions' Qwilfish. Hisuian Qwilfish absorbs poison from the food it consumes. The purple coloration on its body serves as evidence of its potent poison. In the present day, it's known to be found offshore in cold parts of the world and in the Blueberry Academy, located somewhere in Unova's ocean, specifically in its terrarium's polar biome. Hisuian Qwilfish and its evolved form, Overqwil, are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Barb Barrage. Evolution: in Hisui, Qwilfish has a regional form that evolves into Overqwil. Jotonian Qwilfish is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. So you got Hisuian Qwilfish and Overqwil. Game data: Pokedex entries in Gen 2 in gold. To fire its poison spikes, it must inflate its body by drinking over 2.6 gallons of water all at once. Silver: the small spikes covering its body developed from scales. They inject a toxin that causes fainting. Crystal: when faced with a larger opponent, it swallows as much water as it can to match its opponent's size. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Qwilfish sucks in water, inflating itself. This Pokemon uses the pressure of the water it swallowed to shoot toxic quills all at once from all over its body. It finds swimming somewhat challenging. In Emerald, a Qwilfish uses the pressure of water it swallows to shoot toxic quills all at once from all over its body. It finds swimming to be somewhat challenging. Fire Red is the silver entry, while Leaf Green is the gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it shoots the poison spines on its body in all directions. Its brown form makes it a poor swimmer. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, their gold and silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. X is the gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Y is the silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Qwilfish and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, for non-Hisuian Qwilfish, the sword entry is Crystal's entry. Shield is the silver entries, Fire Red's entry, and Y's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. For Hisuian Qwilfish and Legends Arceus, fishers detect this troublesome Pokemon because it sprays poison from its spines, getting it everywhere. A different form of Qwilfish lives in other regions. In Gen 9, for non-Hisuian Qwilfish, Scarlet, be conscious if this Pokemon starts sucking in water. It will soon attack by scattering the toxic spikes that crawl all over its body. Violet, experienced fishers say they try to catch Qwilfish in the brief moment that these Pokemon become defenseless just after launching poisonous spikes. For Hisuian Qwilfish and Scarlet, it lives offshore in cold parts of the world. Its poisonous spikes are thicker and shorter than those of other regions' Qwilfish. Violet, it absorbs toxins from the food it eats. The distinct purple spikes on its body are evidence of its potent poison. Qwilfish in the Paldea Pokedex, got a group of them. And then, Hisuian Qwilfish in the Blueberry Pokedex, got a group of them. It's interesting because they're underwater, and then they're kind of up on the surface here. That's interesting. Yep, game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items for non-Hisuian Qwilfish. Coliseum, you get the Poison Barb 100% of the time. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, White 2, White 2, XY, Sword Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, you get a Poison Barb 5% of the time. For Hisuian Qwilfish and Legends Arceus, for normal, you get the Pop Pod 35% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time. Great items by level. Alpha, get the EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time. And great items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats. So we'll compare Gens 2 through 6 and Gen 7 onward. But before I do, I want to acknowledge that Hisuian Qwilfish has the same stats as Jontonian Qwilfish. So we're not going to compare these together or something. HP 65, that stays the same. Attack 95, that stays the same. Defense 75, that went up to 85. Special attack and special defense 55, those both stayed the same. Speed 85, that stayed the same. So it's a total of 430 and a total of 440. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness. We'll compare Qwilfish and Hisuian Qwilfish, but before I do, since I don't think we've talked about a dark poison yet, so this is what dark and poison, the colors are. They're dark inside, the poison outside. So Qwilfish is damaged normally by normal, flying, rock, ghost, grass, dragon, and dark. Hisuian Qwilfish is damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. So, yes. So, it lost, ghost, grass, and dark. Those like moved and are gained, fighting, bug, steel, fire, water, electric, ice, and fairy. Non-Hisuian Qwilfish is weak to ground, electric, and psychic for a double. Hisuian Qwilfish is just weak to ground for a double, so it loses electric and psychic, or those move. Qwilfish is immune to nothing, while Hisuian Qwilfish is immune to psychic. Non-Hisuian Qwilfish is resistant to fighting, poison, bug, steel, fire, water, ice, and fairy for half, while Hisuian Qwilfish is resistant to poison, ghost, grass, and dark for half. It's the only one that stays the same as poison. All the others, move and stuff. In the Hisuian Qwilfish box, we got notes. If Miracle Eye is used by an opponent or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Psychic-type moves is double, so we go from 0 to double. Learn set by leveling up for Qwilfish. 1. Poison Sting and Tackle for Harden. 8. Water Gun. 12. Fell Stinger. 16. Minimize. 20 Spikes. 24 Brine. 28 Poison Jab. 32 Pin Missile. 36 Toxic Spikes. 40 Stockpile and Spit Up. 44 Toxic. 48 Aqua Tail, 52 Acupressure, and 56 Destiny Bond. Hisuian Qwilfish. 1. Poison Sting and Tackle for Harden. 8 Bite. 12 Fell Stinger, 16 Minimize, 20 Spikes, 24 Brine, 28 Barb Barrage, 32 Pin Missile, 36 Toxic Spikes, 40 Stockpile and Spit Up, 44 Toxic, 48 Crunch, 52 Acupressure, and 56 Destiny Bond. By TM for Qwilfish, 1 Takedown, 4 Agility, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 13 Acid Spray, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 26 Poison Tail, 29 Hex, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 35 Mudshot, 45 Venoshock, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 70 Sleep Talk, 77 Waterfall, 82 Thunder Wave, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 88 Swords Dance, 90 Spikes, 91 Toxic Spikes, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 108 Crunch, 110 Liquidation, 114 Shadow Ball, 123 Surf, 134 Reversal, 135 Ice Beam, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 148 Sludge Bomb, 152 Giga Impact, 171 Terra Blast, 174 Haze, 175 Toxic, 177 Spite, 180 Gyro Ball, 196 Flip Turn, 200 Scale Shot, 202 Pain Split, 204 Double Edge, 208 Whirlpool, 214 Sludge Wave, 221 Throat Chop, and 224 Curse. Hisuian Qwilfish, TM1, Takedown, 4 Agility, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 13 Acid Spray, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 26 Poison Tail, 29 Hex, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 35 Mudshot, 45 Venoshock, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 70 Sleep Talk, 77 Waterfall, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 88 Swords Dance, 90 Spikes, 91 Toxic Spikes, 94 Dark Pulse, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 108 Crunch, 110 Liquidation, 114 Shadow Ball, 123 Surf, 134 Reversal, 135 Ice Beam, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 148 Sludge Bomb, 152 Giga Impact, 171 Terra Blast, 174 Haze, 175 Toxic, 177 Spite, 180 Gyro Ball, 199 Lash Out, 200 Scale Shot, 202 Pain Split, 204 Double Edge, 221 Throat Chop, and 224 Curse. By breeding for Qwilfish, so we're starting with the TM for Acid Spray, so this is no Pokemon in the Water to Egg group can learn Acid Spray via Level Up. However, the move is available via TM013 and can be passed down from Qwilfish, Hisuian Qwilfish, and Overquill, or copied via Mirror. This group gives you Aqua Jet, this group gives you Astonish, this group gives you Barb Barrage, this group gives you Bubble Beam, this group gives you Flail, this group gives you Haze, the Mirror Herb gives you Self-Destruct, this group gives you Supersonic, and this group gives you Water Pulse. For Hisuian Qwilfish, yeah, this is the same one. I'm not going to read it again. It's the Acid Spray TM. Gotta have it from the evolution relatives and stuff. You get Aqua Jet from this group. This group gives you Aqua Tail. This group gives you Astonish. This group gives you Bubble Beam. This group gives you Flail. This group gives you Haze. The Mirror Herb gives you Self-Destruct. This group gives you Supersonic. And this group gives you Water Pulse. Side game data for Qwilfish. You got all these. Yep. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Elmia. In the browser entry, it shoots needles to attack. In the Guardian signs, it shoots orbs of water to attack. In new Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry, Qwilfish swallows gallons of seawater to inflate itself to intimidate enemies. If it gets startled, it spits out all that water and sends itself flying to who knows where. For Hisuian Qwilfish, okay, evolution data, Qwilfish, just this one. Hisuian Qwilfish, from Pokemon Scarlet and Violet's 3.0.0 update onward, Hisuian Qwilfish evolved into Overquill when leveled up while knowing Barb Barrage. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Hisuian Qwilfish evolves into Overquill after it uses Barb Barrage 20 times in the Strong style. Hisuian Qwilfish level up knowing Barb Barrage, or use Barb Barrage in the Strong style 20 times, Legends Arceus only. I guess this is supposed to move Mastery. I guess. Okay, then you get Overquill. For Sprites here, it's another one where it's different between the Japanese and international versions. So the Japanese, it had 3 lines originally, but now it just has 2 lines for the international version. Pretty good. So we've got sort of this blue and green color. Then in Crystal, it's a sort of blue and a lime green, I guess. Shiny is sort of a red and kind of this maybe grayish color. Yeah, pretty good. Not much has really changed. Gen 3, sort of this kind of lighter blue, and this kind of looks like it's more yellow now. This is a sort of a purple and a lighter purple. Slips, they start off as sort of green, or lime green in this case, or in sort of the sort of like pink color, I guess, that pinkish gray. Then they become red, starting in Gen 3. That's interesting. Yep, these are all, yep. Okay, Gen 4, not really much changes. It's just get the full backs rights. Oh yeah, I guess you get the full rack sprite in Gen 2 as well. Huh, interesting. Yeah. Spikes might change a little bit. I think they do maybe change. I don't know. I guess it becomes more clear that the spikes are... Yeah, I mean, they kind of look almost like horns here. Like, that's kind of probably the idea. But I don't know, did the amount change? I don't really think they do. I think it's pretty consistent amount of spikes throughout. This kind of introduces sort of the greenish-blue color, that teal, I guess, I think is what they called it. Yep. Then you got the more, teal and kind of the green-yellow color in Gen 5. If you already had the full wax rights, that's not really new. I got the models, sort of that, a little bit, kind of basically the same, maybe a little bit darker in these colors. Pretty good model, I'd say. A little bit thicker in the tail than I would have thought. I would have thought it would be a much thinner tail, but I guess it makes sense. These, not really much changes. Got the better models in Sword and Shield, and then you got... Oh! Okay, for some reason the tail is missing on the models. That's interesting. But also, that's really cool, the shiny here. It's the gray and the kind of yellow. It's kind of a fun thing back to its original, how it was kind of that grayish purple. And these are, kind of purple. That's kind of a bluish color. The lips. Oh, the lips become pink. Yeah, they go from red to pink in the models. Then this one's like this kind of pink. And then this one's a blue. It's fun. Cross generations, so now you can see the tail, and it's gray. That's fun. Yep. In animation, Qwilfish in Pokemon the series, Sun and Moon. Fun. Pokedex entries. In episode 216 in Ash's Pokedex. Qwilfish, the balloon Pokemon. The quills covering the entire body have evolved from scales. A Qwilfish can cause its body to swell in order to shoot its needles in all directions. Pokemon Twilight Wings. You got Qwilfish and Pokemon Twilight Wings with Nessa here. The manga. Qwilfish in Pokemon Adventures. I guess fighting Alakazam, I think. Okay. Yep. All these Pokedex entries in Pokemon Adventures Chapter 122. In order to attack the enemy all over the body with its poisonous sting, the Qwilfish has to take in a lot of water and expand up to several times of its actual size. Xiang Yi's translation. Okay, got all this. And the TCG. Trivia. We read this first point in the Jigglypuff video. Qwilfish can be seen as a parallel to Remoraid. Both of them are Water-type Gen 2 Pokemon. Qwilfish is exclusive to Fire Red, while Remoraid is exclusive to Leaf Green, with both Pokemon found in the same locations in their respective versions, and both being Swarm Pokemon in Gen 2 and Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. A pre-alpha sketch of an unused Pokemon depicts a Pokemon with the same Pokedex number as Qwilfish. Qwilfish and its Hisuian evolved form are the only Poison-type Pokemon with fins, and the only Poison-type Pokemon in the Water 2 egg group. According to several Team Plasma grunts, Hugh's hairstyle resembles a Qwilfish. Hisuian Qwilfish in its evolved form were first hinted in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl before their official reveal in Pokemon Legends Arceus, where they were mentioned in a book in the Canalave library where Overquill is referred to as a Qwilfish with huge spikes. Hisuian Qwilfish is the first Hisuian form that can be caught outside of Hisui, excluding Pokeportal News event Terra Raid battles. Qwilfish is the only Pokemon with a name beginning with the letter Q that is not followed by a U like most words in the English language. It is also one of the only two Pokemon to have a Q in its name that is not followed by a U, the other being its evolved form, Overquill. The Pokemon Gold and Silver Space World 97 demo has an early design of Qwilfish named Puku, whose name may be a corruption of Fugu, pufferfish. It was a pure water type, and it would evolve into Shibufugu at level 18. So you've got the Qwilfish sprite. Sprite of Puku from 1997. Then you've got Sprite of Shibufugu from 1997 demo, yeah. Origin, Qwilfish seems to be based on a pufferfish or porcupine fish, which inflate their bodies when threatened and are covered in spines. Many species are incredibly toxic when ingested, which explains Qwilfish is poison type. However, its ability to directly inject venom through its spines is similar to a lionfish. It is also reminiscent of a naval mine, due to its round body and ability to explode. The horn-like spikes on Qwilfish's forehead, along with its general body shape, may also be a reference to boxfish and cowfish species like the longhorn cowfish. When stressed, cowfish can exude a deadly toxin in the mucus secretions of their skin, similar to how Hisuian Qwilfish is known for spraying poison and getting it everywhere. Hisuian Qwilfish's dark type and poisonous diet may be based on the illegalization of the fugu dish due to its toxicity and the following illegal preparation and consumption of said dish. The law was put in place a few times in Japanese history and eventually repealed each time, including the 1800s when Pokemon Legends Arceus appears to take place. The illegal fugu market continued and thrived for so long that the governing shogunate became incapable of enforcing the law, which might have inspired Hisuian Qwilfish being troublesome for fishermen, and could be a parallel to the lionfish's invasive status, as neither the dish, the lionfish, nor the Pokemon could be controlled. Hisuian Qwilfish and Overqwil appear to be rarer in recent times, which could be a reference to porcupine fish being threatened due to overfishing for the fugu dish. The marking on Hisuian Qwilfish's tail looks like the lowercase q letter on the evolved form Overqwil. The same marking turns into the uppercase Q. These may stand for their English names. This lowercase q also resembles a stylized number 9, whose Japanese reading Q resembles the name of the letter Q. Name origin: Qwilfish may be a combination of quill and fish. Harisen may be derived from Harisenbon, porcupine fish. The character Sen in Harisenbon means 1,000, and this numerical theming is continued with Overqwil's Japanese name. In other languages, see also external links to the Hisuian forms. Let's move on.
Normally, this is the part where I say we're gonna watch the first scene of Qwilfish in the anime. However, a few days ago, the Internet Archive, a non-profit internet library, which I use to watch episodes of Pokemon Chronicles, which is where Qwilfish first appears in the anime, was cyber-attacked, so the staff had to shut down the site for a few days. Because of this, I won't be able to watch Qwilfish's first scene in the anime today. Instead, I'm going to use a modified version of the precedent set in the videos where I didn't have movie DVDs. What I'm going to do is watch Qwilfish's first scene in the anime in the first video once the service is back up. That might be tomorrow, that might be in a few days, I really don't know. I'm sorry I can't provide an exact video for that. Anyway, let's see why people love Qwilfish.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. The question is, what do you love about Qwilfish? For this question, you can answer with Hisuian or non-Hisuian Qwilfish. And number 1, Drizzle fan, has responded. Thank you. They say, it's actually pretty funny once you stop and look at it for a second. Just a spiky orb with a paddle tail. Makes sense. It's the logical conclusion of stylizing and simplifying a pufferfish. But it looks very funny with only a single fin. I really hope they start giving these regional evolutions counterparts for their original forms, because Jotonian Corsola and Jotonian Qwilfish, for example, sure would benefit from Eviolite. Thank you for responding. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on a single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So we have Qwilfish ACO card by Tico Pets. I don't really know what ACO card means. It seems to be made by Isabel Bale at Webble Art, I guess. I don't know if that's them or if they're reposting it, but this is interesting. I don't know if it's like card art or something that they've made or something. But very good. It's very nice to see the Qwilfish happy instead of always angry. But yeah, it's very good art. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 5 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll be getting the old rod from the fisherman in the Pokemon Center and giving him Zach's Pokegear number, so I can get Qwilfish as soon as possible. But I likely won't be getting Qwilfish in that stream, as the next stop will be the ruins of Alph, But to go there, I need to wait until I've talked about Smeargle. As for Hisuian Qwilfish, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the late Gen 8 Pokemon to get back to that one. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Scizor. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Scizor, one of two only evolutions of Scyther, who evolves into Scizor when traded while holding a metal coat. Its previous BYC dates are September 25th, 1996, July 17th, 1999, May 7th, 2002, February 25th, 2005, December 17th, 2007, October 7th, 2010, July 28th, 2013, May 18th, 2016, March 9th, 2019, and December 28th, 2021. Scizor is a cool evolution of Scyther, as it exchanges its scythes for claws. Mega Scizor just adds to this. Despite how cool it is, I'm not a huge fan of its name, as it just reminds me of the word scissors, which aren't nearly as threatening as the members of this evolutionary line. It also doesn't help that there's a move called X-Scissor, which a lot of Pokemon get via TM, leading me to accidentally say this Pokemon's name instead of the correct word. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Scizor, the pincer Pokemon. It was Scizor's Pokemon in Gen 2. Its number is 0212. This is Scizor, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Scizor, this is what it looks like. Type, Bug Steel. Abilities, Swarm or Technician. And Gen 4 Plus for Scizor. Light Metal is its ability. Technician is Mega Scizor's ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 25 or 7.7%. Egg group bug. Hatch time 25 cycles. Scizor is 5'11" or 1.8 meter. To 260.1 pounds, 118 kilograms. While Mega Scizor is 6'7" or 2 meters and 275.6 pounds or 125 kilograms. Megastone is Scizorite. Basic experience skills is 200 in Gen 2 through 4 and 175 and 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV is 2 and attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is red, and base friendship is 70. Scizor is a dual-type bug/steel Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolved from Scyther when traded while holding a metal coat. It is one of Scyther's final forms, the other being Kleavor. Scizor can Mega Evolve into Mega Scizor using the Scizorite. Biology: Scizor is a bipedal insectoid Pokemon with a red metallic exoskeleton. It has gray retractable forewings and hind wings with simple curved venation. Its rounded head has 3 blunt horns extending above its forehead and eyes with dark yellow irises. Scizor's thin black neck connects to a black teardrop-shaped patch on its thorax. Scizor has broad shoulders and thin segmented arms ending in large round pincers, which comprise a third of Scizor's body weight. Scizor has a large rounded abdomen with 3 black chevron-shaped stripes extending from its waist down its front. Female Scizor has larger abdomens than male Scizor. Should be female Scizor have. Scizor's legs are defined by large hip joints, thin thighs, and wide calves, and its feet end in a clawed toe on each side. Its arms appear similar to pincers of animals from crustacean group like crabs, and the presence of markings resembling eyes gives the illusion of additional heads. So you've got Scizor with its wings retracted. Scizor's body and muscles are made of metal that is as hard as steel, with pincers strong enough to crush any hard object. They can be opened and closed like jaws and are patterned with black eye spots with yellow pupils. It will raise its pincers and wave them around to scare off predators or foes, giving it the appearance of having 3 heads. When it identifies an enemy, Scizor will use its pincers to beat up the opponent to the point there is nothing but scrap left afterwards. Scizor is normally incapable of flight. Instead, it quickly flaps its wings to regulate its body temperature to prevent itself from becoming too hot and melting, although it can still hover and glide for short distances as shown in the games and animated series. It has tremendous power despite its slim body. Scizor is rarely found in the wild, though it can be found in grasslands. Forms: Scizor can Mega Evolve into Mega Scizor. Mega Scizor's pincers lengthen and develop serrations. The lower half of the pincers turn white and gain 3 pointed spikes on the underside. The barbs on Mega Scizor's pincers can stab through concrete, and opponents caught in them cannot escape. Its eye spots, along with its actual eyes, are now blue. The former gains an additional rim. Additional pieces of black armoring appear on various areas of its body, a 3-pointed crest on its forehead, and striated coverings on its shoulders and thighs. Mega Scizor's legs are less detailed and resemble large, tapered spikes with white tips. While Mega Scizor is formidable, it cannot maintain this form for extended periods as it is overflown with excess energy from its Mega Evolution and is unable to regulate its body temperature properly. After too long, its body starts to melt, losing the strength to wield its heavy pincers. Mega Scizor's pincers can rip anything they grab to shreds, although it prefers to beat things up instead of grasping them. You can see Mega Scizor here. Evolution: Scizor evolves from Scyther. It is one of Scyther's final forms in the Hisui region. Qwilfish is Scyther's other final form. We've got Scyther, Scizor, Qwilfish here. Then we got Pokemon the series Ruby and Sapphire reference sheet. So this was probably supposed to be in the biology section, but you can see, you know, the different parts of it. Yeah, the eyes and stuff. That's pretty cool. See it without the wings. That's cool. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Ranger. Garrett uses a Scizor in his attempts to stop the player. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness. Scizor is a famous explorer who is captured by Frostless in ice for several decades. The player defeats Frostlass and frees Scizor, who bestows the secret rank upon the player's team in gratitude. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. Explorer of Time and Darkness's Scizor returns as a fainted Pokemon that must be given an apple to connect with the player. Upon connection, he will also connect the player's team with Frostlass. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 in Gold. It swings its eye-patterned pincers up to scare its foes. This makes it look like it has 3 heads. Silver, its wings are not used for flying. They are flat at high speed to adjust its body temperature. Crystal, this Pokemon's pincers, which contain steel, can crush any hard object it gets a hold of into bits. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal, and Sword, you get a Pokedex that's very similar to Gold's, but eye-patterned is now 2 words. If you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow, Sword, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Scizor has a body with the hardness of steel and is not easily phased by ordinary sorts of attacks. This Pokemon flaps its wings to regulate its body temperature. Emerald, a Scizor has a body with the hardness of steel. It is not easily phased by ordinary sorts of attacks. It flaps its wings to regulate its body temperature. Fire Red is the Silver entry, while Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl, it has a steel-hard body. It intimidates foes by upraising its eye-patterned pincers. In Platinum, it raises its pincers with eye-like markings for intimidation. It also swings them down dangerously. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is basically Crystal's entry, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Y is the Diamond and Pearl entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Scizor and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, for regular Scizor, Sun, it uses its wings to adjust its body temperature. Otherwise, its metal body would become too hot and melt in the heat of battle. Moon, once it has identified an enemy, this Pokemon smashes it mercilessly with pincers hard as steel. In Ultra Sun, its body is like steel. Its tough, heavy pincers are more suited to smashing enemies than grabbing them. Ultra Moon, once it has identified something as an enemy, it will continue beating them with its steel-hard pincers until there's nothing left but scraps. For Mega Pinsor and Sun, the excess energy that bathes this Pokemon keeps it in constant danger of overflow. It can't sustain a battle over long periods of time. Moon, through the effects of Mega Evolution, its pincers have taken on a more diabolical form, ripping anything they pinch to shreds. Ultra Sun, it stores the excess energy from Mega Evolution, so after a long time passes, its body starts to melt. Ultra Moon, it's better at beating things than grasping them. When it battles for a long time, the weight of its pincers becomes too much to bear. In Gen 8 and Sword, bulky pincers account for 1/3 of Scizor's body weight. A single swing from one of these pincers will crush a boulder completely. Shield, though its body is slim, Scizor has tremendous attacking power. Even Scizor's muscles are made of metal. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus, evolved by way of a curious item. The shell covering its body has been shown to be stronger than forged steel. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Crystal and X's entry. Violet is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Got Scizor in the Alola Pokedex in Sun and Moon. Got Scizor in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Mega Scizor in the Alola Pokedex in Sun and Moon. Mega Scizor in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Then I've got Scizor in the Paldea Pokedex. It appears at night. That's interesting. You can see how shiny it is. That's nice. Then you can see Scizor in the Blueberry Pokedex. It's kind of in, I don't know if it's the day, the evening, but it's kind of fun. Seems to be fighting a Trapinch here. See the dome above them. Game locations. Side game locations and events. Held items and Legends Arceus. Normal, you get an Iron Chunk 30% of the time. Metal Coat 7% of the time. Grid items by level. Metal Coat seems a little mean since you don't need it anymore. Alpha, EXP Candy L, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 40% of the time. And grid items by level, so I don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, we'll compare Scizor and Mega Scizor. HP 70, that's the same. Attack 130, that goes up to 150. Defense 100, that goes up to 140. Special attack 55, that goes up to 65. Special defense 80, that goes up to 100. Speed 65, that goes up to 75. It's a total of 500 and 600. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged only by fighting, flying, ground, rock, ghost, water, electric, and dark. Weak to fire for 4, poison is what it's immune to. Resistant to normal, bug, steel, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, and fairy, all for half except for grass, which is for a fourth. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of poison-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of dark-type and ghost-type moves was half. Both went from half to 1. Learn set by leveling up, because you could hypothetically have a level 1 Scizor. I will read all of them. 1. Wing Attack, Agility, Air Slash, Quick Attack, Leer, Fury Cutter, and False Swipe. Upon evolution, you get Bullet Punch, 12 Metal Claw, 16 Double Team, 20 Double Hit, 24 Slash, 28 Focus Energy, 32 Iron Defense, 36 Iron Head, 40 X Scizor, and 44 Swords Dance. Because it has a different typing than Scythor, I'll read them all. 1. Takedown, 4 Agility, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 14 Acrobatics, 15 Struggle Bug, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 21 Pounce, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 31 Metal Claw, 32 Swift, 40 Air Cutter, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Drain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 57 False Swipe, 58 Brick Break, 60 U-Turn, 65 Air Slash, 70 Sleep Talk, 75 Light Screen, 85 Rest, 88 Swords Dance, 93 Flash Cannon, 99 Iron Head, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 105 X Scizor, 113 Tailwind, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 134 Reversal, 152 Giga Impact, 162 Bug Buzz, 163 Hyper Beam, 167 Close Combat, 170 Steel Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 181 Knockoff, 182 Bug Bite, 184 Vacuum Wave, 185 Lunge, 197 Dual Wing Beat, 204 Double Edge, 219 Skitter Smack, 224 Curse, and 225 Hard Press. By breeding, we'll skip. By prior evolution, there's nothing. Side game data for regular Scizor, you got all these. Pokemon Ranger and the browser entry. Scizor dashes around with intense speed. Its pincers cut through anything. Shadows of Volme on the browser entry. It dashes around quickly while attacking with its steel pincers. Guardian Signs. It attacks with cutting slashes and sharp shockwaves. Got all this. Okay. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark pad entry. Scizor came to investigate the Cavern Zone and look for a tough Pokemon. His specialties are Blaziken's Boulder Bash and Dusknoir's Speed Slam. In Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond, he hit the wall in increasing his battle skill. He is working hard playing chase because he wants to go back to basics. You got all these. Yep. In Pokemon Go, Scizor can be obtained by completing 3/5 of the ticketed special research, a drive to investigate. Mega Scizor, there's stuff there, yeah. Form data, Mega Evolution, Scizor, Scizorite, Mega Scizor. Evolution data, Scizor evolves from Scyther when traded while holding a Metal Coat. Scyther cannot evolve into Scizor in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green before the player obtains the National Pokedex, as his evolution will be interrupted. Scyther also cannot evolve into Scizor in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Scizor is not present in those games. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Scizor evolves from Scyther when exposed to a Metal Coat. Scyther, trade holding a Metal Coat. Scizor. It's sprites here, so I'm fairly familiar with these kind of sprites. I don't know why, though. But, yeah. So we got the green. Okay, that's fun. Okay. So yeah, the red, so it's missing the yellow parts and the gray parts and stuff. I mean, it's got the sort of dark gray, but not the light gray wings. Yep, pretty basic. So green, that's fun because that's Scyther's color. Yep, Gen 3, sort of this kind of orange, red, orange. You got the yellow spots now. And these are like, just got the more yellow, kind of an orangish yellow, I guess. Shiny there. It looks kind of more like eyelids. That's fun. Yep. And you got the gender differences, the longer, the shorter. Or longer and shorter, sorry. And, yeah. And for this one, it seems to be darker, and I think it maybe keeps that darker, that sort of lightly darker red, and yellow, and it sort of turns to gray, I guess. Yeah, and the kind of green highlights for the shiny, that's interesting. Yeah. And yeah, this got the full back sprite. Then, okay, they're missing the back sprite for the male for some reason, and the female as well. But yeah, so then these are blue, as they tend to be in this generation for some reason. Then we get Mega Scizor here. Oh, we're missing the shiny. Oh, wait, but we get the... What is this? The shiny Mega Scizor. That's... Yeah, all the shinies are missing, but we get shiny Mega Scizor, so we can see what that looks like. That's fun. So yeah, the blackish colors are replaced with the, you know, the green, and then the red obviously is replaced with the other green. Here. Blue is yellow. Oh, that's interesting. They keep the sort of orangish color, even though it changes into sort of a blue eyes for this and the fake eyes. That's interesting. Got these. Yeah, okay, because you can see, you know, these. Just kind of keeps... Oh, it becomes a lighter green. That's interesting. Yep. Then Legends Arceus. You got these better models, of course. Then Homes, you got all these. Yep. In animation, you get Scizor and Pokemon Journeys, the series, and Mega Scizor and Diancie and the Cocoon of Destruction. And then Ghost Scizor, I guess, is the big one. Got all these. Yep. Pokedex entries in episode 140 in Ash's Pokedex. Scizor, the scissor Pokemon, the evolved form of Scyther. Its incredible attack speed and its large scissor-like claws make it a formidable opponent. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 8 in Dawn's Pokedex. Scizor, the pincer Pokemon. It intimidates its foes with its claws imprinted with eye-like patterns. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 154 in the same Pokedex. Scizor, the pincer Pokemon. It threatens enemies with its eye-patterned claws, which can swing with tremendous force when used in battle. In Journeys, episode 56 in Go's Rotom Phone. Scizor, the pincer Pokemon, a bug and steel type. Scizor can crush objects with its pincers, which are as hard as steel. In the manga, got Scizor in Pokemon Adventures, and Mega Scizor in Pokemon Adventures. Okay, got all these. Yep, in the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Melee. When released from a Pokeball, Scizor will charge forward while flailing its claws, then leap high into the air and fall off the screen. Its attack pattern is similar to Marill. Trophy information. This evolved form of Scyther has arms ending in large pincers, with distinctive eye spot markings. It's unable to fly very far with its wings, but it can affect its body temperature by flapping them at high speed. Its sleek look has made Scizor quite popular among collectors. In Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, Scizor makes a cameo in the Kalos Pokemon League. When the stage transitions to the Ironworks Chamber, it can be seen in the background along with Steelix, Kling Klang, and Honedge. Trophy information in the North America version. Is that a three-headed monster? No, wait, the left and right heads are actually claws. Creepy. Most creatures that have face-like patterns use them defensively to give themselves a chance to flee. Scizor throws that idea away and uses them to scare foes while it attacks. In the PAL region, it may look like this Pokemon has 3 heads, but that's just what it wants you to think. Look closer and you'll see that 2 of them are actually claws. Most creatures with face-like markings use them to scare predators, to give themselves a chance to run away, but Scizor seems more likely to attack while its foe is stunned. In Pokken Tournament, Scizor is a battle Pokemon in the arcade and Nintendo Switch versions of Pokken Tournament. Its moves include Swords Dance, Metal Claw, U-Turn, Aerial Ace, Bullet Punch, X-Scissor, and Bug Bite. Upon entering Synergy Burst, it Mega Evolves and can use the Burst attack Iron Meteor Dive. Got Scizor in Pokken Tournament. I don't know why it's up here and not down with it. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Scizor returns as a Pokeball item, as it did in Super Smash Bros. Melee. It retains its movement and actions from prior games, using Metal Claw to fly and slash opponents in its way with great speed. It then jumps off the screen. Its appearance on Kalos Pokemon League also returns. It also appears as a spirit. You've got Scizor in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Pokemon Unite. Scizor is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a melee all-arounder that starts as Scyther, which evolves into Scizor only if Bullet Punch is chosen at level 5. If Dual Wing Beat is chosen, Scyther will remain. So you've got Scizor and Pokemon Unite. Trivia. While I read most of this first point in the Kingler video, I think there's enough new information that I'll just read it. Scizor shares its category with Kingler. They are both known as the pincer Pokemon. However, Scizor was known as the Scissors Pokemon in Gen 2, and has been called the Scissor Pokemon in Pokemon the series. Scizor is the only Steel-type Pokemon to have 2 or more pairs of wings. Despite having different base stats, Scizor, Kleavor, and Scyther all have a base stat total of 500. As such, Scizor and Gligar are the only Pokemon to not have their base stat total changed upon evolving. We read this 4th point in the Pinsir video, and I read this final point in the Steelix video, and all of the sub-points. Origin. Scizor may draw inspiration from mantises or wasp-mantid flies. Its arms appear similar to pincers from animals from crustacean group, like crabs, and due to the eye-like markings on them, they look like additional heads. The additions on Mega Scizor's body may be based on samurai armor. Name origin. Scizor may be a corruption of scissor, or a combination of scissor and razor. Hassam may be a corruption of Hasamu, to clip or snip. In other languages, related articles reference external links to the Mega Evolutions and the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Scizor's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 140, Wired for Battle. In this episode, the main Team Rocket team, consisting of Jesse, James, and Meowth, have been asked if they want to battle, and they have agreed. There's the Scizor, off of the tree, they're scared. And that is Scizor's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Scizor card.
It's the second Scizor card design. It was illustrated by Mitsuhiro Arita. I like that Scizor EX is attacking in this pose. The CGI helps convey this image well. It almost looks like a 2000 CGI film doing a 3D effect when 3D actually popped out of the screen instead of just adding depth. Scizor EX has 120 HP. This card doesn't have a height, weight, or description. It adds a new section to the TCG, an EX rule, this rule of which says, as the card does, that if a player knocks out an EX card, they get 2 prize cards instead of the usual 1. Prize cards are cards the player put aside, which they win upon beating an opponent's Pokemon. Scizor has a Pokebody, Danger Perception, and 2 moves, Steel Wing and Cross Cut. On this card, Danger Perception allows Scizor to do 40 additional damage before modification if its health is half or less. In the video game, Steel Wing is a Steel-type move introduced in Gen 2 that inflicts damage and has a 10% chance of raising the user's defense. On this card, it costs 1 Metal Energy and 1 of any other energy. It hits for 40 damage and reduces the opponent's next move's damage by 20 after modification. Crosscut is not a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 3 of any energy. It normally hits for 50 damage, but if the opponent is an evolved Pokemon, it hits for 80 damage. Scizor EX is weak to fire for double damage, is resistant to grass for minus 30 damage. It costs 1 energy to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Unseen Forces expansion symbol.
I don't have a card for Shuckle, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Heracross. Now let's see why people love Scizor. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Scizor. So this first image is Mega Scizor by Silent G Panda. So you can see this cool art of a Mega Scizor. And we got sort of the evolutionary line to get to that. So we got Scyther in the background, sort of a very simplified almost silhouette. And we got an almost silhouette of Scizor here. So that's kind of fun to see the different steps here. And I like the cool background. See the leaf and the metal, that's kind of fun. Then we got Scizor, X-Scissor, great, by Ishmam. So Scizor is using X-Scissor. You can see how I struggle to say that. But yeah, a very good piece of art. Then we've got Scizor by Evil Apple, 513. So this cool image of a Scizor, a little bit of perspective. Like it's almost holding the camera. Almost a selfie, I'd say. Not quite a selfie. But yeah, very, very well done. Looks like they have a website, or had a website when they made this. They've got Scizor by Zawis 54. So this cool, simple, just Scizor, you know, it's a very nice piece of art. Nothing too complicated. Then we got Scizor by Epifex, the stylized Scizor. A very interesting stylization. Simplifies it a little bit more. That's kind of fun. Then we got SLG by Kick Tyan. So I'm presuming that this is the S Scizor, the L is Lucario, and the G is Greninja. So that's very fun image, like almost like a boy band, like album cover or something, or like I don't know, some kind of album cover or something, some kind of band. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. I don't know if this is like their team or they're like, I don't know, their own characters or something, and that they have, and this is just like them together or something. I don't really know. It's a pretty cool image nonetheless. And this doesn't contain a Scizor, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about the Gen 4 Pokemon to catch a Scizor in the ballpark. As for Mega Scizor, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the Gen 6 Pokemon to get back to that one. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Shuckle, the first Bug Rock Pokemon and the first Dual-type Rock Pokemon in Gen 2. Its previous BYC dates are September 26, 1996, July 18th, 1999, May 8th, 2002, February 26th, 2005, December 18th, 2007, October 8th, 2010, July 29th, 2013, May 19th, 2016, March 10th, 2019, and December 29th, 2021. I think Shuckle looks silly. I'm also disgusted by it using its bodily fluids to turn berries into juices. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Shuckle, the mold Pokemon, whose number is 0213. This is what it looks like. Its type is Bug Rock. Since this is our first Bug Rock Pokemon, I'll point out the bug inside and the rock outside. Abilities, Sturdy or Gluttony in Gen 4+, and Contrary is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding is a group bug, hatched on 20 cycles, height 2 foot or 0.6 meters. Weight is 45.2 pounds or 20.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 80 in Gen 2 through 4 and 177 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 2, 1 in defense and 1 in special defense. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is yellow and base friendship is 70. Shuckle is a dual type bug/rock Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Biology, Shuckle is a slender Pokemon with a yellow body that appears to be soft. Until they are in use, Shuckle's limbs appear limp. It is encased in a very hard red shell that has many holes in it. The holes in its shell are rimmed with white. Rather than actively hunting and foraging for food like most other Pokemon, it collects berries and stores them in its shell. The berries inside are liquefied and fermented while they decompose by Shuckle's digestive juices, which it then consumes. Its digestive juices are also used to dissolve rocks so Shuckle can hide under them. It can be found in the mountains. Got Shuckle in its shell here, and juice coming out from its shell. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, the berries it stores in its face-like shell decompose and become a gooey liquid. Silver, it stores berries inside its shell to avoid attacks. It hides beneath rocks and remains completely still. Crystal, the fluid secreted by its toes carves holes in rocks for nesting and can be mixed with berries to make a drink. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Shuckle quietly hides itself under rocks, keeping its body concealed inside its hard shell while eating berries it has stored away. The berries mix with its body fluids to become a juice. An Emerald, a Shuckle hides under rocks, keeping its body concealed inside its shell while eating stored berries. The berries mix with its body fluids to become a juice. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is very similar to Gold's, but Vase-like no longer has the hyphen between Vase and like. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it stores berries in its shell. The berries eventually ferment to become delicious juices. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are basically gold and silvers, but berries is now the correct casing. In Gen 5, Black and White are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum's entry. In Black 2 and White 2, the berries stored in its vase-like shell eventually become a thick, pulpy juice. In Gen 6, X is very similar to Black 2 and White 2, but Vase-like is now Jar-like. Y is Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphire, but Shuckle is now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Sword is Soul Silver and Y's entry. Shield is Black 2 and White 2's entry. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, it stores berries in its shell. The berries mix with its body fluids to become delicious juices. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Gold, Silver, and Crystal get the berry 25% of the time. Emerald, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, you get an Oran berry 100% of the time. In Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black White, Black 2, White 2, XY, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, you get a berry juice 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 20, attack 10, defense 230, special attack 10, special defense 230, speed 5 for a total of 505. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by fighting, flying, ground, bug, ghost, fire, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to rock, steel, and water for double, immune to nothing, resistant to normal, and poison for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Withdrawal and wrap. 5. Rollout. 10. Struggle bug. 15. Rock throw. 20. Safeguard. 25. Rest. 30 Bug Bite, 35 Power Split and Guard Split, 40 Rock Slide, 45 Gastro Acid, 50 Sticky Web, 55 Power Trick, 60 Stone Edge, and 65 Shell Smash. By TM/TR and Sword and Shield. TM 15, Dig, 19 Safeguard, 21 Rest, 22 Rock Slide, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 31 Attract, 32 Sandstorm, 34 Sunny Day, 39 Facade, 41 Helping Hand, 48 Rock Tomb, 49 Sand Tomb, 53 Mud Shot, 54 Rock Blast, 74 Venoshock, 76 Round, and 81 Bulldoze. TR 01 Body Slam, 10 Earthquake, 20 Substitute, 21 Reversal, 22 Sludge Bomb, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 30 Encore, 46 Iron Defense, 52 Gyro Ball, 67 Earth Power, 75 Stone Edge, 76 Stealth Rock, and 78 Sludge Wave. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, TM 6 Toxic, 11 Sunny Day, 17 Protect, 20 Safeguard, 26 Earthquake, 28 Dig, 32 Double Team, 36 Sludge Bomb, 37 Sandstorm, 39 Rock Tomb, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 58 Endure, 69 Rock Polish, 70 Flash, 71 Stone Edge, 74 Gyro Ball, 76 Stealth Rock, 80 Rock Slide, 82 Sleep Talk, 83 Bulldoze, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 96 Strength, and 98 Rock Smash. By Breeding and Sword and Shield, this group gives you Acid, this group gives you Acupressure, Rabombi gives you Covet, this group gives you Defense Curl, this group gives you Final Gambit, this group gives you Infestation, this group gives you Knockoff, this group gives you Sweet Scent, and this group gives you Toxic. In Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, Shuckle gives you Acid, but it has to be from the Grand Underground. This group gives you Acupressure, Shuckle gives you Covet, Defense Curl, and Final Gambit. They are all from the Grand Underground. Volbeat gives you Helping Hand. This group gives you Infestation. This group gives you Knockoff. This group gives you Mud Slap. Shuckle gives you Rock Blast, but it has to be from the Grand Underground. This group gives you Sand Tomb, and this group gives you Sweet Scent. By tutoring, if you have the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you can get Meteor Beam, Skitter Smack, and Steel Roller. By transfer from another generation, 5 to 7 gives you After You, 4 gives you Ancient Power, 2 through 7 gives you Bide, that doesn't work anymore, 5 through 7 gives you Bind, 4 gives you Captivate, that doesn't work anymore, 6 and 7 gives you Confide, 2 through 7 you get Constrict, that doesn't work anymore, 2 you get Curse, 2 through 7 you get Double Team, 3 you get Double Edge, 2, 4, 5, and 6 you get Flash, that doesn't work anymore, 2 through 7 you get Frustration, 2 and 4 you get Headbutt, 2 through 7 you get Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore, 3 you get Mimic, 2 through 7 you get Mud Slap, 4 you get Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore, 2 through 7 you get Return, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 you get Rock Polish, 2, 5, and 6 you get Rock Smash, 3, 4, and 6 you get Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore, 5 through 7 you get Smackdown, 2, 5, and 6 you get Strength, 4 you get String Shot, and 2 through 7 you get Swagger. TCG only moves, you get Poison Jab from this card and Sludge from this card. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It triggers rockfalls around itself that make Pokemon tired. You got all these, yep, okay. Evolution data, just Shuckle. Okay, sprites here, so, okay, a little different. It's kind of more of an orange than the red. But more or less the same. It's a little different yellow. This is kind of a bluish purple for the shiny. their opposite side, this weird hole between gold and silver, that's interesting, becomes red in crystal. Oh, and you can see it going into its shell. At least its head into its shell, anyway. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Gen 3, get the lighter yellow. A bunch of, like, these spots and stuff. I don't know. Like, the details become a lot more simplified, I think. Yep. See that. This is now just blue. And now you can see it retracting its limbs into the shell in emerald. That's fun. Yeah, I don't know what changes. Yeah, it's doing it much faster, retracting its limbs and kind of its head a little bit. There, yeah, really not much changes. It becomes smaller, I think, the body. But more or less stays the same. Oh, it goes doing like a little dance there. That's fun. Okay, Gen 5. You get the full back sprite. It's fun. I think they now have both things in the holes. Like you can't really see it there, but yeah, it's got the holes on both sides now. Okay, Gen 6. I mean, it's a weird model, but it's basically faithful, and it's kind of hard to mess this one up. Yep. Maybe a little bit lighter colors, but more or less the same. This doesn't seem to change that much at all. Sword and Shield, of course, keep better models. Homes, you got these models, yep. In animation, you got Shuckle in Pokemon Horizons, the series. Shiny Shuckle in Pokemon the series, Gold and Silver. Okay, all this, yep. Pokedex entries in episode 170 in Ash's Pokedex. Shuckle, the mole Pokemon. When Shuckle places organic materials in its tusk-like shell, the items are transformed into a unique juice. Shuckle are naturally shy and are most often found hiding beneath rocks. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 185, in Dawn's Pokedex. Shuckle, the mole Pokemon. Shuckle stores berries inside its shell, and the berries eventually turn into a delicious juice. Okay, you got this, the manga, you got Shuckle in Pokemon Adventures, and a Persian for some reason. You got this, up in the TCG. Trivia, Shuckle's stats have the greatest standard deviation of all Pokemon, with 103.21. Meaning they're the most uneven out of all Pokemon. Due to this extreme distribution, it is either the best or in the bottom 4 of every base stat. Shuckle has the lowest base HP stat of all Rock-type Pokemon, with only 3 other Pokemon, Shedinja, Wiglet, and Diglett having lower base HP. Shuckle has the lowest base attack stat of all Bug and Rock-type Pokemon, with 2 other Pokemon, Happiny and Chansey, tied for a lower base attack. Shuckle has the highest base defense and special defense stats of all obtainable Pokemon. Its defense ties with Mega Steelix and Mega Aggron, but also ties with its special defense, which dwarfs the special defenses of Mega Steelix and Mega Aggron, granting it the highest average defense stats of all obtainable Pokemon. Eternamax Eternatus has a defense and special defense each at 250, but is not legitimately obtainable. This 4th subpoint we read in the Sandshrew video. Shuckle has the lowest base speed stat of all Pokemon, tied with Munchlax and Muku. By using Power Trick, Shuckle can temporarily reach a base attack stat of 230, which would be the highest of all Pokemon. Despite being weak to Water-type moves and being unable to use the move Surf, it appears in the sea in Pal Park. In Gen 2, the first Shuckle holding a berry in the player's party has a 1 in 16 chance to turn it into a berry juice after each battle. According to Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, Shuckle was designed by Shigeki Morimoto. In Gen 2, Shuckle can learn Sweet Scent via breeding, but not via TM. Origin, Shuckle seems to be based on an endolith, an organism that lives inside porous rocks or animal shells. Given its category, the mold Pokemon, Shuckle may be based on a fungus or mold variety of endolith. Its category could also allude to fungi, such as cedar apple rust, which bears a strong resemblance to Shuckle, or fungi like slime molds. Given its bug typing, Shuckle may also draw inspiration from scale insects, small-shelled parasites that produce a sweet fluid called honeydew that attracts other insects. In particular, may be based on the barnacle scale with characteristics of actual barnacles. This species is part of the Coccidae family, also known as tortoise scales, which may explain Shuckle's resemblance to a turtle or a tortoise. It could also be seen as a reference to the food fermentation process, with its rock type alluding to the pottery used to store and ferment ailments in some cultures, and its Pokemon category referring to some fungi used in cultured foods. Shuckle may have also been based on certain varieties of mollusk, as it shares some characteristics with them, including the shell, the muscular but limp-seeming feet, the use of acids to receive food or to break down obstacles, the liking for fermented foods, and living close to the water. Its worm-like aspect may also take inspiration from a nematode, as implied by its association with berries, Pokedex entries, along with it being used by Pike Queen Lucy, a serpentine-based Pokemon specialist. Shuckle may be inspired by snake wine. Name origin: Shuckle may be a combination of shuck, husk, and barnacle or turtle. Zubo may be derived from Zubo, jar, and Fujizubo, acorn barnacle. Now the languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Shuckle's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pikachu and Pichu in this short. Ash Ketchum and his friends have left their Pokemon on sort of a park on top of a skyscraper, and Pikachu, Ash's Pikachu, has met the Pichu brothers. They were on the other side of the road on a different skyscraper. They were teasing him, but one of the Pichu brothers almost fell, and Pikachu helped him by kind of scaring him off the ledge there. But a bunch of Murkrow caused Pikachu to end up on the other skyscraper with the Pichu brothers, and they've gone through a little adventure, and now they've returned to their clubhouse, where all the clubhouse members are introducing themselves. These are a bunch of Hoppip. Shuckle and a Belfrout, Pichu brothers, Pikachu, a bunch of other Pokemon. Okay, because that's where we started the Cleffa video, so we'll have to stop there. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Shuckle. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Shuckle. Since these first two images don't contain a Shuckle, we'll start with this third one. So this one is Shedinja and Shuckle by Barely Sparrow. So it's this Shedinja holding this stick and I guess a berry above a Shuckle and like teasing it, I guess. And it wants to grab it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it's just feeding it. I don't know. That's interesting. You know, kind of stylized. That's kind of fun. Almost like a children's book kind of style. Very good. Then we've got Shuckle by Musical Combustion. So this cute, also very stylized Shuckle here. Yeah. Very, very good art. You know, very well done. Then we've got Army Shuckle by Racy B. So this Shuckle who is smoking and has this like army wear, has like a like shadow and matches in the hand, and a gun. Yeah, this is very interesting. I don't know why they decided to do this. Reminds me kind of Peanuts, of the face a little bit. Peanuts cartoon in the comics and stuff. Then we got Shuckle by Zedrin. This one says, "Don't fuckle with Shuckle." Definitely child appropriate, I'm sure. Yes, this is what it is. Yes. Okay, let's move on. It's very good art otherwise. I like the sunglasses. Doesn't really make sense how it's wearing them, but it's kind of fun. This doesn't contain a Shuckle, so move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Smeargle to get Rock Smash, so I can smash a rock to catch a Shuckle. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Heracross. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Heracross, the first fighting-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2, and the first bug-fighting Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are September 27th, 1996, July 19th, 1999, May 9th, 2002, February 27th, 2005, December 19th, 2007, October 9th, 2010, July 30th, 2013, May 20th, 2016, March 11th, 2019, and December 30th, 2021. I mostly know Heracross due to its rivalry with Pinsir. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Heracross, the single horn Pokemon. It was all one word in Gen 2. Its number is 0 to 114. This is Heracross, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Heracross, this is what it looks like. Type, bug fighting. Since this is our first bug fighting Pokemon, I'll talk about the bug inside and the fighting outside. Abilities, Swarm or Guts as Heracross. Moxie's its hidden ability. Skill Link is Mega Heracross's ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group bug. Hatch time 25 cycles. As Heracross, it's 4'11" or 1.5 meters and 119 pounds or 54 kilograms. As Mega Heracross, it's 5'7" or 1.7 meters and 137.8 pounds or 62.5 kilograms. Okay, this might be our most different Megastone. Its Megastone is Heracronite. Base experience yield is 200 in Gen 2 through 4, 175 and 5+. Leveling rate is slow, EV yield is 2, and attack shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Heracross is a dual-type bug/fighting Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. While it is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Heracross can Mega Evolve into Mega Heracross using the Heracronite. Biology, Heracross is a bipedal, colopteran, insectoid Pokemon covered in blue exoskeleton. There is a long, prolonged horn on its forehead. The horn ends in a cross on males and heart shape on females. On either side of the horn is a short antenna with a spherical tip. Heracross has oval yellow eyes. Its forearms have a pair of spikes near the wrists, while its thighs have a single spike each. It has 2 claws on its hands and a single long claw on each foot. There is a single pair of wings covered by Elytra, which can be seen during its release from a Pokeball in the 3D games. Heracross's claws allow it to dig into the ground for sturdy footing and also allow it to climb trees. Using its horn, it throws opponents or competitors for food. It can lift and throw obstacles 100 times its own weight. It uses its 2 antennae to search for food by scent. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Heracross is known to occasionally sleep while licking the sap it finds. The reason is due to Heracross becoming exhausted from a potentially hard search for sweet sap. It lives in boreal, temperate, and tropical forests, where it feeds on tree sap. In Gen 2, Mega Horn was its signature move. So you got Heracross's wings here. That's pretty cool. See the flaps. As seen in the Pokemon The Series episode, A Sappy Ending, Heracross has been known to compete with Pokemon such as Pinsir for food. The same episode also shows Heracross allowing Butterfree to feed on tree sap after Heracross has finished its meal. In addition, it is shown to suck sap from grass-type Pokemon such as Bulbasaur. In Alola, Heracross get along better with Pinsir, as they both have rivalries with Vikavolt. Forms, Heracross can Mega Evolve into Mega Heracross. Mega Heracross is bulkier than its previous form. Thin orange markings now rim its head, hands, and shoulders. Additionally, there is a half-circle orange marking over its eyes. It now has a long pointed nose that curves slightly upward. Its back now lacks wings and is completely yellow. The horn on its head has grown into a large simple spike with 2 smaller spikes on the front. The antennae have lengthened as well and now have ovoid tips. Mega Heracross's forearms have thickened and lost their spines. Sometimes, when attacking, particularly with a multi-strike move, its exoskeletal shell on the upper side of its arms opens up, revealing a segmented yellow skin layer filled with holes, which let air enter and exit from its forearms. During these attacks, its claws simultaneously react, allowing Mega Heracross to fire various types of ammunition at a rapid pace, such as seeds, spikes, and rocks. You can see Mega Heracross's claws retracting into a weapon. You can also a little bit see the yellow when it does that. But we'll see it much better when we get to the models. This Pokemon has a high body temperature, so it opens the shells of its arms and torso to allow heat to escape. Mega Heracross boasts such incredible strength that it can lift objects up to 500 times its own weight between its horns. However, it is left with muscular soreness after reverting to its original form. Mega Heracross here. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. A Heracross can often be seen relaxing inside Spinda's Cafe. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 and Gold. This powerful Pokemon thrusts its prized horn under its enemies' bellies, then lifts and throws them. Silver, usually docile, but if disturbed while sipping honey, it chases off the intruder with its horn. Crystal, with its Herculean power, it can easily throw around an object that is 100 times its own weight. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, and Crystal Surge, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow Surge, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby, Heracross charges into a straight line at its foe, slips beneath the foe's grasp, and then scoops up and hurls the opponent with its mighty horn. This Pokemon even has enough power to topple a massive tree. Sapphire, Heracross has sharp claws on its feet. These are planted firmly into the ground or the bark of a tree, giving the Pokemon a secure and solid footing to forcefully fling foes with its proud horn. Emerald, they gather in forests seeking the sweet sap of trees. It is completely clad in a steel hard shell. It is proud of its horn, which it uses to fling foes. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, it gathers in forests to search for tree sap, its favorite food. It's strong enough to hurl foes. Pearl, with powerful legs and claws, it generates enough power to hurl foes over great distances. Platinum, it loves sweet honey. To keep all the honey to itself, it hurls rivals away with its prized horn. Heart Gold is basically its gold counterpart, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Soul Silver is very similar to Silver's, but slightly different, so we'll read it. It is usually docile, but if it is disturbed while sipping honey, it chases off the intruder with its horn. In Gen 5, Black and White is the Platinum entry. Black 2 and White 2. No matter how heavy its opponents, it flings them far away with its prized horn. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold's entry. Y is the Crystal entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Heracross and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, for regular Heracross in Ultra Sun, it's proud of its thick horn. In Alola, its biggest rival is Vikavolt, which it's always fighting with. Ultra Moon, it roams through forests searching for sweet nectar. Although it boasts fantastic physical strength, it's not that good at flying. Mega Heracross in Ultra Sun, it can grip things with its two horns and lift 500 times its own body weight. Ultra Moon, a tremendous influx of energy builds it up. But when Mega Evolution ends, Heracross is bothered by a terrible soreness in its muscles. In Gen 8 and Sword, Heracross loves sweet sap and will go looking through forests for it. The Pokemon uses its two antennae to pick up scents as it searches. Shield, this Pokemon takes pride in its strength, which allows it to lift things 100 times heavier than itself with no trouble at all. Brilliant Diamond is its Diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl is very similar to Pearls, but slightly different, so we'll read it. Its powerful legs and claws give it enough power to hurl foes over great distances. Legends Arceus, this Pokemon has an unparalleled horn. Heracross itself demonstrates tremendous power. It's capable of throwing several people trained in the traditional arts of war at once. In Gen 9, Scarlet is basically Platinum, Black, and White's entry, but Honey is now Nectar. Violet is basically Crystal and Y's entry, but Herculean is now lowercased for some reason. So it got Heracross in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Mega Heracross in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Then we got Heracross in the Paldea Pokedex. So we got a couple of them. Oh, a male and a female. That's fun. Yeah, the female flying and the male over here. That's great. Then we got Heracross in the Kitakami Pokedex. So you got a couple of males here. That's interesting. One is flying and towards the camera, and one is looking over there. I can see a bunch of apple trees. That's interesting. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Legends Arceus. For normal, you get the Dazzling Honey 35% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and Great Items by level. Alpha, you get EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Great Items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, will compare Heracross and Mega Heracross. So HP 80, that stays the same. Attack 125, that goes up to 185. Defense 75, that goes up to 115. Special attack 40, that stays the same. Special defense 95, that goes up to 105. Speed 85, that goes down to 75. This one has a total of 500, and this one has a total of 600. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged only by normal, poison, rock, ghost, steel, water, electric, ice, and dragon. Weak to flying, fire, psychic, and fairy, all for double except for flying, which is for 4. Immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, ground, bug, grass, and dark for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Arm thrust, tackle, and leer. 5. Fury attack, 10 endure, 15 aerial ace, 20 horn attack, 25 counter, 30 brick break, 35 pin missile, 40 throat chop, 45 thrash, 50 swords dance, 55 mega horn, and 60 close combat. By TM, 1 takedown, 7 protect, 12 low kick, 15 struggle bug, 18 thief, 20 trailblaze, 21 pounce, 25 facade, 27 aerial ace, 28 bulldoze, 36 rock tomb, 43 fling, 47 endure, 49 sunny day, 50 rain dance, 53 smart strike, 55 dig, 56 bullet seed, 57 False Swipe, 58 Brick Break, 61 Shadow Claw, 64 Bulk Up, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 76 Rock Blast, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 88 Swords Dance, 90 Spikes, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 130 Helping Hand, 134 Reversal, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 158 Focus Blast, 162 Bug Buzz, 163 Hyper Beam, 167 Close Combat, 171 Terra Blast, 179 Smackdown, 181 Knockoff, 182 Bug Bite, 184 Vacuum Wave, 185 Lunge, 186 High Horsepower, 192 Focus Punch, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 213 Coaching, 219 Skitter Smack, 221 Throat Chop, 224 Curse, and 229 Upper Hand. By breeding, this group gives you Double Edge, this group gives you Feint, this group gives you Flail, this group gives you Night Slash, and the Mirror Herb gives you Seismic Toss. TCG only moves, you get Focus Energy on this card. Side game data for Heracross, you got all this. Okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Heracross brands with its horn, thrust out. It can move heavy things out of the way. Guardian Signs, it lets loose shockwaves to attack. Got all these, yeah. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Heracross are incredibly powerful, strong enough to toss even large foes as if they weigh nothing at all, but they're usually rather gentle, often sharing sap with other Pokemon. Pokemon Sleep. Heracross loves sweet sap and will scour whole forests for it. When the search is particularly hard, Heracross grows exhausted and may even end up nodding off while still licking the sap it finds. Horn Shaking Sleep, Upright Sleep, Sap Licking Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Mega Heracross, you got that. Form data, Mega Evolution. So you got Heracross, Heracronite, Mega Heracross. Evolution data is just Heracross. Sprites here, so a little darker. We don't quite have the yellow eyes yet, but more or less the same. I mean, you know, it's got all the basics. So maybe also a little bit squatter, not quite as tall as the modern one is. But yeah, I mean, these are a lot of pieces are probably a little bit bigger as well. But yeah, it's got all the pieces. This is a little darker, a different blue for in crystals, and the shiny is purple. And we got this blue, and we got the yellow eyes now. A little bit less friendly, more. Oh, I guess it starts off with like a weird mouth, and then it kind of gets this kind of mouth. Purple or pink is now the shiny. Then Gen 4 introduces the gender differences. You got the heart shape now for the female. This is now sort of a purple pink. Yeah, this, and I guess it's that blue now. Yeah, I got full back sprites. Okay, models here in Gen 6. Okay, so yeah, pretty good, yeah. Yeah, pretty good translation, I'd say. It's got all the pieces. Then we've got Mega Heracross. You can see the yellow back here. Yep. Oh, this and the shiny Heracross. So it's just pink. Replaces the blue parts. Okay, nothing fancy about the back. Okay. Okay, these might be a little bit better, but more or less they're the same. Then we got better models in this game. Let's see. You know, yeah, that's so, yeah. Okay, then got homes, got all these, yep. Oh, they're darker. Wait, was it always darker? Oh, I guess it was. I guess the blue has always been darker, which, this is actually might be a little bit lighter pink. Huh, interesting. Yeah. Okay, in animation, Heracross in Pokemon Journeys, the series. And then Mega Heracross in Volcanion and the Mechanical Marvel. The big ones, I guess, are Ash's Heracross and Go's Heracross. Okay, got all the rest of these. Yep. Okay. We've gone back up to this image here because I forgot to mention it. It says male and female Heracross in Pokemon the series, Sun and Moon. So I guess it's to show off the gender differences in the anime. Pokedex entries in episode 119 in Ash's Pokedex. Heracross, the single-horn Pokemon. Though gentle and docile, Heracross possesses great strength and power. Their favorite food is the fresh sap of leafy trees. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 52, in Dawn's Pokedex, Heracross, the single-horn Pokemon. Using the sharp claws on its feet, it generates enough power to throw its opponent with amazing force. In Journeys, episode 33, in Go's Rotom Phone, Heracross, the single-horn Pokemon. A bug and fighting type. Heracross takes pride in its horn, which it uses to scoop up and throw its opponent. It is very strong. Got Pokemon Evolutions, Heracross and Pokemon Evolutions. Okay, in the manga, Heracross and Pokemon Adventures. And Mega Heracross and Pokemon Adventures. You got all these. Yep. And the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Heracross only appears as a random trophy. Trophy information. Heracross are powerful creatures that are known to drive their single horns into the bellies of their foes and then toss them over their heads. The immense power of the Mega Horn move is said to be the strongest among bug Pokemon. They are one of several types of Pokemon that can be found by shaking trees. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Heracross appears as a spirit. Trivia, this first point I basically read in the Pinsir video. Mega Heracross has the highest base attack stat of all bug-type Pokemon. I read this third point in the Pinsir video. Heracross is one of 14 Pokemon that one could collect foreign Pokedex entries for in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Heracross is the only fighting-type Pokemon in the Bug Egg group. Origin, Heracross is most likely based on the Japanese rhinoceros beetle. These beetles are known for their incredible strength and use in insect fighting, which explains its fighting type. Mega Heracross appears to be based on a Hercules beetle. Name origin, Heracross and Heracross. Maybe a combination of Hercules beetle, species of rhinoceros beetle named after the hero in the classical Greco-Roman mythology for its great strength. Heracles, divine hero in Greek mythology who lent his name to his Roman mythological analog. And cross. In other languages, related articles, references, external links to the Mega Evolutions. Let's move on.
Now let's watch the first scene in the anime featuring Heracross.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 119, A Sappy Ending. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character's traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, are walking through this clearing when Pikachu and Brock have spotted a bunch of Heracross. This is Misty and her Togepi. There's the Heracross. Oh, they're looking up sap from the tree. Okay, yep. And that's the first scene in the anime with Heracross. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Heracross card.
It's the 13th Heracross card design. It's grass type, which isn't entirely odd given that many bug type Pokemon are classified as grass in the TCG, but they could have gone with its other type, which does have a TCG equivalent, fighting. The card was illustrated by Otumami, a freelance illustrator for the Pokemon franchise, mainly working on the TCG, which he began working on in 2018 and has continued to this day as of March 2024. She is mostly known for her painting style that shows off the Pokemon in exciting or unique angles. This illustration is no exception. It shows off Heracross floating above the ground using its wings, which I certainly don't always remember it having. Heracross has 130 HP. It's 4'11" and 119 pounds. It has two moves, Push Down and Super Powered Horns, neither of which are moves in the video games. Push Down costs 2 of any energy and hits for 30 damage. It also causes the opponent to switch their active Pokemon with one on their bench. Superpowered Horns cost 2 grass energies and 1 of any energy and hits for 110 damage. Heracross is weak to fire for double damage. It's resistant to nothing, which is odd since it could have been resistant to fighting, grass, or darkness, as it's resistant to fighting, ground, often represented as fighting in the TCG, grass, bug, and darkness in the TCG in the video games. It costs 2 of any energy to retreat. In the bottom left corner, there's the Rebel Clash expansion symbol. Next to that symbol is the D mark, meaning it was no longer able to be played officially on April 14th, 2023. Its description reads, "It roams through forests, searching for sweet nectar. Although it boasts fantastic physical strength, it's not that good at flying." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Ultra Moon.
I have a Sneasel card, so we'll talk about that tomorrow. Now let's see why people love Heracross. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Heracross by All 0412. This cool Heracross flying around like this grass in the foreground, I guess. It's a very nice image. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Meltank before I can catch a Heracross. As for Mega Heracross, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the Gen 6 Pokemon to get back to that one. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Sneasel. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Sneasel, the first Ice Pokemon in Gen 2 and the first Dark Ice Pokemon. Well, I would normally say, if one wishes to consider Hisuian Sneasel the 215th Pokemon, it's the first Fighting Poison Pokemon. But it is just the first regardless, since the only other Fighting Poison Pokemon, as of the filming of this, is its evolution, Sneasler. Its previous BYC dates are September 28th, 1996, July 20th, 1999, May 10th, 2002, February 28th, 2005, December 20th, 2007, October 10th, 2010, July 31st, 2013, May 21st, 2016, March 12th, 2019, and December 31st, 2021. I feel like I most remember non-Hisuian Sneasel from the anime, but I don't have a specific one that I remember. As for Hisuian Sneasel, I like how they adapted Sneasel's design to fit its new typing. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Sneasel, the sharp claw Pokemon whose number is 0-215. This is Sneasel, this is what it looks like. This is Hisuian Sneasel, this is what it looks like. Types, Dark Ice as non-Hisuian Sneasel, and Fighting Poison as Hisuian Sneasel. Since this is our first Dark Ice, I'll point out the Dark inside and the Ice outside. Abilities, Inner Focus or Keen Eye. Pickpocket is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 60 or 14.8%. Breeding, a group field, hatched on 20 cycles. Height, regardless, is 2'11" or 0.9 meters. Weight, as non-Hisuian Sneasel, is 61.7 pounds or 28 kilograms. Hisuian Sneasel is 59.5 pounds or 27 kilograms. Base experience yield is 132 in Gen 2 through 4 and 86 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 1 in speed. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is black. Other forms may have other colors. I don't entirely agree with this. I mean, it's better than some of the ones we've had over the last couple of weeks. There's at least a little bit of black in the eyes. Like, that's probably the most notable is this little eye thing. I would call it a green or red or yellow or white over black, but it's there at least. Base friendship is 35. Sneasel is a dual-type Dark Ice Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Weavile when leveled up while holding a Razor Claw during the night. In Hisui, Sneasel has a dual-type Fighting/Poison regional form. It evolves into Sneasler when leveled up while holding a Razor Claw during the day. Biology, Sneasel is a bipedal, mustelid Pokemon that resembles both a cat and a weasel. It is primarily bluish-black with 3 bright red feathers for its tail and a single one on its left ear. The ear feather is shorter on the female than on the male. The other ear is short and pointed, and it has narrow red eyes. On its forehead and chest are oval, yellow, gem-like protrusions. It has red eyes with black eyelash-like markings on the edges. It has long limbs with 2 large white retractable claws on its hands and feet. It is perfectly capable of using its claws to do substantial damage. Its claws are also used for climbing trees in boreal or subalpine forests where it lives. It can also bring out its claws to startle foes that attacked it. Sneasel is a smart, sneaky, and notoriously vicious Pokemon, and blends well into the night in order to ambush their prey. Sneasel feeds on eggs, such as those of Pidgey, that it steals from unattended nests. It uses its claws to poke a hole in the egg before slurping the contents out. It has been known to form pairs to hunt. One Sneasel will lure the parents away from their nest, while the other steals their eggs. Although the Sneasel pair works together, they will also fight over their hunt among themselves. As a result of its egg-based diet, Sneasel are also despised by breeders to the point where they try to drive away or eradicate the former. Sneasel also preys on a lowland Sandshrew, but Sandshrew's skin is so hard that it can cause Sneasel's claws to snap off. Prior to Gen 4, Beat Up was its signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Forms, Sneasel has a regional form, Hisuian Sneasel. In Hisui, Sneasel has a similar appearance to its Jotonian counterpart. It has a white body with purple colorations on its face, chest, shoulders, and forelimbs. The feathers on its tail and ear are light purple. Like Jotonian Sneasel, the ear feather is shorter on the female than on the male. It has rounder eyes than its Jotonian form, although it shares the latter's gem-like protrusions as well as the large claws on its hands and feet. The claws are tipped with poison and are purple on its forelimbs and white on its feet. Hisuian Sneasel's sturdy and curved claws allow it to climb and travel through the walls of precipitous cliffs where it lives. The venom from the tips of its claws is capable of invading the nervous system of any prey it scratches. It has been observed that Hisuian Sneasel lacks the spitefulness of its Jetonian counterpart, and it has been theorized that differences in their environments account for their differing personalities. As a result, Hisuian Sneasel evolves into Sneasler instead of Weavile. Evolution, Sneasel evolves into Weavile, so you can see that here. Sneasel, Weavile. Hisuian Sneasel evolves into Sneasler, so you can see that here. Hisuian, Sneasel, Sneasler. I believe this is the first fighting poison, so I'll point this out. The fighting inside, the poison outside. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, its paws conceal sharp claws. If attacked, it suddenly extends the claws and startles its enemy. Silver, vicious in nature, it drives Pidgey from their nests and feasts on their eggs that are left behind. Crystal, this cunning Pokemon hides under the cover of darkness, waiting to attack its prey. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, you have Gold or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Sneasel scales trees by punching its hooked claws into the bark. This Pokemon seeks out unguarded nests and steals eggs for food while the parents are away. Emerald, a Sneasel scales trees by punching its hooked claws into the bark. It seeks out unguarded nests and steals eggs for food while the parents are away. Fire Red is the Silver entry and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, in Diamond, it feeds on eggs stolen from nests. Its sharp hooked claws rip vulnerable spots on prey. Pearl, it is extremely vicious and will not stop attacking until its foe is incapable of moving. Platinum, a smart and sneaky Pokemon. A pair may work together to steal eggs by having one lure the parents away. Heart Gold is its Gold entry. Soul Silver is very similar to the Silver entry, but slightly different, so we'll rate it. Vicious in nature, it drives Pidgey from their nests and scavenges any leftovers it can find. In Gen 5, the Black and White entry is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. A smart and sneaky Pokemon. It makes its opponents flinch by suddenly showing the claws hidden in its paws. In Gen 6, X is the Diamond entry, Y is the Gold entries, and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Sneasel and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, it has a cunning yet savage disposition. It waits for parents to leave their nests, and then it sneaks in to steal their eggs. Moon, it uses its claws to poke holes in eggs so it can slurp out the inside. Speeders consider it a scourge and will drive it away or eradicate it. In Ultra Sun, they will cooperate to steal eggs from the nests of bird Pokemon, but fights break out to determine which one gets to eat the eggs. Ultra Moon, it blends into the dark of night to ambush its prey. Sneasel will attack Sandshrew, but its hard skin can cause Sneasel's claws to snap off. In Gen 8, for non-Hisuian Sneasel, Sword is the Gold entries, Leaf Green's entry, and Y's entry. Shield is Sun's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are the Diamond and Pearl counterparts. In Legends Arceus, I guess this is different. They don't usually have the non-Hisuian version, if there's a Hisuian form. But okay. This Pokemon shares roots with Sneasel of Hisui, but unlike that species, this one is spiteful in personality. I hypothesize that water and earth can affect Sneasel's mind and body. For Hisuian Sneasel in Legends Arceus, its sturdy, curved claws are ideal for traversing precipitous cliffs. From the tips of these claws drips a venom that infiltrates the nerves of any prey caught in Sneasel's grasp. In Gen 9, Scarlet is basically the Crystal entry, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Violet is similar to Platinum and Black and White's entry, but slightly different soul rated. This is a smart and sneaky Pokemon. A pair may work together to steal eggs by having one lure the parents away. Sneasel in the Alola Pokedex. Sneasel in the Paldea Pokedex, seemingly attacking this Delibird. Oh dear. I got Sneasel in the Kitakami Pokedex. Looking all tough for the camera, that's fun. They're both in the snow, which makes sense. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items, Sneasel in Pokemon Emerald. Sneasel can only be found in the Battle Frontier. So in Gold, Silver, and Crystal, you get the Quick Claw 2% of the time. Emerald, you get the Quick Claw 5% of the time. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X and Y, you get the Grip Claw 50% of the time, and Quick Claw 5% of the time. In Sun, Moon, Ultra Moon, Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, you get the Quick Claw 5% of the time. In Legends Arceus, Normal, you get the Pep Up Plant 35% of the time, Razor Claw 8% of the time, Great Diamonds by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Great Diamonds by level. Hisuian Sneasel, Legends Arceus is the same as Sneasel's Legends Arceus, so I'm not going to read it again. Stats, base stats. I'll read this, but before I do, This is just saying that Hisuian Sneasel has the same base stats as this. So HP 55, attack 95, defense 55, special attack 35, special defense 75, speed 115 for a total of 430. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness will compare Sneasel and Hisuian Sneasel. So non-Hisuian Sneasel is damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, water, grass, electric, and dragon, while Hisuian Sneasel is damaged normally by normal, ghost, steel, fire, water, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. The only ones it keeps are normal, water, and electric. Sneasel is weak to fighting, rock, bug, steel, fire, and fairy, all for double except for fighting, which is 4, while Hisuian Sneasel is weak to flying, ground, and psychic. Flying and ground are for double, psychic is for 4. Sneasel is immune to psychic, Hisuian Sneasel is immune to nothing. Non-Hisuian Sneasel is resistant to ghost, ice, and dark for half, while Hisuian Sneasel is resistant to fighting, poison, rock, bug, grass, and dark, all for half except for bug, which is for 4th. The only one that's kept between them is dark. Notes in the Sneasel box here. If Miracle Eye is used by an opponent or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Psychic-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up Sneasel, 1, Scratch and Leer, 6 Taunt, 12 Quick Attack, 18 Metal Claw, 24 Icy Wind, 30 Fury Swipes, 36 Hone Claws, 42 Beat Up, 48 Agility, 54 Screech, and 60 Slash. Hisuian Sneasel, 1 Scratch, Leer, and Rock Smash, 6 Taunt, 12 Quick Attack, 18 Metal Claw, 24 Poison Jab, 30 Brick Break, 36 Hone Claws, 42 Slash, 48 Agility, 54 Screech, and 60 Close Combat. By TM, for Sneasel, you get 1 Takedown, 3 Fake Tears, 4 Agility, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 12 Low Kick, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 30 Snarl, 31 Metal Claw, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 39 Low Sweep, 43 Fling, 46 Avalanche, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 52 Snowskate, 55 Dig, 57 Full Swipe, 58 Brick Break, 61 Shadow Claw, 62 Foul Play, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 88 Swords Dance, 94 Dark Pulse, 103 Substitute, 105 X Scizor, 114 Shadow Ball, 123 Surf, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 134 Reversal, 135 Ice Beam, 140 Nasty Plot, 143 Blizzard, 152 Giga Impact, 171 Terra Blast, 177 Spite, 181 Knockoff, 187 Icicle Spear, 192 Focus Punch, 199 Lash Out, 212 Triple Axle, 221 Throat Chop, and 229 Upper Hand. For Hisuian Sneasel, 1 Takedown, 4 Agility, 7 Protect, 12 Low Kick, 13 Acid Spray, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 26 Poison Tail, 27 Aerial Ace, 31 Metal Claw, 32 Swift, 39 Low Sweep, 43 Fling, 45 Venoshock, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 57 False Swipe, 58 Brick Break, 61 Shadow Claw, 64 Bulk Up, 70 Sleep Talk, 81 Grass Knot, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 88 Swords Dance, 91 Toxic Spikes, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 105 X Scissor, 114 Shadow Ball, 129 Calm Mind, 134 Reversal, 140 Nasty Block, 148 Sludge Bomb, 152 Giga Impact, 158 Focus Blast, 167 Close Combat, 171 Terra Blast, 175 Toxic, 177 Spite, 184 Vacuum Wave, 192 Focus Punch, 199 Lash Out, 213 Coaching, 214 Sludge Wave, and 221 Throat Chop. By breeding, Sneasel, this group gives you Bite, this group gives you Counter, this group gives you Double Hit, this group gives you Fake Out, this group gives you Feint, this group gives you Ice Shard, this group gives you Icicle Crash, and this group gives you Spite. Note here, Hisuian Zorua learned Spite via level up prior to 2.0.1, it can still learn Spite via TM 177. For Hisuian Sneasel, this group gives you Counter, this group gives you Double Hit, this group gives you Fake Out, this group gives you Feint, this group gives you Night Slash, this group gives you Quick Guard, and this group gives you Switcheroo. Special moves for Sneasel, get Brick Break and Ice Shard in this event. TCG only moves, Double Slap on this card. Side game data, you got all this for Sneasel. Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry. Sneasel dashes about to slash with its claws. They have amazing cutting power. Shadows of Volumia. It hurls blocks of ice and sends gusts of dark wind to attack. In Guardian Signs, it sends gusts of dark wind to attack. Got all this. Okay. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure. In the Pokepark pad entry, a pair of naughty Sneasel came to the Iceberg Zone to see the ice tree. Their favorite attraction is Tangrowth's Swing Along. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. He came to explore the warehouse. He is wandering around to find something interesting, but hasn't found anything yet. Got all this, okay. Costumes in Pokemon Go. You got fashionable costume. It's a beanie and sunglasses. Okay, Hisuian Sneasel, got that. Evolution data, Sneasel. Sneasel evolves into Weavile when leveled up while holding a Razor Claw during the night. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, it evolves into Weavile when exposed to Razor Claw during the night. So you've got Sneasel, level up holding Razor Claw at night, a Weavile. Hisuian Sneasel evolves into Sneasler when leveled up while holding a Razor Claw during the day. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, it evolves into Sneasler when exposed to Razor Claw during the day. Hisuian Sneasel, level up holding the Razor Claw during the day, and Sneasler. Sprites. So, this is another one that has a difference between generations. So, the eyes are like the slanted kind of eyes, while these are a lot, I don't know, nicer eyes. I don't know, they're more like human eyes, I guess. But yeah, I was not expecting this to be brown. That's fascinating, and like blue, like that crystal blue. Yeah, that's definitely far different than the one we have now. This is a pink and a yellow. Yeah. Yep. And then we've got sort of red or pinkish irises and pink feathers and these jewels as well. Yep. It's the same. This one I can believe to be a lot more closer to black. Like I can believe that than the modern one we get. Like even down here, it completely changes color. In Gen 3, so we got this different color, you know, so this greenish color now, and we've got the red feathers now, and the yellow. I guess they took it from this one, the shiny. And they actually went back to white for the shiny instead. That's actually kind of fun, but they kept, basically, I mean, it's a different shade of yellow and pink, but it's generally the same idea. Yeah, not much changes though otherwise. I mean, they get thinner, I think. Yeah, generally it's a lot thinner. This looks a lot more lanky. It almost somewhat resembles Sneasler to me. Probably where they got the inspiration, I guess. And that's, yeah, it's a lot more blue, and you can see the gender differences, the long versus the short. And the back stripe as well, you can see that. Then Heart Gold, and Soul Silver. Not as obvious in the front stripe, but a lot more obvious in the back stripe. This is kind of more of a green, a little bit closer to the modern color we have now. Yeah, not really much. Then with the blue, the jewels are blue on this one, on the shiny, that's fun. Then we got this kind of color, a little bit darker, maybe version of that one. Then full back sprites. Yep. Okay, yeah, a lot more obvious of a difference between these, yeah. The feather ear thing. Then we got the models, pretty good, I'd say, pretty good translation. Yeah. Yep. Okay. See the gender difference in 3D. It's a lot shorter, I think. Yeah, it's a lot shorter, the feather thing. Yeah, that's not really much changes. The eyes might improve a little bit, but overall, I think it's basically the same. Then we got Sword and Shields. You can see these much better models. Yep. And then we got these kind of models. They're very good. They're more in the back, these feathers, rather than like this. That's interesting. Then we get, ooh, that's what his Sneasel looks like. Shiny. So it keeps the blue and the yellow. That's clever, except that doesn't really make much sense given the purple to red, but whatever. Keeps the yellow eyes. I guess that one keeps that one. But the green, that's interesting. Green and black. Very interesting. I honestly think maybe it looks a little bit better than this one. This is a nice color scheme, but I really like that color scheme as well. Homes, you got all these, yep. Yep. In animation, Sneasel in Pokemon the series, Sun and Moon. Harrison Sneasel is the big one. Got all these, yep. Pokedex entries in episode 265 in Ash's Pokedex. Sneasel, the sharp-clawed Pokemon. Sneasel can extend or retract its claws instantly during attack. In the manga, you got Sneasel in Pokemon Adventures, and Sneasel in Pokemon Gold and Silver, the Golden Boys. It almost looks like it's a third eye. That's interesting. Yeah, I got all these in the TCG. Other appearances, we'll talk about the Detective Pikachu one later, we'll see them. Trivia: Sneasel is one of 14 Pokemon that one could collect foreign Pokedex entries for in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. We read this second point in the Gligar video. Sneasel has the highest base speed stat of all Pokemon that are capable of evolving. Despite Sneasel being based on the Kamaitachi, which has the same Japanese name as Razorwind, Sneasel cannot learn this move. Sneasel is the only Pokemon to have a gender difference in both its standard form and regional form. Furthermore, Hisuian Sneasel is the only regional form to have gender differences. Sneasel is the only dual-type Pokemon to have a dual-type regional form that doesn't share either of its types. Sneasel is the only Pokemon with a Hisuian form to have its original form available in any capacity in Pokemon Legends Arceus. Hisuian Sneasel and its evolution were designed by Hitoshi Ariga. In Pokemon Legends Arceus' internal code, Hisuian Sneasel's hidden ability is Poison Touch instead of Pickpocket. Sneasel has been depicted with 3 variants in color in Pokemon Gold and Silver. Sneasel had a bronze coloration, while its tail feathers were dark cyan. While in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, Sneasel had a light purple body. The 3rd color variant is its current bluish-black color, which has been consistently depicted in the main series games from Pokemon Crystal onwards. Jetonian Sneasel and its evolved form Weavile are the only black ice-type Pokemon. And then we got this image here for some reason. Sneasel in Galarian Meowth merchandise by Kino Takahashi. So, yes, so we got Sneasel up here, and we got Glameow, Skitty, Meowth, Galarian Meowth, Berserker, Trubbish, Esper, Whiscash, Joltik, Litten, and Purloin. I actually think this might be like a cat bed or something, this Whiscash. There's also a Rattata toy here, and a Corfish toy. Origin: Sneasel may be based on the Kamaitachi, a type of yokai often represented as weasel demons with sickles on their front legs, and sometimes understood as the cause of mysterious cuts on the skin, especially in cold weather. It also resembles black cats. It may also draw inspiration from the Viverids, weasel-like mammals with half-retractable claws that are sometimes mistaken for cats. Its feathers perhaps represent the dorsal crest seen on some species. These feathers could also represent the wind itself, the key element of Kamaitachi, as feathers are often associated with the wind, because they allow birds to move in the air and create gusts. Its eye markings are similar to that of ones in Egyptian style, possibly Horus's. Name origin: Sneasel may be a combination of sneaky and weasel. It may also derive from sneeze, an action associated with having a cold or being cold, or Sneasel. Scots for to begin to rain or snow, both in reference to its ice type. Nyula may be a combination of Sennayu, sneaking in, and Yu, weasel, an alternate reading of Itachi. Alternately, it may be a combination of Nu, Naya, the sound a cat makes, and Nora, stray, as in a stray cat, as strays are usually violent and tricky. Now the languages, related articles, references, external links to the Hisuian forms, let's move on.
Now let's watch Sneasel's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon Forever. In this film, this hunter was hunting Celebi 50 years ago. And we've cut to, they sort of showed his adventure, Celebi being a legendary Pokemon, and we sort of saw him try to hunt it, but it escaped, and now 50 years later, which is present day, or when this movie takes place anyway, another hunter is trying to find Celebi as well, and so he's sort of interrogating this hunter. That's the other hunter, there's Sneasel.
Story that you almost caught a Celebi somewhere in this forest about 40 years ago. True? I'm still a Pokemon hunter. I'm not gonna tell you anything.
Yeah, so that was Sneasel's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Sneasel's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, as I like to call it. Detective Sneasel is only the frames with Sneasel to the best of my ability. In this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist. You can see a bunch of humans and their Pokemon coexisting. And he's come here because his father, Harry Goodman, a police detective, has died in a car crash, and so he's sort of finishing business. He's at the train station, entering town. This is Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City. he's in this little video introducing people to Rhyme City and stuff, you know, welcoming them, you know. There's a Sneasel in the corner here. It's not really easy to see, but it'll be much easier to see later, you know, as the scene goes on. There's a couple of them. There's there. I'll do 1,000 shots. There's a Sneasel over there. Yep. There. There's one over here, and I think there's probably a couple in the background as well. There's one there. He's walking to the police department to sort of talk to the lieutenant. Now he's after that, and he's going to his father's apartment. There's a Sneasel there. Yep. Sneasel there, and in the background. Something like that. Yeah. Okay, then there's that one. And then now he's seeing the Psyduck. It's staring at him, and he's kind of suspicious about that. And he's entering the building. And there's there, and then there's a Sneasel on this missing poster here.
Excuse me?
So yeah, he couldn't get his attention to get into his dad's apartment. Now he's going to his dad's mailbox. There's a missing poster there as well. That's
we need to talk.
Yeah, that's Psyduck.
I've been waiting to see who.
That's Lucy Goodman, a reporter for the local news. That's her Psyduck.
Open up that mailbox. No, not now, Psyduck. I'm working this up and tell me everything you know about Harry Goodman. Real big. And then all of a sudden, his not.
Yeah, so she's talking about how Harry was on like a big case before he died.
I don't.
So now we've got to much later in the film. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu with amnesia, and they've gone on a little adventure with some Apom that took something called the Argas, which causes Pokemon to go crazy. He's taken a little bit of the Argas by accident, and he believes that that's why he can hear Detective Pikachu, and he's confused why others can't. There's the Sneasel. Yes.
No, there, Kid. He's saying words. Does no one else hear him? Can you hear him talking? You can hear him saying words?
Why were you in that apartment?
It's my father's place. That's why I was there. Why were you there?
Because I could use it.
Okay, so now it's been revealed that the reason why he was in his father's he was in Harry's apartment was because he was Harry's detective partner, and he just kind of tracked it down. I guess there's an address on the hat. And so now this is a big revelation, and they're gonna go get coffee to talk about it. There's this Sneasel in the background.
Coffee, I mean, that's a... Yeah, let's get a coffee.
There's the cafe.
So there I was, in the middle of nowhere with a bad case of the forgetsies.
Talking about amnesia. So now we've cut to much later in the film. Detective Pikachu doesn't believe that Harry is dead. So to try to track him down, they've tracked the Argas to this underground Pokemon fight club, as Pokemon fighting is illegal in Rhyme City. There's a Sneasel here. You can't really see it. You'll see it much better in the next shot. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so that was the current fight that was going on. That was a Gengar fighting a Blastoise. That's the crowd and stuff. The Sneasel is here. A couple of them in this scene. So now they've talked to the owner of the fight club, who has challenged his Charizard to battle Pikachu for the information. If Tim wins, he'll give him the information. Yeah.
Just doing some light stretching. You never want to go into these things tight.
I forget things, it's what I do!
So, Charizard has taken some of the Argas, so now it's going crazy trying to attack him.
I have amnesia! We'll tackle, will knock me out!
Sneeze somewhere, there's So, yeah, he found out that he can't use his powers because of the amnesia. Back, so he's come in to help Detective Pikachu. So, what has happened now is, this is the owner, he came in to try to stop Tim because it's a dangerous situation, but he was knocked down by Charizard's tail, and he had a bunch of the Argas vials in his jacket. They've crashed down, and now the crowd is, the Pokemon will go crazy a little bit. We won't really see much of that, though. So now we've cut to later. They've been summoned by Howard, who has told them that Harry isn't dead and that his soul was taken by Mewtwo. So they're gonna figure out how to deal with that.
Case, one question though. Where are we?
Tell me where. You're the
There's
detective.
there's no Sneasel.
Okay. If Roger Clifford is the key to all of...
Oh yeah, Roger Clifford. Yeah, he's mentioning Roger Clifford. So Roger is Howard's son. He believes that Howard has claimed that Roger has something to do with Harry's disappearance and stuff. Roger being the owner of the news, so they're gonna talk to Lucy. We won't see that though.
Then.
So now that we've cut to later, they've allied with Lucy. They've gone and met Mewtwo, but Mewtwo was captured by who they believe to be Roger. But before that, Mewtwo showed them a vision where it seemed like Pikachu had betrayed Harry, so Tim and Detective Pikachu have split up. Tim and Lucy have returned to Rhyme City. He's going to tell Howard about Roger. Yes. And so she is trying to tell people about Roger capturing Mewtwo. So she's talked to this woman in the background, another reporter, and she's blown her off. So now, and told her to get coffee. And now she's taking it in. She threw her jacket at her, and so now she's going to use the jacket to try to get help. There's the Sneasel here.
You got it. Cynthia?
So now we've cut... Oh yeah, the 10th anniversary parade is happening now. That was sort of the setup scene, and now it's actually starting. Yes, there's a few Sneasel down there.
So as you can
That's
see,
the mayor
we are
talking.
more than happy with the turnout today.
Sneasel there. That's
Thank you so
Yoshida,
much.
the lieutenant.
Could you please? It's urgent.
So yeah, she's talking to him, saying,
Little late
this
for
is
an
how...
interview, don't you think?
Please.
That's who they believe to be Roger.
Parade, I'd like to thank our benefactor, Howard Clifford.
So now it's been revealed that it was actually Howard that captured Mewtwo, and he's now using a device called the Neuralink to put his mind inside of Mewtwo, and he's going to use the Argas to make the Pokemon go crazy and use Mewtwo's powers to merge humans and Pokemon, because Howard's whole goal is the ultimate partnership between humans and Pokemon. He believes that's how it can be achieved. There's Sneasel there.
But for all of
Yes.
humanity,
Mewtwo
to better
slash Howard
versions
and
of
the Neuralink.
themselves.
Yep. That's really good. Yes. All that. Pokemon going crazy. She's trying to warn. She's gonna try to warn people about, have them go too crazy. He's merging people now.
This is Lucy Stevens reporting a citywide emergency. Do not let your Pokemon breathe.
Now she's merging him, her, and then...
Okay.
So now Detective Pikachu has returned after finding something at the crash site. The car crash site, yeah. You can see the Sneasel here. It's person, Sneasel body, and there's Sneasel body, and trying to come to terms with it, I guess.
Worst parade I've ever seen.
That's Lucy, her Psyduck.
Lucy!
And so she's revealed that Howard is Mewtwo and all that. So now we've cut to sort of closer to the end of the film here. The whole thing has been undone. Howard has been separated from Mewtwo, and Mewtwo proper has unmerged people. So to see kind of the effects of that. Yeah, and they're separating.
Do that again. Okay.
Sneasel here, yeah. Okay, so now, what is happening is, so the Roger we saw earlier wasn't actually Roger, it was a Ditto, and this is the real Roger. He was captured by Howard, or maybe the Ditto, and locked away until later in the film, but he's now, freed, and everything's, happened, and, Howard has been arrested and stuff, so now he's basically giving Lucy a promotion, telling her to... She's gonna be on the news and stuff, and you can't really see it. I think the Sneasel's here.
Got a lead on it before anyone else even knew.
Yes, and so they're celebrating. Lucy and Psyduck are walking away. So now we've cut towards the end of the film here. It has been revealed that the reason why Detective Pikachu could talk is because he had Harry's soul inside him, and so Mewtwo has separated them, and now he's about to go home. There's the Sneasel there. That's Harry. He's saying goodbye. Sneasel back there. Yep, and this is my favorite Sneasel thing, because the pose is just ridiculous. So now, yeah, this is his sort of reaction to finding out that his son wants to stay, or it's about to, you know, whatever.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's about to talk about that. Okay, anyway, that's it. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Sneasel card. It's a non-Hisuian Sneasel card.
It's the 4th Sneasel card design. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. In Sugimori fashion, it's just the official art on a cool background. However, this one is a little different in that it's slightly zoomed in. It has 50 HP, it's 2 foot 11 and 61.7 pounds. It has 2 moves, Double Slap and Feint Attack. In the video games, Double Slap is a normal type move introduced in Gen 1. It's essentially Double Kick, but with hands instead of feet. It does damage multiple times, and each hit used to be based on percentages, and now it's independent hits. On this card, it costs 1 of any energy. The player flips 2 coins. For every heads, the move does 10 damage, so it can hit for 0, 10, or 20 damage. In the video games, Feint Attack is a dark type move introduced in Gen 2. It's a damage-dealing move that pretty much always hits, with the only exception being when the opponent Pokemon is semi-invulnerable, such as when setting up Fly or Dig. On this card, it costs 1 Darkness Energy and 1 of any energy. The player chooses any of the opponent's Pokemon, and the move does 20 unmodified damage. Sneasel is weak to fighting for plus 20 damage, and resistance to Psychic for minus 20 damage, which seems to be mimicking its immunity to Psychic in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy for Sneasel to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Diamond and Pearl expansion symbol. Its description reads, "It feeds on eggs stolen from nests. Its sharply hooked claws rip vulnerable spots on prey." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond X and Brilliant Diamond. It's level 21.
I have a Teddiursa card, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. Now let's see why people love Sneasel. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead, we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Sneasel. This is Sneasel, used Icicle Crash by Saw Dewey. This cool stylized Sneasel here. Very well done, using Icicle Crash, I guess. See all these ice crystals and stuff, and ice is coming from the claw and stuff. That's pretty cool. Then we've got Sneasel by Arno71. So it's the classic Sneasel design with the modern Sneasel design, or kind of. These are red, maybe it's just like the next generation one, actually. That's fun. So you can see all the differences and stuff, slightly stylized. Yeah, it's a very good image. This doesn't contain a Sneasel, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talked about melting to catch a Sneasel. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Teddiursa. As always, this is my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Teddiursa, the first bear and bear cub Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are September 29th, 1996, July 21st, 1999, May 11th, 2002, March 1st, 2005, December 21st, 2007, October 11th, 2010, August 1st, 2013, May 22nd, 2016, March 13th, 2019, and January 1st, 2022. I like the names of this Pokemon and its evolution, Ursaring. They're a play on Ursa Major and Ursa Minor, which literally mean Big Bear and Little Bear, respectively, with the latter even being Teddiursa's category name. They connect it with the celestial symbols of the crescent moon on Teddiursa's head and the new moon on Ursaring's belly. I also think Teddiursa is cute. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Teddiursa, the little bear Pokemon. It was all one word in gold and silver. Its number is 0-216. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal. Abilities, Pickup or Quick Feet in Gen 4+. Honey Gather is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 120 or 24.9%. Breeding is egg group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 2 foot or 0.6 meters. Weight 19.4 pounds or 8.8 kilograms. Base experience yields 124 in Gen 2 through 4 and 66 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown. Base friendship is 70. Teddiursa is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Ursaring starting at level 30, which evolves into Ursaluna when exposed to a peat block during a full moon. Biology: Teddiursa is a bipedal ursine Pokemon covered in short orange-brown fur. Its muzzle is a light tan color with a small black nose and black eyes with white irises. There is a slightly paler tan crescent moon marking on its face. And it has round ears. It has 3 claws on its forepaws, as well as 2 claws and yellow paw pads on its hind paws. Its tail is short, round, and puffy. Teddiursa is almost always seen licking its forepaws, which are soaked in honey. Every Teddiursa has a different flavor on its paws. When it feels nervous, it will lick its paws to calm itself down. The marking on its face can glow when it finds honey. While Teddiursa is able to make its own honey by blending pollen collected by beedrill with fruits, it is also known to steal honey from comb bee nests, which it finds by stealthily following the comb bee. Teddiursa lives in mountainous forests where it will hide food throughout its territory before food becomes scarce in winter. Evolution: Teddiursa evolves into Ursaring, and Hisui Ursaring evolves into Ursaluna. So you got Teddiursa, Ursaring, and Ursaluna. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness. Teddiursa is a resident of Treasure Town. She and her friend, Ursaring, also meet the player and partner at the end of Mystifying Forest, where they discover that the Luminous Spring has been restored. Teddiursa becomes the first Pokemon to evolve at the Luminous Spring since its restoration. Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 in Gold, if it finds honey, its crescent mark glows. It always licks its paws because they are soaked with honey. Silver, before food becomes scarce in wintertime, its habit is to hoard food in many hidden locations. Crystal, it always licks honey. Its palm tastes sweet because of all the honey it has absorbed. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal and Sword, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow and Sword, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, this Pokemon likes to lick its palms that are sweetened by being soaked in honey. Teddiursa concocts its own honey by blending fruits and pollen collected by beedrill. Emerald, it licks its palms that are sweetened by being soaked in honey. Teddiursa makes its own honey by blending fruits and pollen collected by beedrill. Fire Red is the Silver entry. Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it lets honey soak into its paws, so it can lick them all the time. Every set of paws tastes unique. Heart Gold is very similar to Gold's, but slightly different, so I'll read it. If it finds honey, its crescent mark glows. It always licks its paws because they're soaked with honey. Soul Silver's its silver counterpart. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Gold entry, while Y is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Pokemon, Teddiursa, and beedrill are now all the correct casing. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Legends Arceus, it licks its paws because of the sweet honey that is soaked into them. It is cunning, stealing into the nests of Combee and taking for itself the honey that the Combee have amassed. In Gen 9, Scarlet, this Pokemon discreetly follows Combee to find their hive. It scoops up big dollops of honey in its palms to eat. Violet, its paws are soaked in oodles of honey. When nervous, Teddiursa will lick its paws and soon have a smile back on its face. Teddiursa in the Paldea Pokedex being very cute, like it's discovered the camera, like the fur texture. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items. Black 2 and White 2, you get the Rage Candy Bar as an in-game trade 100% of the time. Legends Arceus for normal. You get the Dazzling Honey 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time. Great items by level. Alpha EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time. Great items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Scarlet and Violet, you get Honey 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 60, attack 80, defense, special attack, and special defense 50, speed 40, for a total of 330. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up 1, fling, covet, scratch, baby doll eyes, and lick 8. Fury swipes 13 payback, 17 Sweet Scent, 22 Slash, 25 Play Nice, 29 Play Rough, 33 Charm, 37 Rest, 37 Snore, and 41 Thrash. By TM, 1 Takedown, 2 Charm, 3 Fake Tear, 7 Protect, 12 Low Kick, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 28 Bulldoze, 31 Metal Claw, 32 Swift, 36 Rock Tomb, 43 Fling, 46 Avalanche, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 61 Shadow Claw, 64 Bulk Up, 66 Body Slam, 67 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 80 Metronome, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 87 Taunt, 88 Swords Dance, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 108 Crunch, 117 Hyper Voice, 127 Play Rough, 130 Helping Hand, 149 Earthquake, 167 Close Combat, 171 Terra Blast, 179 Smackdown, 191 Uproar, 192 Focus Punch, and 204 Double Edge. By breeding, Zangoose gives you Belly Drum, this group gives you Close Combat, this group gives you Counter, this group gives you Cross Chop, this group gives you Crunch, this group gives you Double Edge, this group gives you Fake Tears, this group gives you Fury Cutter, this group gives you Metal Claw, this group gives you Night Slash, this group gives you Seismic Toss, and this group gives you Yawn. The note here says, Skelligurge learns Yawn on its own, only version 2.0.1 onwards, so that's this one. Animated series only moves. Got Pound. It's a normal type move. In the episode The Brockster is in. Side game data. You got all this. Okay. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It lets loose shockwaves to attack. You got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark pad entry. Teddiursa often play in the Iceberg Zone and the Cavern Zone. They agree that their favorite attraction is Empoleon Snow Slide. Got all these, yeah. Evolution data, Teddiursa, level 30, Ursaring. Use a Peat Block during a full moon in Hisui. Got Ursaluna sprites here. For Gen 2, we've gotten one that's different in the Japan version versus the international version. It's in the silvers. You can see there's no paw pad and a paw pad here. So, generally, it looks interesting. It's not quite the same. It's just kind of just general teddy bear shape, which is what it's based on. The crescent moon looks like that. It's all white. There's all the stuff that would become different colors is still white. It's a slightly different brown than the modern one. Green for the shiny. That's interesting. Gen 3, so a little bit closer to what the modern one is. I don't know what's going on with the tail. It looks a little bit weird. It almost looks like it's on a cape for some reason. But yeah, it's sitting down. It's very cute. Definitely much more closer to the one we have now. Like the eye, like you can even see like the. It's just a lot of the rounded features and stuff. And this is all yellow now. Yep. It looks less like it's actually shoving its paw in its mouth like these are. Like they look like they're sucking on their paw, but now it just kind of looks like kind of the more modern thing where it's almost sucking its claw, I guess, or not quite, but yeah. This is much closer to what we have now with the coloration. It's standing up, the sort of chubby look, it's thinner than this, but yeah, rounded head and stuff. Yep. Yeah, Gen 4, got this kind of brown. Yep. Then we got the sort of more modern kind of sort of orangish color. Yep. Gen 5, got the full back sprites now. And you get the actual modern kind of orange-brown color. And this kind of green, I guess, is a little bit different, I think. Pretty good models. Obviously not the best quality, but that's just because it is probably the best they could do, These, I don't think they're that much different. You get much better models in this game. Very cute. For some reason, all of the models don't really show off its tail, except for the back spread, I guess, in these. But yeah, it's interesting. You got homes here. Okay, yeah. In animation, Teddiursa in Pokemon Horizons, the series. Teddiursa in Pokemon Horizons, the series. A Teddiursa egg in Pokemon, the series Ruby and Sapphire. That's pretty cool. Got all these. Yep. Pokedex entries in episode 186 in Ash's Pokedex. Teddiursa, the little bear Pokemon. This cute, cuddly Pokemon is easily frightened and frequently licks its paws, which are usually covered with sweet honey. Got Pokemon evolutions, and you got Teddiursa and Pokemon Paldean Winds here, I guess, with Katie and Tarantula, I think. And I don't really know what's going on here. Looks like she's probably having some sort of broadcast or something. Maybe introducing all, I think, of the gym leaders, I think is what they both are, or whatever they're called in this generation. In the manga, we got Teddiursa in Pokemon Adventures, and Terra Teddiursa in Pokemon Adventures. In the TCG and the TFG trivia, Teddiursa is one of the 14 Pokemon for which foreign Pokedex entries can be collected in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Teddiursa is the only non-Generation 1 Pokemon with a unique sprite in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, aside from the different forms of Deoxys. Despite this, it does not appear in the wild in those games. Teddiursa can be seen as a parallel to Phanpy. Their evolutionary lines are exclusive to opposite versions of Pokemon Gold and Silver and Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and are the only Pokemon to swap version exclusive status between localizations. They each have one evolved form prior to Pokemon Legends Arceus, and they both have Pickup as an ability and lose it upon evolution. Despite not being in Pokemon Sword and Shield, an early prototype build of the game featured a Teddiursa charm on Gloria's bag. This was removed in later prototype builds. Despite this fondness for honey in its Pokedex entries, and even dropping Dazzling Honey is not among the list of Teddiursa's preferred foods in Pokemon Legends Arceus. Dropping is interesting. That's a different mechanic. Origin Teddiursa appears to be based on a bear cub, such as the cub of an Asian black bear whose Japanese name, Tsukinowaguma, literally means Ring of the Moon Bear. The fact that Teddiursa always licks its paws covered in honey mimics the bear's weakness for it. Teddiursa's appearance also resembles a teddy bear, and possibly the cubs of other honey bear species such as the sun bear or sloth bear. The marking on Teddiursa's face may come from the aforementioned Asian black bear and the crescent moon it is similar to. The connection between a bear and a celestial body may also reference the Ursa Minor and Ursa Major constellations, Teddiursa being the former one. Name origin, Teddiursa may be a combination of teddy bear and Ursa, Latin for bear. Himaguma may be a combination of Himi, princess, small, prefix for small in Japanese nomenclature of species, or possibly Hai, crescent moon, and Kuma, bear. Now the languages related, see also external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Teddiursa's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon the Movie 3, Spell of the Unknown Entei. In this film, we're at the beginning of the film. A father is reading to his daughter, Molly, in their mansion.
Lots of people believe.
And there's the Teddiursa as a toy, with a bunch of other toys.
Even though they've never seen them. And in
He's
this
talking about how legendary Pokemon, legendary books, and that's the dad, that's Molly. And that is Teddiursa's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 2 Teddiursa cards. We'll start with the older one.
It's the first Teddiursa card design. It was illustrated by Miki Tanaka, an illustrator for the TCG who began in 1999 and has continued to this day, as of September 2024. She is known for her simplistic, storybook-like designs. This card is no exception. I can definitely see this design being in a children's book. Perhaps the most notable element is that Teddiursa is too dark, even for the time, being closer to the shade of brown of its evolution, Ursaring. The crescent moon marking is also a little off, being not curved enough in. Anyway, it has 40 HP. It's 2 foot and 19 pounds, which is 0.4 pounds less than its weight in the official Pokedex. Next to the weight, there's the Neo Discovery expansion symbol. It has 2 moves, Scratch and Nap Time. Since I've already talked about Scratch in the video games, I'll just talk about it on this card. It costs 1 of any energy and hits for 10 damage. Nap Time is not a move in the main games, but is a move or skill in Pokemon Shuffle, which was after this card was released, likely meaning it was chosen based on the move from the TCG. Anyway, in that game, which is a puzzle game about matching 3 or more Pokemon icons in a row by swapping icons to defeat and capture Pokemon to get more icon options, which are based on type, advantages, and disadvantages, it puts the opponent Pokemon to sleep, meaning they can't use disruptions, which are how the opponent Pokemon attacks, by way of putting up barriers, freezing icons or swapping icons, usually with ones that are Pokemon types it's resistant to, for 2 turns, and allows the player to do 20% more damage during these turns. On this card, it costs 2 of any energies. It fully heals Teddiursa, but puts it to sleep. Teddiursa is weak to fighting for double damage. It's resistant to Psychic for minus 30 damage, which likely mimics its immunity to Ghost in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy for Teddiursa to retreat. Its description reads, if it finds honey, its crescent mark glows. It always licks paws because they are soaked with honey. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Gold and Leaf Green, and one of the Pokedex entries in Pokemon Stadium 2. It's level 12. In the video games, it would be 18 levels from evolving into Ursaring. The second card is the fourth Teddiursa card design. It was illustrated by Yuka Mori. I love how cute Teddiursa is in this image. It translates well into clay. It has 60 HP. It shares its height and retreat cost with the other Teddiursa. Its weight is 19.4 pounds, 0.4 pounds heavier than the other Teddiursa. It has 2 moves, Rest and Sweet Palm. In the video games, Rest is a Psychic-type status move introduced in Gen 1. It fully restores the user's HP and removes status conditions, but puts the user to sleep for 2 or 3 turns. On this card, it costs 1 of any energy and does pretty much the same thing, but instead of restoring all the health, it just restores 20 health. Also, sleep works a little different in the TCG. The player flips a coin after every turn to see if the Pokemon wakes up. Upon a successful coin flip, it does. Sweet Palm is not a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 2 of any energy and hits for 30 damage. However, it also heals the opponent for 10 damage before Teddiursa does 30 damage. So in essence, Teddiursa is only doing 20 damage. It's weak to fighting for plus 10 damage. It has no resistance, which is interesting since, while it reflects Teddiursa's resistance in the games, as shown on the other card, it could use the immunity, so it could have been resistant to Psychic. Teddiursa's description reads, "It lets honey soak into its paws, so it can lick them all the time. Every set of paws tastes unique." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. It's level 20, which is 8 levels higher than the other Teddiursa. In the video games, it would be 10 levels from evolving into Ursaring.
Speaking of Ursaring, I don't have an Ursaring card, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Corsola. More specifically, Galarian Corsola. Now let's see why other people love Teddiursa. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Teddiursa by Kishi Shiotani. We got a Teddiursa with, I don't know if this is supposed to be like a human version of Teddiursa, or just like a trainer that's like really obsessed with Teddiursa to the point that they are looking like Teddiursa. I don't know what the context of this is, but it's a very nice image. Very well done. I like the nighttime elements, the moon, and the stars and the trees. Yeah. Let's move on. Yeah.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I talk about Smeargle to get Surf, so that I can catch a Teddiursa. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Ursaring. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Ursaring, the first bear evolution and the first adult bear Pokemon. In most regions, it's the only evolution of Teddiursa. However, in Hisui, it's Teddiursa's first evolution. Regardless, Teddiursa evolves into Ursaring at level 30. Its previous PYC dates are September 30th, 1996, July 22nd, 1999, May 12th, 2002, March 2nd, 2005, December 22nd, 2007, October 12th, 2010, August 2nd, 2013, May 23rd, 2016, March 14th, 2019, and January 2nd, 2022. As I mentioned yesterday, I like the names of Ursaring and Teddiursa, as they play on Ursa Minor and Ursa Major, which literally mean Little Bear and Big Bear, respectively. They connect with the celestial symbols of the crescent moon on Teddiursa's forehead and the new moon on Ursaring's belly. Much like its real-world counterpart, I wouldn't want to get near Ursaring in the wild. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Ursaring, the Hibernator Pokemon. Hibernant? In Gen 2. Its number is 0 to 117. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal. Abilities Guts or Quick Feet in Gen 4+. Unnerve is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 60 or 14.8%. Breeding is egg group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 5'11" or 1.8 meters. Weight is 277.3 pounds or 125.8 kilograms. Basic experience seal is 189 in Gen 2 through 4 and 175 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EVL is 2 and attack shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown, and base friendship is 70. Ursaring is a normal-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolved from Teddiursa starting at level 30, and evolved into Ursaluna when exposed to a peat block during a full moon. Biology, Ursaring is a bipedal Ursine Pokemon. Its broad body is covered in brown fur except for its muzzle, inner ears, and paw pads, which are yellow. It has narrow eyes, a triangular black nose, and a wide mouth with small visible fangs in the upper jaw. The fur on Ursaring's shoulders is longer and more structured with rectangular extensions. A female Ursaring has longer fur on its shoulders than a male. There is a large yellow ring-shaped mark shaped like a new moon on its chest. Ursaring's 4 limbs are long, ending in 5 claws each, while its hind legs are short and thick, ending in 3 claws each. Its tail is large and spherical in shape. Ursaring lives in mountainous forests, sleeping in treetops and gathering food throughout the day. While it's skilled at climbing trees, it gathers food by snapping them and collecting whatever berries or fruits fall down. It will mark trees bearing delicious fruit in its territory with its claws. Ursaring is also known to regularly eat honey, which is its favorite food. Ursaring's sense of smell can distinguish any aroma, and as such it can find food buried deep underground or in streams. It will also search for food during the winter season. As seen in the Pokemon the series Ruby and Sapphire episode, Going for a Spinda, Ursaring is highly protective of its cubs, and in the original series episode, Forest Grumps is shown to become more aggressive during mating season. It also becomes more ferocious when it is hungry. Ursaring are known to get into fights with Primeape when they encounter each other while searching for berries. When exposed to peat found in Hisui during a full moon, Ursaring can evolve into Ursaluna. Evolution, Ursaring evolves from Teddiursa, and Hisui it evolves into Ursaluna. So we've got Teddiursa, Ursaring, Ursaluna. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, and Explorers of Darkness. Ursaring is a resident of Treasure Town. He also meets the player and partner at the end of Mystifying Forest, where his friend Teddiursa becomes the first Pokemon to evolve at the Luminous Spring since its restoration. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, Ursaring reappears alongside Teddiursa as part of Serene Village. During the game, Ursaring often states his apprehensions towards Teddiursa's desire to evolve. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 and Gold. Although it is a good climber, it prefers to snap trees with its forelegs and eat fallen berries. Silver, with its ability to distinguish any aroma, it unfailingly finds all food buried deep underground. Crystal, although it has a large body, it is quite skilled at climbing trees. It eats and sleeps in the treetops. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, in the forests inhabited by Ursaring, it is said that there are many streams and towering trees where they gather food. This Pokemon walks through its forest gathering food every day. Emerald, in forests it is said that there are many streams and towering trees where an Ursaring gathers food. It walks through this forest collecting food every day. Fire Red is basically Silver's entry, but aroma is now smell. Leaf Green is very similar to Gold's, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Although it is a good climber, it prefers to snap stout trees with its forelegs and eat fallen berries. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, in its territory it leaves scratches on trees that bear delicious berries or fruits. Heart Gold is basically Gold's, but berries is now the correct casing. Soul Silver is its silver counterpart. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries. Y is Crystal's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Ursaring and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. When the cold season arrives in Hisui, this Pokemon will wander fields and mountains, alike in search of its favorite berries. Ursaring's hunger during this time makes it a ferocious danger. In Gen 9, Scarlet, it usually wears a hardened expression, but when it's licking up honey, which it loves, the joy it feels will cause it to break into a wide grin. Violet, it is quite skilled at climbing trees. If it comes across a Primeape while searching for berries in the treetops, trouble will surely ensue. Ursaring in the Paldea Pokedex. So it's with a Teddiursa. They looks like they're sleeping. It's very cute, and it's also a full evolutionary line image, which I love. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Legends Arceus. Normal. Dazzling Honey, 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn, 15% of the time. And Grid Items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy M, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 20% of the time. And Grid Items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 90, attack 130. Defense, special attack, and special defense, 75. Speed, 55 for a total of 500. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double. Immune to ghost, and resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up will go down to 35 Scary Face. 35 Scary Face, 41 Rest and Snore, 48 High Horsepower, 56 Thrash, and 64 Hammer Arm. By TM we're skipping, by Breeding we're skipping, by Prior Evolution, you get Baby Doll Eyes from Teddiursa. It's a Fairy type status move, accuracy 100%, and PB has 30. Special moves. From the event Wild Terra Pokemon, you can get Aerial Ace, Body Slam, Charm, and Cross Chop. Side game data, you got all this, yep, okay. Pokemon Ranger Guardian signs in the browser entry. It lets loose shockwaves to attack. You got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark pad entry. Ursaring plays in the Iceberg Zone. He loves Glalie igloos, and his best performances are in Bastiodon's Block Barrage. Got these. Okay. In new Pokemon Snap in the photo decks. If you see a tree with huge claw marks carved into it, that means you've stumbled into an Ursaring's territory. That's how it marks its favorite spots, so other Pokemon won't take them. Evolution data, you got Teddiursa, level 30, Ursaring. Use a Peat Block during the full moon in Hisui, so that gets you Ursaluna. Sprites, so in Gen 2, I mean, not too different. It pretty much remains the same. It's, you know, a little bit more, like, simple, a little less kind of brown and that kind of yellow. This is green, that makes sense, since that was, I think, Teddiursa's colors as well. This is sort of the green-blue, almost like a mint green, I guess. Then it's this darker brown now. Gen 3 has this sort of lighter brown and kind of a tan color, I guess, for those. This also becomes kind of tan instead of blue. Yeah, you got that. And you got the gender differences with the arms, things. Yeah. And then it goes back to this kind of brown. Darker brown, anyway. Keeps that, I guess. Here's the back sprites. Yep. Got the models. Pretty good, I'd say. Yeah. Oh, these make it a lot more obvious, the gender differences in the models, yeah. The longer and the shorter. Yeah. These are probably the same. Got the better models here, of course. Longer, shorter, whatever. Yep. Homes, we got these, yeah. Oh, it goes back to yellow. When did it go back to yellow? I guess it becomes more yellow once it gets to the models, right? Or maybe even back here, I think. Yeah, it looks like here is when it kind of becomes more of a yellow color, rather than kind of this tan color. The ring, anyway. And then it comes kind of the yellow all around. Brings that kind of back, I guess. That's much more obvious here. And here. Animation, Ursaring in Pokemon the series, black and white. I guess Paul's Ursaring is the big one. I don't know these. Yeah. Pokedex entries in episode 155 in Ash's Pokedex. Ursaring, the hibernate Pokemon. The Ursaring has such a keen sense of smell that it can even find food that has been buried. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 6 in Dawn's Pokedex. Ursaring, the hibernator Pokemon. An excellent tree climber. It snaps trees with its front legs and eats the fallen fruit. In Black and White, episode 124 in Ash's Pokedex. Ursaring, the hibernator Pokemon. Ursaring searches for honey in the forest daily. To reach its food, it often snaps trees with its forelegs rather than climbing. Got all these in the manga. Ursaring in Pokemon Adventures. You got all this. Yep. In the TCG. Trivia, this first point we basically read in the Teddiursa video, but there looks to be a lot more detail, so I think I'll read it in this one. Ursaring and Donphan, along with their pre-evolved forms, are the only Pokemon to swap version-exclusive status between localizations. While Teddiursa and Ursaring are found only in the Japanese and Korean Silver, they are not found in Silver and other languages, being found in the Gold version of those languages instead, with Phanpy and Donphan getting the opposite treatment. This changed in the remakes Heart Gold and Soul Silver, where they follow the Japanese and Korean Gold and Silver. Ursaring and Stantler's evolution requirements, as well as Scyther's evolution into Qwilfish, are programmed into Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, with the Pokemon being affected by the Eviolite item. However, the Peat Block needed for evolution is unobtainable, preventing the Pokemon from evolving. Design variations. Ursaring has been depicted with an inconsistent number of claws over time and between media. In its original Pokemon Gold and Silver artwork, Ursaring has 4 visible claws, but in its Gen 2 sprites, it has 3 claws. From Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire to Pokemon Platinum, it has 4 claws. From Heart Gold and Soul Silver onwards, Ursaring consistently has 5 claws in its game sprites. In all 3D spin-off games, as well as in the animated series and in corporate art, it has always been depicted with 5 claws. So you've got Gold and Silver art, you got these, there's like 4 of them, and you've got the 5 in Heart Gold and Soul Silver's art, you got the 5 in the original series art, and the 5 in corporate art. Origin, Ursaring appears to be based on bears, such as the brown bear and Asian black bear. The latter is known in Japanese as Zukinowaguma, literally Ring of the Moon Bear. The connection between a bear and a celestial body may also reference the Ursa Minor and Ursa Major constellations, Ursaring being the latter one. Ursaring's rectangular shoulder fur resemble fringes of buckskins or epaulettes. Name origin, Ursaring may be a combination of Ursa, Latin for bear, and ring. Ringuma may be a combination of ring, rin, wheel, and ring, and kuma, bear. Now the languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Ursaring's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 155, Forest Grumps. In this episode, Team Rocket, the main Team Rocket, consisting of Jesse, James, and their talking Meowth, have captured the main characters' Pokemon, the main characters being Ash, Brock, and Misty. But Team Rocket has just been shot down by a mysterious party in releasing the Pokemon. Meowth is wondering who shot them down. And there it is, the Ursaring. Oh, it's a bunch of Ursaring. And that is Ursaring's first in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Ursaring. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Mama Bear by Penny Dragon, or Penny Versu, I guess, is from 2015. So it's this Mama Ursaring protecting her cub Teddiursa, you know, very realistic style, or more realistic anyway. It's very nice, very well done, very nice painting. Yep. That's it, let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who's submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Smeargle to catch a Teddiursa to evolve it into Ursaring. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Slugma, the first non-starter fire Pokemon in Gen 2. If one doesn't consider Hisuian Typhlosion the 157th Pokemon, Slugma is also the first fire-type Pokemon to gain a secondary typing upon evolution. Its previous PYC dates are October 1st, 1996, July 23rd, 1999, May 13th, 2002, March 3rd, 2005, December 23rd, 2007, October 13th, 2010, August 3rd, 2013, May 24th, 2016, March 15th, 2019, and January 3rd, 2022. I like the idea of a slug made of lava. I think it's a cool idea. I most associate Slugma, or more accurately, its name, with a variation of the popular trick of asking someone, "Have you heard of Ligma?" or some similar question involving Ligma. Often it's a fake medical condition. And the recipient asking, "No, what's Ligma?" or some similar variation, and then the trickster, who is typically male, says, "Ligma balls," as it sounds similar to "lick my balls," which, if used on a male recipient, would be a request considered homosexual in nature, making it appear as if the recipient is homosexual, or a homosexual encapsulating sexuality, and therefore humorous in the eyes of the trickster, particularly if they know that the recipient is in fact heterosexual or asexual. The variation replaces Ligma with Slugma, as that makes the phrase sound like "suck my balls," an even more potentially homosexual act. Due to Slugma being a well-established Pokemon, the setup is not used in the same way as Ligma, and is more used for shock humor. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Slugma, the lava Pokemon whose number is 0218. This is what it looks like. Its type is fire. Abilities: Magma Armor or Flame Body. Weak Armor is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding is egg group amorphous. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 2'4" or 0.7 meters. Weight is 77.2 pounds or 35 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 78 in Gen 2 through 4 and 50 and 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 and special attack. Shape is that. Has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is red and base friendship is 70. Slugma is a fire type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Magcargo starting at level 30. 38. Biology: Slugma is a limbless gastropod mollusk Pokemon composed of magma. Its body is bright red, fading to a duller red along its extremities. It has large, round, yellow eyes with small pupils. Slugma's head is ovoid with flame-like extensions spreading upward from its eyes and round, stable drops of magma dangling from its upper jaw. Its lower body is irregular in shape and occasionally emits bubbles. Slugma's circulatory system is composed entirely of magma, which delivers vital nutrients and oxygen to its organs. To prevent its body from cooling and hardening, Slugma neither sleeps nor ever stops moving. If its body does begin to cool, it will become brittle and may break apart. Slugma constantly seeks warm places and gathers with other members of its species in mountains and volcanoes. Slugma takes magma baths to heal itself. It is believed that when volcanoes were more active in ancient times, Slugma were seen more often. Evolution: Slugma evolves into Maccargo, so you got Slugma, Maccargo. Game data: NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. In the special episode, today's Oh My Gosh, 2 Slugma are summoned by Haunter to fight Sunflora at the Spring Cave. Pokedex entries: in Gen 2 and Gold, it never sleeps. It has to keep moving because if it stopped, its magma body would cool and harden. Silver, a common sight in the volcanic areas. It slowly slithers around in a constant search for warm places. Crystal, these group together in areas that are hotter than normal. If it cools off, its skin hardens. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 and Ruby, molten magma courses throughout Slugma's circulatory system. If this Pokemon is chilled, the magma cools and hardens. Its body turns brittle and chunks fall off, reducing its size. Sapphire Slugma does not have any blood in its body. Instead, intensely hot magma circulates throughout this Pokemon's body, carrying essential nutrients and oxygen to its organs. Emerald, it is a species of Pokemon that lives in volcanic areas. If its body cools, its skin hardens and immobilizes it. To avoid that, it sleeps near magma. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, its body is made of magma. If it doesn't keep moving, its body will cool and harden. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries, and Fire Red's entry. Y is the Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Slugma and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, only Diamond, Shining Pearl, and their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9 and Scarlet, its lava body can cool and chip away at times, but a magma bath will heal it right up. Violet, it said that in ancient times, when volcanoes were more active, there were many more Slugma than there are now. Got Slugma in the Kitakami Pokedex. We got 3 of them. That's kind of fun. I like the texture. That's fun. In game locations, side game locations. Stats, base stats, HP attack and defense are 40. Special attack, 70. Special defense, 40. Speed, 20 for a total of 250. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged only by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ghost, electric, psychic, dragon, and dark. Weak to ground, rock, and water for double. Immune to nothing. Resistant to bug, steel, fire, grass, ice, and fairy for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Smog and Yawn. 6. Ember. 8. Rock Throw. 13. Harden. 20. Clear Smog. 22. Ancient Power. 27. Incinerate. 29. Rock Slide. 34. Lava Plume. 36. Amnesia. 41. Body Slam. 43. Recover. 48. Flamethrower. And 50. Earth Power. By TM, 1 Takedown, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 24 Fire Spin, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 35 Mud Shot, 36 Rock Tomb, 38 Flame Charge, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 51 Sandstorm, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 76 Rock Blast, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 101 Power Gem, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 116 Stealth Rock, 118 Heat Wave, 125 Flame Thrower, 128 Amnesia, 133 Earth Power, 141 Fire Blast, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 157 Overheat, 171 Terra Blast, 179 Smackdown, 186 High Horsepower, 189 Heat Crash, 202 Pain Split, 207 Temper Flare, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives you Acid Armor, this group gives you Curse, the Mirror Herb gives you Guard Swap, this group gives you Inferno, this group gives you Memento, the Mirror Herb gives you Rollout, this group gives you Smokescreen, and this group gives you Stockpile. Special moves, the Wild Terra Pokemon event gives you Acid Armor and Smokescreen. TCG only moves You get Headbutt on this card and Tackle on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Yep. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Slugma leaves a trail of hot lava. It also spits lava in blobs. Shadows of Olmia. It spits embers and blobs of fire to attack. You got these, yeah. New Pokemon Snap in the Forretress entry. Slugma stays near the lava because if its magma body ever cools, it will harden and make this Pokemon unable to move. It often burns its food with its own heat, so eating can be a tricky task for it. Evolution data, Slugma, level 38, Magcargo. Sprites, so it's one of these where there's a difference between Japan and the international version. So the difference is in the back sprite. The lava thing, bubbles or whatever, aren't on the international versions for some reason. Otherwise, it looks a little weird. The eyes are a little bit big, and they're not the yellow yet, and it's kind of more orange. This is kind of a gray, for the shiny. That's interesting. Crystals is sort of a red, and the yellow now. This is sort of a dark gray, and a gray for the eyes. Yep. Then Gen 3, but closer to what we have now, design-wise. These are a lot smaller, these are a lot bigger. Yep. It's not gray with yellow, that's interesting. Yep. Diamond and Pearl. Not much changes. Yep. The neck gets a little longer, it looks like, in this generation. That's interesting. Yep. Okay, then it kind of becomes a little bit shorter again. We get a full back sprite. And now you can see the bubbles are actually on the bottom rather than the neck. That makes sense. Yeah, then you got the 3D models. The bubbles are basically gone, but that might just be like an effect that happens. Yeah. A pretty good translation, I'd say. Yep. Yeah, you can see it looks like maybe the lava even droops off of the bubbles things here. Yes, there appears to be a stripe for some reason. I don't know if that's like a mistake or lighting or I don't know what that's about. Got the models and homes here. That's pretty good. Yep, an animation. Slugma in Pokemon Horizons the series. Okay, got all these, yep. Pokedex entries in Advanced Iterations, episode 41 in May's Pokedex. Slugma, the lava Pokemon. Slugma have intensely hot magma, which circulates throughout their bodies, carrying nutrients and oxygen to their organs. Poketoon, you got Slugma and a Poketoon, and the Slugma-powered home. That's what it's named after, so yeah. In the manga, Slugma in Pokemon Adventures. Okay, got all these, and the TCG. Trivia, this first point I read in the Murkrow video, but the second point is new. Additionally, while Murkrow and Houndour are catchable in Johto via the Safari Zone in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, the only possible way to get a Slugma before obtaining the National Pokedex in Heart Gold and Soul Silver is to receive it from Primo as an egg. It must otherwise be traded in or transferred from a Pokewalker linked to a game that has already unlocked the National Pokedex. Slugma has the lowest base stat total of all Fire-type Pokemon. Slugma also has the lowest base special defense stat of all Fire-type Pokemon. Slugma is tied with Torkoal, Litwick, and Mega Camerupt for the lowest base speed stat of all Fire-type Pokemon. Slugma and its evolved form, Magcargo, are the only Fire-type Pokemon with serpentine bodies. Origin, Slugma appears to be based on a slug with a body of lava. It may also be based on the Sharoof, evil creatures of rock and magma that inhabit the magma pools found deep within Chilean volcanoes. Slugma's shiny form may be based on cooled, hardened magma, which becomes a dark metallic color. The form may also be based on solder, a liquid metal that is extremely hot and hardens when it cools, similarly to lava. Name origin, Slugma may be a combination of slug and magma. Magmag may be a combination of magma and slug. Another languages. Got these external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Slugma's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 267, Love Pokemon Style. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, as Pikachu, have entered the Johto League Champions. And he's about to do his first battle later, but he needs to learn about his opponent.
That's right.
There she is, Macy or Maisie or something like that. He met her earlier. So she's gonna be using, or has these 3 Pokemon at least. Vulpix, there's the Slugma, and a Quilava.
That? Practically all of...
That's okay. Well, that was Slugma's first thing in the anime anyway, so let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Slugma. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because it's the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Slugma Family by Zero-chan, 923,600. And it's kind of hard to see, but there's the Slugma and a Magcargo. It's kind of just cooping onto the shell of the Magcargo. It's very fun, different kind of styles, kind of stylized, a little bit more, I don't know, cartoony, like American cartoony. I don't know what the exact style is, but it's very nice, very well done. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've completed the story to catch a Slugma. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Maccargo. As always, this is my prompt profit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Magcargo, the first dual-type Fire-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2, and the first Fire-Rock Pokemon. It's the evolution of Slugma, who evolves at level 38. Its previous PYT8s are October 2nd, 1996, July 24th, 1999, May 14th, 2002, March 4th, 2005, December 24th, 2007, October 14th, 2010, August 4th, 2013, May 25th, 2016, March 16th, 2019, and January 4th, 2022. I like the idea of a snail made out of lava and volcanic rock. I feel like it makes a great evolution for Slugma. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Magcargo, the lava Pokemon. His number is 0219. This is what it looks like. Its type is Fire Rock. This is our first Fire Rock. I'll point out the Fire inside and the Rock outside. Abilities, Magma Armor or Flame Body. Weak Armor is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding is egg group Amorphous and hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 2'7" or 0.8 meters. Weight is 121.3 pounds or 55 kilograms. Base experience yield is 154 in Gen 2 through 4 and 151 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EVL is 2 in defense. Shape is that and has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is red and base friendship is 70. Magcargo is a dual type Fire Rock Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Slugma starting at level 38. Biology, Magcargo is a limbless gastropod mollusk Pokemon consisting almost entirely of bright red magma. Its oval eyes are large and yellow with small pupils and extend upward from its head. It has a bulbous snout and a wide mouth, with 2 drops of magma dangling from each side of its upper jaw. Magcargo's back is protected by a gray spherical shell composed of hardened but brittle magma, forming irregular lumps and plates. Magcargo can store fire energy in its shell. It's supposed to be Magcargo. A streak of fire leaks from the side of its shell. Magcargo's lower body is amorphous and covered in bubbles of magma. Magcargo's internal body temperature can reach over 18,000 Fahrenheit or 10,000 Celsius, causing it to evaporate water on contact. Flames circulate throughout its body, occasionally spouting through cracks in its shell. While its shell is brittle enough to be shattered with a slight touch, Magcargo can reform its body by dipping itself in magma. It can be found in mountainous regions and has been living in volcano craters for tens of thousands of years. According to one folklore, when the wild Magcargo population suddenly increases, it's a sign that a volcano eruption is coming. So again, that should say Magcargo. Evolution, Magcargo evolved from Slugma. So you got Slugma, Magcargo. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 in gold, the shell on its back is just skin that has cooled and hardened. It breaks easily with a slight touch. Silver, its brittle shell occasionally spouts intense flames that circulate throughout its body. Crystal, its body is as hot as lava and is always billowing. Flames will occasionally burst from its shell. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, and Crystal insert, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow insert, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby, Maccargo's shell is actually its skin that hardened as a result of cooling. Its shell is very brittle and fragile. Just touching it causes it to crumble apart. This Pokemon returns to its original size by dipping itself in magma. Sapphire, Maccargo's body temperature is approximately 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Water is vaporized on contact. If this Pokemon is caught in the raindrops instantly turn into steam, cloaking the area in a thick fog. Emerald, the shell on its back is made of hardened magma. Tens of thousands of years spent living in volcanic craters have turned Maccargo's body into magma. Fire Red is the silver entry, and Leaf Green is the gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, its body temperature is roughly 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Flames spout from gaps in its hardened shell. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Y is the Crystal entry. Omega Ruby is basically rubies, but Magcargo and Pokemon are now the correct casing. Alpha Sapphire is basically sapphires, but Magcargo and Pokemon are now the correct casing. And Fahrenheit is like the whole word instead of just the F. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are very similar to Diamond and Pearls, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Its body temperature is roughly 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Flames burst from gaps in its shell, made of hardened magma. In Gen 9, Scarlet, this Pokemon lives near the craters of volcanoes. It stores fire energy in its shell of cooled and hardened magma. Violet, according to folklore, a sudden increase in the wild Maccargo population heralds a volcanic eruption. Maccargo in the Kitakami Pokedex. You got a couple of them and a couple Slugma. That's fun. You know, I love full evolutionary line images. It's a very cool effect too. The fire coming out of it and the cracks. And it's darker now. That's interesting. Game locations, side game locations, stats. Base stats will compare Gens 2 through 6 and Gen 7 onward. HP 50 that went up to 60. Attack 50 that stays the same. Defense 120 that stays the same. Special attack 80 that went up to 90. Special defense 80, that's the same. Speed 30, that's the same. So this one has a total of 410, this one has a total of 430. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged only by Ghost, Steel, Grass, Electric, Psychic, Dragon, and Dark. Weak to Fighting, Ground, Rock, and Water. Fighting and Rock are for double, and Ground and Water are for 4. Immune to Nothing, resistant to Normal, Flying, Poison, Bug, Fire, Ice, and Fairy, all for half except for Fire, which is for 4th. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here and then go down to 38. So upon evolution, you get Shell Smash, 43 Body Slam, 47 Recover, and 54 Flamethrower. By TM, since it's a different typing, then Slugma will read them all. 1 Takedown, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 24 Fire Spin, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 35 Mud Shot, 36 Rock Tomb, 38 Flame Charge, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 51 Sandstorm, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 76 Rock Blast, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 101 Power Gem, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 116 Stealth Rock, 118 Heat Wave, 125 Flamethrower, 128 Amnesia, 133 Earth Power, 141 Fire Blast, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 157 Overheat, 163 Hyper Beam, 165 Flare Blitz, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 176 Sand Tomb, 179 Smackdown, 180 Gyro Ball, 189 Heat Crash, 195 Burning Jealousy, 202 Pain Split, 207 Temper Flare, 215 Scorching Sands, and 224 Curse. By breeding, we're skipping. By Prior Evolution, from Slugma, you get the move High Horsepower. It's a physical, ground-type move. Its power is 95, accuracy 95, and PP has 10. Side game data, you got all these. Yeah, okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Maccargo scatters lava as it crawls. It will chase after rangers. Shadows of Volmia. It spits embers and blobs of fire to attack. Okay, got these. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark pad entry. Maccargo is a gatekeeper in the lava zone. No one can see Blaziken without getting Maccargo's okay first. Evolution data. Slugma, level 38 Maccargo. Sprites here. So, oh, okay, it starts off pink. Pink and kind of a brown. The shell is a lot more obviously, like, loosely done, except for the backside. It looks a lot more neat. Blue, that's interesting. I guess because the flames, blue flames, I guess. This is red now. The eyes are white still. This is sort of a bluish black, I guess. The shell's the same brown, but it keeps the same brown instead of going to this darker color. That's interesting. Yeah. Back sprites are different. That's interesting. In Gen 3, so you got this gray color and this kind of orange-ish and yellow, and now it's purple for the back sprite, and kind of keeps the brown, I guess. A different shade of brown, though. Yep, again, a little less organized, but a lot more organized than this one. Yeah, those are a lot different back sprite than those. Then we got Diamond and Pearls. Not really much changes here. I think maybe a little bit different color. This is now got the actually it starts. So the shiny started off with like purple eyes, but it goes to the yellow eyes later. But it has like kind of red pupils, I guess. That's interesting. Kind of an orange now. The shell, slightly different purple as well. Yep. And Gen 5, you got the full back sprite. It's pretty cool. And we got the models. So, you know, pretty good translation. This is kind of gray now. Yep. Just kind of just, yeah. Yeah. Man, not much changes here. So it seems to lose the different colored eyes, I guess. That's sad, once it goes to the models. But yeah, you can see the flame, that's pretty cool. Yeah, we don't really get the flame in any of these. Yeah, once it gets to the models, you don't really see the flame. That's sad. Yeah, cool, see that. Okay. In animation, Magcargo and Pokemon the series, Gold and Silver. Yeah, you got all these. Pokedex entries. I've already recorded this one for the anime section, so we'll let Dexter read it.
Magcargo, the lava Pokemon. Magcargo lives primarily in volcanic regions and occasionally emits the lava from its back that circles its body.
I guess it's in a Poketoon, in the manga, Magcargo and Pokemon Adventures, in the TCG. Trivia, Magcargo is the only Pokemon to be obtainable in every main Gen 3 game, if Pokemon Colosseum and Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness are to be included. It is also included in every Gen 2 and Gen 4 game, making Pokemon Black and White the first main games since its introduction where it cannot be obtained. Magcargo has its sprite changed in Crystal from Gold and Silver. In this case, its shell is edited slightly, making it one of few Pokemon to have 3 different sprites in Gen 2. Magcargo is the only Rock-type Pokemon in the Amorphous Egg group. I read this 4th point in the Slugma video. In Gen 9, Magcargo is unable to learn high horsepower via TM, while its pre-evolved form can. Origin, Magcargo appears to be based on a snail, likely Victaphanta atramentaria, or Platyma tweedii, with a body of lava and a shell of rock. It may also be based on the Sharoof, mythical evil creatures of rock and magma that inhabit the magma pools found deep within Chilean volcanoes. In legends, they are the main sources of earthquakes in Chile. Name origin, Magcargo, and Magcargo may be a combination of magma, escargot, French for snail, and cargo. In other languages, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Magcargo's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 240, Some Like It Hot. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main characters, traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as the faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Misty's Pokemon Togepi, are walking through this volcanic area to get to the next gym. And they are about to pass a Magcargo, and they're kind of complaining about the heat and stuff here. There's the Magcargo, and that is Magcargo's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Magcargo. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because it's the only image we'll be doing today. This is the Slugma family by Zero-Chan, 923,600. We did this one yesterday, but we can do it again. So this is, you know, a Magcargo with presumably a child Slugma on its shell. It's kind of gooping down. It's very interesting. Kind of a unique style, sort of, I mean, it reminds me, it's definitely stylized, it reminds me of some American cartoon. I'm not really sure what one, though. Maybe there's a few that might just have this kind of style. But yeah, it's a very good piece of art. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight. I need to wait until I've completed the story to catch a Slugma to evolve it into Magcargo. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Swinub. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Swinub, the first ice ground Pokemon, with the other two being, as of the filming of this, its evolutions, Piloswine and Mamoswine. Its previous PYC dates are October 3rd, 1996, July 25th, 1999, May 15th, 2002, March 5th, 2005, December 25th, 2007, October 15th, 2010, August 5th, 2013, May 26th, 2016, March 17th, 2019, and January 5th, 2022. Like Apom and Gligar, before starting this project, I thought Swinub and Piloswine were introduced in Gen 4 due to Mamoswine being introduced in Gen 4 and them being a Pokemon of a main character of that era of the anime, Dawn. I also think Swinub has a unique appearance. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Swinub, the pig Pokemon. His number is 0220. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ice Ground. Since it's our first Ice Ground Pokemon, we'll point out the ice inside and the ground outside. Abilities, Oblivious or Snow Cloak in Gen 4+. Thick Fat is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 225 or 39.9%. Breeding is a group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1'4" or 0.4 meters. Weight is 14.3 pounds or 6.5 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 78 in Gen 2 through 4 and 50 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 1 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown and base friendship is 70. Swinub is a dual type ice ground Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Piloswine, starting at level 33, which evolves into Mamoswine when leveled up while knowing ancient power. Biology. Swinub is a small porcine Pokemon living in frigid temperatures. Swinub is covered in dense brown striped hair to keep it warm. The hair is so shaggy that it often covers its tuft like small legs, making it appear like a legless lump. Swinub's eyes appear as if they are perpetually closed. The only time that Swinub's eyes have been seen open was in Pokemon Adventures during the battle between Price and Erica in Bringing Up Blossom, when Price ordered his Swinub to dodge Erica's Skiploom's attack. Swinub uses its pink, pig-like nose to dig through mud and snow looking for anything edible. In Hisui, ancient people relied on Swinub a lot because of this skill. Occasionally, it will come across hot springs while scouring the ground. Its favorite food is a type of mushroom that grows beneath dead grass, though it also eats berries. When a Swinub finds an attractive smell, it will run desperately to find out the source of the aroma. It inhabits cold places such as icy caves, mountainous regions, and frozen tundra. Swinub's eyes in Pokemon Adventures. And we got Swinub's feet. Cute, kind of weird. You can also see the feet here. They could have done that for both of them, but this shows it off a lot better. Evolution. Swinub evolves into Piloswine, which evolves into Mamoswine. So Swinub, Piloswine, Mamoswine. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 2 and Gold. It rubs its snout on the ground to find and dig up food. It sometimes discovers hot springs. Silver, if it smells something enticing, it dashes headlong off to find the source of the aroma. Crystal, it uses the tip of its nose to dig for food. Its nose is so tough that even frozen ground poses no problem. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Swinub roots for food by rubbing its snout against the ground. Its favorite food is a mushroom that grows under the cover of dead grass. This Pokemon occasionally roots out hot springs. Emerald, it roots for food by rubbing its snout against the ground. Its favorite food is a mushroom that grows under dried grass. It occasionally roots out hot springs. Fire Red is the Silver entry and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl, it loves eating mushrooms that grow under dead grass. It also finds hot springs while foraging. Platinum, it has a very sensitive nose. It can locate mushrooms, berries, and even hot springs buried under ice. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is the Platinum entry, Black 2 and White 2. Rooting the tip of its snout into the ground, it searches for food. Sometimes it even digs up a hot spring. In Gen 6, X is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry, while Y is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphire, but Swinub and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Sword is the Gold entries, Leaf Green's entry, and X's entry. Shield is the Silver entries, Fire Red's entry, and Y's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart, Legends Arceus. Swinub excels at sniffing out mushrooms buried underneath the grass or snow. Since ancient times, the people of Asui have often relied upon this skill. In Gen 9, Scarlet. It searches for food by digging into the ground with its snout. Even frozen ground doesn't give it any trouble. Violet. It rubs its snout against the ground, digging through the soil as it searches for food. Sometimes it digs up hot springs. Swinub in the Kitakami Pokedex. Got a group of them here. I don't know if they're sleeping or what they're doing. See all their legs, except for the back couple. That's interesting. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items in Fire Red and Leaf Green, you get the Aspire Berry 50% of the time. In Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, you get Never Melt Ice 100% of the time. In Legends Arceus, normal, you get Crunchy Salt 35% of the time, Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and Great Items by level. Alpha, you get EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Great Items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats. HP and attack 50, defense 40, special attack and special defense 30, speed 50 for a total of 250. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage only by normal, flying, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting, steel, fire, water, and grass for double. Immune to electric, resistant to poison for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric type moves is 1. So go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has thick fat, the effectiveness of fire type moves is 1. So that would be 1 instead of 2, and the effectiveness of ice type moves is half, so that would be half instead of 1. Learn set by leveling up 1 Tackle and Mud Slap, 5 Powder Snow, 10 Flail, 15 Ice Shard, 20 Mist, 25 Endure, 30 Icy Wind, 35 Amnesia, 40 Takedown, 45 Earthquake, and 50 Blizzard. By TM, 1 Takedown, 2 Charm, 5 Mud Slap, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 10 Ice Fang, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 34 Icy Wind, 35 Mudshot, 36 Rock Tomb, 46 Avalanche, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 52 Snowscape, 55 Dig, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 103 Substitute, 116 Stealth Rock, 128 Amnesia, 133 Earth Power, 134 Reversal, 135 Ice Beam, 143 Blizzard, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 171 Terror Blast, 172 Roar, 174 Haze, 176 Sand Tomb, 179 Smackdown, 186 High Horsepower, 187 Icicle Spear, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives you Ancient Power, this group gives you Bite, this group gives you Curse, this group gives you Double Edge, this group gives you Fissure, this group gives you Freeze Dry, and this group gives you Icicle Crash. Side game data, you got all this, yeah, okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Swinub might appear cute, but charges the unwary at wicked speed. Shadows of Volmia, it breathes powdered snow and rams to attack. Guardian Signs, it triggers tremors to attack. Okay, got all these. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Swinub have an excellent sense of smell, which helps them find things buried in the snow whenever they go somewhere dangerous. Mamoswine are sure to go with them. Aww. Evolution data. Swinub, level 33 Piloswine, level up knowing Ancient Power. Mamoswine. Sprites, so I guess it starts off kind of red, with sort of blackish stripes and a white nose. The shiny is blue. That's interesting. Then it becomes kind of a, I don't know, kind of a brownish color. That's okay. In Gen 3, we got this kind of brown and those kind of brown stripes. So this is like a silver now. We got the sort of pink nose. This one's kind of a yellow nose. Okay. Then in Gen 4, it's a different kind of brown, and now it's like sort of a light green, and a dark green. The nose, though, seems to both be pink now. Or, wait, oh, and then, wait, okay, hold on. Platinum's becomes a completely different color. It has this sort of brown and that kind of pink, but this kind of keeps it the same. The shiny, that's interesting. Keeps that in her gold, and I think that's just what it is, kind of from now on, at least in the next couple. But, yes, you can see the back's right here, and it's kind of silly because it's just its butt. Yeah, oh, and you can see its little feet, little 4 feet. In Gen 3, on 4. Well, in Platinum, Diamond and Pearl anyway. It just keeps being like that for a while. Then we got this, kind of removes a bit of the ruggedness on the bottom there. But pretty much the same. I mean, these are darker now. but pretty much the same. It might be slightly different brown. These are basically the same. This might be a little different green as well. Yeah. Got these. These are basically the same. They might be a little bit smaller, I think. Back sprite is like that, more of its side. Well, this is more of its butt. Got Sword and Shields. Better models, of course. It's like, is that a texture? No, wait, the nose is a texture, right? I think it's probably like a little small bump. And like the things are probably textured. And now it's fully textured here. That's funny cool. And you got these, and homes, and animation. Swinub in Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl. You can see its feet. Down Swinub is the big one. For some reason, I didn't remember it having feet. I definitely saw this one. I remember it evolving all the way through from a Swinub to a Mamoswine. I just do not, for the life of me, remember it showing off its feet. You got all these. Okay, we got Shiny Swinub in Pokemon Journeys, the series. That's fun. Looks like a Dex here. A Swinub egg in Pokemon the series, Ruby and Sapphire. Just kind of looks like a Swinub that's got its head in the egg holder. Yeah, I got this. Yeah. Pokedex entries in episode 188, Nash's Pokedex. Swinub, the pig Pokemon. The Swinub has an extremely keen sense of smell, which it usually uses to find food. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 63, in Dawn's Pokedex. Swinub, the pig Pokemon. Swinub love mushrooms that grow under the dead grass, searching for them by smell and often discovering hot springs in the process. In the manga, Swinub in Pokemon Adventures. Oh, it's got its own Pokedex, Pokemon Adventures, chapter 163. Once it smells a nice fragrance, it'll dash towards it. Chuang Yi's translation. You got all these in the TCG. Trivia, Swinub is tied with Snom for the lowest base special defense stat of all Ice-type Pokemon. Swinub is one of the few Pokemon with the same sprite in both Gold and Silver. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver coding, it is revealed that Swinub has Mudshot listed as a new HGSS egg move, but it could already learn this move by breeding since Gen 3. No other Pokemon has the same type combination as Swinub and its evolved forms. Swinub's type combination is also the only possible combination weak to all three first partner Pokemon types Grass, Fire, and Water, as Rock, the only other type besides Ground, Fire, and Water that is weak to either Grass or Water, resists Fire, while Bug and Steel, the only types beside Grass or Ice weak to Fire, both resist Grass. Swinub and its evolved forms are the only brown Ice-type Pokemon. Origin, Swinub's size and appearance seem to be a mix of a wild boar piglet and a long-haired guinea pig. It may also be based on wordplay of the groundhog. Both are similar in characteristics and behavior, while groundhog describes Swinub's type and species quite well. Swinub also resembles the marsupial mole. Swinub's ability to find hot springs may reference the history of use of animals and their keen smell for this purpose. Specifically, it may be a reference to the legend of King Blodad of Bath in England, whose herd of pigs found hot springs that cured his leprosy. Name origin, Swinub may be a combination of swine and nub, referring to its lump-like nose, or cub, a young animal. Urimu may be a combination of Uribo, wild boar piglet, and Boo-Boo, onomatopoeia for oinking. Now the languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Swinub's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 188, Spring Fever. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, shouting companions Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, and Misty's Pokemon Togepi, have run into Todd, a photographer from the Gen 1 series. He was like a small appearance, a couple episodes in that one. And they are on a mission to get a picture of the legendary Articuno, but they have stopped for lunch. And they are eating rice balls. You can see Misty's holding one. She's gonna help Togepi get some water from her canister, or water ball, or whatever. So there's the Swinub looking at the rice ball.
Well, looks like we have a lunch guest.
What is it, Brock?
Looks like a Swinub.
Oh, there's a few of them.
Swinub, eat fast.
Yep, and that is Swinub's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Swinub. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are familiar with this series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Regional Swinub by Zerudes. So we got this fun little alternate version of Swinub from some region. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be pre-existing region or one that they've come up with or something, but it's a ground normal type Pokemon. And you got, it's a very nice, it's got a leaf there, and we got these stripes in a darker color, and yeah, it's very good. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Miltank before I can catch a Swinub. As always, this is my proper outfit, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Piloswine, the first ground ice evolution. It's the evolution of Swinub who evolved at level 33. Its previous PYC dates are October 4th, 1996, July 26th, 1999, May 16th, 2002, March 6th, 2005, December 26th, 2007, October 16th, 2010, August 6th, 2013, May 27th, 2016, March 18th, 2019, and January 6th, 2022. As I mentioned yesterday, before starting this project, I thought that Piloswine and Swinub were introduced in Gen 4. Due to Mamoswine being introduced in Gen 4, and them being a Pokemon of a main character of that era of the anime, Dawn. I like Piloswine's name, even though it's not how I naturally say its name, which is Piloswine. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Piloswine, the swine Pokemon whose number is 0221. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ice Ground, abilities Oblivious or Snow Coat in Gen 4+. Thick Fat is its inability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding is egg group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3'7" or 1.1 meter. Weight is 123 pounds or 55.8 kilograms. Basic experience skills 160, Gen 2 through 4, and 158 and 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 2, 1 in HP and 1 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown and base friendship is 70. Piloswine is a dual type ice ground Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Swinub starting at level 33 and evolves into Mamoswine when leveled up while knowing ancient power. Biology, Piloswine is a big, brown, furry, porcine Pokemon with an impressive hump on its back. It also has 2 tusks made of ice, which seem small but can be lethal. These tusks thicken when it snows, and they are smaller on a female Piloswine than on a male. It has floppy ears that are sensitive to sound. Piloswine has 2 beady eyes in its head, however, these are usually covered up by tufts of fur. As it is usually unable to see, it checks surroundings with its sensitive, pig-like nose. Instead, as a result, Piloswine is constantly charging at foes when it moves. The hairs on its back stand up straight as a warning sign for this. Piloswine's thick fur allows it to survive in harshly cold environments that it inhabits, such as icy caves, mountainous regions, and frozen tundra. Its fur is so long that it usually covers its small hooved legs. Despite the small size of its legs, its hooves ensure even footing on icy ground. Piloswine often digs for food buried beneath snow and ice using its tusks. As you can see, Piloswine's eyes and feet here. Evolution, Piloswine evolves from Swinub and evolves into Mamoswine. Swinub, Piloswine, Mamoswine. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, because the long hair all over its body obscures its sight, it just keeps charging repeatedly. Silver, if it charges at an enemy, the hairs on its back stand up straight. It is very sensitive to sound. Crystal, although its legs are short, its rugged hooves prevent it from slipping, even on icy ground. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Piloswine is covered by a thick coat of long hair that enables it to endure the freezing cold. This Pokemon uses its tusks to dig up food that has been buried under ice. Emerald, a Piloswine is covered by a thick coat of long hair for enduring freezing cold. It uses its tusks to dig up food that has been buried under ice. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, in Diamond and Pearl, Its shaggy coat makes it unable to see. It checks its surroundings with its sensitive nose instead. Platinum, covered by a shaggy coat, it is strong against the cold. Its tusks of ice thicken when it snows. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their gold and silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry. Black 2 and White 2, with its excellent sense of smell, it's even able to find mushrooms that are buried under frozen ground. In Gen 6, X is the Crystal entry. Y is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Piloswine and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Sword is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Shield is Crystal's entry and X's entry. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. The long fur of this Pokemon covers its eyes, ears, and even limbs, allowing Piloswine to resist harshly frigid conditions. The Pokemon's white tusks can be used to defeat its enemies. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Platinum entry and Black and White's entry. Violet is the Gold entries, Leaf Green's entry, and Y's entry. Piloswine in the Kitakami Pokedex, so you got a few of them here, 3 of them, and a couple Swinubs. That's kind of fun, and you can see one of them has his eyes open and its feet up. That's interesting. You actually can see the feet a lot better than you usually can. That's very interesting. And you can see the Swinub feet as well. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. In Coliseum, you get Soft Sand 100% of the time. Legends Arceus, normal. Crunchy Salt 35% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time. Great items by level. Alpha EXP Candy M 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 20% of the time. Great items by level, so I don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats. HP and attack 100. Defense 80, special attack and special defense 60, speed 50 for a total of 450. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting, steel, fire, water, and grass for double, immune to electric, resistant to poison for half. Notes if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has thick fat, the effectiveness of fire type moves is 1. So that would be 1 instead of 2, and the effectiveness of Ice-type moves is half, so that'd be half instead of 1. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to level 37. Upon evolution, get Ice Fang, 37 Amnesia, 44 Takedown, 51 Earthquake, 58 Blizzard, and 65 Thrash. By TM we're skipping, by breeding we're skipping, nothing by prior evolution. TCG only moves. Sheer Cold on this card. Side game data. You got all this. Yep. Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry. With incredible speed, Piloswine charges anyone it notices. Be wary around it. Shadows of Volmia. It breathes powdered snow to attack. Guardian Signs. It triggers tremors to attack. Got all these. Yeah. Okay. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark pad entry. Piloswine is a good friend of Mamoswines. They hang out in the Iceberg Zone. Piloswine really likes to play in Empoleon Snowslide. Got these, okay. Evolution data, Swinub, level 33. Piloswine, level up knowing ancient power. Mamoswine. Sprites here, so a lot lighter of a color. Yeah, but more or less the same. The nose is white, which I think was like Swinub's was at this point. This is sort of a gold color. That's interesting. Yeah, this a different brown. Still tan, I guess. Oh, it's a different kind of tan and crystal. Interesting. It's got the pink nose, I guess, and this is now like yellow, like hay, which is kind of fun. Yep. And Gen 4 introduces the gender differences, the bigger tusks, the smaller tusks. Yep. Yeah, this is kind of lighter colors, I guess. This is sort of the darker brown now, and the pinker nose. Yep. These stay kind of the same. This nose, I think it's also like Swinub did. Gen 5, got the full back sprites. Yeah, not much to say though. Got the modern kind of darker brown in Gen 6 for the models. You can see the gender difference for the models. Pretty good translation, I'd say. Yeah, you can see the feet a lot more. Guess starting in the models, but a little bit more in this generation, I'd say. See them a little bit. But yeah, this one you really can see them now. 7, not really much changes. Sword and Shield, a little bit better models. And you got these models, a lot better. Yes, everything's fully modeled. Although it loses a lot of the texture, it looks like. Like, you know, I don't know. I guess that also kind of is true in the model. Because like this, you can actually kind of feel like there's a lot more fur, but it kind of just makes it more streamlined, I guess. Yeah, this is just, I mean, yeah, this homes, again, this is just kind of like a pile of putty more than actual, like, fur, but that's interesting. Yep. In animation, Piloswine in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Okay, Price's Piloswine and Don's Piloswine are the big ones. Don's Piloswine is the one I'm most used to, or familiar with. Out of these, yep. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 104, in Don's Pokedex. Piloswine, this fine Pokemon in the evolved form of Swinub. Piloswine's entire body is covered with fur, which makes it hard to see, so it uses its nose to sense its environment instead. In the manga, Piloswine in Pokemon Adventures. Okay, the TCG. Trivia, we read this first point and the sub-point in the Swinub video. According to Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, Piloswine was designed by Shigeki Morimoto, who wanted to complete the Chinese zodiac by making Pokemon from all 12 zodiac animals. We read this final point in the Swinub video. Origin, Piloswine seems to be based on a wild boar with traits of woolly mammoths. It also shares traits with musk oxen, yaks, and highland cattle, whose mountainous habitats echoes that of the ice path in northern Johto. Name origin, Piloswine may be a combination of Pylos, covered in fine hair, and swine, as well as a play on a pile of swine. It may also involve Pile, Hebrew for elephant. Inomu may be a combination of Ino, Shishi, boar, and Bubu, onomatopoeia for oinking. Now the languages, see also, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Piloswine's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon Forever. Before we begin, I started this scene in the Sneasel video, so kind of the beginning of it, but, you know, we didn't see the full thing, so we'll just do the whole scene. But in this film, a hunter has captured a bunch of Pokemon, and another hunter is looking for Celebi, and the first hunter had tried to capture Celebi, a legendary Pokemon, once, but failed, and now the second hunter is sort of interrogating him and stuff, and he's told, the first hunter said, like, I'll never tell you where I found Celebi, so the second hunter has now dragged, or is about to drag the first hunter outside. Yeah. See all these Pokemon, the Piloswine there, it's Tyranitar and Sandshrew, they're all captured and sad. And that was Piloswine's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Piloswine. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Regional Piloswine by Zerudez. So it says Regional Piloswine, ground normal. This is an evolution of the Swinub we saw yesterday. So that's kind of fun. So I did look up the other one after I recorded the video, and it is their own region. So it's their own sort of new region and stuff. So you can see how the leaves are now all over its body. It's become a lot taller. It still kind of keeps this dark and light fur kind of thing going on. It's had ears for some reason. Yes, the ears are like this, I guess. Yeah, that's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Miltank before I can catch a Swinub to evolve it into Piloswine. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Corsola. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Corsola, the first water rock Pokemon, and the only Pokemon in Gen 2 to get a Galarian form. Its previous BYC dates are October 5th, 1996, July 27th, 1999, May 17th, 2002, March 7th, 2005, December 27th, 2007, October 17th, 2010, August 7th, 2013, May 28th, 2016, March 19th, 2019, and January 7th, 2022. I've been dreading talking about this Pokemon. Corsola is a creative Pokemon being based on coral. That's not what I've been dreading. I've been dreading talking about Galarian Corsola. Lapras is a story reflecting the good in humanity, showing them restoring a once near-extinct species. Galarian Corsola, however, is a story reflecting the bad of humanity. I don't feel like I can talk about Galarian
Corsola without talking about the ever-controversial climate change. I'll take it from here, and I don't want you messing this up. On a global scale, the world is getting warmer in a way that is believed to be unnatural. In other words, humans are causing it. Why is this so important to Corsola? Coral are sensitive to temperature changes, and the world heating up means the ocean is heating up. There's also more carbon dioxide, which is damaging the coral. This, along with overfishing and pollution, has resulted in coral dying, which is analogued into Galarian Corsola and its evolution, Corsola. Thanks. Sure, there are plenty of Pokemon based on human-created problems, like garbage, smog, and runoff, but this one feels too real. It's not just a creature based on inanimate consequences, but a creature based on living beings being destroyed. It doesn't help that in the same region, coughing has a regional form that produces clean air from toxic gas. Anyway... No, not letting you move on. This is a series about talking about the positive, not letting this leave without talking about the good. Coral bleaching, which has caused Galarian Corsola's body to turn white, is reversible. Sure, it's too late for Galarian Corsola, being that it's a ghost type, but not for real-life Coral. Humans are making an effort to help Coral. Not to mention that, while climate change is bad now, there's a real change in regards to how we fish and how we make energy. That's not to say that there isn't still a lot to do, but it's not all bleak. I know it's the month of Halloween, but there's no reason to be a fearmonger. Thank you for your insight, Heart. Now let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Corsola, the coral Pokemon whose number is 0 to 122. This is Corsola, this is what it looks like. This is Galarian Corsola, this is what it looks like. Types: Water Rock as non-Galarian Corsola, and Ghost as Galarian Corsola. Since this is our first Water Rock Pokemon, I'll talk about the water inside and the rock outside. Abilities: Hustle or Natural Cure as non-Galarian Corsola. Weak Armor as Galarian Corsola. Regenerator is non-Galarian Corsola's hidden ability, while Cursed Body is Galarian Corsola's hidden ability. Gender ratio is 25% male and 75% female. Catch rate is 60 or 14.8%. Breeding is Egg Group Water 1 and Water 3. Hatch time, 20 cycles. Height is 2 foot, 0.6 meters regardless. Weight as non-Galarian Corsola is 11 pounds or 5 kilograms. Galarian Corsola is 1.1 pounds or 0.5 kilograms. Basic experience skills 113 in Gen 2 through 4 and 144 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast. EV yield is 2. For non-Galarian Corsola, that's 1 in defense and 1 in special defense. For Galarian Corsola, it's just 1 in special defense. I don't know why it says total 2 and it seems to imply that they would both have 2. It really should have 2 totals, but whatever. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is pink. Other forms may have other colors, and base friendship is 70. Corsola is a dual-type water-rock Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. In Galar, Corsola has a ghost-type regional form. Galarian Corsola evolves into Cursola starting at level 38. Jetonian Corsola is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Biology, Corsola is a small pink roundish anthozoan Pokemon with branch-like growths on its back, which are similar to coral. There is a smaller, blunt horn on its forehead, and it has black oval eyes. It has a light blue underside, which speckles towards the sides. Its 4 legs and 2 arms are blunt and stubby. Smaller Pokemon like Corsi and Lovedisk are sometimes sheltered by Corsola's branches and even offer it protection from foes. Corsola's horn is a prized material commonly used for jewelry and carving, as seen in the Pokemon the series episode, a Corsola caper. Some people keep Corsola branches as charms to promote safe childbirth. Corsola's branches glitter very beautifully in 7 colors when they catch sunlight. If any branches break off, this Pokemon grows it back in just 1 night. Found in the warm, shallow waters of southern seas, Corsola requires clean water to live. If its habit is dirty, the growths on its back become discolored and degenerate. However, when it is healthy, its growths regularly shed and grow back. It is able to regrow them over the course of a single night. It forms large social groups occasionally. These groups get so large that people may live atop them, as is the case in Pacific Town. In the Alola region, Marini and Toxapex are natural predators of Corsola, preying on its branches. If pursued by them, Corsola will sometimes snap its own branches off as a diversion. Conversely, Marini and Toxapex do not prey on Corsola in the Galar region, having not developed a taste for its branches. Forms: Corsola has a regional form, Galarian Corsola. Galarian Corsola were wiped out by sudden changes in the climate and ocean temperature, turning them into ghost types. Its body is a bleached white with half-closed pink eyes and a perpetual frown, and its arms and branches have a distinctly semi-transparent appearance to them. These branches are incorporeal and can disappear at will. They cannot cause injuries or pain, but they can be used to take root inside and drain the life force of others, and will immobilize the victim until Galarian Corsola lets them go. Galarian Corsola are commonly found in the remains of prehistoric seas, and while they can be mistaken for ordinary rocks, they will curse anybody who kicks them by accident. Galarian Corsola consumes spirit energy from the life force it absorbs. The diet eventually causes Corsola's shell to break, its body to become incorporeal, and its spirit energy to pour out, thus completing its evolution into Corsola. Corsola, without its branches. Coincidentally, the English version of this card is the one we'll be talking about later in the TCG section, so that's kind of fun to see what it looks like in the Japanese version. Evolution, Galarian Corsola and Galar. Corsola has a regional form that evolves into Cursola. Galarian Corsola, and then Corsola. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Magikarp Jump. Several Corsola may appear as part of the Food Fever event, swimming in and leaving food in the pond. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 in Gold. It continuously sheds and grows. The tip of its head is prized as a treasure for its beauty. Silver, in a South Sea nation. The people live in communities that are built on groups of these Pokemon. Crystal, the points on its head absorb nutrients from clean water that cannot survive in polluted water. In Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby, Cursola's branches glitter very beautifully in 7 colors when they catch sunlight. If any branch breaks off, this Pokemon grows it back in just one night. Sapphire, clusters of Corsola congregate in warm seas where they serve as ideal hiding places for smaller Pokemon. When the water temperature falls, this Pokemon migrates to the southern seas. Emerald, Corsola live in warm southern seas. If the sea becomes polluted, the beautiful coral stalks become discolored and crumble away in tatters. Fire Red is the silver entry and Leaf Green is the gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, many live in the clean seas of the south. They apparently can't live in polluted waters. Heart Gold is its gold counterpart. Soul Silver is very similar to Silver's, but South Sea is now one word with a hyphen, and Pokemon is now the correct casing. In Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. Black 2 and White 2. They prefer unpolluted southern seas. Their coral branches lose their color and deteriorate in dirty water. In Gen 6, X is the gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Corsola and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, in Sun, coral branches grow from its head. They break off quite easily, but they grow back in about 3 days. Moon, pursued by Marini. For the branches on its head, this Pokemon will sometimes snap its own branches off as a diversion while it escapes. Ultra Sun, the pink of Corsola that live in Olola is deep and vibrant, thanks to seas filled with nutrition. Ultra Moon and Olola were their natural enemies. Marini are plentiful. Many Corsola have stubby branches on their heads. In Gen 8, for non-Galarian Corsola, Sword, it will regrow the branches that break off its head. People keep particularly beautiful Corsola branches as charms to promote safe childbirth. In Sword, these Pokemon live in warm seas. In prehistoric times, many lived in the oceans around the Galar region as well. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Galarian Corsola and Sword, watch your step when wandering areas oceans once covered. What looks like a stone could be this Pokemon, and it will curse you if you kick it. Shield, sudden climate change wiped out this ancient kind of Corsola. This Pokemon absorbs others' life force through its branches. Corsola and the Alola Pokedex. Game locations. Side game locations, and events, held items, Ruby and Sapphire, Red Shard 5% of the time, Tropic Mail is an in-game trade 100% of the time, Emerald, Red Shard 5% of the time, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart, Gold, Soul, Silver, Black, White 2, White 2, X and Y, get Hardstone 5% of the time, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, you get Luminous Moss 5% of the time, and Heart Scale is an in-game trade 100% of the time. Sun, Moon, Ultra Moon, Sword and Shield, you get Luminous Moss 5% of the time, and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, you get a Hardstone 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, will compare Gen 2 through 4 and Gen 7 onward for Corsola, then we'll compare Gen 7 onward with Galarian Corsola. Corsola, Gens 2 through 6 and Gen 7 onward. HP 55, that went up to 65, attack 55, that stays the same, defense 85, that goes up to 95, Special attack 65, that stays the same. Special defense 85, that goes up to 95. Speed 35, that stays the same. So this one has a total of 380, and this one has a total of 410. So for Gen 7 onward and Galarian Corsola, so HP 65, this one has 60. Attack 55, that stays the same. Defense 95, that one has 100. Special attack 65, that's the same. Special defense 95, this one has 100. Speed 35, this one has 30. They're both for a total of 410. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness. We'll compare Corsola and Galarian Corsola. This one's damaged normally by Rock, Bug, Ghost, Steel, Water, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. This one is damaged normally by Flying, Ground, Rock, Steel, Fire, Water, Grass, Electric, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy. The ones that are the same between the two are Rock, Steel, Fire, Water, Dragon, and Fairy. Non-Galarian Corsola is weak to Fighting, Ground, Grass, and Electric, all for double except for Grass, which is for 4. Galarian Corsola is weak to Ghost and Dark for double. Corsola is immune to nothing, while Galarian Corsola is immune to normal and fighting. Non-Galarian Corsola is resistant to normal, flying, poison, fire, and ice, all for double except for fire, which is for a 4th. And Galarian Corsola is resistant to poison and bug for half. The only one that's the same between them is poison. Learn set by leveling up. For Corsola, 1 Tackle and Harden, 5 Water Gun, 10 Aqua Ring, 15 Endure, 20 Ancient Power, 25 Bubble Beam, 30 Flail, 35 Life Dew, 40 Power Gem, 45 Earth Power, 50 Recover, and 55 Mirror Coat. For Galarian Corsola, 1 Tackle and Harden, 5 Astonish, 10 Disable, 15 Spite, 20 Ancient Power, 25 Hex, 30 Curse, 35 Strength Sap, 40 Power Gem, 45 Nightshade, 50 Grudge, and 55 Mirror Coat. By TM/TR for Corsola and Sword and Shield. TM 15 Dig, 16 Screech, 17 Light Screen, 18 Reflect, 19 Safeguard, 20 Self-Destruct, 21 Rest, 22 Rock Slide, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 27 Icy Wind, 31 Attract, 32 Sandstorm, 33 Rain Dance, 34 Sunny Day, 35 Hail, 36 Whirlpool, 39 Facade, 48 Rock Tomb, 51 Icicle Spear, 54 Rock Blast, 55 Brine, 76 Round, 81 Bulldoze, and 98 Stomping Tantrum. For the TRs, 1 Body Slam, 3 Hydro Pump, 4 Surf, 5 Ice Beam, 6 Blizzards, 10 Earthquake, 11 Psychic, 17 Amnesia, 20 Substitute, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 33 Shadow Ball, 46 Iron Defense, 49 Calm Mind, 63 Power Gem, 67 Earth Power, 75 Stone Edge, 76 Stealth Rock, 84 Scald, 95 Throat Chop, and 98 Liquidation. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, TM3, Water Pulse, 4 Calm Mind, 7 Hail, 11 Sunny Day, 13 Ice Beam, 14 Blizzard, 16 Light Screen, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 20 Safeguard, 26 Earthquake, 28 Dig, 29 Psychic, 30 Shadow Ball, 32 Double Team, 33 Reflect, 37 Sandstorm, 39 Rock Tomb, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 49 Scald, 55 Brine, 58 Endure, 64 Explosion, 69 Rock Polish, 71 Stone Edge, 76 Stealth Rock, 80 Rock Slide, 82 Sleep Talk, 83 Bulldoze, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 95 Surf, 96 Strength, and 98 Rock Smash. For Galarian Corsola, TM 15 Dig, 16 Screech, 17 Light Screen, 18 Reflect, 19 Safeguard, 20 Self-Destruct, 21 Rest, 22 Rock Slide, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 27 Icy Wind, 28 Giga Drain, 31 Attract, 32 Sandstorm, 33 Rain Dance, 34 Sunny Day, 35 Hail, 36 Whirlpool, 38 Will-O-Wisp, 39 Facade, 48 Rock Tomb, 51 Icicle Spear, 54 Rock Blast, 55 Brine, 76 Round, 77 Hex, 81 Bulldoze, and 98 Stomping Tantrum. TR1 Body Slam, 3 Hydro Pump, 4 Surf, 5 Ice Beam, 6 Blizzard, 10 Earthquake, 11 Psychic, 17 Amnesia, 20 Substitute, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 33 Shadow Ball, 46 Iron Defense, 49 Calm Mind, 63 Power Gem, 67 Earth Power, 75 Stone Edge, 76 Stealth Proc, 84 Scald, 95 Throat Chop, and 98 Liquidation. By breeding, for Corsola and Sword and Shield, this group gives you Confused Ray, this group gives you Curse, this group gives you Head Smash, this group gives you Mist, this group gives you Nature Power, and this group gives you Water Pulse. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, this group gives you Amnesia, this group gives you Aqua Ring, this group gives you Confused Ray, this group gives you Curse. Relicanth gives you Head Smash, this group gives you Icicle Spear, this group gives you Ingrain, this group gives you Liquidation, this group gives you Mist, this group gives you Nature Power, and this group gives you Screech. For Galarian Corsola, this group gives you Confused Ray, this group gives you Destiny Bond, this group gives you Haze, this group gives you Head Smash, this group gives you Nature Power, and this group gives you Water Pulse. By tutoring, Corsola, if you have the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you get Meteor Beam. It's a special rock-type move, power 120, accuracy 90, and PB has 10. Same is true for Galarian Corsola. By transfer from another generation, 3 through 7, Barrier, that doesn't work anymore. 5 through 7, you get Bide, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Bubble, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, you get Camouflage, that doesn't work anymore. 4, you get Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, you get Confide. 2 and 3, you get Defense Curl. 2 through 7, you get Double Team. 3, you get Double Edge. 4 through 7, you get Endeavor. 3 through 7, you get Explosion. 2 through 7, you get Frustration. That doesn't work anymore. 2 and 4, you get Headbutt. 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power. That doesn't work anymore. 3 through 7, you get Ingrain. 4 through 7, you get Lucky Chant. That doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Magic Coat. 3, you get Mimic. 3 is part of an event. You get Mud Sport. That doesn't work anymore. 2 through 4, you get Mud Slap. 4, you get Natural Gift. That doesn't work anymore. 3 through 7, you get Refresh. That doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Return. That doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Rock Polish. 2, 5, and 6, you get Rock Smash. 2 through 4, you get Rollout. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power. That doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Spike Cannon. That doesn't work anymore. 2, 5, and 6, you get Strength. 4, you get Sucker Punch. And 2 through 7, you get Swagger and Toxic. Side game data, you got all this. Okay. Yeah. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volmia, in the browser entry. It blows bubbles from its mouth to attack. Guardian Signs. It spits bubbles around itself that make Pokemon load. You got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark pad entry. Corsola enjoys the beach zone. They love playing quiz and have many questions to ask. Their favorite attraction is Gyarados' Aqua Dash. The new Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Corsola grows so beautifully by absorbing nutrients from clean ocean waters through the branches on their heads. Sometimes their branches glow in rainbow colors if the sunlight hits them just right. Evolution data, Corsola, you got that or something. Galarian Corsola, so Galarian Corsola, level 38. Corsola, sprites here, so very good, very interesting. Very bright, sort of purple, pink. That's blue for the shiny. Light blue. It's a lot thicker. This is a lot more detailed. It's not just a simple, almost like, I don't know. Yeah, very simple. I mean, this is a lot more detailed and stuff. This is a different pink. Mouth isn't quite shaped like that. I don't think it would, although I think it would go more or less back to that later. Mouth is black. You can kind of see in crystals. But now it's red. This is now different blue. Yeah, you got these. And the branches changed a little bit as well. They just, I think, would become more detailed, if anything. Yeah, Gen 4, you got this. Yeah, this different, slightly different pink, slightly different blue. Then you got Gen 5, the full back sprite. Gen 6, you got sort of this lighter, this kind of color. Maybe again? I don't know. Yeah, then it goes back to this kind of mouth as well. And you got this kind of blue, I guess. And this becomes kind of more, I don't know, it kind of changes a little bit. It starts off white, and then it kind of becomes kind of a grayish white, the bottom half. Just kind of keeps, I don't know, it's weird, and then it just becomes kind of this bluish color, bluish white maybe. Yep, better models, the Sword and Shield, of course. And then, yep. And then this is what the shiny looks like. It's got purple eyes instead of the pink eyes. Yeah. And then the gray body. Homes, you got these models, yeah. Okay, animation, Corsola in Pokemon the series, X and Y, and Galarian Corsola in Pokemon Journeys the series. Misty's Corsola is the big one. Got all these. Pokedex entries in episode 210 in Ash's Pokedex. Corsola, the coral Pokemon, a combination of both water and rock types. It sheds and regrows at the horns on its head numerous times. In Journeys, episode 92, in Go's Rotophone. Corsola, Galarian form, the coral Pokemon, a ghost type. This ancient form of Corsola disappeared as a result of sudden climate change. If someone kicks it, mistaking it for a stone, it will attack. These Corsola Pokemon generations with a Magikarp, a Spheal, Gorbis, and some Love Disc. These, okay, and the manga, Corsola in Pokemon Adventures. Seems to be a big angry one and a happy little one. Interesting. These, okay. Pokedex entries in Pokemon Adventures, Chapter 121. In the Southern Seas, there are countries that exist on top of Corsola herds. This is Chong Yi's translation. Got all these, and the TCG, and the TFG. Trivia, we read this first one in the Farfetch'd video. Corsola is the only Gen 2 Pokemon in the Water 3 Egg group. Galarian Corsola and its evolution are the only Ghost-type Pokemon in both Water 1 and Water 3 Egg groups. Galarian Corsola is the only Ghost-type Pokemon to have an insectoid body. Galarian Corsola is the only Galarian form currently unavailable in Pokemon Go. Origin, Corsola appears to be based on coral, possibly precious coral, which is used as a precious stone. Galarian Corsola appears to be based on bleached coral, a phenomenon in which coral expels the algae that gives it color, primarily because of rising water temperatures as a result of climate change. Its ghost type may reference the high mortality rate of bleached coral. Corsola's relationship with Marini and Toxapex is likely a reference to real-life predation of coral polyps by the crown of thorns starfish. Name origin, Corsola may be a combination of coral and sol, a piece of coral or solar. Sunny-go may be a combination of sunny and san-go, coral. In other languages, see also references, external links to the Galarian forms. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Corsola's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. So you'll notice we're watching Pokeflix today because this is Pikachu's Peekaboo. This originally aired with the fourth movie, Pokemon Forever, but for some reason it's not on the Pokemon Forever DVD, so we've had to go to Pokeflix to watch it. In this short, the Pokemon of Ash and Friends are on this beach here. Yeah, and they are, we're kind of at the beginning, so I don't really understand why they're here. This is a Cyndaquil and a Totodile. That's Ash's Totodile. I don't remember if that's his Cyndaquil or one of his other friends' Cyndaquil, but yes. Yeah, I'm chasing after him. Then there's the Corsola. And then there's Togepi, Misty's Togepi. Yeah, they're walking in the water. And, he's gonna Ash's Pikachu. Yeah, and that is Corsola's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Corsola card, and it's a Galarian Corsola card.
It's the first Galarian Corsola card. It was illustrated by Mitsuhiro Arita. This is probably the saddest image of all the card illustrations I have. It's not even an animate Galarian Corsola. It's just the husk. I don't know why anyone thought this was a good idea. Otherwise, though, it's a well-done piece of art. I like the effect on the sand. Galarian Corsola is a psychic type, as most ghost Pokemon are psychic in the TCG. It has 80 HP, it's 2 foot and 1.1 pounds. It has one move, Cursed Drop, which is not a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 1 psychic energy. It hits the opponent's Pokemon, plural or singular, for 30 damage. It can be distributed in one of 3 ways. 1, 10 damage on 3 Pokemon, 2, 30 damage on 1 Pokemon, 3, 20 damage on 1 Pokemon, and 10 on another. Galarian Corsola is weak to darkness for double damage, which mirrors its weakness to dark in the video games. It's resistant to fighting for minus 30 damage, which mirrors its immunity to fighting in the video games. It costs 2 of any energy to retreat. In the bottom left corner of this card, there's the Rebel Clash expansion symbol. Next to that is the D mark, which means this card couldn't officially be used after April 14th, 2023. Its description reads, "Watch your step. When wandering areas, oceans once covered. What looks like a stone could be this Pokemon, and it will curse you if you kick it." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Sword.
I don't have a Remoraid card. Well, that's not entirely true. It appears in the Mantine card, which happens to be the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about. So we'll talk about that in the Mantine video. Now let's see why people love Corsola. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Corsola. So this is Corsola Day by Aqua Blue. So this is Corsola Day, March 25th, San Diego. So you got non-Galarian Corsola, shiny non-Galarian Corsola, and non-shiny Galarian Corsola here. That's kind of fun, they're all kind of celebrating. Looks happy, that's nice, instead of it always being sad. Yes. It's very well done. And we've got Corsola by Jas Likes Chocolate. So, looks to be from like 2014, I guess. This cool image of non-Galarian Corsola, I guess the only Corsola at the time. Yeah, that's kind of fun. see them in this thing. It's kind of a little bit more realistic, maybe. Style, that's kind of fun. I've got Corsola by Lulu Graffiti Board. Water type kingdom is what it says, and it's a lot of bubbles from Corsola here. That's fun. And then you got a bunch of other fun little random Pokemon. You got Staryu, Gorbis, Huntail, and Clamperl. It looks to be a Quagsire and a Poliwhirl. I don't really know what this is supposed to be, but this is a pretty cool piece of art. This one doesn't, I mean, kind of does contain one, but it's really Corsola, so I'm not going to count this as Galarian Corsola, since it's technically also kind of the body of Galarian Corsola, but I'm not going to count it anyway, because that's technically part of the body of Corsola, so. Anyway, it doesn't contain a Corsola, so let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I talk about Miltank to get a good rod to catch a Corsola. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Remoraid. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Remoraid, the first non-starter, pure water-type Pokemon of Gen 2. Its previous PYC dates are October 6th, 1996, July 28th, 1999, May 18th, 2002, March 8th, 2005, December 28th, 2007, October 18th, 2010, August 8th, 2013, May 29th, 2016, March 20th, 2019, and January 8th, 2022. When I first saw that Remoraid evolved into Octillery, I thought it was weird. It wasn't until I learned that Remoraid is based on a revolver, and that Octillery was originally based on a tank, that it made sense. I also associate Remoraid with Mantine, mainly because Remoraid appears in Mantine's official image. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Remoraid, the jet Pokemon. His number is 0223. This is what it looks like. Its type is water. Abilities: Hustle or Sniper in Gen 4+. Moody's, its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 190, a 35.2%. Breeding is a groups Water 1 and Water 2. Hatch time, 20 cycles. Height is 2 foot, or 0.6 meters. Weight is 26.5 pounds, or 12 kilograms. Basic experience skill is 78 in Gen 2 through 4 and 60 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 in special attack. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is gray, and base strength is 70. Remoraid is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Octillery starting at level 25. If a Remoraid is in the party when a Mantyke levels up, the Mantyke evolves into Mantine. However, this will not affect the Remoraid, and it continues to be a separate Pokemon. Biology: Remoraid is a light blue Piscine Pokemon with saucer-like eyes and a mouth with 4 pointed teeth. There are 2 dark stripes on its back that resembles the barrel of a revolver. It has a single pelvic fin positioned like a revolver's trigger, 2 small pectoral fins, and a dorsal fin near its mouth resembling a gun's front sight. In addition, it has 2 caudal fins, the bottom of which resembles the butt of a gun, and the top resembling the hammer. All of its fins, except for the dorsal fin, are white. For a long period of time, due to their vast anatomical differences, no one believed that Remoraid evolved into Octillery. Remoraid is well known for its ability to shoot jets of water out of its mouth with incredible accuracy and distance. It uses its abdominal muscles to do so, often to shoot down prey such as Burmy out of the air. The water attack can reach its prey from over 300 feet, 100 meters, away even when the prey is moving or flying. Because of this, Remoraid is referred to as the Sniper of the Seas. When threatened, it can also shoot water to propel itself backward. Remoraid tends to travel by attaching to Mantine's fins or in large groups of its own kind. So you can see Remoraid attached to Mantine. It attaches itself by using its dorsal fin, which acts like a suction pad. When attached to a Mantine, it feeds on whatever the Mantine leaves behind, but will fight alongside it as well. A school of Remoraid is often seen working together and traveling with a Mantyke, helping it achieve its evolution into Mantine. Remoraid is a sea-dwelling Pokemon traveling downstream from rivers, especially when evolution draws near. Evolution, Remoraid evolves into Octillery. So you've got Remoraid Octillery. Game data: Pokedex entries in Gen 2 and Gold. It has superb accuracy. The water it shoots out can strike even moving prey from more than 300 feet. Silver, using its dorsal fin as a suction pad. It clings to a Mantine's underside to scavenge for leftovers. Crystal, to escape from an attacker, it may shoot water out of its mouth, then use that force to swim backward. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, and Crystal insert, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow insert, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Remoraid sucks in water, then expels it at high velocity using its abdominal muscles to shoot down flying prey. When evolution draws near, this Pokemon travels downstream from rivers. Emerald, a Remoraid uses its abdominal muscles to forcefully expel swallowed water, then shoots down flying prey. When evolution approaches, it travels down rivers. Fire Red is Silver's entry, and Leaf Green is very similar to Gold's, but slightly different, so we'll read it. It has superb accuracy. The water it shoots out can strike even moving prey from more than 100 yards. In Gen 4 and Diamond, it squirts water forcefully from its mouth to shoot down flying prey. Pearl, it clings to a Mantine to feed on the big Pokemon scraps. This is an adaptation to avoid foes. Platinum, it forcefully squirts water. The water jet never misses prey, even if the Remoraid is deep in the sea. Heart Gold is very similar to the Gold entry, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It has superb accuracy. The water it shoots out can strike moving prey from more than 300 feet away. So Silver is its Silver counterpart. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. The water they shoot from their mouths can hit moving prey from more than 300 feet away. In Gen 6, X is Heart Gold's entry. Y is basically the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry, but Mantine is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Remoraid and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Ultra Sun, this Pokemon clings to a Mantine and shares in its prosperity. When its Mantine is attacked, Remoraid will fight alongside it. Ultra Moon, also known as the Sniper of the Seas. Its water gun can hit prey without fail from over 300 feet away. In Gen 8, Sword is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Shield is Y's entry. Brilliant Diamond is its Diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl is basically Pearls, but Mantine is now the correct casing. Legends Arceus spits water from its mouth with incredible accuracy. It captures Burmy by shooting them down off the branches from which they dangle. Remoraid in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Legends Arceus. Normal. You get a Pop Pod 35% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time. Grid items by level. Alpha EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time. Grid items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats. Base stats. HP 35. Attack 65. Defense 35. Special attack 65. Special defense 35. And speed 65. For a total of 300. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness. Damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass and electric for double. Immune to nothing. Resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice, all for half. Learn set by leveling up in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. 1 Water Gun and Helping Hand, 4 Water Pulse, 8 Focus Energy, 12 Psy Beam, 16 Aurora Beam, 20 Bubble Beam, 24 Lock On, 28 Bullet Seed, 32 Ice Beam, 36 Hydro Pump, 40 Soak, and 44 Hyper Beam. In Legends Arceus, at level 1, it learns Bubble and masters it at level 10. At level 6, it learns Acid Spray and masters it at 15. At level 11, it learns Charge Beam and masters it at 20. At level 18, it learns Water Pulse and masters it at 28. At level 25, it learns Ice Beam and masters it at 35. At 34, it learns Hydro Pump and masters it at 45. At 43, it learns Hyper Beam and masters it at 54. By TM/TR in Sword and Shield, TM 8 Hyper Beam, 14 Thunder Wave, 16 Screech, 21 Rest, 23 Thief, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 27 Icy Wind, 31 Attract, 33 Rain Dance, 34 Sunny Day, 36 Whirlpool, 39 Facade, 40 Swift, 41 Helping Hand, 45 Dive, 50 Bullet Seed, 52 Bounce, 53 Mud Shot, 54 Rock Blast, 55 Brine, 58 Assurance, and 76 Round. TR, 2 Flamethrower, 3 Hydro Pump, 4 Surf, 5 Ice Beam, 6 Blizzard, 11 Psychic, 13 Focus Energy, 15 Fire Blast, 16 Waterfall, 20 Substitute, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 59 Seed Bomb, 73 Gunk Shot, and 84 Scald. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, TM 3 Water Pulse, 9 Bullet Seed, 11 Sunny Day, 13 Ice Beam, 14 Blizzard, 15 Hyper Beam, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 29 Psychic, 32 Double Team, 35 Flame Thrower, 38 Fire Blast, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 46 Thief, 49 Scald, 55 Brine, 57 Charge Beam, 58 Endure, 73 Thunder Wave, 82 Sleep Talk, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 95 Surf, and 99 Waterfall. By breeding in Sword and Shield, this group gives you Acid Spray, this group gives you Flail, this group gives you Haze, this group gives you Octazooka, this group gives you Supersonic, and this group gives you Water Spout. In Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, this group gives you Acid Spray, this group gives you Aurora Beam, this group gives you Entrainment, this group gives you Flail, this group gives you Haze, this group gives you Mudshot, this group gives you Octazooka, this group gives you Rock Blast, this group gives you Screech, this group gives you Snore, this group gives you Supersonic, this group gives you Swift, and this group gives you Water Spout. By tutoring, nothing in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. In Legends Arceus, it can learn Charge Beam, Focus Energy, Hyper Beam, Ice Beam, Icy Wind, Psychic, Rest, Swift, and Water Pulse. By transfer from another generation, for Captivate, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Charge Beam, 6 and 7 Confide, 2 Curse, 2 and 3 Defense Curl, 2 through 7 Double Team, 3 Double Edge, 6 and 7 you get Entrainment, 2 through 7 you get Frustration and Hidden Power, neither work anymore, 5 and 6 Incinerate, 3 Mimic, 2 through 4 Mudslap, 4 Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore, 2 through 7 Return, that doesn't work anymore, 3, 4, and 6 Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 Signal Beam, that doesn't work anymore, 5 through 7 Smackdown, 4 String Shot, and 2 through 7 Swagger and Toxic. TCG only moves, Splash on these cards, side game data, you got all of these, yep. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Remoraid dives deep underwater if it notices rangers. Approach it from behind. Guardian Signs. It shoots orbs of water to attack. You got these, yeah. Evolution data, Remoraid level 25 Octillery. Sprites here, so a lot darker, a lot more blue in this first one, and then we got this kind of grayish purple almost, I guess. A lot more Revolver-like, a lot more obviously Revolver-like in Gen 2. Like, kind of did away with a lot of that stuff, making it more fish-like. They almost look like stripes now. These definitely look a lot more like the barrel of a Revolver. This, it's a lot lighter blue, and crystal. Yeah, it's got the kind of closer to the modern colors. In Gen 3 here. Yep, it seems to lose the third stripe at the top there. You can see here. Yep. Yep. This is now pink. Yeah. It's a different kind of pink, probably different blue. Yeah. Okay. 5, get the full back sprites. It's kind of fun. Kind of becomes slowly less Revolver-like. Yeah, and this kind of was the beginning of that. They just kind of look like more stripes. Yeah, they're even faded more like fish elements. These, yeah, the models, this kind of greenish, gray, blue thing. It's kind of purple and pink. Yeah. Got these, not really much changes. You got Sword and Shields, a lot better models. These are even better models. Yep. Mantine sprites, so you can see how it initially appeared on the sprite for Mantine, but eventually it just stopped being on the sprite. So you can see how different it is from its actual appearance here. We'll compare the actual Mantine sprites when we get to the Mantine video, but for now let's talk about the little Remoraid here. You can see, you know, the 2 lines. This is the basics. It doesn't really, I mean, kind of guess that's the bottom one. It doesn't really have any of its other fins, though, which is weird. Like, it slowly kind of gets some of the stuff. Like, this kind of becomes like that, I guess. But, yeah, it keeps the colors of the other one rather than keeping its own color. It doesn't do that until we get to Ruby and Sapphire, so at least it's kind of the same color. So, yeah, it's very interesting. In animation, Remoraid and Pokemon the series, Sun and Moon. See a Remoraid attached to a Mantine in Pokemon the series, Ruby and Sapphire, so Mantine, Remoraid. Okay, got all of this, yeah. Pokedex entries in episode 185 in Ash's Pokedex. Remoraid, the jet Pokemon, often found in large groups. Remoraid can fire water and hit targets up to 100 meters away. Got all of these in the manga, Remoraid and Pokemon Adventures, got a bunch of them. Okay, in the TCG. Trivia, this first point we did in the Qwilfish video. The second point we read in the Espeon video. In the 1997 Nintendo Space World demo of Pokemon Gold and Silver, Remoraid's design more clearly resembled a revolver. You can see that here, sprite from the 1997 demo. Origin, Remoraid's name in relationship with Mantine and Mantine suggests it is based on a Remora. Its talent for shooting attacks brings to mind an Archerfish. I think that's supposed to say attacks brings to. Its shooting abilities, general shape, and appearance make it similar to firearms, more specifically revolvers. Besides the firearm theme, Remoraid and Octillery share the trait that both are based on aquatic animals with suction cups. Name origin, Remoraid may be a combination of Remora and Raid, rapid attack. Tipao may be a combination of Tepu, gun, and Uo, fish, which combine to form Tepu Uo, Archerfish. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Normally, this is where I would say, now let's watch Remoraid's first scene in the anime, but we can't. It first appears in Pokemon Chronicles, which I used the Internet Archive to view. While the Internet Archive is back online, it was offline for a while, the video player is still not working. So I'll have to do what I said I'd do for Qwilfish, which is wait for the video player to come back online. That's assuming I even need to watch its first scene or first appearance. Given that Qwilfish and Remoraid are both aquatic Pokemon, it's possible that they share their first scene. If this happens, I'll watch Remoraid's second scene, which may not even be in this episode. We'll see. Now let's talk about the TCG. As I mentioned yesterday, I don't have a Remoraid card, but it does appear in the illustration of the Mantine card I have, so we'll talk about that in the Mantine video. Now let's see why people love Remoraid. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with this series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Remoraid by Evil Apple 513. So this cool Remoraid, floating in the water, kind of shooting out beam. I don't know if that's causing it to go backwards or what's happening exactly, or just shooting something forward. That's good. It's fun nonetheless. Yeah, it's a very good piece of art. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Miltank to catch a Remoraid. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Octillery. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Octillery. It's the evolution of Remoraid, who evolved into Octillery at level 25. Its previous PYC dates are October 7th, 1996, July 29th, 1999, May 19th, 2002, March 9th, 2005, December 29th, 2007, October 19th, 2010, August 9th, 2013, May 30th, 2016, March 21st, 2019, and January 9th, 2022. As mentioned yesterday, when I first saw that Remoraid evolved in Octillery, I thought it was weird. It wasn't until I learned that Remoraid is based on a revolver, and that Octillery was originally based on a tank, that it made sense. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. I should warn you though, I get a bit loud in this one, so you might want to turn down your audio.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Octillery, the jet Pokemon whose number is 0-224. This is what it looks like. Its type is water. Abilities, Suction Cups or Sniper in Gen 4+. Moody is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding is 8 groups, Water 1 and Water 2. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 2'11" or 0.9 meters. Weight is 62.8 pounds or 28.5 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 164 in Gen 2 through 4 and 168 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2, 1 in attack and 1 in special attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is red and base friendship is 70. Octillery is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolved from Remoraid starting at level 25. Biology: Octillery is a red cephalopod-like Pokemon with large round eyes and a turret-like mouth. There are yellow bumps on its rock-hard head and yellow suction cups on each of its 8 tentacles. These suction cups and yellow bumps are smaller on a female Octillery. It uses its tentacles for manipulating objects, and the suction cups give it strong gripping power. Because of this, it is very hard for it to be blown away. Octillery is a relaxed Pokemon who loves fuss from its trainer. Even though it is more docile when domesticated, it can be very stubborn at times in the wild. It instinctively sneaks into rocky holes or pots, and if it gets sleepy, it steals the nest of a fellow Octillery. When threatened, it will spurt ink from its mouth to cover itself before escaping, allowing it to protect itself and its young from danger. Octillery's ink obscures vision and contains substances that dull predators' sense of smell. Octillery also uses this ink on its prey before its suction cups hold the prey tightly. Its ink can also be used as a cooking ingredient. Besides ink, Octillery sometimes uses its rock-hard head on its foes. Prior to Gen 8, Octazooka was its signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Octillery is normally found in oceans and caves. For a long time, people refused to believe Octillery was an evolution of Remoraid because of the extreme physical differences between the two. It is thought to be a distant relative to Amistar. In new Pokemon Snap, an Octillery can be seen about to be preyed on by a Seviper. Evolution Octillery evolved from Remoraid, level 25, Octillery. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team, and Blue Rescue Team. Octillery is the leader of Team Constrictor, a silver rank rescue team. It joins the new team with Blastoise and Golem, designed to travel through Magma Cavern, but is defeated. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. Octillery is a regular visitor of Spinda's Cafe. Pokedex entries, Gen 2 in Gold. It traps enemies with its suction-cupped tentacles, then smashes them with its rock-hard head. Silver, it instinctively sneaks into rocky holes. If it gets sleepy, it steals the nest of a fellow Octillery. Crystal, its instinct is to bury itself in holes. It often steals the nesting holes of others to sleep in them. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you basically get Gold's entry, but Suction Cupped is 2 words. If you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Octillery grabs onto its foe using its tentacles. This Pokemon tries to immobilize it before delivering the finishing blow. If the foe turns out to be too strong, Octillery spews ink to escape. Emerald ensnares its foe with its suction-cupped tentacles before delivering the finishing blow. If the foe turns out to be too strong, it spews ink to escape. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, it lives in the gaps and boulders and in holes on the seafloor. Its suction cups grip prey tightly. Pearl, it obscures its foe's vision by spitting a cloud of murky ink. It makes its nest among boulders. Platinum, it loves to lurk inside holes in rocks. It sometimes sprays ink on prey by sticking out only its mouth. Heart Gold is very similar to Gold, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It traps foes with the suction cups on its tentacles, then smashes them with its rock-hard head. Soul Silver is the Silver counterpart. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2, and has a tendency to want to be in holes. It prefers rock crags or pots and sprays ink from them before attacking. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is Heart Gold's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Octillery and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Ultra Sun, the ink it spits when escaping is special. It contains a substance that dulls the sense of smell, so Pokemon with keen noses get lost. Ultra Moon, it usually sleeps in caves. The pitch black ink that Octillery spits is also used for cooking. In Gen 8, Sword is Black 2, White 2, and X's entry. Shield is Gold and Leaf Green's entry. Brilliant Diamond is its Diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl is very similar to Pearls, but Murky is now black. Legends Arceus? Well, Octillery still shoots water from its mouth. The drastic anatomical difference between it and Remoraid meant that for a long time no one believed the former evolved from the latter. Octillery in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items, Octillery was available to be traded for in My Pokemon Ranch only as part of an online event. From Ranch and the Pokewalker, you get the Focus Band 100% of the time. Legends Arceus, normal. Pop Pod 35% of the time, Ball of Bud 15% of the time, and Grid Items by level. Alpha EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grid Items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 75, attack 105, defense 75, special attack 105, special defense 75, speed 45, for a total of 480. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass or electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice, all for half. Learn set by leveling up for Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. We'll do this Evo and then go down to 25. Upon evolution, you get Octazooka, 30 Bullet Seed, 36 Ice Beam, 42 Hydro Pump, 48 Soak, and 54 Hyper Beam. Legends Arceus, the same thing. Upon evolution, you get Octazooka, then masters it at 28. At 25, you get Ice Beam, mastered at 35. 34, you get Hydro Pump, masters at 45. 43, it gets Hyper Beam, and it masters it at 54. By TM/TR, we're skipping. Yeah, by breeding, we're skipping. By tutoring, in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. If you have the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you get Skitter, Smack, It's a physical bug-type move. Its power is 70, accuracy 90, and PB has 10. In Legends Arceus, you can get Charge Beam, Energy Ball, Flamethrower, Flash Cannon, Focus Energy, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Ice Beam, Icy Wind, Psychic Rest, Sludge Bomb, Swift, and Water Pulse. Nothing by prior evolution. By transfer from another generation. 5 through 7, you get Bind. 4, you get Captivate. That doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Charge Beam. 6 and 7, you get Confide. 2 through 7, you get Constrict. That doesn't work anymore. 2, you get Curse. 2 and 3, you get Defense Curl. 2 through 7, you get Double Team. 3, you get Double Edge. 6 and 7, you get Entrainment. 2 through 7, you get Frustration and Hidden Power. Neither work anymore. 5 and 6, you get Incinerate. 3, you get Mimic. 2 through 4, you get Mud Slap. 4, you get Natural Gift. That doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Return. That doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power. That doesn't work anymore. 3, you get Seismic Toss. 4 through 7, you get Single Beam. That doesn't work anymore. 5 through 7, you get Smackdown. 4, you get String Shot. 2 through 7, you get Swagger and Toxic. And 4 through 7, you get Ring Out. That doesn't work anymore. TCG only moves. You get Smoke Screen on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Octillery jumps to the water surface, but its heavy weight quickly sinks it. Guardian Signs. It shoots orbs of water to attack. You got all this. Okay. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure. In the Pokepark bat entry. Octillery love to battle. They came to the Iceberg Zone as a group so that they can play. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Octillery wanders around until it finds the perfect rocky crag to hide under. If it anchors another Pokemon by wandering into its territory, Octillery will spit ink to cover its escape. Evolution data. Remoraid, level 25 Octillery. Sprites here. Okay, it had yellow eyes. That makes it look really weird. In gold and silver, yeah. Its shiny is kind of gold with green eyes. That's interesting. Yeah, very... I think there's more suckers. Well, maybe not. I don't know. That's very interesting. Then you got the white eyes and crystals. It becomes kind of more red and yellow. But they're kind of this red-orange, I guess. Just vaguely white, yellow, whatever those things are supposed to be. Yeah. It's a little bit different as well. I think the snout is a little bit more long rather than round. This is more kind of a brown with green. Kind of the same green, I'd say. Or very similar, anyway. Yeah. It's kind of, yep. This orange, red-orange kind of color. The yellow. The gender differences, you can see they're smaller. Yeah. Not much changes, though. I guess these are back to kind of being more rounded, I guess. Oh, the eyes. Oh, the back sprite's eyes. There are no eyes in the back sprite in Gen 2. Then they add them here. But they look surprised, I guess. But then they're kind of looking forward, kind of how those are looking that way, I guess. Oh, this is a different red in Platinum. And these two, these guys say that it's kind of, yeah, and this kind of becomes a lot more faded, I guess. Interesting. You got a full back sprite in Gen 5 here. That's interesting. That's kind of fun. It's interesting to see it not just be the curled ones like I kind of expected it to be, but it's interesting. Then, Gen 6, we get the models going kind of back to the red-orange kind of color with the yellow. There's a darker kind of almost gold, I guess, color. But yeah, and then we got, you know, it's a pretty good model, I'd say. Pretty good translation. Yeah. These are basically the same. This one's... yeah, definitely, I mean, better models, of course. You know, very interesting. Yeah. Okay, homes. I got these, yep. In animation, Octillery and Pokemon Journeys the series. Okay. These, yeah. Pokedex entries. We ready to record this first one in the anime section, so let Dexter read it.
Octillery, the jet Pokemon, will instinctively sneak into rocky holes. It locks onto opponents with its leg suckers, then rams them with its rock-hard head.
Advanced Generations, episode 21 in May's Pokedex. Octillery, the jet Pokemon. Octillery attaches its tentacled feet to its opponent before attacking with its hard head. In the manga, Octillery and Pokemon Adventures. Okay, in the TCG. Other appearances, Pokemon Detective Pikachu, we'll look at that one later. Trivia, the company logo for Galar Fire Station depicts an Octillery. So I got Icon for Galara Fire Station. Very clever because of water, suits water. That's fun. In the 1997 Nintendo Space World demo of Pokemon Gold and Silver, Octillery's design included a helmet and armor that make it resemble a tank. So sprites from the 1997 demo. Oh, we got a backstrike. Cool. Origin, Octillery seems to be based on an octopus. It also has some basis on a tank or a wheeled cannon. Beside the firearm theme, Remoraid and Octillery share the trait of being based on aquatic animals with suction cups. Name origin, Octillery may be a combination of octopus and artillery. Aku Tank may be a combination of octopus and tank. In other languages, see also, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Octillery's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today, we are watching, quite fittingly, Octillery the Outcast. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and one of his traveling companions, Misty, have come to this Red Rock Island, I guess, to enter something called the World Cup. And in sort of waiting for their tournaments, this boy has come up to them asking them to help train his Remoraid so it can evolve into an Octillery. And Misty has agreed, and so they just battled. And now this is after the battle, and now it's evolving into a Octillery.
What's happening to Remoraid?
Looks like Remoraid's starting to evolve.
That's Brock, one is another companion. That's Pikachu, Ash's Pokemon, and Togepi, Misty's Pokemon. And that is Octillery's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Octillery's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Octillery. That's only the France with Octillery to the best of my ability. So, this is Tim Goodman, the main character. He has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist. You can see, humans and Pokemon coexisting. And he has come here because his father, Harry Goodman, a police detective, has died in a car crash. And he's kind of cleaning up his life, I guess. So, yeah, right now there's kind of a few establishing shots, but they're going to the police department to sort of clean up there, I guess. And there's a couple Octillery in the background. Can't really see them right now, but as we go through this, you'll be able to see them a little bit better. There's the Octillery here. And then, so now we've cut to much later in the film. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu with amnesia, and he has gone on a little adventure where some Apom have taken something called the R-Gas, which makes Pokemon go crazy. And he is, trying to warn people about the crazy Pokemon and stuff. And he's the only one who can understand Detective Pikachu, so as we go around the scene here, I guess, he'll try to, wonder why other people can't understand him. They got the Octillery in these booths here. I don't remember exactly where it is in this one, but they're there. I think here, maybe? Or here. There it is. There's the Octillery here. Okay. Yes. Then we got the Octillery there. There's the Apom. They're back to normal, giving his pants because he lost his pants during the chase. That's Detective Pikachu.
Me, I don't wear underwear.
He's serving, the Octillery's serving
You can hear him.
people at this night market.
It's that stuff that I put up my nose.
So he also took some of the R-Gas.
You can hear him talking. You can hear him saying words.
What are you not getting here, kid?
So there's another one doing tea.
It's like why were you in that apartment?
It's my father's place. That's why I was there.
Yeah, so they met at Harry's apartment. Okay, so, yeah. And so now they've teamed up. Detective Pikachu has convinced him that Harry is probably not dead. So they're investigating it. So they start by, they're gonna talk to Lucy, a reporter Tim met earlier, who was investigating Harry's disappearance. There's an Octillery here. So right now they're at a news station. They just watched a promo where Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, and his son Roger Clifford, who owns the news, have just done a little promo introducing the 10th anniversary of Rhyme City Parade. So he was talking about how Roger sounds nice. That was ironic because he was being mean.
There she is.
That's Howard talking about it.
Okay, I was not.
So, okay. Yeah, so he was getting all flustered about meeting her because he was like, because Detective Pikachu was teasing him. Anyway, so now we've cut to much later in the film. Lucy has sent them to find the source of the R gas, and they found it at the underground fight club, since Pokemon fighting is illegal in Rhyme City. So right now a Gengar and a Blastoise are fighting. You can see the Octillery here.
Okay, kid. So here's what we know.
Ready for next battle.
There's a few Octillery around here. There's Octillery in the pole here as well.
Just doing some light stretching. You never want to go into these things.
So yeah, what has happened is that Tim and Detective Pikachu have met the owner of this club. They want the information about the Argas so they can track Harry down. But he's only willing to give them that information if he has a fight with the owner's Charizard. And so now he has just found out that because of his amnesia, he can't use his powers. And the Charizard has taken some of the Argas, so he's going crazy and is going to try to kill Pikachu here. There's the Octillery again. So there's the Charizard with his eyes all weird because of the Argas. He came in to try to help Detective Pikachu. So Detective Pikachu went on his head to try to stop him from attacking him. And so he's actually been swept up by the tail. So what has happened is that the owner came in to try to stop Tim, but he was hit by the tail, falling, and since he had a bunch of files of Argas, it's gone flying here, and so it'll make Pokemon go all crazy and stuff.
Those are special things, kid.
Okay. And so now we've got to a little later. Howard has summoned them and explained that Harry isn't dead, and that Mewtwo has taken his soul, and so now they're ready to find out more. And there's an Octillery randomly here.
There's a lot we can make better if we crack that.
So now we're at the 10th anniversary Rhyme City Parade. A bunch of Pokemon and their humans have come to this. And it's been revealed that Howard Clifford has captured Mewtwo, since a whole lot of stuff has happened. But yeah, Howard captured Mewtwo, put his mind inside something called the Neuralink, and now he's gonna spread a bunch of Argas around because he wants the ultimate partnership between humans and Pokemon, and he believes that putting people's minds inside their Pokemon is how he's gonna do that. He can do that using Mewtwo's powers. Yes, and there's the Octillery.
Me, but for all of humanity.
Yep. So now some of it's coming out of the thing. Yep. All the Pokemon are going crazy. There's one down there, and that is Octillery's scenes in Detective Pikachu. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Octillery. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because that's the only image we'll be doing today. This is Octillery by Sailor Clef. This cool, simple Octillery image here. Very nice, very well done. I like the painting style. Yep, you can see all the suckers and the other jewel stings. Yep. That's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Miltank to catch a Remoraid to evolve it into Octillery. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Delibird. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about... Okay. The reason I'm laughing is because today we'll be talking about Delibird, the first and only ice-flying Pokemon in Gen 2, the only ice-flying Pokemon that isn't a legendary, and the final ice-flying Pokemon as of the filming of this. For those of us who celebrate, today is Halloween. Delibird is considered something of a Santa Claus equivalent in the Pokemon universe, even though Santa Claus exists in the Pokemon universe. This is funny because of the common internet idea that the only reason why stores don't have Christmas decorations up much earlier in the year is because of Halloween. So I, at least, think that a Christmas-themed Pokemon is perfectly ill-fit for Halloween. Anyway, its previous PYC dates are October 8th, 1996, July 30th, 1999, May 20th, 2002, March 10th, 2005, December 30th, 2007, October 20th, 2010, August 10th, 2013, May 31st, 2016, March 22nd, 2019, and January 10th, 2022. I like Delibird's design. It definitely feels Christmassy. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Delibird, the delivery Pokemon whose number is 0 to 125. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ice Flying, abilities, Vital Spirit or Hustle, Insomnia is its hidden ability, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%, breeding is a group of Water 1 and Field. Hatch time 20 cycles, height 2'11" or 0.9 meters. Weight is 35.3 pounds or 16 kilograms. Base experience yields 183 in Gen 2 through 4 and 116 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast, EV yield is 1 in speed. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is red and base friendship is 70. Delibird is a dual type ice flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. The Paradox Pokemon Iron Bundle is said to be a future relative of Delibird. Biology, Delibird is a red avian Pokemon with a white hollow tail. Its face and chest are covered in white feathers with 2 3-pointed crests above its eyes. Black markings surround its circular eyes, and it has a light yellow beak and feet. There is a single white spot on its stomach. Its feet have 2 digits each. Delibird is omnivorous. It carries food bundled up in its tail. It normally gives stored food to its chicks, but has been known to share its food with humans stranded on icy mountains. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Delibird is known to sleep while occasionally reaching inside its tail to pull something out. Prior to Gen 9, Delibird was the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Present by leveling up. Present allows it to carry special items in its tail that may cause damage or heal its opponent. In a flock, the Delibird with the largest tail is its leader. Delibird tends to live in mountainous regions, making its nest over sharp cliffs, notably around Mount Everest. Iron Bundle shares a resemblance to Delibird and is believed to be a Delibird-based machine built by an ancient civilization. Game data and PC appearances, Pokemon Stadium 2, Delibird stars, and its own minigame called Delibird's Delivery. In this game, players collect presents from one side of the field to the other. The player must avoid Swinub that scurry around or they will trip the Delibird and cause the player to lose the present they were carrying. Pokemon Channel, Delibird is the delivery boy for the Shop and Squirtle. Pokedex entries, in Gen 2 and Gold, it carries food all day long. There are tales about lost people who were saved by the food it had. Silver. It nests at the edge of sharp cliffs. It spends all day carrying food to its awaiting chicks. Crystal. It always carries its food with it wherever it goes. If attacked, it throws its food at the opponent. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, and Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Delibird carries its food bundled up in its tail. There once was a famous explorer who managed to reach the peak of Mount Everest thanks to one of these Pokemon sharing its food. Emerald, it carries food bundled up in its tail. There was a famous explorer who managed to scale Mount Everest thanks to a Delibird sharing its food. Fire Red is the Silver entry, Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it carries food rolled up in its tail. It has the habit of sharing food with people lost in mountains. Heart Gold is very similar to Gold, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It carries food all day long. There are tales about lost people who were saved by its stored food. Soul Silver is its silver counterpart. In Gen 5, Black and White is the Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum entry. Black 2 and White 2. It carries food all day long. When someone is lost in the mountains, it shares that food. In Gen 6, X is the Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, and White entries. Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are very similar to Ruby and Sapphires, but slightly different, so we'll read it. Delibird carries its food bundled up in its tail. There once was a famous explorer who managed to reach the peak of the world's highest mountain, thanks to one of these Pokemon sharing its food. In Gen 7 and Sun, although it naturally prefers colder locales, Delibird and Alola seem able to withstand the heat to a certain extent. Moon, it has a generous habit of sharing its food with people and Pokemon, so it's always scrounging around for more food. Ultra Sun, it shares its food with people who are stranded. Because Delibird is omnivorous, sometimes it gives those people bug Pokemon. Ultra Moon, it wraps food in its tail to carry it around. The Delibird with the biggest tail is the boss of the flock. Sword is Gold and Leaf Green's entry. Shield is the Moon entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Gold, Leaf Green, and Sword's entry. Violet is the Crystal entry. Delibird and the Alola Pokedex. Delibird and the Paldea Pokedex. It's snowy and all that, and it's sharing, probably food with this kid. That's nice. Game locations. Side game locations and events. Held items in Coliseum. You get the Never Melt Ice 100% of the time. And events, you get the Relic Gold 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 45, attack 55, defense 45, special attack 65, special defense 45, speed 75 for a total of 330. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ghost, water, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to rock, steel, fire, and electric, all for double except for rock, which is for 4. Immune to ground, resistance to bug, and grass for half. Notes, if gravity is an effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a Ring target, or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of ground type loses 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up 1 Present, 25 Drill Peck. By TM, 1 Takedown, 4 Agility, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 14 Acrobatics, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 40 Air Cutter, 43 Fling, 46 Avalanche, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 52 Snowscape, 58 Brick Break, 62 Foul Play, 65 Air Slash, 66 Body Slam, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 85 Rest, 90 Spikes, 97 Fly, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 106 Drill Run, 113 Tailwind, 124 Ice Spinner, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 134 Reversal, 135 Ice Beam, 143 Blizzard, 152 Giga Impact, 163 Hyper Beam, 164 Brave Bird, 171 Terra Blast, 174 Haze, 187 Icicle Spear, 192 Focus Punch, 193 Weather Ball, 197 Dual Wing Beat, 205 Endeavor, 212 Triple Axle, and 216 Feather Dance. By breeding, this group gives you Aurora Beam, this group gives you Aurora Veil, this group gives you Counter. Houndoom gives you Destiny Bond. This says here, a wild terrestrialized Houndoom in Alfrenada Cavern knows this move. This group gives you Fake Out. This group gives you Freeze Dry. This group gives you Ice Shard. This group gives you Memento. This group gives you Quick Attack. This group gives you Rapid Spin. And this group gives you Splash. Side game data, you got all this, yep. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, the browser entry. It hurls hunks of ice to attack Guardian Signs. It causes blizzards around itself that make Pokemon stopped. Okay, got all this. Yep. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark pad entry. Delibird gave you the Ice Tree decorations as presents. His favorite attraction is Empoleon Snow Slide. Pokepark 2, Wonders Beyond. Maybe because his tail is like a bag, but he is often asked to deliver things to other Pokemon. He can't say no because he really likes to have others rely on him. Got all this. Okay. Yeah. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Delibird have a habit of storing food in their sack-like tails. We even saw one that had stuffed its tail so heavy that it couldn't even move. Pokemon Sleep. Delibird has a generous habit of sharing its food with people and Pokemon. Sometimes it reaches into its tail to pull something out even while it's sleeping. Try watching closely to see what's inside. Peaceful Sleep. Upright Sleep, Gift-Giving Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Costumes in Pokemon Go, Holiday Ribbon, so it just has a ribbon. Evolution data is just this. Sprites here, oh, that is interesting. A lot more penguin-like, I'd say, than... I mean, it's always kind of been penguin-like, but this is more like cartoon penguin. This is more like, I don't know, different kind of cartoon penguin, I guess. Yeah, it's got the red and the white. Doesn't have the yellow beak yet. Well, it does on here, though. I mean, this is yellow and purple and, yeah, pinkish purple, I guess. But yeah, then it becomes a little bit more, a little closer to this with, like, the more jaggedness. That a little less threatening looking. It's supposed to be a very friendly Pokemon. Yes, it's got, like, one big button like that and one button like that. This one makes it a lot more friendly looking. You can see, like, the jaggedness on the back sprite versus, like, the thinness there. Yes, got the yellow beak and the feet. This is now kind of a purple. This is sort of kind of a cream color, I guess. Yep. Gen 4, a lot more red. That's kind of like an orange red, I guess, in Gen 3, and then it becomes an actual red. It's kind of more of a pinkish purple again. Yep. It kind of becomes a darker purple. I guess it's also probably a darker pink as well. The button is like that and like that. Gen 5, full back sprite. You can see its tail, kind of. Not really. Yeah, very interesting. Look at the models here, and that kind of. It's a pretty good translation. A little bit more rough, I guess. A little bit closer back to its original, but not terribly, like not too far, I would say. Yeah. Got these, a little different, but not too much. The eye of the face, I think, is probably the biggest difference. Yep. Got these better models in Sword and Shield. You've got these in Homes. Very good. Okay. In animation, Delibird and Pokemon Journeys the series. I guess Team Rocket has a Delibird. I think we see it in the... I think we'll see it in the anime section today. Yeah, got all these. Yep. Pokedex entries in episode 231 in Ash's Pokedex. Delibird, the delivery Pokemon. Delibird's most unique attack is giving presents. However, some of these presents have been known to explode. Sometimes Delibird's presents can actually restore energy to its opponents. In the manga, Delibird and Pokemon Adventures, looking very angry. Got all these in the TCG. Trivia, Delibird is one of the few Pokemon who can learn TM moves when it learns fewer than 4 moves by leveling up. Delibird has Insomnia as its hidden ability, although it already has access to Vital Spirit, another ability with the exact same in-battle effect. Starting in Pokemon Emerald, both Delibird's regular abilities have the same field effect, which is also shared by Pressure. Origin aspects of Delibird's appearance appear to come from the Rockhopper Penguin. However, its red and white color scheme, its ability to give presents, and the appearance of carrying its snack-like tail is likely to have been derived from Santa Claus and possibly the white stork. Name origin, Delibird is a combination of delivery and bird. Deli may have been derived from the Adelie penguin, pronouncing Delibird with the same inflection as delivered yields a very similar pronunciation, with the B and V being the only variation between the two words. As the V sound does not exist in the Japanese language, it is commonly pronounced as a B sound by Japanese speakers. Now the languages, related articles, references, let's move on.
Now let's watch Delibird's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 231, Do's and Don'ts. And Do's is spelled like due process and that, you know, D-U-E. In this episode, the main Team Rocket team, consisting of Jesse, James, and Meowth, have found a Pokemon while walking through the woods, I guess.
What kind of Pokemon is
There's
that?
the Delibird. So that is Delibird's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Delibird.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. The question is, what do you love about Delibird? And someone new, Zakun2, has responded. They say, he reminds me of Christmas. Thank you for your response. Very well said. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because of the single image we'll be doing today. So this is Abomasnow by Arvalis. So you see the Delibird down here. It says Abomasnow, 460, Frost Tree Pokemon, ability Snow Warning, height 7'3", length 10 feet. So you can see an Abomasnow and a Snover here, sort of kind of almost bird-like or almost owl-like. That's very interesting, but also, I don't know, probably got a lot of, yeah, the elements. Got the Delibird here, looking a little bit like a macaroni penguin, but, you know, with red and white. Maybe a little bit of rooster in there as well. This is Sawsbuck, looking like Rudolph. That's kind of fun, reindeer. And we've got sort of weird frog-like version of Mr. Mime and Mime Jr. This sort of bug version of Frostlass. I've never gotten either of those vibes from these Pokemon. And I guess these are supposed to be Chinglings. They're, again, very frog-like, rather than their inspiration, their actual, like, design. It's very interesting. This is by Arvalis. If you don't know, they're the ones who worked on Pokemon Detective Pikachu, the movie. They helped work on that one. Sort of combining their style with the original Pokemon style. Obviously, this is not at all what Mr. Mime ended up looking like. Yeah, I don't know what this decision was when they made this one. But yeah, this is what this looks like, I guess. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talked about Miltank before I can catch a Delibird. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Mantine. As always, this is my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow in my green tie. Hello, before I begin, I'm back in my green tie, as I will be for the whole of this month. Today I'll be talking about Mantine, first water-flying Pokemon in Gen 2. Its previous PYC dates are October 9th, 1996, July 31st, 1999, May 21st, 2002, March 11th, 2005, December 31st, 2007, October 21st, 2010, August 11th, 2013, June 1st, 2016, March 23rd, 2019, and January 11th, 2022. I like Mantine's design and the idea of facing a Pokemon on Array. I also love that Remoraid is such a big part of Mantine's identity that it's in its official art. Its sprites in the first 3 generations, and Mantine's models in Pokemon Home. Anyway, you want me to talk about it, don't you? Yes, fine. I hate the official pronunciation of this Pokemon's name. It hurts me every time I have to say it. In the past, when I've been faced with an incorrect pronunciation, I've realized how I was wrong. I call Poliwag, Poliwag, because I didn't realize the ah sound, it wasn't an ah sound. Then there's Pokemon like the Nidoran line, where the N and the Ni are so close, particularly if you say the names fast. I don't know of many that would jump to correct you. Chinchou is another case where I just naturally mispronounced the last syllable of its name based on the fact that I just didn't know how it was pronounced. I naturally say chew and not chow, but I've realized the actual way makes sense. I don't know why I ever pronounced Piloswine as Piloswine. I guess I never thought of the I sounding like I. In all these cases, the spelling has proven me wrong. However, suddenly, Mantine just doesn't follow the rules of making it clear how each are pronounced. If it is Mantine, it should be spelled T-E-E-N or T-E-N-E. I get that it's probably a portmanteau of manta and marine, and the English language is extremely convoluted, but before this, they've never cared about keeping it aligned with the English language spelling of the words. Coughing and Arbok are great examples of this. Each have a K, so you know it's not Soffing or Arbos. To say it's teen instead of tine is stupid, and I feel like it portrays Pokemon naming up to this point. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article, where I'll try my best to pronounce its name the official way.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Mantine, the kite Pokemon whose number is 0226. This is what it looks like. Its type is Water Flying, ability Swift Swim or Water Absorb. Water Veil is its hidden ability, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 25 or 7.7%. Breeding is egg root water 1, hatch time 25 cycles, height 6'11" or 2.1 meters, weight is 485 pounds. And 220 kilograms. Basic experience yield 168 in Gen 2 through 4, and 170 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow, E-Field is 2, in special defense. Shape is that, it has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is purple? Is this underside supposed to be purple? I mean, I know there's a version where the underside was purple, but it's definitely not purple anymore. I don't know if that's outdated. Base friendship is 70. Mantine is a dual-type water-flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Mantike when leveled up with a Remoraid in the party. Biology, Mantine is a large ray-like Pokemon. Its body is dark blue on the underside, and it has large wing-like fins with a black ring-shaped mark on the top of either fin, and a jagged outline on the front rim at the bottom. Its head has 2 long protrusions resembling horns or antennae, and 2 more black ring-shaped marks on the back. 2 pairs of gills are visible on its pinkish-gray underside, as well as a pair of beady eyes and a small mouth. Its body has a coarse texture. Mantine thrives in open seas where it swims freely, often in schools where they race one another. It can breach out of the water and fly 300 feet, 100 meters, into the air if it builds up enough speed. In the past, it was often misidentified as a bird Pokemon by observers who saw this behavior. Mantine is sometimes seen with a Remoraid attached to the underside of one of its fins, scavenging for leftovers and fighting together when attacked. Mantine has a docile nature and does not mind the Remoraid clinging onto its fin. Evolution, Mantine evolves from Mantike, so you've got Mantike and Mantine. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 in Gold, as it majestically swims, it doesn't care if Remoraid attached to it for scavenging its leftovers. Silver, swimming freely in open seas, it may fly out of the water and over the waves if it builds up enough speed. Crystal, it swims along freely, eating things that swim into its mouth. Its whole body is very coarse. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, on sunny days, schools of Mantine can be seen elegantly leaping over the sea's waves. This Pokemon is not bothered by the Remoraid that hitches rides. Emerald, on sunny days, schools of Mantine can be seen elegantly leaping over the waves. It is not bothered by the Remoraid that hitches rides. Fire Red is the Silver entry, Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, when the waves are calm, one may encounter a swarm of Mantine swimming as if they are in flight. Pearl, it swims elegantly, mindless of Remoraid, hitching on its broad fins. It has a docile nature. Platinum, while elegantly swimming in the sea, it ignores Remoraid that cling to its fins, seeking food scraps. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is basically the Platinum entry, but Remoraid is now the correct casing. Black 2 and White 2, if it builds up enough speed swimming, it can fly over 300 feet out of the water from the surface of the ocean. In Gen 6, X is the Black 2 and White 2 entry. Y is Black and White's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Mantine, Pokemon, and Remoraid are now all the correct casing. In Gen 7, Ultra Sun, postcards and posters featuring Mantine leaping elegantly above the waves are popular souvenirs of Alola. Ultra Moon, many people have taken up surfing because they admire how magnificently Mantine swims. In Gen 8, Sword, if it builds up enough speed, it can jump over the waves and glide over 300 feet. Shield is basically the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry, but Remoraid is now the correct casing. Brilliant Diamond is basically its Diamond counterpart, but Mantine is now the correct casing. Shining Pearl is very similar to Pearls, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It swims elegantly, mindless of Remoraid, hitching onto its broad fins. It is naturally docile. Legends Arceus, this calm and gentle Pokemon swims gracefully through the sea. After building speed, it can leap out of the water. It is often misidentified as a bird Pokemon due to this behavior. Mantine in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations, side game locations, and events. In Legends Arceus, normal. Sky Tumblestone, 35% of the time. Ball of Mud, 15% of the time. Great items by level. Alpha East Candy M, 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery, 20% of the time. Great items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, will compare Gen 2 through 6 and Gen 7 onwards. HP 65, that went up to 85. Attack 40, that stays the same. Defense 70, that stays the same. Special attack 80, that stays the same. Special defense 140, that stays the same. Speed 70, that stays the same. So this one has a total of 465. This one has a total of 485. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ghost, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to rock for double and electric for 4. Immune to ground, resistant to fighting, bug, steel, fire, water, all for half. Notes, if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a Ring target or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1. So go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has Water Absorb, the effectiveness of Water-type moves is 0. So it'd be 0 instead of half. Learn set by leveling up the Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearls, since you can hypothetically have a level 2 Mantine. I'll go down to level 12. 12 Water Pulse, 16 Wide Guard, 20 Agility, 24 Bubble Beam, 28 Headbutt, 32 Air Slash, 36 Aqua Ring, 40 Bounce, 44 Takedown, and 48 Hydro Bump. In Legends Arceus, same thing, so I will start with 5. So at level 5, it gets Bubble and masters it at 14. Level 9, it gets Aerial Ace and masters it at 18. At 15, it gets Water Pulse and masters it at 25. At 21, it gets Air Slash and masters it at 31. At level 29, it learns Roost and masters it at 40. At level 37, it learns Hydro Pump and masters it at 48. At 47, it learns Double Edge and masters it at 59. For by TM/TR, what I'm going to do is I'll read them in this article, but not the Man-type video. Sword and Shield. TM 08, Hyper Beam 9, Giga Impact 21 Rest, 22 Rock Slide, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 27 Icy Wind, 31 Attract, 33 Rain Dance, 35 Hail, 36 Whirlpool, 39 Facade, 40 Swift, 41 Helping Hand, 45 Drive, 48 Rock Tomb, 50 Bullet Seed, 52 Bounce, 54 Rock Blast, 55 Brine, 58 Assurance, 76 Round, 78 Acrobatics, 81 Bulldoze, and 95 Air Slash. TR 01 Body Slam, 3 Hydro Pump, 4 Surf, 5 Ice Beam, 6 Blizzard, 10 Earthquake, 12 Agility, 16 Waterfall, 17 Amnesia, 20 Substitute, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 59 Seed Bomb, 73 Gunk Shot, 74 Iron Head, 84 Scald, 89 Hurricane, 98 Liquidation, and 99 Body Press. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, TM3 Water Pulse, 7 Hail, 9 Bullet Seed, 13 Ice Beam, 14 Blizzard, 15 Hyper Beam, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 26 Earthquake, 32 Double Team, 39 Rock Tomb, 40 Aerial Ace, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 49 Scald, 51 Roost, 55 Brine, 58 Endure, 68 Giga Impact, 80 Rock Slide, 82 Sleep Talk, 83 Bulldoze, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 95 Surf, 97 Defog, and 99 Waterfall. By breeding and Sword and Shield, same thing as the by TM. I'll read it in this article, but not in the Man-type video. Lapras gives you Confuse Ray. This group gives you Haze. This group gives you Mirror Coat. This group gives you Slam. This group gives you Splash. Pelipper gives you Tailwind, and this group gives you Twister. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. This group gives you Amnesia. This group gives you Confuse Ray. This group gives you Haze. This group gives you Hydro Pump. Corsola gives you Mirror Coat. This group gives you Slam. This group gives you Splash. Pelipper gives you Tailwind, this group gives you Twister, and Mantine gives you Wide Guard. By tutoring in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, if you have the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you can get Dual Wing Beat. It's a physical flying type move. Its power is 40, accuracy 90, and PB has 10. In Legends Arceus, you can get Aerial Ace, Aqua Tail, Bulldoze, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Ice Beam, Icy Wind, Iron Head, Power Shift, Rest, Rock Slide, Swift, and Water Pulse. Nothing by prior evolution. By transfer from another generation, 3 through 7 you get Aerial Ace. 4 and 5 an event, you get Air Cutter. 4 through 7 you get Aqua Tail. 2 through 7 you get Bubble, that doesn't work anymore. 4 you get Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7 you get Confide. 2 you get Curse. 4 and 7 you get Defog. 2 through 7 you get Double Team. 3 you get Double Edge. 2 through 7 you get Frustration and Hidden Power, neither work anymore. 3 you get Mimic. 3 through 7 you get Mud Sport, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 4 you get Mud Slap. 4 you get Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7 you get Return, that doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, and 6 you get Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7 you get Signal Beam, that doesn't work anymore. 4 you get String Shot. 2 through 7 you get Swagger and Toxic, and 4 through 7 you get Water Sport, that doesn't work anymore. Side game data, you got all this. Okay. Yeah. Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry. Mantine leaps out of the water, then charges with its massive body. Shadows of Volmia. It swims leisurely, it rams to attack. Guardian Signs. It attacks by spitting bubbles that make Pokemon float. These. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. When Mantines swim as a school, they often race one another. Sometimes Mantine will build up so much speed it leaps right out of the water. Evolution data, Mantike. Level up with Remoraid in the party. Get Mantine. I guess you can breed this one holding Wave Incense from Gen 4 to 8. Sprites here, so see, kind of looked over these a little bit in the Remoraid video. We talked about those, and I'm not gonna bring those up again. You can watch the Remoraid video if you haven't already to get that more information, but we'll talk about the main Mantine here. Mantine, rather. Yes, so you can see how, you know, it starts off kind of, you know, much darker kind of version, then the shiny is a blue. You can kind of see eye spots on the back of its head. That's interesting. Yeah, you can see this one's purple for some reason. I'm not really sure why it is, but it is. Basically looks the same though. I think the tail might be a little bit different as well. You get the tail is a different color here. It's sort of blue. This is much kind of closer to the one we have now, and this is sort of this sort of darker. It's kind of lighter than the one that was in Gen 3, but you know, it's sort of dark blue, I guess. You got this blue, like 2 shades of blue for this one. The eye spots are now like this. They're not like white like they were. They're black and facing this way. Yep. Diamond and Pearl, not really much changes. It's maybe slightly different kind of pinkish color, I guess. And blue. But the big difference is it loses the Remoraid. Then we got this sort of in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. We got these kind of coloring, which I think might be closer to the modern one. Got this blue now, I guess. Yep, we got these. Oh, I guess it kind of goes back a little bit more to this kind of blue. It's a slightly different blue still. That's interesting. Then they kind of take this kind of coloring, the one from Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and this is just blue, which is kind of fun because it kind of resembles Mantike. Yep, pretty good models, I'd say. These are basically the same, only slight differences. Yeah. And Sword and Shield's much better models, of course. This game, you know, fully modeled, that's fun. Tail seems to be darker blue now. That's interesting. And it's kind of gray on this one. Does it? It doesn't really distinguish them in the modern day, I guess. Then Homes, we get a distinction of the tail there. This is a really cool detail for the shiny here. You can see it's not just a shiny Mantine, it's also a shiny Remoraid. That's a kind of a cool detail, especially considering the fact that it didn't start off that way. You have these that are different colors, of course, but then it kind of stays the same one in Gen 3, which is interesting. Yeah. In animation, you got Mantine in Where Are You Going, Eevee, with an Eevee, I guess. Then we got a reoccurring Mantine there, yeah. We got a Mantine with a Remoraid attached in Pokemon series Ruby and Sapphire. Okay. Got all these, yeah. Pokedex entries in episode 214 in Ash's Pokedex. Mantine, the kite Pokemon. Mantine swims above the ocean majestically and may fly out of the water if it builds up enough speed. So you may notice that I didn't say Mantine there. That's because the anime at the time referred to it as Mantine, like I typically do. So I did it accurately for that anime era of the time. Anyway, Pokemon Twilight Wings, I guess. In the manga, you got a Mantine in Pokemon Adventures, and a bunch of Remoraid. That's interesting. Kind of looking like a plane, like a fighter plane, I guess. Interesting. Okay, got this. In the TCG trivia, in Generation E3, Mantine is unable to learn Rock Slide from tutors, but it can inherit it through breeding, so it's supposed to be in Gen 3. Despite the fact that Mantine evolved from Mantike in the presence of a Remoraid, Remoraid has not been present in any of Mantine's sprites in the core series games since Gen 4, in which this evolution method was introduced. This may be because the evolution does not consume the Remoraid, so the sprites are avoiding a continuity error or creation of a new Remoraid. Origin: Mantine's appearance and behavior of breaching the water's surface is similar to a manta ray, a species belonging to the Mobula genus, also known as flying rays. It also has some kite-like aspects. Since Remoraid, a Pokemon based on a firearm, often attaches itself to the undersides of Mantine's wing-like fins, Mantine may also be based on a fighter plane. The circular pattern on its body and fins resemble roundels, common insignias on warplanes. Name origin: Mantine and Mantane may be a combination of manta and marine, brine, saltwater, or tine, point on an implement, branch on a horn. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Mantine's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon the Movie 3, Spell of the Unknown Entei. In this film, Molly, a little girl, is playing with her dad in her bedroom before bed, and they're about to get a phone call on their computer. Or like a message on their computer. Yep. And there's the Mantine.
Another email. It must be Skylar again.
Yeah. Yeah. That is Mantine's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Mantine card.
It's the first Mantine card design. It's also technically Remoraid's first Pokemon card design, as it predates Remoraid's first Pokemon card by about 9 months. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. It's just the official image on a photo background, which I'm pretty sure is showing the top of the water and the sky. So the perspective of Mantine doesn't make much sense. Perhaps the most notable thing is Remoraid, which hardly looks like a Remoraid. As we saw in the Bulbapedia section, none of the sprites ever really showed it properly. Only official images ever did. The first time in the TCG it appears correctly on a Mantine card is in 2004. Anyway, this Mantine has 60 HP. It's 6'11" and 485 pounds. Next to the weight is the Neo Genesis expansion symbol. It has one move, Undulate, which isn't a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 2 water energies and hits for 20 damage. The player also flips a coin. If they get heads, the opponent's next move will miss. It's weak to lightning for double damage, mirroring its weakness to electric, which is for ×4 damage. It's resistant to fighting for -30 damage. It costs 1 of any energy for Mantine to retreat. The description reads, swimming freely in open seas, it may fly out of the water and over the waves if it builds up enough speed. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, and Soul Silver, and one of the Pokedex entries in Pokemon Stadium 2. It's level 31.
I have a Skarmory card, so we'll talk about it tomorrow. Now let's see why people love Mantine. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Mantine by Aqua Blue. So we've got a Mantine here, surfing with a Remoraid and a Mantike above. When this Corsola is looking at them, another Corsola looking off frame here, probably talking to another Corsola. That's a really cool image. It's kind of fun as well, because we've talked about these 4 Pokemon over the last week, so that's kind of nice to see them again. Yep, that's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I talk about Miltank to catch a Mantine. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Skarmory. As always, this is my proper outfit and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Skarmory, the first Steel Flying type Pokemon. Its previous BYC dates are October 10th, 1996, August 1st, 1999, May 22nd, 2002, March 12th, 2005, January 1st, 2008, October 22nd, 2010, August 12th, 2013, June 2nd, 2016, March 24th, 2019, and January 12th, 2022. If there's any Pokemon that I would point to as a prime example of the Steel type, it's Skarmory. With feathers that are literally turned into swords by people, there are a few Pokemon that encapsulate the Steel type better, particularly a Steel Bird Pokemon. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Skarmory, the armor bird Pokemon, whose number is 0227. This is what it looks like. Its type is Steel Flying. Since it's our first Steel Flying, I'll point out the Steel inside, the Flying outside. Abilities, Keen Eye or Sturdy. Weak Armor is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 25 or 7.7%. Breeding is a group flying. Hatch time 25 cycles. Height is 5'7" or 1.7 meters. Weight is 111.3 pounds or 50.5 kilograms. Basic experience yields 168 in Gen 2 through 4 and 163 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 2. Both in defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is gray and base friendship is 70. Skarmory is a dual type Steel Flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Biology, Skarmory is a silver-gray avian Pokemon with a long metallic blue neck, legs, and tail. It has yellow eyes, a pointed beak with several pointed teeth, and a triangular crest on its head. There are red feathers under the sheaths that cover its sharp wings, and each feather can be moved independently. Its wings are actually hollow, allowing it to travel up to 185 miles per hour, 300 kilometers per hour. Its feet have 3 toes on them, 2 in front and 1 in back, and its tail has hooked ends. Its steel wings become tattered and bashed in from repeated battles, but once a year, the battered wings grow back completely. This process restores the cutting edges of its feathers, which are sharp enough to be used as blades, and sharper than any man-made sword. Its skin and feathers are solid due to being raised in very harsh conditions. Its nests are usually found in thorn bushes, where continual scratching of a young individual's skin will eventually harden it into an iron-like state. However, water can cause Skarmory's hard body to rust easily, so it stays in its nest on rainy days. In ancient regions where these Pokemon are common, warriors would use the sharp feathers that fell from Skarmory as swords. It is a popular Pokemon that is used for heraldic designs, and in Galar, it has violent territorial clashes with Corviknight. In Blueberry Academy, Skarmory is used for the school's flying taxi service. In Gen 5, Steel Wing was its signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Game data and PC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Skarmory resides the top of Mount Steel, where it does not like being disturbed. Skarmory holds a Diglett captive and attacks the player. After being defeated, it flies away and doesn't return. Pokemon Ranger, Skarmory is Alita's partner Pokemon. The player also sees it at the Grassland Challenge. Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, its sturdy wings look heavy, but they are actually hollow and light, allowing it to fly freely in the sky. Silver, after nesting in bramble bushes, the wings of its chicks grow hard from scratches by thorns. Crystal, the feathers that it sheds are very sharp. It is said that people once used the feathers as swords. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. For Gen 3 and Ruby, Skarmory is entirely encased in hard protective armor. This Pokemon flies close to 190 miles per hour. It slashes foes with its wings that possess sword-like cutting edges. Sapphire, Skarmory's steel wings become tattered and bashed in from repeated battles. Once a year, the battered wings grow back completely, restoring the cutting edges to their pristine state. Emerald, a Pokemon that has a body and wings of steel. People in the past used feathers fallen from Skarmory to make swords and knives. Fire Red is the Silver entry. Leaf Green is very similar to Gold's, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Its sturdy wings look heavy, but its bones are hollow and light, allowing it to fly freely in the sky. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, despite being clad entirely in iron-hard armor, it flies at speeds over 180 miles per hour. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. In Gen 5, Black and White is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. Black 2 and White 2. Its heavy-looking iron body is actually thin and light, so it can fly at speeds over 180 miles per hour. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries, and Fire Red's entry. Y is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Skarmory and Pokemon are now the correct casing. Since I forgot to do it in Rubies, I'll Say that 190 is 306 kilometers per hour. In Gen 7, Sun, its feathers, which fall off as it grows, are thin and sharp. In times long past, warriors use them as swords. Moon, its metal body is sturdy, but it does rust rather easily. So on rainy days, this Pokemon prefers to stay put in its nest. Ultra Sun, the wing feathers it sheds can be processed and made into knives, whose sharpness is recognized by the finest chefs. Ultra Moon, its body is draped in steel armor. It looks heavy, but it can fly at speeds up to 185 miles per hour. That's 298 kilometers per hour. In Gen 8, and Sword, the pointed feathers of these Pokemon are sharper than swords. Skarmory and Corviknight fight viciously over territory. Shield, people fashion swords from Skarmory's shed feathers, so this Pokemon is a popular element in heraldic designs. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. Skarmory is clad entirely in iron-hard armor. It flies at speeds over 180 miles per hour. In Gen 9 and Scarlet, its sturdy, heavy-looking iron body is actually thin and light, so it can fly at speeds over 180 miles per hour. Violet, since the feathers that it sheds are thin and sharp, people apparently once used them as swords. Skarmory, the Alola Pokedex. Skarmory, the Blueberry Pokedex. You can see how different and how, like, really cool that looks. The shininess and all that. Game locations. Okay. Yep. Side game locations. And events. Held items, Coliseum. Sharp Beak 100% of the time. Fire Red and Leaf Green. Sharp Beak 5% of the time. Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon. Metal Coat 5% of the time. Sword and Shield, Metal Coat with the Expansion Pass 5% of the time. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, Metal Coat 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 65, Attack 80, Defense 140, Special Attack 40, Special Defense 70, Speed 70 for a total of 465. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Fighting, Rock, Ghost, Water, Ice, and Dark. Weak to Fire and Electric for double, immune to Poison and Ground, resistant to Normal, Flying, Bug, Steel, Grass, Psychic, Dragon, and Fairy, all for half except for Bug and Grass, which are for a fourth. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Poison-type moves is 1, so it go from 0 to 1. If Gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4, or a ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 2, so it go from 0 to 2. In Gen 5, if this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1, so it go from 0 to 1. Prior to Gen 6, the effectiveness of Dark-type and Ghost-type moves were half. They went from half to 1. Learn set by leveling up 1 Peck and Leer for Sand Attack, 8 Fury Attack, 12 Metal Claw, 16 Agility, 20 Wing Attack, 24 Slash, 28 Steel Wing, 32 Payback, 36 Drill Peck, 40 Metal Sound, 44 Spikes, 48 Iron Defense, and 52 Brave Bird. By TM, 1 Takedown, 4 Agility, 7 Protect, 18 Thief, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 31 Metal Claw, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 36 Rock Tomb, 40 Air Cutter, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 51 Sandstorm, 65 Air Slash, 70 Sleep Talk, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 87 Taunt, 88 Swords Dance, 89 Body Press, 90 Spikes, 93 Flash Cannon, 94 Dark Pulse, 97 Fly, 99 Iron Head, 103 Substitute, 104 Iron Defense, 105 X-Scissor, 106 Drill Run, 113 Tailwind, 116 Stealth Rock, 134 Reversal, 152 Giga Impact, 160 Hurricane, 163 Hyper Beam, 164 Brave Bird, 170 Steel Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 176 Sand Tomb, 197 Dual Wing Beat, 223 Metal Sound, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives you Air Cutter. TM Ghost gives you Curse. The note says, no Pokemon in the Flying A group can learn Curse via level up. However, the move is available via TM 224 and can be passed down from Noctowl, Skarmory, Decidueye, Corviknight, Bombardier, or copied via Mearherb. This group gives you Faint. Honchkrow gives you Night Slash. This group gives you Roost. This group gives you Sky Attack. And this group gives you Whirlwind. TCG only moves. Quick Attack on this card. Side game data. You got all this. Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry. Skarmory is capable of freely flying high and low through the skies. In Shadows of Volmia, it whips up gusts with its large wings. It also uses its ironclad body to attack. In Guardian Signs, it attacks with gusts of luminous wind. Got all this. Okay. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Skarmory flew with such acrobatic skill over the snowfields. Its steel body is hard and sturdy, but because of its hollow bones, it's actually very lightweight. In Pokemon Go, Skarmory can be obtained by completing 2/5 of the ticketed special research, A Drive to Investigate. Evolution data is just this. Sprites. So, got a lot of it. You don't quite have the red yet. That's one of the big differences. Also, the proportions are a bit weird, but that's just to be expected. Its mouth is black, and this is purple for some reason. It's got the red feather wings. The tail is like that, I guess. It's a little different. It looks like it kind of has two tails. That's interesting. Yeah. And this is green. Kind of reminds me of Scyther. Yeah. Then we got Gen 3. You got these. So it's got the yellow eyes. These are all properly the right colors and stuff. Shiny is green with this kind of, I don't know, different kind of gray color. I don't know. And the Vaxrite is really creepy because it's like missing the pupil, or it's like so almost invisible. It's very interesting. In Gen 4, got this kind of gray, I guess, and this kind of, whatever this is, cream color, I guess. Still kind of missing the pupil, or it's not so obvious. It's much more obvious in Platinums. This, you got the full back sprites in Gen 5. Yeah. And the models here, so pretty good. Kind of changes the colors a little bit, but pretty good models. This is sort of darker colors. Yep. I got homes, animations, Skarmory and Pokemon Horizons the series. Okay, got all these. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Pokedex entries. For this first one, I recorded it in the anime section, so we'll let Dexter read it.
Skarmory, the armor bird Pokemon. Because Skarmory nests in briars and is constantly scratched by thorns, its wings become razor sharp.
In Diamond and Pearl, episode 184 in Don's Pokedex. Skarmory, the armor bird Pokemon. Skarmory's body is covered with a steel-like armor and can fly at speeds of over 100 miles per hour, or 160 kilometers per hour. In the manga, Skarmory and Pokemon Adventures, coming off the frame here, that's fun. Okay, got this. Pokedex entries in Pokemon Adventures in Chapter 138. Feathers from its wings are thin and hard. They can also be used as blades or knives. Chiang Yi's translation. You got all this in the TCG and the TFG. In other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Brawl and the Pokemon Stadium 2. A Skarmory can be seen flying on the flying terrain. Other guest Pokemon found in the flying terrain include Drifloon and a Hoppip drifting in the distance. Trophy information: an iron armor bird Pokemon with a steel hard body and wings. It flies at speeds up to 186 miles per hour and slices enemies with sharp steel wings that grow dull over time. It grows new wings once a year, which regains their original sharpness. It's said that people used to use fallen wings for swords and knives. It can fly so quickly and freely because it has light, hollow bones. In Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Skarmory appears as a spirit. Trivia: Skarmory has the highest base defense stat of all flying-type Pokemon. Skarmory's number in the Johto Pokedex and the new Unova Pokedex are the same, 203. A Skarmory is featured in Cyndaquil's Blueberry Pokedex image battling a Cyndaquil. This references the episode Hot Matches, which featured a trainer's Skarmory battling Ash's Cyndaquil. Skarmory's sprites in Gold and Silver featured a second tail above the first. This extra tail is not featured in any artwork and was removed in Crystal. Skarmory was originally introduced as Yoridori in the Pokemon Gold and Silver Space World 97 demo, which is also its Japanese category Armor Bird Pokemon. Origin: Skarmory has much in common with the Andean condor and cranes, birds that are held in high esteem in Japan. It is also similar to many mythological metallic birds such as the Stymphalian birds, the Gagana, and the Alacanto. In addition, its design resembles a wyvern. Its concept could also be a pun on Zuru crane, referencing a paper crane, and Zurugi sword. Its wings also resemble a Japanese paper hand fan. Name origin: Skarmory may be a combination of sky and armory or armor. It may also involve scar. Ermd may be a combination of air and armed, which are Gariago. Yorodori is the combination of Yori, armor, and Tori, bird, with phonetic shift to Dori. The languages, related external links. Let's move on. Now let's watch Skarmory's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 152, Hot Matches. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and family companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, and Misty's Pokemon Togepi, have met Mickey, this trainer here, and she is about to battle Brock, and she has sent, or is about to send out her Skarmory. There it is, Skarmory. Yeah, I would say that since we're about to get into the battle scene here, I'd say that's Skarmory's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Skarmory card.
It's the 9th Skarmory card design. It was illustrated by Mitsuhiro Arita. I like this image. Originally, I thought it was just a cool Skarmory pose, as the actual card has a darker background. It wasn't until I started this project that I saw that it seems to be protecting its nest, which, while logical, being that it's a metal bird, is a fun detail that makes it feel more like an animal than a steel creature. It has 70 HP. It's 5'7" and 111.3 pounds. It has 2 moves, Air Crash and Steel Wing. Air Crash is not a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 1 metal energy and hits for 20 damage. The player then flips a coin. If it lands on heads, the opponent must also remove 1 energy from their active Pokemon. I've already talked about Steel Wing in the video games, so I'll talk about how it works on this card. It costs 1 of any metal energy and 2 of any energies. It hits for 40 damage. On the opponent's next turn, their attack is reduced by 20 after modification. Skarmory is weak to fire for plus 20 damage. It's resistant to psychic for minus 20 damage. It costs 1 of any energy for Skarmory to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Great Encounters expansion symbol. Its description reads, despite being clad entirely in iron-hard armor, it flies at speeds over 180 miles per hour. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, and Y. It's level 31.
I don't have a Houndour card, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Porygon 2. Now let's see why other people love Skarmory.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. The question is, what do you love about Skarmory? And number 1 Drizzile fan has responded. Thank you. They say, iconic cry, super cool design in general, was strong in competitive play for a long time without being overbearing, great shiny. Thank you for your response. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Skarmory. This first one is Skarmory Sketches by Teddiursa. So this fun, just sketches of Skarmory here. I guess they had, or have, for a Tumblr. Yep. So we got the Skarmory with its wings out. Then a bunch of these Skarmory, one shocked, one front-facing, one confused, one, I guess, laughing, and one suspicious. Then we got the Skarmory without the wings open. It's outside. Then we got Skarmory by Teddiursa, so I don't know if those were sketches for this piece of art, but whatever. I mean, it's a very well-done piece of art here, like the flapping of the wings and stuff. This doesn't contain a Skarmory, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Ho-Ho before I can catch a Skarmory. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Houndour. As always, this is my proper outfit, and see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Houndour, the first Dark Fire Pokemon and the first Dark-type Canine Pokemon. If one doesn't count Blaze, Paldean, and Tauros as the 128th Pokemon, Houndour is the first Fire-type Pokemon, where the Fire type is the secondary type. Regardless, it holds this title in Gen 2. Its previous PYC dates are October 11th, 1996, August 2nd, 1999, May 23rd, 2002, March 13th, 2005, January 2nd, 2008, October 23rd, 2010, August 13th, 2013, June 3rd, 2016, March 25th, 2019, and January 13th, 2022. Before I learned that the Dark type was introduced in Gen 2, I thought Houndour was the first dog Pokemon because I thought it was introduced in Gen 1. Certainly feels more like what I imagined they'd do for the first dog Pokemon than Snubbull and Granbull. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Houndour, the dark Pokemon whose number is 0 to 128. This is what it looks like. Its type is Dark Fire. Because this is our first Dark Fire Pokemon, I'll point out the Dark inside and the Fire outside. Abilities, Early Bird or Flash Fire, and Unnerve is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catchphrase 120 or 24.9%, breeding is a group field, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 2 foot or 0.6 meters, weight is 23.8 pounds or 10.8 kilograms, base experience yield is 114 in Gen 2 through 4 and 66 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow, EV yield is 1, and special attack, shape is that, and footprint is that. Pokedex color is black, and base friendship is 35. Houndour is a dual-type Dark Fire Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Houndoom starting at level 24. Biology, Houndour is a quadrupedal canine Pokemon with short black fur and a red, underbelly, and muzzle. Its ears and tail are both short and pointed. 2 fangs protrude from its upper jaw, and its triangular nose is black. There are white bands on its ankles and rib-like ridges on its back. Houndour appears to have a simplistic, stylized skull on its forehead, with the eye orbits creating eyebrow patterns above its actual eyes. It also has circular red paw pads on each of its 3 toed paws. Houndour is an intelligent Pokemon that forms packs to hunt for prey and shows unparalleled teamwork. As seen in the Pokemon the Series episode, Hour of the Houndour, it will not abandon a pack member who is sick. It communicates using various barks and howls. Barks are used to determine the location of a pack member during a hunt, which only they can understand, while howls are used as a declaration of ownership over territory. They are known to be loyal and obedient to their trainers. Houndour can typically be found around rough terrain. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Houndour is known to howl while it sleeps. It is believed that Houndour is dreaming of hunting alongside the rest of its pack. Evolution: Houndour evolved into Houndoom. Houndoom. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, it uses different kinds of cries for communicating with others of its kind and for pursuing its prey. Silver, to corner prey, they check each other's location using barks that only they can understand. Crystal, around dawn, its ominous howl echoes through the area to announce that this is its territory. Presidium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Houndour hunt as a coordinated pack. They communicate with each other using a variety of cries to corner their prey. This Pokemon's remarkable teamwork is unparalleled. Emerald, Houndour communicate with each other using a variety of cries to corner their prey. This Pokemon's remarkable teamwork is simply unparalleled. Fire Red is the Silver entry, Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl, it conveys its feelings using different cries. It works in a pack to cleverly take down prey. Platinum, it is smart enough to hunt in packs. It uses a variety of cries for communicating with others. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is the Crystal entry. Y is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Houndour and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, Ultra Sun, it cooperates with others skillfully. When it becomes your partner, it's very loyal to you as its trainer and will obey your orders. Ultra Moon, they make repeated eerie howls before dawn to call attention to their pack. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Platinum's entry and the Gen 5 entries. Violet is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Houndour in the Alola Pokedex, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Houndour in the Paldea Pokedex. You can see a bunch of them. That's very cute, a pack of them, presumably. Then you got Houndour in the Kitakawi Pokedex. Got a pack of them at night. Game locations. Got all these, yep. Inside game locations and all that. And events. Stats, base stats, HP 45, attack 60, defense 30. Special attack 80, special defense 50, speed 65 for a total of 330. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, bug, electric, dragon, and fairy. Weak to fighting, ground, rock, and water for double, immune to psychic, resistant to ghost, steel, fire, grass, ice, and dark, all for half. Notes, if Miracle Eye is used by an opponent, this Pokemon is given a ring target. The effectiveness of psychic type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has Flash Fire, the effectiveness of fire type moves is 0, so it will be 0 instead of half. Learn set by leveling up. 1, Leer and Ember, 4, Howl, 8, Smog, 13, Roar, 16, Bite, 20, Incinerate, 25, Beat Up, 28, Fire Fang, 32, Torment, 37, Comeuppance, 40, Foul Play, 44, Flamethrower, 49, Crunch, 52, Nasty Plot, and 56, Inferno. By TM, 1, Takedown, 5, Mudslap, 6, Scary Face, 7, Protect, 8, Fire Fang, 9, Thunder Fang, 18, Thief, 20, Trailblaze, 24, Fire Spin, 25, Facade, 30, Snarl, 35, Mudshot, 38, Flame Charge, 47, Endure, 49, Sunny Day, 50, Rain Dance, 62, Foul Play, 63, Psychic Fangs, 66, Body Slam, 70, Sleep Talk, 85, Rest, 87, Taunt, 94, Dark Pulse, 103, Substitute, 107, Will-O-Wisp, 108, Crunch, 114, Shadow Ball, 117, Hyper Voice, 118, Heat Wave, 125, Flamethrower, 130, Helping Hand, 134, Reversal, 140, Nasty Plot, 141, Fire Blast, 148, Sludge Bomb, 157, Overheat, 165, Flare Blitz, 168, Solar Beam, 171, Terra Blast, 172, Roar, 175, Toxic, 177, Spite, 183, Super Fang, 195, Burning Jealousy, 199, Lash Out, 202, Pain Split, 204, Double Edge, and 207, Temper Flare. By breeding, this group gives you Counter, Houndoom, gives you Destiny Bond. There's a note here. A wild terrestrialized Houndoom in Alfornata Cavern knows this move. This group gives you Feint, this group gives you Fire Spin, this group gives you Reversal, this group gives you Spite. Note here, Hisuian Zora learns Spite via level up prior to version 2.0.1. It can still learn Spite via TM 177. That is this one. Sucker Punch from this group, and this group gives you Thunder Fang. TCG only moves. Lunge from this card and Smokescreen from this card. Side game data, you got all this. Okay. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volmia. In the browser entry, it spits blobs of fire and lets loose dark pulses to attack. Guardian Signs, it releases a dark pulse around itself that makes Pokemon tired. Got all this, okay. Pokemon Sleep. Houndour communicates with its fellows using a variety of cries, as if perhaps dreaming that it is out hunting with the rest of the pack. Got Howling Sleep, Stretching Sleep, Belly Up Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Evolution data, Houndour, level 24 Houndoom. Sprites here, so a little more like the red that they mentioned in the article, but I don't know. I think that's still orange, to be honest with you. I think it's always been black and orange. Gray and blue for this one. Yep. Okay, this one, again, yeah, almost instantly it becomes orange. I don't know why they're saying red. So yeah. Kind of different orange. Now this kind of blue, I guess, and the muzzle is kind of a cream colored rather than gray. Yeah, these are all gray now. The things that were, yeah. Okay, Gen 4. It's kind of a different blue, I'd say. Probably different black as well. Yeah. Gen 5, you got the full back sprites. Belly. Anything different about the mouth? I had a red mouth and blue mouth, and then you can see in Gen 4 it just has a red mouth. Okay. And the model's pretty good. Kind of a darker orange now, and kind of more of a yellow. I guess kind of becomes more yellow as time goes on. I guess Gen 4 becomes a little bit more of that yellowish color. Interesting models. A little bit scarier, more closely resembling its evolution, I'd say, than this guy. Pretty good, I'd say. Oh, the nose. The nose is blue as well. When did that happen? I guess that's always been a thing. Oh, I never noticed that before. Huh. Models, a little bit better. I think the eyes, or the face is probably a little bit more like this one, probably. Less scary. Yep. Then you got these models and homes. In animation, Houndour in Pokemon Journeys, the series. This, yeah. Pokedex entries in episode 150 in Ash's Pokedex. Houndour, the dark Pokemon. Houndour travel in packs and communicate through barks in order to surround their prey. In the manga, got Houndour in Pokemon Adventures. Okay, there's a Pokedex here, I guess. Pokemon Adventures, chapter 139. It communicates with fellow Houndours via a unique howl, informing them of its location. The herd will then move in together on their prey. Zhang Yi's translation, and you can see that there's an S here, meaning it's before they decided to make the singular, the plural, for Pokemon. Got all these, and the TCG. Trivia, Houndour can be seen as a parallel to Poochyena. Both are dark-type, canine-like Pokemon. Poochyena is exclusive to Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon White, while Houndour is exclusive to Pokemon Pearl and Pokemon Black. Additionally, both Pokemon can be found during a swarm in Black and White, respectively. We've read the second point in the Murkrow video. The only 5 games so far in which Houndour can be captured by the player before viewing the end credits are Pokemon XD, Pokemon Platinum, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Houndour is one of 14 Pokemon that one can collect foreign Pokedex entries for in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Houndour has the lowest base defense stat of all Fire-type Pokemon. Origin, Houndour seems to be based on the legends of hellhounds, black dogs, and possibly Cerberus of Greek mythology. Its skeletal adornments may be a reference to the hellhounds and black dogs' association with death, and allude to the association of dogs with bones as their food, especially in cartoons. They may also be inspired by the Grim Reaper, and the bands around its ankles resemble shackles. Its build and coloration are similar to a Doberman, and it also somewhat resembles the extinct Tasmanian wolf due to the stripe-like bony ridges on its back. Its pack-hunting behavior and eerie howling are reminiscent of wolves. Name origin, Houndour may be a combination of hound and dour, grim, dreary, severe. Delville may be a corruption of devil. In other languages, References, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Houndour's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 150, quite fittingly, Hour of the Houndour. In this episode, Ash Ketchum and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and her Pokemon Togepi, have stopped for lunch at this picnic table, I guess, in the woods. And yeah.
Togepi, we're gonna eat soon.
And there's the Houndour.
That's right, Togepi. The table's almost set.
Hiding Ash's backpack.
As soon as Ash gets back.
Yep, there. And that was Houndour's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Houndour.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. The question is, what do you love about Houndour? Number 1 Drizzile fan has responded, thank you. They say, I like how it's built. Houndoom, and especially its Mega, have more angular proportions that are clearly more Doberman, and that works for them. But there's something charming about the way Houndour is all smoothed out like it's made of modeling clay. And it's great that Game Freak worked the term Dower into a Pokemon name.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Houndour. This is Houndour Pack by Morpheus 306. So this very American cartoony version of a Houndour pack is there's 5 Houndour, presumably their siblings, and this is their parents, the Houndoom. Probably the male and the female. Sort of Pride Rock looking thing. All kind of goofy. Looks to be 4 boys and 1 girl. Yeah, very, very American cartoon, and the tip is rounded, you know, to indicate that it's like on the heart, like the heart and some of the other Pokemon for females. That's fun. We got some shorter, you know, different length of tails and stuff. Yeah, very silly. Very good. I've got Houndour by Kenket, a sort of more realistic Houndour here. Very, very cute dog here. Then we got Houndoom and Houndour by Lishi. So, another kind of realistic, but a different kind of style. It's very interesting. You can see the horns and that, and there seem to be more markings rather than like bones, I guess. Yeah, they're more markings than bones. And shackles and stuff. It's interesting. This doesn't contain a Houndour, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've completed the Gen 2 story before I can catch a Houndour. Tomorrow we're talking about Houndoom. As always, this is my proper outfit, and see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Houndoom, the first Dark Fire evolution. It's the evolution of Houndour, who evolves at level 24. Mega Houndoom is the first Mega evolution of a Dark-type Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are October 12th, 1996, August 3rd, 1999, May 24th, 2002, March 14th, 2005, January 3rd, 2008, October 24th, 2010, August 14th, 2013, June 4th, 2016, March 26th, 2019, and January 14th, 2022. As I alluded to yesterday, before I learned that the Dark type was introduced in Gen 2, I thought Houndoom was the first dog evolution, as I believed it was introduced in Gen 1. I like Houndoom's design. I think Mega Houndoom is over the top with its design. Probably isn't a Pokemon I want to see in real life. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Houndoom, the dark Pokemon whose number is 0 to 129. This is Houndoom, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Houndoom, this is what it looks like. Type, Dark Fire. Abilities, Early Bird or Flash Fire is Houndoom. Unnerve is its hidden ability. Solar Power is Mega Houndoom's ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. As Houndoom, it's 4'7" or 1.4 meters, and 77.2 pounds or 35 kilograms. As Mega Houndoom, it's 6'3" or 1.9 meters, and 109.1 pounds or 49.5 kilograms. Its Mega Stone is Houndoomanite. Another one that isn't just weird. Base experience yield is 204 in Gen 2 through 4, and 175 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow, EV yield is 2, special attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is black, and base friendship is 35. Houndoom is a dual-type Dark/Fire Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Houndour, starting at level 24. Houndoom can Mega Evolve into Mega Houndoom using the Houndoomanite. Biology, Houndoom is a quadrupedal canine Pokemon with black fur, a long orange snout, and an orange underbelly. It has small red eyes and a black nose. Around his neck is a white band with a small skull-shaped pendant on his throat. There are 2 white bands on each of its ankles, as well as 3 rib-like ridges on its back. Houndoom has a long, skinny tail with a triangular tip and 3 clawed toes on each paw. Atop its head is a pair of long, curved gray horns. These horns are smaller on the female than the male. Unlike its pre-evolution, it does not have discernible ears. Houndoom live in packs. The one with its horns raked sharply towards the back serves a leadership role. Leadership is determined by fights within the pack. It is believed that Houndoom dreams about this leadership role while it sleeps. Its gut is full of toxins, which are used to create unique fire mixed with poison. This gives Houndoom's fire a foul odor, and the burns it inflicts will never heal. After finishing off its prey, Houndoom divides it evenly among its pack. Houndoom appears near rough terrain areas. Its howling induces shivers in other Pokemon, and often sends them scurrying back to their nests. In the past, people thought Houndoom's howl came from the Grim Reaper. Houndoom usually breathes fire when it is angry. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Houndoom is known to rarely breathe out flames while it sleeps. Forms: Houndoom can Mega Evolve into Mega Houndoom. As Mega Houndoom, the ridges on its back thicken, and it gains additional bone-like rings around the base of its tail. The rings on its tail have small spikes on top, resembling vertebrae. The ridges at the base of Mega Houndoom's neck is longer and curves forward towards its shoulders. Instead of a band with a skull pendant, there is a large tooth structure around its neck. This bone-like formation has 2 large spikes on either side and 3 pointed teeth on the bottom. Mega Houndoom's horns now point straight up with a small outward curve in the middle. The 2 bands on its hind legs have vanished, and those on its forelegs are broken in the front. Its claws are dark red due to its ability to generate more heat, which causes pain to Mega Houndoom. Finally, the tip of its tail is now split down the middle. When it Mega Evolves, its entire body generates heat. Its fiery breath is now powerful enough to burn foes into ashes. It's got Mega Houndoom here. Evolution: Houndoom evolves from Houndour. So Houndour, Houndoom. Gain data Pokedex entries in Gen 2 and Gold. If you are burned by the flames it shoots from its mouth, the pain will never go away. Silver. Upon hearing its eerie howls, other Pokemon get the shivers and head straight back to their nests. Crystal. The pungent smelling flame that shoots from its mouth results from toxins burning in its body. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire. In a Houndoom pack, the one with its horns raked sharply towards the back serves a leadership role. These Pokemon choose their leader by fighting amongst themselves. Emerald. In a Houndoom pack, the one with its horns raked sharply back serves a leadership role. They choose their leader by fighting among themselves. Fire Red is the Silver entry, Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl. Long ago, people imagined its eerie howls to be the call of the Grim Reaper. Platinum. The flames it breathes when angry contains toxins. If they cause a burn, it will hurt forever. Heart Gold is its gold counterpart. Soul Silver is basically Silver's, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is the Diamond and Pearl entry. Y is the Platinum entry and the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire is very similar to Ruby and Sapphires, but slightly different, so I'll read it. In a Houndoom pack, the ones with its horns raked sharply toward the back serves a leadership role. These Pokemon choose their leader by fighting among themselves. In Gen 7 for regular Houndoom, in Ultra Sun, they spew flames mixed with poison to finish off their opponents. They divvy up their prey evenly among the members of their pack. Ultra Moon, identifiable by its eerie howls, people a long time ago thought it was the Grim Reaper and feared it. For Mega Houndoom and Ultra Sun, its red claws and the tips of its tail are melting from high internal temperatures that are painful to Houndoom itself. Ultra Moon, Houndoom's entire body generates heat when it Mega Evolves. Its fearsome, fiery breath turns its opponents to ash. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Violet is Soul Silver's entry. Houndoom in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Mega Houndoom in the Alola Pokedex and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Houndoom in the Paldea Pokedex with a bunch of Houndour here. That's fun. It's a full evolutionary line image. I love that. It's that knight. That's fun. Then we got Houndoom in the Kitakami Pokedex. So they got a Houndoom with a couple Houndour, probably its children. This is interesting since the Kitakami one, when it showed the Houndour, was at night, so they kind of swapped it. That's kind of fun. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items and events. You can get Houndoomanite 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, will compare Houndoom and Mega Houndoom. HP 75, that stays the same. Attack 90, that stays the same. Defense 50, that goes up to 90. Special attack 110, that goes up to 140. Special defense 80, that goes up to 90. Speed 95, that goes up to 115. This one has a total of 500, and this one has a total of 600. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, bug, electric, dragon, and fairy. Weak to fighting, ground, rock, and water for double. Immune to psychic. Resistant to ghost, steel, fire, grass, ice, and dark. All for half. Notes, if Miracle Eye is used by an opponent or this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Psychic-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has Flash Fire, the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is 0. So it'll be 0 instead of half. Learn Sit by leveling up. We'll go down to 26 Beat Up. 26 Beat Up, 30 Fire Fang, 35 Torment, 41 Comeuppance, 45 Foul Play, 50 Flame Thrower, 56 Crunch, and 62 Inferno. By TM we're skipping, by Breeding we're skipping, nothing by Prayer Evolution. Special moves from this event, the Wild Terra Pokemon, and then level 42 I guess. You can get Destiny Bond, Flame Thrower, Shadow Ball, and Sucker Punch. TCG only moves. You get Smoke Screen from this card, and Burn Up from this card. Side game data for Houndoom, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Houndoom blows out a big ball of fire. It has no trouble torching a fallen log. Shadows of Volmia. It spits blobs of fire and lets loose dark pulses to attack. Guardian Signs. It releases a dark pulse around itself that makes Pokemon tired. Okay, got all this. Okay. Yeah. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. That pack of Houndoom seem to be working together to protect the ruins. Some people say their eerie howls sound like the Grim Reaper. In Pokemon Sleep, Houndoom breathes flames when it's angry and, on rare occasions, when it's asleep, perhaps is dreaming of fighting other Houndoom to choose the leader of the pack. Tail-waving sleep, sturdy sleep, flame-blowing sleep, and a top-belly sleep. Mega Houndoom, you got all this. Okay. Form data, Mega Evolution. Houndoom, Houndoomanite. Mega Houndoom, evolution data, Houndour, level 24, Houndoom. Sprites here, so, you know, very similar to its Houndour counterpart, the color scheme, you know, red and black, or in orange and all that, and blue and gray and black. Yeah, pretty good. I mean, a little different. I don't know, it's very cartoon doggy. I don't know, it's a different kind of style, I guess. Some, I don't know, the head's a little bit big, I guess, for what it would become later. It's purple for some reason, for the highlights. I have the blue, this is now Gen 3, we got these colors now, all these, you know, the black, the tail's smaller, I think the head's smaller, I think, you know, it's a lot more, yeah, they got 2 bands there, you know, those are like that now, instead of like those kind of bands, I guess. Yeah, anything with the back sprite looks wildly different. Actually, it's even wildly different in this one. That's, yeah, they changed that, and then it comes like this. The horns are now like that. Yeah, this muzzle is sort of a tan for the shiny. It's this kind of blue. Gen 4 introduces the gender differences, so the long for male, short for female. You can see it on those as well. Yep. Made the muzzle longer again. Oh, the skull is very interesting. The necklace thing changes a little bit as time goes on. Yep. Full back sprite here in Gen 5. So yeah, more or less the same. Got Gen 6 models here. I would argue that they're among the they're much better in models, I'd say, especially when we compare it to Gen 5's sprite. Kind of looks silly, but now it looks much better in the models. We've got Mega Houndoom's model here. It's pretty cool. You can see shiny. Oh, it's red for all the highlights are in the shiny. Interesting. Okay, you got all this. Yeah, not much changes here. Got Home's version of it, yep. Okay, an animation, Houndoom and Mega Evolution Special 4. Then Mega Houndoom and Mega Evolution Special 4, so obviously the same one. The big one is Harrison's Houndoom, I guess. You got all these, yep. Okay. Pokedex entries. I've already recorded this one for the anime, so I'll let Dexter read it.
Houndoom, the the dark Pokemon, the evolved form of Houndour. Houndoom's eerie howl is said to cause those who hear it to shudder in fear.
Pokemon Generations, Houndoom and Pokemon Generations, with Golbat, Raticate, Grimer, and Magnemite. This is the manga, Houndoom and Pokemon Adventures, looking a little different. Mega Houndoom and Pokemon Adventures. Cool. The TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Houndoom appears as a spirit. Music, this is a list of music associated with Houndoom in the Pokemon games. In Scarlet and Violet, when battling, the Houndoom leading a pack of Houndour in Inlet Grotto, battle in the cave. It was composed and arranged by Hiromitsu Meiba. Trivia, Houndoom has 3 different sprites in each Gen 2 game. It also shares this same trait in Gen 4 games. This makes it one of the few Pokemon with this distinction. Houndoom is the only Pokemon that is neither a legendary Pokemon, a mythical Pokemon, nor an Ultra Beast in the mainline games to have a unique battle track associated with it that is shared with no other encounter. Origin, Houndoom seems to be based on the legends of hellhounds, black dogs, and possibly Cerberus of Greek mythology. Its horns and pointed tail resemble common depictions of the devil. Its skeletal adornments may be a reference to the hellhounds and black dogs' association with death and allude to the association of dogs with bones as their food, especially in cartoons. They may also be inspired by the Grim Reaper, and the bands around its ankles resemble shackles. Its build and coloration are similar to a Doberman, and it also somewhat resembles the extinct Tasmanian wolf due to the stripe-like bony ridges on its back. Its pack-hunting behavior and eerie howling are reminiscent of wolves. Name origin, Houndoom may be a combination of hound and doom, death or a terrible fate. Helgar may be a combination of hell and gar, Old English for spear, referring to its tail. It could also refer to Garmer, a hellhound in Norse mythology. In other languages, related articles, references, external links to the Mega Evolutions. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Houndoom's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 180, quite fittingly, Houndoom's Special Delivery. In this episode, Ash Ketchum and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Misty's Pokemon Togepi, have arrived at these mountains, and they're just admiring the scenes when they hear a noise. There's the Houndoom. That's Houndoom's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Houndoom.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. The question is, what do you love about Houndoom? For this question, you can answer with normal or Mega Houndoom. Number 1 Drizzile fan has responded, thank you. They say, even if Houndoom's concept is basically just a Pokemon Hellhound, it doesn't really need to be anything more than that. Unfortunate that in Gen 2 is relegated to the post-game, but I think that kind of helps its reputation as this threatening Pokemon that canonically is very scary and has the capacity to really hurt someone. Glad it got some love with a Mega Evolution and the Scarlet/Violet Cave cutscene. The Mega is very tasteful and well executed too. It becomes more gaunt, has subtle fangs. Its bone collar and skull dog tag are emphasized way more into something like battle armor. It has red-hot claws, its metal cuffs have broken and or fallen off to show its new level of power. None of those changes are too much, but there's enough small details that it isn't just Houndoom in a big skull. Plus it has nice shinies.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we send fan arts, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images till we find an image that doesn't contain a Houndoom. This is Houndoom by Silvar, so it's this Mega Houndoom here. Very well executed, very well done. I like the coloring of the background, all the lighting and stuff. This is Houndoom by Kenket. It's this more realistic Houndoom here. Yeah, it's very cool. It seems to be missing its pupils for some reason. And Houndoom by Ziyang. So it's another sort of maybe partially realistic, a little bit, stylized, of course, with the elements of kind of hellhoundish, shackles. There's only one of them for some reason, but they look to be like actual shackles, I guess. That's the idea. Also seems to be missing its pupils for some reason. Got the toxic mouth stuff. Yeah, very good. We got Houndoom by Ruth Tay, another sort of more realistic style here. That's interesting. The shackles, again, they're represented as actual shackles, but they're like multi-layered or whatever, other than just two of them. Horns are nice. Like the environment. Like it's a dungeon or something. And a Pokemon Houndoom by All0412. So this very nice image of a Houndoom. Yeah. Breathing a little bit of fire, I guess. Maybe getting ready to fight another Pokemon. It's very well done. Then Pokemon by Velxus. So we got a Houndoom and an Arcanine. Two, very powerful fire Pokemon. Yes. It's kind of a little bit more realistic, or maybe just a little bit more stylized in their own kind of maybe style. Looks to be from, I think, 2015. Yeah. Very well done. And we got Houndoom by 80 Axel, another kind of stylized Houndoom, probably their own style. It's a very interesting pose, like it's walking around maybe in circles. That's interesting. I like it. I like the lighting. Then Houndoom by Salanchu. So this, flaming, a little bit stylized kind of Houndoom here. Yeah, it's kind of like protecting its young or something. Or just its territory, I don't know. Or it's just itself, who knows. But I like the forest background stuff. I've got Houndoom by Sketchin' Thoughts. This stylized Houndoom with ridiculously large horns and stuff. The proportions are nice. I like it. Then Mega Houndoom by Dark Pangolin. This cool semi-stylized Mega Houndoom here. Very nice. I like the environment. Works well with it. It's spitting fire. That's cool. Then Houndoom by Mewitty. This sort of more logo, I guess, kind of style. Almost looks like it could be like a tattoo or a, I don't know, like something you put on your car maybe. I don't know. Just something. Yeah, like a stencil or something. Pretty cool. And this doesn't contain a Houndoom. So we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've completed the Gen 2 story before I can catch a Houndour to evolve it into Houndoom. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Kingdra. As always, this is my proper outfit and you'll see me in a few seconds. As promised in the Qwilfish and Remoraid videos, I'll now be watching their first scenes in the anime as I was unable to watch them in their videos.
Hello and welcome to the anime redo portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon Chronicles episode 4B, I guess. I mean, it's the second half of the fourth episode. It's really the second episode because the first three episodes were a TV movie, so it's kind of complicated. But anyway, this is Snorlax, Snowman, and in this episode short, whatever, Ash and friends have come to the Pokemon Center of a sort of Arctic or otherwise snowy area, and their Pokemon have made a Snorlax, I guess, a snowman shaped like Snorlax, and it's come to life, kind of like Frosty the Snowman, and they've gone on a little adventure, and they were falling through a whirlpool, but the Snorlax froze the area, so now they can look in past this ice wall to see a bunch of fish Pokemon. This is Pikachu, Ash's Pikachu, Brock's Geodude, and Ash's Chikorita. What we're going to do is we're going to start with the Remoraid one, because it sort of leads into the Qwilfish one. Yes. And I don't know how much of the audio you'll be able to hear, since it is in a song. Yeah. So, yeah. Remoraid with a Mantine and some Kingdra and Horsey and Magikarp and stuff. And we got some Tentacruel, Chinchou. Yeah, there. Yeah, lots in that. Bulbasaur. Then there's the Qwilfish. Scaring Ash's Cyndaquil. Yeah. And then, yeah, I would say that's both their first appearances in the anime. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me later today if you watch the Machamp redo, Sick Day redo. I'm finally getting around to that. They finally fixed the picture in the article, so I was able to finish that. Yes. And so that's being uploaded today, otherwise you'll see me tomorrow. Hello and welcome to a Sick Day redo. Today we are reading the remainder of the Machamp video, as Machamp Shove is now an image here, so we can actually show it off when we talk about that. Yeah, so let's get started. Biology. Machamp is a humanoid Pokemon with 4 well-muscled arms. It has bluish-gray skin, red eyes, and large pale yellow lips. On its head, there are 3 brown ridges right above its eyes. It has 2 arms on each side of its body, a pair located in the normal position, and another pair directly above that attaches on the top of the shoulders. It has black markings that resemble briefs, and wears a golden power save belt that resembles a championship belt. Its legs have considerable muscle tone, and its feet have 2 toes each. Machamp are said to know every martial arts style in the world. It punches extremely quickly, throwing 500 punches a second. With only one hand, it can move a mountain. In Gen 7, Strength was its signature move. Because of its 4 arms, it can hit from a multitude of angles, and pin all of its foes' limbs down at once. Its arms also allow it to attack and defend simultaneously. The 4 arms react much faster than Machamp can think. However, it has poor dexterity and cannot handle delicate work without its arms becoming tangled. The belt it wears restricts its muscle activity, but it can cause consequences if removed. Being the result of an evolution via trading, Machamp is rarely found in the wild, though they can be found in the mountains. In Alola, Machamp is used as a ride Pokemon called Machamp Shove, where Machamp carries humans on its arms while moving large rocks out the way. Supposed to say out of the way. So you can see Machamp Shove here. In Gen 2, Vital Throw is its signature move. Forms. Machamp has a Gigantamax form as Gigantamax Machamp. It swells to enormous proportions and acquires immeasurable strength. Due to Gigantamaxing, its arms are filled with Gigantamax energy, making its punches as hard as bomb blasts. Its bluish-gray skin becomes darker. The ridges on its head are also darker, with the middle ridge becoming longer. Its eyes become bright yellow. The neck extends with black markings. The 4 fists are now dark orange, with orange-yellow veins connecting 2 orange spots on each arm. The belt extends with several more notches. The black markings now extend down the legs and stop above the ankles. 3 red clouds circle around its waist. Gigantamax Machamp is the only known Pokemon capable of using the G-Max move, G-Max Chi Strike. So you can see Gigantamax Machamp here. Evolution, Machamp evolves from Machoke and is the final form of Machop. So you've got Machop, Machoke, Machamp. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 1. Since we get the opportunity to do this again, red and green, this entry was originally untranslated in English until it was reused in Pokemon Fire Red. It's the last time we'll get the chance to do that, so thought I'd do that again. And then we've got red and blue. Using its heavy muscles, it throws powerful punches that can send the victim clear over the horizon. Yellow. One arm alone can move mountains. Using all 4 arms, this Pokemon fires off awesome punches. Stadium. Among its fighting moves is a simultaneous volley of uppercut, hook, straight, and karate chop from its 4 arms. In Gen 2 in Gold, it quickly swings its 4 arms to rock its opponents with ceaseless punches and chops from all angles. Silver, it uses its 4 powerful arms to pin the limbs of its foe, then throws the victim over the horizon. Crystal, with 4 arms that react more quickly than it can think, it can execute many punches at once. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 in Ruby, Machamp has the power to hurl anything aside. However, trying to do any work requiring care and dexterity causes its arms to get tangled. This Pokemon tends to leap into action before it thinks. Sapphire, Machamp is known as the Pokemon that has mastered every kind of martial arts. If it grabs hold of the foe with its 4 arms, the battle is all but over. The hapless foe is thrown over the horizon. Emerald. It is impossible to defend against punches and chops doled out by its 4 arms. Its fighting spirit flares up when it faces a tough opponent. Fire Red. Its 4 ruggedly developed arms can launch a flurry of 1,000 punches in just 2 seconds. Leaf Green. Its super powerful punches are said to knock the victim flying clear over the horizon. In Gen 4, Diamond. It punches with its 4 arms at blinding speed. It can launch 1,000 punches in 2 seconds. Pearl. It can knock a train flying with a punch. However, it is terrible at delicate work using its fingers. Platinum. Its 4 muscled arms slam foes with powerful punches and chomps at blinding speed. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red's entry. Y is the Silver entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Machamp and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, it unleashes Megaton-level punches that send opponents flying clear over the horizon. Moon, it can lift heavy loads with the greatest of ease. It can even heft dump trucks, but its clumsy fingers prevent it from doing any precision work. Ultra Sun, it grasps its opponents with its 4 arms and twists them up in an articulate hold. People call it the Machamp Special. Ultra Moon, with 4 arms, it can attack and defend simultaneously. It's said to have mastered every martial art in the world. For the last time, the Let's Go games are Yellow's entry. In Gen 8, for regular Machamp, Sword is the Gold entries. Shield is the Silver entry. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. In close combat, its 4 arms afford it offensive and defensive supremacy. In but a blink, this valiant Pokemon can overwhelm its foes with more than 1,000 blows from its fists. For Gigantamax Machamp in Sword, the Gigantamax energy coursing through its arms makes its punches hit as hard as bomb blasts. Shield, one of these Pokemon once used its immeasurable strength to lift a large ship that was in trouble. It then carried the ship to port. Aww. Machamp in the Alola Pokedex. Game locations, side game locations, and events. I got this, yeah. Held items for the final time. I get to read this note. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. Red, blue, and yellow, you get a Bitter Berry 100% of the time. Sword and Shield, you get a Focus Band 5% of the time. Legends Arceus. For normal, you get the Tumble Stone 40% of the time. Ball of Mud 15% of the time, and grid items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy L 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and grid items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats. Base stats. HP 90, attack 130, defense 80, special attack 65, special defense 85, speed 55 for a total of 505. For the final time, I get to read this note. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 65. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, poison, ground, ghost, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, and dragon. Weak to flying, psychic, and fairy for double, immune to nothing, resistant to rock, bug, and dark for half. Learn set by leveling up in Sword and Shield, and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Because you can hypothetically have a level 28 Machamp, I will go down to 31 down here. Level 31 Strength, level 36 Dual Chop, 42 Bulk Up, 48 Seismic Toss, 54 Dynamic Punch, 60 Cross Chop, and 66 Double Edge. Legends Arceus, the same thing. We'll start with Drain Punch here at level 30. It learns Drain Punch at level 30 and masters it at 41. It learns Double Edge at 34. It masters it at 45. It learns Close Combat at level 43 and masters it at 54. By TM/TR, we're skipping. Same for the TMs in this one. By breeding, we're skipping. By tutoring in Sword and Shield, if you have the expansion pass, you get coaching. It's a fighting status move. Has no power, no accuracy, as Phoebe has 10. In Legends Arceus, you get Bulk Up, Bulldoze, Drain Punch, Fire Punch, Flamethrower, Focus Energy, Giga Impact, High Horsepower, Hyper Beam, Ice Punch, Poison Jab, Rest, Rock Slide, Rock Smash, Stone Edge, and Thunder Punch. Nothing by prior evolution. By transfer from another generation. From 1 and 7, you get Bide, that doesn't work anymore. 4, you get Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, you get Confide. 2, you get Curse. And Detect. 1 through 7, you get Double Team. From 1, you get Fissure. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Focus Punch. 2 through 7, you get Foresight and Frustration, neither work anymore. 2, 4, and 7, you get Headbutt. 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. 5 and 6, you get Incinerate. And 1 through 7, you get Karate Chop, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Meditate, that doesn't work anymore. 1 and 3, you get Mimic. 2 through 4, you get Mudslap. 4, you get Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Power Trick. 6, you get Power Punch. 1, you get Rage, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Return, that doesn't work anymore. 2, 5, and 6, you get Rock Smash. 4 through 7, you get Role Play. 2 through 7, you get Rolling Kick, that doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 1, you get Skull Bash. 5 through 7, you get Smackdown. 3 through 7, you get Smelling Salts, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 1, you get Takedown. 1 through 7, you get Toxic. 4, you get Vacuum Wave. And 4 through 7, you get Wake Up Slap. That doesn't work anymore. Side game data, you got all these. Yep. Okay. Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry. Machamp can pulverize even huge boulders using the power of its incredible body. In Shadows of Olmia, it attacks with devastating punches and shockwaves. Got all these. Okay. In Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure. In the Pokepark Pad entry. This Pokemon came to the Cavern Zone to play. The attraction he likes to play is Blaziken's Boulder Bash. Got all these. In New Pokemon Snap, in the Photodex entry. Machamp's 4 muscular arms make it an excellent swimmer. It can move through the water as fast as any aquatic Pokemon. Form data, Gigantamax. You got Machamp, Dynamax Band, Gigantamax Machamp. Evolution data, Machamp evolves from Machoke when traded. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, it can also evolve from Machoke when exposed to a linking cord. You got Machop, level 28, Machoke, trade, or linking cord in Legends Arceus only, you get Machamp. Sprites, so for the final time, we can see the Gen 1 sprites. So you can see how kind of goofy it looks in these first couple, and how, like, definitely much better it is in yellow. Obviously, it's gray or sort of purple here. It's a little bit more accurate than this green is, I guess, but this is much more what we have now, I guess. We don't quite have the full belt as it would be later. We just sort of have the basic kind of sides of the belt here. There's like spikes here instead of the fin things. That's interesting. They're much, you don't got much more of the muscularness showing through. It's kind of very smooth. Yep. Then we've got Gen 2, so they make them brown for some reason, and gold for the shiny. So, yeah, you can't really see the belt like that. You kind of a little bit see the belt, not quite the P belt yet, and they seem to remove it in this one for some reason. Yeah, but pretty good. Gen 3, it's sort of this other kind of green color. It's sort of darker green. The mouth now has all of its color. The fins and the mouth are now the green colors and stuff. Still doesn't have the belt for some reason. Yep, the mouth is now sort of red. You can see that where it was like black and purple there and green here. Just a black void there, I guess. Yeah. A little bit brighter in fire red and leaf green. Then we got the proper gray here, or closer to what we have now, and the P-belt finally is here. Yep, these are more yellow than this kind of greenish color. This is just a proper green. Yep. Gen 5, we got the full back sprites. Yep. Gen 6, we got the model, so it's kind of a goofy looking model. Not maybe the best translation, although it's not maybe the best Pokemon, like a kind of weird duck kind of thing going on there. So I don't know, it's probably not the best, easiest to translate, I imagine. But pretty good. Sort of this bluer gray now, and this sort of, yeah, lighter green, I'd say, almost Hulk green. Yep. Got these. I don't know if they're really all that different. Got the much better models in the Let's Go games. Sword Shield, even better models. See how the P, yeah, I should probably talk about how the P is represented. So, see, it's kind of got that outline there. I don't think it's fully modeled yet, but you can see its sort of outline is now gone. The Gigantamax, so the P is modeled in the Gigantamax. I didn't even notice that. That's pretty cool. And you can see it's green as well. That makes sense. Now here you can see the P is actually modeled on the belt, and actually all of the belt is actually modeled. That's pretty cool. Sort of a bluer color. That's interesting. That's basically the same. Homes, go back to the grayish blue. Yep. Don't think they're modeled anymore. I don't think they're modeled anymore on here either. Which is sad, but oh well. But pretty good, you know, yeah, pretty cool. In animation, Machamp in Pokemon Journeys the series. In Gigantamax Machamp in Pokemon Journeys the series. That's pretty cool. Probably the same Machamp becoming Gigantamax. Got all these. Yup. Yup. Pokedex entries in Journeys, episode 85, in Go's Rotomphone. Machamp, the superpower Pokemon. A fighting type, Machamp's 4 arms move reflexively, which makes it very fast and allows it to deliver rapid-fire punches. Machamp in Pokemon Generations, with these army men for some reason. Got Machamp in Pokemon Twilight Wings. In the manga, you got Machamp in Pokemon Adventures. You got all these. Yep, they got Gigantamax Machamp in Pokemon Adventures. Yep. Okay, in the TCG. Other appearances, you got Machamp in Pokemon Tournament. Also, a fully modeled belt. That looks pretty cool. Then you've got Machamp in Detective Pikachu. Pokemon Detective Pikachu. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Machamp appears as a spirit. Pokemon Unite, Machamp is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a melee all-arounder that starts as Machamp and evolves into Machoke at level 5, which evolves into Machamp at level 9. You got Machamp in Pokemon Unite. And you got Celestial. Machamp appeared in the music video for Celestial. It's got Machamp in the music video for Celestial. Trivia, in the Pokemon Red and Blue Beta, Machamp was originally known as Judo. This name is a corruption of Judo, a fighting style. I read the second point in the Alakazam video, but not this first sub-point, so I'll read that. Machamp can also be seen as a counterpart to the Conkeldurr evolutionary line. Both of them are fighting-type Pokemon whose attack is their highest stat. They both have below average speed, they share the same base stat total. They both have the same gender ratio, they both have 3 evolutionary stages, and they both reach their respective final evolution stage through trading. We read this final point in either the Alakazam video or the Gengar video, I don't remember. Machamp's Japanese name, Kairiki, is similar to the Japanese name of the move Strength. Additionally, in Mandarin and Cantonese Chinese, Machamp shares its name with Strength, Guili, which means monstrous strength, and Gualik, which means monstrous strength, respectively. Origin, Machamp appears to be based on a bodybuilder or wrestler, seeing as it has more than 2 arms and blue skin. Machamp might also be based on a Hindu god, perhaps Shiva or Vishnu. Its shiny variant screen coloration may have been inspired by the Incredible Hulk. Gigantamax Machamp appearance-wise resembles the general depictions of the giants from the Ultra series, especially with its eyes and head ornaments. These particular warriors are protectors of the universe, and often could only be gigantic for a limited time, much like Dynamax as a whole. Name origin, Machamp may be a combination of macho, manly, Spanish, and Portuguese for male, and champ. Kairiki may be derived from Kairiki, superhuman strength, which is the name of its category in Japanese. In other languages, related articles, external links for the Gigantamax forms. Let's move on to the Detective Pikachu portion, as I feel like I should probably redo that one. Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video. Did technically talk about Machamp in Detective Pikachu, but I never actually watched the actual, thing that I was supposed to do, so we're gonna do that now. So this is Tim Goodman. He's the main character. He's come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist. You can see humans and Pokemon coexist. As his father has died in a car crash, and he's going to kind of clean up his life, I guess. There's a Machamp in the background. Yes. You can see it a lot better there. There's establishing shots of the city. There's one directing traffic. Let's see, there. And there's one there. Probably a few in the background, yeah. Now he's going to police. He's going to the police station as his father was a police detective. Sort of wrapping it up there, and then there's the Machamp in the background. Yep. So there, yeah. So there's a Machamp there, I think. I'm pretty sure it's not a Machoke, even though it kind of looks more like a Machoke. But it'd be very weird for them to create an entire model for a Machoke and not actually feature it in the movie. But that's the lieutenant that Tim has come to see. So now, okay, so, oh gosh, okay, so, that other shot was the one before this, one where he's walking through the city, was him, that was after the meeting, and he was going to his dad's apartment, where he has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu with amnesia, who is his father's partner. They've gone on a little adventure, with some Apom that have taken something called the R-gas, and so he's trying to warn people. He's lost his pants. And thing.
Wait to get the Hooskow. Let's move.
Yeah, so he doesn't. So no one else can understand him. Only Tim can, and so he's very confused about it.
No one else can hear him.
Well, this is the first for me too.
In the background.
No one else hear him. Can you hear him talking? You can hear him saying words.
Yes, there's one there. So now it's been revealed that he was his father's partner. Yeah, it was on his hat. So yes, and then we got the Machamp on this poster here, in this cafe, and that Tim and Detective Pikachu have come to sort of talk about this revelation of him being his father's partner. And Jigglypuff is singing to a man who's fallen asleep, because that's the whole thing about Jigglypuff.
Can't remember a darn thing.
Yeah, exactly what I
I
mean.
solve my own mystery if I have no memory, which is why I need to find Harry. He's the key to my past.
It means that he's legally dead.
Really?
Pokemon Park.
Okay, so that was okay. So Detective Pikachu has convinced Tim that Harry, his father, isn't actually dead. They've then gone to this news station, which was showing off. I'll just go back. Which was them. So that's Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, and his son Roger Clifford, the founder of the news. There's the thing as a silhouette in the background, and they just did a promo for the 10th anniversary of Rhyme City Parade that'll be happening later in the film, and he's like angry at him because they don't get along.
Pokemon Park.
So yeah, that is okay.
Pokemon Park.
Okay, so they've come here to talk to her. This is Lucy, a reporter they met earlier that was investigating Harry's disappearance, and so they're talking about this, and she mentions how he has a Pokemon partner now, but he didn't because he didn't have one before. Yes, and so. I think that's very cute. And so now Lucy has sent them to track down the Argas, which they have done by tracking it down to the Roundhouse, an underground fight club. Yes, Pokemon fighting is illegal in Rhyme City. Yes. So there's the Machamp right there. Yep. Okay, so now what has happened? So yeah, we're in the club. I'm not really sure where it is, but it's right there. The Machamp's right there. What has happened is that there was a Gengar fighting a Blastoise. The Gengar has won. Okay, so this is Tim and Detective Pikachu have met the owner of the club, trying to figure out, find the origin. They'll find Harry, they think. So he's told them that if he has a fight with his Charizard, that's the owner's Charizard, he will get the information if he wins. And the owner has given him some of the Argas, which is why his eyes are all purple and weird, and why he's going all crazy. But yeah, this is them kind of fighting, I guess. So that was him talking to the owner, because Tim had actually come in to help Detective Pikachu, since Detective Pikachu didn't have any powers, and the owner came in to sort of stop Tim, but then was knocked down by his Charizard, and that was a whole other thing. It's not really important. Right now we are after a meeting. Tim was summoned by Howard, who explained that to find Harry, they'll have to find Mewtwo, who captured his soul. And so there's a Machamp down here, and they're walking away to sort of the next step, I guess.
Second chances are special things, kid. Where are we going?
Thanks for coming.
Okay, so yeah, what this is that they've asked her to come and help them with the investigation. She's found some information, and there's the Machamp in the background poster.
Stack casual.
She's being all news to her tropes, but that failed, and so now they're sitting together in the booth.
His records. I targeted the property rights in the region, and I cross-checked that with city records for. Oh wait, we need to tell them what we found.
Okay, so a few things have happened. So Tim and Detective Pikachu have met Mewtwo. Mewtwo showed Tim and Detective Pikachu a vision where it seemed like Tim had betrayed Harry, so the two separated. And Tim and Lucy have come back to Rhyme City after meeting Mewtwo outside of the city. And so now the parade's being set up, and she's talking about how big this news story is. There's a Machamp in the background. And so he's gone to talk to Howard, as he saw Mewtwo being captured by who they believe to be Roger. And so he's gonna tell his dad about it. Yes, okay. So now the parade is starting. There's a few Machamp around. It's the mayor talking, giving an interview. So she's gone to talk to the mayor.
Mr. Mayor, please.
But it doesn't work. So now it's been revealed that it was actually Howard that captured Mewtwo, and he's using a device called the Neuralink to put his mind inside of Mewtwo's. And the whole reason for that is because he wants the ultimate partnership between humans and Pokemon, and to do that, he believes in putting people's souls inside of their Pokemon, And he can do that with Mewtwo's powers and the Argas, which will,
Not just
Yeah, there's Mewtwo and the Neuralink slash Howard talking.
To better versions of themselves.
Yes, and there's the Argas being poured onto the people, the Pokemon. Pokemon, they go crazy from the Argas. Yes. Yeah, so Gino's he's trying to warn people. And so now, Detective Pikachu has returned after finding something at the scene of the car crash. And so now he's seen all this mess, and there's the Machamp. Yes.
Psyduck.
So that was Lucy as her Psyduck explaining that Mewtwo was Howard. So we now cut to after the big battle. Mewtwo and Howard have been separated. Mewtwo is here, and like everybody, everyone's safe, and they're reuniting. Tim is about to reunite with Pikachu and stuff. Yeah, there's the Machamp in the background.
Don't do that again.
So now everyone's being separated from their Pokemon. Machamp somewhere in here. There it is.
Good. Right, you're going on camera.
That is, Roger Proper, he, after dealing with all this, so he blew her off earlier in the film, because everything was like speculation about all Pokemon going crazy and stuff, but now that it's all been proven, he's asked her to do a report for her,
I want you to
or for the news.
Roger Clifford pledges to undo all the harm his father
That's like the
caused,
headline that they want to use.
starting with the Pokemon he experimented on.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So they've agreed to hang out later. There's the Machamp there, and that's it. Hope you enjoyed. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Kingdra, the first water dragon Pokemon and the only dragon Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. If one doesn't count Alolan Executor as the 103rd Pokemon, it's also the first dragon-type Pokemon to have the dragon type as its secondary typing. Regardless, this is the only Pokemon to hold this title in Gen 2. Kingdra is the final evolution of Horsey, who evolves to Seadra, who evolves into Kingdra when traded holding a dragon scale. Its previous BYC dates are October 13th, 1996, August 4th, 1999, May 25th, 2002, March 15th, 2005, January 4th, 2008, October 25th, 2010, August 15th, 2013, June 5th, 2016, March 27th, 2019, and January 15th, 2022. I love the idea of a Seahorse Pokemon turning into a Sea Dragon Pokemon. It's a fun way of incorporating the dragon typing into the line. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Kingdra, the dragon Pokemon, whose number is 0230. This is what it looks like. Its type is Water Dragon. Since this is our first Water Dragon, I'll point out the water inside and the dragon outside. Ability, Swift Swim or Sniper in Gen 4+. Damp is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a Groups Water 1 and Dragon. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 5'11" or 1.8 meters. Weight is 335.1 pounds or 152 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 207 in Gen 2 through 4 and 243 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 3, 1 in attack, 1 in special attack, and 1 in special defense. Shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Kingdra is a dual-type water dragon Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolved from Seadra when traded while holding a dragon scale. It is the final form of Horsey. Biology, Kingdra is a large, Piscine Pokemon that is similar to a seahorse with a tightly curled tail. It's covered in blue scales except for its yellow compact belly scales. There are thin spines with a single branch atop its head and thin, white fins under its cheeks. Its thin snout is powerful, allowing squirts of water jets with devastating power to be fired. Two-pronged fins extend slightly past its cheeks. On its back is a white fin supported by thin blue spines similar to the ones on its head. The yawn of a sleeping Kingdra is powerful enough to create undercurrents capable of destroying small ships. Should it decide to emerge from the depths of the ocean, Kingdra's strength can create large whirlpools and waterspouts on the surface. Because of its immense power, Kingdra often hibernates deep in uninhabited areas of the sea to build up its energy, usually at the bottom of the seas. When a storm arrives, Kingdra is said to awaken and wander about in search of prey. Kingdra's awakening can cause tornadoes. It is known to have fierce battles with Dragonite whenever they meet. Kingdra's gleaming scales are gifted to royals. Evolution, Kingdra evolved from Seadra and is the final form of Horsey. We've got Horsey, Seadra, Kingdra. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 in Gold, it is said that it usually hides in underwater caves. It can create whirlpools by yawning. Silver, it sleeps deep on the ocean floor to build its energy. It is said to cause tornadoes as it wakes. Crystal, it stores energy by sleeping at underwater depths, at which no other life forms can survive. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal and Surrey, get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, and Yellow and Surrey, get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 in Ruby, Kingdra lives at extreme ocean depths that are otherwise uninhabited. It has long been believed that the yawning of this Pokemon creates spiraling ocean currents. Sapphire, Kingdra sleeps on the seafloor where it is otherwise devoid of life. When a storm arrives, the Pokemon is said to awaken and wander about in search of prey. Emerald, it sleeps quietly deep on the sea floor. When it comes up to the surface, it creates a huge whirlpool that can swallow even ships. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it lives in caves on the sea floor and creates giant whirlpools every time it moves. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Y is basically Crystal's entry, but Life Forms is now one word with a hyphen. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Kingdra and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8 and Sword, with the arrival of a storm at sea, this Pokemon will show itself on the surface. When a Kingdra and a Dragonite meet, a fierce battle ensues. Shield. Scales shed by this Pokemon have such a splendorous gleam to them that they've been given to royalty as gifts. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Violet, this Pokemon is said to sleep at the bottom of the sea, deeper than any other life form can descend, building its energy. Kingdra in the Blueberry Pokedex, you can see it's deep under the water. Obviously not too far under the water, or else this camera person wouldn't have been able to get this shot. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items in Pokemon Emerald, Kingdra can only be found in the Battlefront tier. Emerald, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, you get the Dragon Scale 5% of the time, and Sword and Shield. With the expansion pass required, you also get the Dragon Scale 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 75, attack, defense, special attack, and special defense 95, speed 85, for a total of 540. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, grass, electric, psychic, ice, and dark. Weak to Dragon and Fairy for double, immune to nothing, resistant to Steel, Fire, and Water, Steel for half, and Fire and Water for a fourth. Learn set by leveling up. Because you can hypothetically have a level 32 Kingdra, we will go down to level 37 Water Pulse. Level 37 Water Pulse, 44 Dragon Pulse, 51 Hydro Pump, 58 Dragon Dance, 65 Rain Dance, and 72 Wave Crash. By TM, because it has a different type than its pre-evolutions, we'll read them. TM1, Takedown, 4 Agility, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 52 Snowscape, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 77 Waterfall, 85 Rest, 93 Flash Cannon, 99 Iron Head, 100 Dragon Dance, 103 Substitute, 110 Liquidation, 115 Dragon Pulse, 123 Surf, 135 Ice Beam, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 152 Giga Impact, 156 Outrage, 160 Hurricane, 163 Hyper Beam, 169 Dracometer, 171 Terra Blast, 188 Scald, 193 Weather Ball, 196 Flip Turn, 200 Scale Shot, 204 Double Edge, 208 Whirlpool, 209 Muddy Water, and 222 Breaking Swipe. By breeding, we're skipping, nothing by prior evolution, side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Kingdra will attack with strong jets of water when it appears above the surface. In Shadows of Almia, it blows bubbles from its mouth and lets loose widening rings of water to attack. In Guardian Signs, it attacks by spitting bubbles that make Pokemon slowed. Got all this. Evolution data, Kingdra evolved from Seadra when traded while holding a Dragon Scale. Seadra cannot evolve into Kingdra in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green before the player obtains the National Pokedex, as its evolution will be interrupted. Horsey, level 32, Seadra, trade holding Dragon Scale, Kingdra, like sprites here, so, oh, that's different. It's blue and kind of reddish pink here. Yeah, I'm not too much different shape-wise, though. Shiny is purple, with sort of a brown, I guess. Then we've got the yellow inside and the lighter blue here, which doesn't really change. The belly isn't, like, smooth. It looks like it's in sort of like a crevice, I guess. The shape of the thing, I think, is a little bit different. The fin. Gen 3. So now it looks like it's more smooth with the body. It's this kind of yellow and this kind of blue. The wings a little bit, or the fin's a little bit different. Look at the red eyes in this one. So this is a lighter purple. Got the yellow now for the belly. The green eyes. Okay, then we have this kind of blue and this kind of purple. And red eyes now for the shiny. Gen 5 is the full back sprites. Models, pretty good translation, I'd say. Yep, I got these kind of blue and this kind of yellow. Nouns, I think it's probably a little bit darker as well. Okay, that's basically the same. Might be small detail differences, but mainly the tail I think might be a little bit longer. I don't really look at the tail that much. Yeah, it doesn't really change. I mean, it kind of changes from Gen 2 to Gen 3. I mean, it kind of more takes off after Silvers, I guess, kind of idea. Kind of rolls with that one. Yep. Okay, yeah, and then you got Homes, Animation, Kingdra, and Pokemon Journeys the Series. Got all these, yep. Pokedex entries. In episode 216 in Ash's Pokedex, Kingdra, the dragon Pokemon, normally rests on the ocean floor, but in periods of high activity, even a simple yawn has enough power to create whirlpools. In Journeys, episode 88, in whatever the Krissa is, or maybe that's a person. Maybe they explain it. Which isn't, yeah. Which wouldn't be a Pokedex, but whatever. Kingdra, the dragon Pokemon, a water and dragon type. Kingdra lives in water so deep, other Pokemon cannot live there. It is said Kingdra's yawning can cause whirlpool-like currents. If a Dragonite were to appear, they would engage in a desperate battle. Gotcha, you got that, okay, in the manga, Kingdra and Pokemon Adventures, you got all that in the TCG. Trivia, Kingdra's name is often mistranslated to Kingora in Qiang Yi's translation of Pokemon Adventures. Kingdra is the only Dragon-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. This third point we read in the Horsey video. Origin, Kingdra seems to be based on a seahorse, possibly the crowned seahorse with some sea dragon, genera Philoptrix, and Phychondrus elements. Its dragon type and category may be a reference to the Japanese word for seahorse, Tatsu no Asoshigo, literally illegitimate child of a dragon, which is derived from the myth that a seahorse that lives for a century will transform into a dragon, as well as the aforementioned sea dragons. The fact that Kingdra dwells on the seafloor while creating whirlpools may be a reference to Ryujin, a Japanese sea deity, or Charybdis, a sea monster in Greek mythology. Its ability to shoot ink is reminiscent of a squid, and the shape of its snout and sniper ability are reminiscent of a water gun. Name origin, Kingdra, may be a combination of king and dragon or hydra, a mythological water creature. Now the languages, or external links, let's move on.
Since we already watched Kingdra's first scene in the anime in the Mantine video, let's watch Kingdra's second scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon the Movie 3, Spell of the Unknown Entei. In this film, Molly, a little girl, is playing with her dad, right before bed, and they've just gotten an email, so he's about to answer it. She's talked about how it's probably from Skylar, a colleague of his. And there's the Kingdra right there, and a little icon.
We found something. A hidden chamber with new clues about the unknown.
That's Skylar.
Please come quickly.
I've got to go now, Molly.
Okay.
Papa, I'm gonna miss you.
And that was Kingdra's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Kingdra. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Kingdra. This is Kingdra by Danny My Brother, a more simplified Kingdra here. Kind of fun. Almost feels like it could be partially a logo or something. Then we've got Kingdra by Marumiya038. It's very cool, stylized Kingdra here. I like the style. We got Kingdra Brine by Ishmam. So this is cool. Kingdra shooting out Brine, or doing Brine, I guess. It's very good. Then Kingdra by Luminor. So this cool, dark Kingdra here with glowing eyes. That's kind of fun. Then we got Claire and Kingdra / Debor y Kingdra by Luhakas. Yes, so this cool, kind of stylized, I assume that's a trainer, and their Kingdra. Very well done. Kingdra V2 by Zawas54, so I guess their second attempt at a Kingdra image. Very well done. Kingdra by Splatter Parrot. It's a cool, kind of stylized Kingdra here. I like the colors and the lighting and stuff. Then we got Kingdra, Mega Kingdra by Tazteji. So Mega Kingdra isn't a Mega Evolution as of the filming of this. We'll see what Legends Arceus brings. But yeah, so this is cool what their fan ideas, maybe making it more like a sea dragon and more emphasizing that kind of stuff. The dragon elements, I think. Yes, very well done. We got Kingdra by Pokemon Master. So this Kingdra in a little cave at probably the bottom of the sea. Looks to be angry or something. It's interesting. Very well done. This doesn't contain a Kingdra, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about the Gen 4 Pokemon to get Kingdra in the Pal Park. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Phanpy. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Phanpy, the first elephant Pokemon, and the first Pokemon in Gen 2 to be a pure ground type. Its previous BYC dates are October 14th, 1996, August 5th, 1999, May 26th, 2002, March 16th, 2005, January 5th, 2008, October 26th, 2010, August 16th, 2013, June 6th, 2016, March 28th, 2019, and January 16th, 2022. I think Phanpy is cute. It feels like what a baby elephant Pokemon should look like. It mostly resembles its inspiration while having distinctly Pokemon features. It also reminds me of Lumpy, the Half-a-Lump from the Winnie the Pooh franchise. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Phanpy, the long-nosed Pokemon whose number is 0231. This is what it looks like. Its type is ground. Abilities pick up and Sand Veil is its ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 120 or 24.9%. Breeding is a group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 1'8" or 0.5 meters. Weight is 73.9 pounds or 33.5 kilograms. Base experience heals 124 in Gen 2 through 4 and 66 and 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EVO is 1 and HP. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Phanpy is a ground type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Donphan starting at level 25. Biology, Phanpy is a small horizon blue proboscid Pokemon that resembles a baby elephant. It has large floppy ears, which it uses as fans to cool itself. There are 2 red pads on each ear and another on the bridge of its short trunk. Phanpy has a single nail on each of its 4 feet and a short tail. This small trunk is sensitive yet strong. It can send a person flying with an affectionate, playful bump of its snout. The trunk is also strong enough to shatter any arm bones it hits. Additionally, this little Pokemon is easily capable of carrying an adult human on its back. Phanpy is found in rocky terrain. To make its nest, it digs a vertical pit near the edge of a river. It displays ownership of this area by marking it with its trunk. In the deserted morning hours, Phanpy uses its trunk to shower in the river. Sometimes groups of this Pokemon form and soak each other thoroughly. Afterwards, it can be seen drying its body near the edge of the river. The reason is Phanpy won't settle down until it is clean. Evolution, Phanpy evolves into Donphan, so Phanpy, Donphan. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, it swings its long snout around playfully, but because it is so strong, that can be dangerous. Silver, as a sign of affection, it bumps with its snout. However, it is so strong it might send you flying. Crystal, during the deserted morning hours. It comes ashore where it deftly uses its trunk to take a shower. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 and Ruby, for its nest, Phanpy digs a vertical pit in the ground at the edge of a river. It marks the area around its nest with its trunk to let others know that the area has been claimed. Sapphire, Phanpy uses its long nose to shower itself. When others gather around, they thoroughly douse each other with water. These Pokemon can be seen drying their soaking wet bodies at the edge of water. Emerald, Phanpy's big ears serve as broad fans. When it becomes hot, it flaps the ears busily to cool down. Even the young are very strong. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, It is strong despite its compact size. It can easily pick up and carry an adult human on its back. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Y is the Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Phanpy and Pokemon are now the correct casing. The Gen 8 Pokedex entries is Diamond, Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet, this Pokemon lives and nests on a riverbank. After playing in the mud, it won't be able to settle down unless it washes its body. Violet, it is far stronger than it appears. If a Phanpy is swinging its trunk around and your arm gets hit by it, your arm bone will shatter. Phanpy in the Paldea Pokedex, so you got 3 of them kind of playing around near this riverbank. That's very cute. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items. Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver. You get the Pasho Berry, 5% of the time. Black 2 and White 2, you get the Rage Candy Bar as an in-game trade 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 90, attack and defense 60, special attack, special defense, and speed 40, for a total of 330. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged only by normal, fighting, flying, ground, bug, ghost, steel, fire, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to water, grass, and ice for double, immune to electric, resistant to poison, and rock for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1 Tackle, Growl, and Defense Curl, 6 Flail, 10 Rollout, 15 Bulldoze, 19 Endure, 24 Slam, 28 Takedown, 33 Charm, 37 Last Resort, and 42 Double Edge. By TM, 1 Takedown, 2 Charm, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 35 Mudshot, 36 Rock Tomb, 47 Endure, 49 Sunday, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 55 Dig, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 99 Iron Head, 102 Gunk Shot, 103 Substitute, 116 Stealth Proc, 117 Hyper Voice, 121 Heavy Slam, 122 Encore, 127 Play Rough, 130 Helping Hand, 133 Earth Power, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 176 Sand Tomb, 179 Smackdown, 181 Knockoff, 186 High Horsepower, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives you Ancient Power, this group gives you Body Slam, this group gives you Counter, this group gives you Endeavor, this group gives you Fissure, this group gives you Focus Energy, this group gives you Head Smash, this group gives you Heavy Slam, this group gives you High Horsepower, this group gives you Ice Shard, this group gives you Play Rough, and this group gives you Snore. TCG only moves, Yawn on this card, side game data, you got all of this, okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Phanpy might be small, but its powerful tackle can move aside an obstacle. In Guardian Signs, it triggers Tremors to attack. Got all this, okay. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark pad entry. This Pokemon came to the Cavern Zone to play. His favorite attraction is Blaziken's Boulder Bash. Got all this. Evolution data, Phanpy, level 25 Donphan. Sprites here, so a little, not quite the same blue, a little just, light, just kind of a light blue instead of that kind of sky blue, I guess. Gray for its shiny, that's clever since its evolution kind of turns to a bluish gray. It's kind of fun. Then Gen 3, we got basically the same red, or same blue, and this is basically the modern blue for the shiny. That's kind of funny. The ear things are a little bit more rounded. These are more like squares, I guess. Yep. Not much changes design-wise. It's a pretty simple Pokemon. There are lines. Actually, that's something that changes. There are lines on these in the Gen 2, like above its feet. Some of them anyway. But they go away in Gen 3. Gen 4, you got these. Yeah, it's kind of cute, that pose. It's back on all fours. It's kind of blue. It's a lighter blue. I don't know how much that changes. This blue changes, but I don't know if that one changes. Gen 5, you get the full back sprites. So, yeah, kind of keeps that kind of blue. Okay. Then we got Gen 6. We got this kind of blue, and so now it's kind of a greenish blue, I guess. The shiny there. Yes. It's a pretty good translation. I mean, not perfect, I'd say. Like, I don't know. It might just be the angle. Yeah. So these are basically the same. Maybe slight differences in the face and stuff. Homes, you got these. An animation, Phanpy in Hoopa's Surprise Ring Adventures. A Phanpy egg in Pokemon the series, Gold and Silver. Ash's Phanpy is the big one. You got all these, yep. Pokedex entries in episode 230 in Ash's Pokedex. Phanpy, the long-nosed Pokemon. Phanpy uses its powerful snout to express affection, not realizing its strength can send you flying. In the manga, Phanpy in Pokemon Adventures, you got all these in the TCG. Trivia, we read this point in the Teddiursa video. Origin, Phanpy seems to be based on an elephant calf. The red pads on its snout and ears may be inspired by the fabrics and jewelry used to adorn elephants during various celebrations in India. Its ability to curl itself and roll like a wheel appears to mimic tires, which is more obvious association in a Donphan. Phanpy's ground type may come from the fact that elephants like to play in mud, or that tires always stick to the ground and are made out of rubber, which is known as a great insulator fitting the electric type immunity. Its bright coloration contrasting with Donphan's gray palette bring reminiscence of colorful toys. Name origin, Phanpy may be derived from elephant and possibly infant, or the diminutive suffix e. Gomazu may be a combination of Komokai, small miniature, and Zo, elephant. The languages, see also, external links, let's move on.
Since we already watched Phanpy's first scene in the anime, in the Teddiursa video, let's watch Phanpy's second scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon the Movie 3, Spell of the Unknown Entei. In this film, Molly, a little girl, is being put to bed by her dad. And they were talking about the legendary Pokemon, one of which was Entei, and so now they're kind of playing where he's pretending to be Entei, because she said, like, how Entei reminds her of him. But yeah, they're gonna play a little bit. And there's the Phanpy little toy. And this is where we started the Mantine video, so we're gonna have to stop here. Let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Phanpy.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. The question is, what do you love about Phanpy? And number one Drizzile fan has responded, thank you. They say, nothing really, it's cute, lol. Thank you. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we're sending fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Phanpy by Danny, my brother. So it's a simplified Phanpy here. Yeah, it's very nice. You got all the little components and stuff. Yeah. That's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I talk about Ho-Oh before I can catch a Phanpy. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Donphan. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Donphan, the first elephant evolution and the first pure ground evolution in Gen 2. It's the only evolution of Phanpy, who evolves at level 25. It's also the first of 3 Pokemon to get a past and future Paradox Pokemon, the others being Volcarona and Cyclizar. Its previous PYC dates are October 15th, 1996, August 6th, 1999, May 27th, 2002, March 17th, 2005, January 6th, 2008, October 27th, 2010, August 7th, 2013, June 7th, 2016, March 29th, 2019, and January 17th, 2022. I most know Donphan as one of the Gen 2 Pokemon who appears in the anime before the release of the Gen 2 games. It's interesting to see the similarities and differences between Donphan and Phanpy. I wouldn't be surprised if you showed someone who wasn't a fan of Pokemon these 2 Pokemon and asked them if they were related, and they would say they weren't. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Donphan, the armor Pokemon, whose number is 0232. This is what it looks like. Its type is ground, ability sturdy, and Sandvale is its hidden ability, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 60 or 14.8%. Breeding is a group field, hatch time 20 cycles, height 3'7" or 1.1 meters, weight is 264.6 pounds or 120 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 189 in Gen 2 through 4 and 175 and 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, he yields 2, 1 attack and 1 in defense. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is gray, and base friendship is 70. Donphan is a ground-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Phanpy starting at level 25. Donphan was officially revealed in the May 1997 issue of Koro Koro along with Slowking and Ampharos. The Paradox Pokemon, Great Tusk, and Iron Treads are said to be ancient and future relatives of Donphan, respectively. Biology, Donphan is a gray, proboscid Pokemon with a thick black band of hide running down the length of its back and extending to the tip of its long trunk. When this Pokemon curls up, the band resembles a car tire. This tough hide prevents regular attacks from inflicting even a scratch. A pair of white tusks, which are small on the female, extend from the corners of its mouth. It has thin elongated ears held out almost perpendicular to its body. Its 4 short legs are each encircled with a broken black band and have 3 toes. Donphan has the ability to curl up into a ball and violently roll around like a wheel. These rolling tackles are strong enough to knock down a house. While normally calm, Donphan can become enraged and start a rampage. Once it starts its rampage, it will be almost unstoppable. Donphan will chase after anyone who angers it. The Pokemon, the series Ruby and Sapphire episode, Date Expectations showed that this ability is further used as a form of courtship. The male Donphan have rolling competitions to demonstrate their toughness to the females. A Donphan's tough hide is so strong not even a car can scratch it. Despite this, the armor is extremely vulnerable to rain. In the Pokemon the Series episode, Roll On Pokemon, it is shown that Donphan has a keen sense of smell, capable of sniffing out a gem known as amberite, agate in the Japanese version. Donphan travels in herds with a ranking system. The larger its tusks, the higher its rank in the herd. It lives in rough, mountainous terrain. Both Great Tusk and Iron Treads share a resemblance to Donphan. Great Tusk is theorized to be Donphan's ancient ancestor from the dinosaur era, while Iron Treads is believed to be a descendant of Donphan or a scientific weapon sent to the Pokemon world by aliens. Evolution: Donphan evolved from Phanpy, Donphan. Game data: Pokedex entries in Gen 2 and Gold. It has sharp, hard tusks and a rugged hide. Its tackle is strong enough to knock down a house. Silver: the longer and bigger its tusks, the higher its rank in its herd. The tusks take long to grow. Crystal: because this Pokemon's skin is so tough, a normal attack won't even leave a scratch on it. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, get the Gold entry. But if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby, Donphan's favorite attack is curling its body into a ball, then charging at its foe while rolling at high speed. Once it starts rolling, this Pokemon can't stop very easily. Sapphire: if Donphan were to tackle with its hard body, even a house could be destroyed. Using its massive strength, the Pokemon helps clear rock and mudslides that block mountain trails. Ah, helpful. Emerald: a Donphan is so strong, it can easily haul a dump truck. Its hide has toughened to a rock-hard state. An ordinary sort of attack won't even leave a scratch. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, it attacks by curling up, then rolling into its foes. It can blow apart a house in one hit. Heart Gold is basically gold, but tackle is now the correct casing. Soul Silver is its silver counterpart. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is basically Heart Golds, but tackle is now capitalized. Y is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Donphan and Pokemon are now the correct casing. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet, Donphan is covered in tough hide, so even being hit by a car won't faze this Pokemon. However, it is extremely susceptible to rain. Violet, Donphan is normally a calm Pokemon, but once it is enraged, it will curl its body into a ball and charge at you while rolling. Donphan, the Paldea Pokedex, is rolling. That's kind of fun, or most of them are. This one's just kind of standing there. Maybe it's getting ready to roll into a ball. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items, Heart Gold and Soul Silver. You get the Paso Berry 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 90, attack and defense 120, special attack and special defense 60, speed 50 for a total of 500. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, ground, bug, ghost, steel, fire, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to water, grass, and ice for double, immune to electric, resistant to poison, and rock for half. Notes: if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of electric-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. We'll do this Evo here, and then go down to level 25. Upon evolution, you get Fury Attack, 30 Stomping Tantrum, 37 Scary Face, 43 Earthquake, and 50 Giga Impact. By TM, we're skipping. By breeding, we're skipping. By Prior Evolution, Phanpy gives you Tackle, Flail, Last Resort, and Double Edge, but Double Edged one has a note. That was prior to Gen 3.0.0. Side game data, you got all this. Okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Donphan rolls its body into a ball to charge. Its crash can shake things up. Guardian Signs, it triggers tremors to attack. Got all this. Evolution data, Phanpy, level 25 Donphan. Sprites, there's another one that's different from Japan than the international versions. So the difference is that this tusk thing isn't this color for some reason, and also the eyes are different. Yeah, those are the differences. Otherwise, like, I wasn't expecting this to be green and orange as, like, the thing that's now black. And this is sort of a greenish gray for the body. Yeah, and the strides and the back strides are kind of funny because it's one of those where you can only really see part of the body instead of the majority of it. In Gen 3, it becomes this kind of... That's interesting. So it's a different green and a different orange. And it becomes kind of this... The main body, I don't even know what to call it. It's kind of a pinkish gray, I guess, and kind of a yellowish, greenish gray, almost an olive green, but not quite. Kind of a light olive green, I would say. Mouth. Anything fancy about that? Green mouth and red mouth there. And there's just sort of just this pinkish red, you know, that orange color, that thing. Yeah, the pinkish red color for the mouth. Tusks are maybe a little bit different. You can see more of the backs, right? It's kind of fun. Yep. Okay, and Gen 4, so you've got the gender differences, longer, shorter, longer, shorter. More of the body, you can see now, you can see the tusks now on the back, right? This is a different kind of, this is much more closer to olive green, I'd say, for the body there, and this one's, I think it's basically the same. So Heart Gold and Soul Silver introduces the black and the gray that we now know. This is definitely a lot brighter for the shiny. Yep, does it... Oh, and we're keeping with the consistency that the nose is just that thing. It's not the body's color, it's just this one's color. The underside of the trunk, I mean. Black and white, get the full back sprites. You can see the full body now. It's kind of fun. Yep. Gen 6 introduces the models, so sort of a bluer gray now. That's definitely more like a dark olive green, maybe. Yeah, definitely darker colors all around. Sort of gray now. Yep. Pretty good. You know, yeah, pretty good models, I'd say. It's not much changes here. Got homes. That's very good. Very shiny. Wasn't expecting that. So shiny. The females, yeah. An animation, Donphan in Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. A shiny Donphan in Pokemon the series, Ruby and Sapphire. Ash's Donphan is the big one. Got all these. Yep. Pokedex entries in episode 120 in Ash's Pokedex. Donphan, the armor Pokemon with its strong tusks and tough skin. Donphan is known for its powerful tackle attack. The length of Donphan's tusks indicates its level. In Advanced Generation, episode 114, in the same Pokedex. Donphan, the armor Pokemon. Donphan is the evolved form of Phanpy. They attack by rolling their bodies into a circle and charging their enemies. Advanced Generation, episode 154, in May's Pokedex. Donphan, the armor Pokemon. Donphan has razor-sharp tusks, armor-like skin, and enormous power. So you got that. In the manga, Pokemon Adventures, Donphan and Pokemon Adventures, being pink and green. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, you got that. Pokedex entries and Pokemon Adventures in Chapter 96. The longer and bigger its tusks are, the higher it is ranked amongst its herd. Is Cheong-Yi's translation. All these, and the TCG. Trivia, Donphan shares its category with Tyranitar. They are both known as the armor Pokemon. I read the second point in the Ursaring video. Donphan, Volcarona, and Cyclizer are the only Pokemon to have both a past and future Paradox counterpart. Origin, Donphan seems to be based on an adult elephant, possibly the pygmy elephant or the extinct dwarf elephant due to its relatively small size if compared to Copperajah. The ridges on its dark gray backside are similar to tire treads, causing it to resemble a spinning car tire when using its rollout attack. Its armored body may be a reference to war elephants that were trained by humans for combat. Donphan's ground type may come from the fact that elephants like to play in mud, or the tires always stick to the ground and are made out of rubber, which is known as a great insulator, fitting the electric type immunity. Name origin, Donphan, and Donphan may be a combination of Don, Spanish for lord or master, or Don, common suffix in names of prehistoric animals derived from the ancient Greek word for tooth and elephant. In other languages, related articles, references, let's move on.
Now let's watch Donphan's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokémon, the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back. In this film, we're towards the beginning, Ash is battling a trainer who has challenged him. The trainer is sending out their Donphan. I don't know if they'll be able to hear the audio since it's in the middle of a song, so that might have to be muted. We'll see. There's Donphan and Ash's Bulbasaur. And that is Donphan's first scene in the anime. That's Ash. Yeah, let's move on.
Now let's see why other people love Donphan.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. The question is, what do you love about Donphan? And number one Drizzile fan has responded. Thank you. They say, Donphan isn't especially cool, IMO, but turning it into a tire is pretty clever. Elephants are gray, large, and have tough hides. More creative than using an animal that already rolls up like a pillbug or armadillo. Nice shiny, too. Honestly, I think the best thing that Donphan did was lay the groundwork for Great Tusk. Thank you for your response. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Donphan. This is Donphan by Basinos Hansen. So, this is cool. It's basically just an elephant. It might even be a pre-existing elephant drawing and they just drew it like a Donphan, but still pretty cool, I'd say. You know, or maybe it's just a more realistic, it's an elephant, but with the patterns of a Donphan, I don't really know. But it's still pretty cool. This is Donphan by Danny, my brother. This sort of simplified Donphan. We saw the Phanpy one yesterday, so it's kind of fun to see their version of the Donphan here. Yeah. It's got all the components. It's very good. This doesn't contain a Donphan. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Ho-Oh before I can catch a Phanpy to evolve it into Donphan. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Porygon 2. As always, this is my prompt outfit, and see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Porygon 2, the only Pokemon with a number in its name. It's the evolution of Porygon, who evolves when traded holding an upgrade. Its previous PYC dates are October 16th, 1996, August 7th, 1999, May 28th, 2002, March 18th, 2005, January 7th, 2008, October 28th, 2010, August 18th, 2013, June 8th, 2016, March 30th, 2019, and January 18th, 2022. I, like many, most owe Porygon 2 for its lack of appearances in the anime due to the controversy surrounding its pre-evolution Porygon. I like Porygon 2's design. It's fun to see Porygon become more modern and sleek. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Porygon 2, the virtual Pokemon whose number is 0 to 133. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, abilities, trace or download in Gen 4+, analytic is its hidden ability, gender ratios, gender unknown, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%, breeding a group mineral, hatch time 20 cycles, height 2 foot or 0.6 meters, weight is 71.7 pounds or 32.5 kilograms. Basic experience is just 180. I don't know why they specified. Maybe that's just the template they have to use. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 2, and special attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is red, and base friendship is 70. Porygon 2 is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Porygon when traded while holding an upgrade, and evolves into Porygon Z when traded while holding a dubious disc. Biology, Porygon 2 is a rounded magenta artificial Pokemon that shows similarities to a drinking bird. It has a relatively flat bill and large, round eyes. Its legs are simple, ovoid growths along its sides, and its tail widens towards the middle. Its bill, legs, tail, and underside are blue. Porygon 2's evolution from Porygon was the result of it being upgraded from the most cutting-edge technology available. It was upgraded to work in space for planetary development reasons, although its inability to fly limits this ability. It is artificially intelligent and capable of learning new behaviors on its own, including information it does not need to know. It can also speak a strange language only other Porygon 2 can understand. As a result, it will sometimes perform motions or abilities that are not in its programming. It is generally found in computers or in labs and other buildings working with people. It can survive in a space vacuum, though it cannot move very well in zero gravity. In ancient Hisui, people were confused about Porygon 2 and its evolutionary relatives due to them arriving through space-time distortions and being the product of far more advanced technology than what was available at the time. See Porygon traveling through cyberspace in Pokemon Adventures, I'm assuming it's that thing. Porygon 2 and its evolutionary relatives are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the moves Conversion and Conversion 2. Additionally, prior to Gen 5 and in Gen 9, Porygon 2 and its evolutionary relatives are the only Pokemon that could have Download as an ability. Evolution, Porygon 2 evolves from Porygon and evolves into Porygon Z. Porygon, Porygon 2, Porygon Z. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 2 and Gold. This upgraded version of Porygon is designed for space exploration. It can't fly though. Silver. Further research enhanced its abilities. Sometimes it may exhibit motions that were not programmed. Crystal, this man-made Pokemon evolved from the latest technology. It may have unprogrammed reactions. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal, it's to get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow, it's to get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Porygon 2 was created by humans using the power of science. The man-made Pokemon has been endowed with artificial intelligence that enables it to learn new gestures and motions on its own. Emerald, it was created by humans using the power of science. It has been given artificial intelligence that enables it to learn new gestures and emotions on its own. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl, with planetary development software installed, it became capable of working in space. Platinum, it was upgraded to enable the exploration of other planets. However, it failed to measure up. Heart Gold is very similar to Gold, but slightly different, so we'll read it. This upgraded version of Porygon is designed for space exploration. It can't fly, however. Soul Silver is its Silver counterpart. The Gen 5 Pokedex entry is Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entry, and Fire Red's entry. Y is the Diamond and Pearl entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphire, but Porygon 2 and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, for the purposes of planetary development, Porygon was updated with the most cutting-edge technology available. Moon, Porygon was updated to a new version in readiness for planetary development, but that dream remains unrealized as yet. Ultra Sun, AI has been installed in it. It learns various things all on its own, but it even remembers things it doesn't need to know. Ultra Moon, even though it doesn't die in the vacuum of space, it can't move around very well in zero gravity. In Gen 8 and Sword, this is a Porygon that was updated with special data. Porygon 2 develops itself by learning about many different subjects all on its own. Shield, after artificial intelligence was implemented in Porygon 2, the Pokemon began using a strange language that only other Porygon 2 understand. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus, a bizarre item caused this Pokemon to evolve. While it now exhibits many new gestures and expressions, its biology remains inscrutable. In Gen 9 and Scarlet, this artificial Pokemon evolved thanks to cutting-edge science. It sometimes displays behavior that is not in its programming. Violet Porygon was upgraded to become capable of planetary development. However, this upgrade version cannot even fly yet. Porygon 2 in the Alola Pokedex, and Porygon 2 in the Blueberry Pokedex. Near these weird structures. I wonder if that has something to do with Porygon 2. I'm not sure yet, I'll have to find out. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items, Legends Arceus, Normal, Sky Tumblestone, Bowl of Mud 15% of the time, Grid items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, Grid items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 85, Attack 80, Defense 90, Special Attack 105, Special Defense 95, Speed 60 for a total of 515. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damage normally by Normal, Flying, Poison, Ground, Rock, Bug, Steel, Fire, Water, Grass, Electric, Psychic, Ice, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak 2 Fighting for double, immune to Ghost, and resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1, so it would go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up, because you can hypothetically have a level 1 Porygon 2. I'll read them all. 1. Defense Curl, Tackle, Conversion, Recycle, and Magnet Rise. 15. Thundershock, 20. Psybeam, 25. Conversion 2. 30. Agility. 35 Recover, 40 Discharge, 45 Tri-Attack, 50 Lock-On, 55 Zap Cannon, and 60 Hyper Beam. By TM we're skipping, by reading is nothing, by prior evolutions nothing, side game data, got all this, okay. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It lets loose shockwaves to attack. Got all this. Evolution data, Porygon 2 evolves from Porygon when traded while holding an upgrade, and evolves into Porygon Z when traded while holding a dubious disc. Porygon cannot evolve into Porygon 2 in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green until the player obtains the National Pokedex. as its evolution will be interrupted. Porygon also cannot evolve into Porygon 2 in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Porygon 2 is not present in those games. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Porygon 2 evolves from Porygon when exposed to an upgrade, and evolves into Porygon Z when exposed to a dubious disc. Porygon, trade holding an upgrade, Porygon 2, trade holding a dubious disc, Porygon Z, right? So, more red and blue, and then blue and that kind of purple, kind of like Porygon's was at the time. You know, it's obviously a smoother version of that. That's the whole point. Rounded eyes than the one we have now. This kind of makes them a little bit more like that. The eyes. It's a lot lighter blue, much more pink. This kind of blue, this kind of pink. Yep. All that. Not much changes here. The eyes become back to being kind of a round, but immediately in flat foam goes like that. It's kind of gray for some reason in the front sprite anyway. It's white in the back sprite. It goes back to white in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Got this, full back sprites now. That's cool. Gen 6. I mean, again, a pretty straightforward Pokemon, so, you know, it's a pretty good model. Yep. This one, you know, it's much better models. Homes, got these models, yep. Animation, Porygon 2 in the PokeRap GS, Porygon 2 in the World of Pokemon opening of Kyurem versus the Sword of Justice. We'll be seeing that, and later we'll be seeing this scene in the anime section. Yep, they got all that. Yeah, it doesn't appear much. It's just kind of talking about how it didn't really appear much because of Porygon and the whole incident with that. Yep, in the manga, Porygon 2 and Pokemon Adventures, you got all this in the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Melee. When released from a Pokeball, Porygon 2 will immediately use a powerful tackle attack that sends opponents flying. The attack cannot be escaped due to the speed in which it happens, but Porygon 2 is harmless once the attack is finished. Got the trophy for Porygon 2 and Melee here. Trophy information, representing the next step in technological progress. This virtual Pokemon is a higher-powered version of the man-made Pokemon Porygon. Compared to the sharp edges of its relative, Porygon 2's body is extremely smooth and rounded. In battle, it utilizes a special move called Conversion 2 to alter its type. Trivia, Porygon 2 is the only Pokemon with a numeral in its name. In the Gen 2 games, it is impossible to return a nicknamed Porygon 2 to its species name because numbers are not available for nicknames. Porygon 2 is the only non-fully evolved Pokemon that evolves into and from another Pokemon by trading. Furthermore, Porygon 2, Chansey, and Dipplin are the only non-fully evolved Pokemon that evolve from another Pokemon through the use of an item. Porygon 2 is the only non-fully evolved Pokemon used by opponents in Battle Subway Super Trains, Battle Mason Super Course challenges, and the Battle Tree, and subsequently the only Pokemon in these battle facilities to hold an Eviolite. Porygon 2 is the only member of its evolutionary line that has not received an animated series voice, as Porygon's voice was heard in episode 38 and the Who's That Pokemon segment for a Way Off Day Off, and Porygon Z was given a voice for its appearance in Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. Origin, Porygon 2 seems to be based on a bird or paper crane that has been rendered using computer software. The head-tipping motion it displays in some games is reminiscent of a drinking bird toy. Its rounder body compared to Porygon may represent the concept of subdivision and 3D computer graphics. As an upgraded version of Porygon, it may also reference software versioning. The fact that it's lighter than its previous form may be based on optimization. Its Pokédex entries imply a connection to artificial intelligence and robotic spacecraft. Name origin, Porygon 2 is a combination of a corruption of Polygon and the number 2, since it is the second stage in its evolutionary line. Now the languages, related articles, external links to the Super Smash Bros. Series there, yep. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Porygon 2's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon the movie, Kyurem versus the Sword of Justice. We're at the beginning of the film, so we'll just start, I guess. Yes. And you see all these Pokemon.
The creatures
that
that
give
the Pokemon
animated
mystery and wonder. Thriving in abundant numbers.
I think it's going to be all the first 5 generations.
in the sea.
There's Porygon
on
2.
mountains and in
And that is Porygon 2's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 2 Porygon cards, but the same cards will act like I have only 1.
It's the 5th Porygon 2 card design. It was illustrated by Ken Kanetsuna. I like this illustration, as it appears that Porygon 2 is doing the same thing its contemporary Porygon is doing, but in a higher quality space. Porygon 2 has 70 HP, 20 more than its contemporary Porygon. Porygon 2 is 2 foot and 71.6 pounds. It has a Pokepower download and a move speed attack. On this card, download allows you to use a supporter card, a type of trainer card that features a character from the franchise, and use the description on that card as Porygon 2's power. Speed attack is not a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 2 of any energies and hits for 30 damage. Porygon 2 is weak to fighting for plus 20 damage. It has no resistance, which isn't terribly surprising as Porygon 2 isn't resistant to anything in the video games, but it could have been resistant to Psychic as it is immune to Ghost, which is often represented as Psychic in the TCG. It costs 2 of any energy for Porygon 2 to retreat. In the bottom right corner, there's the Great Encounters expansion symbol. It's level 39, 21 levels higher than its contemporary Porygon.
I don't have a Stantler card, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Silcoon. Yes, I have no more cards for Gen 2 Pokemon. Now let's see why people love Porygon 2.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. The question is, what do you love about Porygon 2? And number 1 Drizzle fan has responded, thank you. They say everything. Thank you for your response. Let's move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at TV and our fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Porygon 2. These first 2 don't contain a Porygon 2, even though this one kind of looks like one. This first one is Porygon 2 Tri-Attack by Cartoony. Porygon 2 doing these Tri-Attack, I guess. Very well done. 137 through 474 Porygon line by In Progress Pokemon. I think we did this in the Porygon video, but we could do it again. So if you're not familiar, what In Progress Pokemon does is that they have these different middle phases as if it were aging up, or whatever, transforming naturally, I guess, in this case, instead of just suddenly evolving from one to another. So you've got Porygon here, and Porygon 2, it's, you know, kind of digitizing and smoothing out some of the edges a little bit more. You got Porygon 2, Porygon Z becoming a little bit more corrupted and stuff, and you got Porygon Z. This is Porygon and Porygon 2 by The Mirage Theory. So, yeah, you got, I think we also did this one for Porygon, so it's kind of cool looking one. Got this Porygon 2, kind of creepy looking. Yeah, so we got Porygon, Pokedex 137, the virtual Pokemon analytic 2'7" and 80.5 pounds. Porygon 2, Pokedex number 233, the virtual Pokemon upgrade analytic 2 foot and 71.6 pounds. Very well done. We got Porygon 2 by Sproutlets. So, this is cool. Porygon 2. Yeah, just very simple. Very nice. Porygon 2 by All 0412. So, Porygon 2 in this cool digital space. It's very well done. The Pokemon Porygon 2 by Material 9. It's cool. The Porygon 2, slightly stylized. Kind of fun. This doesn't contain a Porygon 2, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming today at 9 a.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time. Here I'll be trying to catch a Teddiursa, Phanpy, Qwilfish, Unknown, at least one. I've decided that, since they all share the same Pokedex entry, I only need one. But if I encounter more than one variation, I'll try to catch them. Pineco, Yanma, and Sudowoodo and evolving Teddiursa into Ursaring, Phanpy into Donphan, and Pineco into Forretress. I know I said I needed to wait until I talked about Smeargle to get all these Pokemon, but apparently I don't. I won't be getting a Porygon 2, as I'll need to wait until I've talked about the Gen 4 Pokemon to get one in the Pal Park. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Stantler. Like today, that video will be early, being released at 9 a.m. CDT. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Stantler, the first deer Pokemon. It's also the first base Pokemon to get a Hisuian evolution that didn't have a pre-existing alternate evolution, and the only one in Gen 2. Its previous BYC dates are October 17th, 1996, August 8th, 1999, May 29th, 2002, March 19th, 2005, January 8th, 2008, October 29th, 2010, August 19th, 2013, June 9th, 2016, March 31st, 2019, and January 19th, 2022. Being that Stantler is based on a reindeer, I associate it with Delibird, as both are associated with Santa Claus. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Stantler, the bighorn Pokemon whose number is 0234. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, abilities, immediate, or frisk in Gen 4+. Sap Sipper is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%, breeding is a group field, hatch time 20 cycles, height is 4'7" or 1.4 meters, weight is 157 pounds or 71.2 kilograms, basic experience yields 165 in Gen 2 through 4, and 163 in 5+, leveling rate is slow, EV yield is 1, and attack, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is brown, and base friendship is 70. Stantler is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, it evolves into Weirdeer after using Psy, Shield, Bash in the Agile style at least 20 times. Biology, Stantler is a quadrupedal, cervid Pokemon. It has a tan pelt with a cream-colored belly and a few spots on its back. Its tail is large, short, and round, and each of its legs ends in a black hoof. It has a large brown nose and a pair of pale cream-colored antlers, each with a black orb in the center. The shape of the antlers and the black orbs cause them to resemble eyes. Stantler can distort reality and create illusions with its antlers by subtly changing the flow of air around them. Staring into them creates an odd sensation as if one is being sucked through them, and one may become so dizzy that it is impossible to stand. The orbs on the antlers have a pleasant scent, which can induce a bewildering effect on people. The orbs can also be ground into a powder that aids in sleeping. Stantler's strange antlers were valuable as works of art, and as such, the species was nearly hunted to extinction. Stantler live in herds in temperate mountainous forests. These herds are sometimes led by Weirdeer. As shown in the Pokemon the Series episode, The Little Bighorn, a baby Stantler that is separated from its herd and frightened will instinctively produce an illusion of a big stampeding herd to scare away perceived threats. In the past, Stantler lived in tougher environments with more enemies, which strengthened its psychic powers and allowed it to evolve into Weirdeer. Stantler and its evolved form, Weirdeer, are the only Pokemon capable of learning the move Psy-Shield Bash. Evolution in Hisui, Stantler evolved into Weirdeer. So, Stantler, Weirdeer. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, the curved antlers suddenly change the flow of air to create a strange space where reality is distorted. Silver, those who stare at its antlers will gradually lose control of their senses and be unable to stand. Crystal, the round balls found on the fallen antlers can be ground into a powder that aids in sleeping. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Stantler's magnificent antlers were traded at high prices as works of art. As a result, this Pokemon was hunted close to extinction by those who were after the priceless antlers. Emerald, Stantler's magnificent antlers were once traded at high prices as works of art. As a result, this Pokemon was hunted close to extinction. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, staring at its antlers creates an odd sensation as if one were being drawn into their centers. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, so is X's. Y is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Stantler and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are the Diamond Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus, its strangely shaped antlers have the power to bewitch those who see them. Medicine made by grinding up the black orbs from fallen antlers is an effective treatment for insomnia. In Gen 9, Scarlet, this Pokemon apparently used to live in much harsher environments, and thus it once had stronger psychic powers than it does now. Violet, it's said that this Pokemon used to be stronger long ago when it had many enemies, and it was even able to evolve under its own power. Stantler in the Paldea Pokedex, Stantler in the Kitakami Pokedex, so this one's, I guess, in a herd of Stantler, and this one's all on its own. Interesting, the different lighting makes it look different, the coats, that's interesting. I like the fur texture. Game locations, side game locations, in events, held items, Legends Arceus, normal, Pep Up Plant 35% of the time, Vivichoke 15% of the time, Grid Items by level, Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grid Items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 73, attack 95, defense 62, special attack 85, special defense 65, speed 85, for a total of 465. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage rolling by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak 2 fighting for double, immune to ghost, and resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has Sap Sipper, the effectiveness of Grass-type moves is 0, so that would be 0 instead of 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1 Tackle, 3 Leer, 7 Astonish, 10 Hypnosis, 13 Stomp, 16 Sand Attack, 21 Takedown, 23 Confused Ray, 27 Calm Mind, 32 Roleplay, 37 Zen Headbutt, 49 Imprison, and 55 Double Edge. By TM, 001 Takedown, 4 Agility, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 16 Psybeam, 17 Confused Ray, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 32 Swift, 41 Stored Power, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 54 Psyshock, 55 Dig, 59 Zen Headbutt, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 92 Imprison, 98 Skull Swap, 103 Substitute, 109 Trick, 114 Shadow Ball, 119 Energy Ball, 120 Psychic, 126 Thunderbolt, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 133 Earth Power, 147 Wild Charge, 149 Earthquake, 152 Giga Impact, 161 Trick Room, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 177 Spite, 178 Gravity, 185 Lunge, 191 Uproar, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge, 217 Future Sight, 221 Throat Chop, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives you Bite, this group gives you Disable, this group gives you Double Kick, this group gives you Extra Sensory, this group gives you Mega Horn, Weirdeer gives you Psyshield Bash. This group gives you Spite. There's a note here. Hisuian Zoroa learns Spite via level up prior to version 2.0.1. It can still learn Spite via TM 177, so that's this one. And this group gives you Thrash. Side game data. Got all this. Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It lets loose shockwaves to attack. You got all this. Okay. Costumes in Pokemon Go. Holiday outfit. That's cute. It's just jingle bells. Or maybe like a rain for like Santa Claus and, you know, their reindeer. It's cute. Evolution data, Stantler. Use Psyshield Bash in Agile style 20 times in Hisui. And then Weirdeer. Sprites in Gen 2. This is another one where it's different between the Japanese version and the international version. And the difference is that it's missing the spots. It doesn't have the spots yet. Yeah. Otherwise, you know, pretty interesting. So, you know, it's that brown and blue for those instead of black, I guess. And it's green and red. That's kind of fun since it's supposed to be a reindeer and those are Christmas colors. I'm sure that's the point. Okay, this. Then you've got black now and this. Kind of looks weird in this one. These are now yellow. This is actually yellow, not cream colored. Still green and red, kind of for the highlights and stuff, you know. Yep. This looks a little better in Gen 4, not much though. It's because of more vibrant. Then we get this kind of brown. Like this whole sprite looks a lot better in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Yeah, everything's smaller and more proportional. Yep, it's pretty much the same colors and stuff. Gen 5, get the full back sprite. Gen 6, pretty good models. Made it look a little less ridiculous looking, and like the jowls. You can see that kind of looks weird. It looks a little bit more normal, I'd say. Yeah, these don't change much. Got these in this game, much better models. These are much more like purple than, you know, it's a kind of burgundy color, and that's kind of more, you know, like a purple color. Homes, yeah, kind of. And I guess those become kind of purple too, don't they, huh? Yeah, they go from kind of black to purple in the models. Interesting. Yeah. In animation, Stantler in Pokemon Journeys the series with a Misdreavus. Got all these. Yep. Pokedex entries in episode 125 in Ash's Pokedex. Stantler, the bighorn Pokemon. The eye-like shapes at the base of its horns produce a pleasant odor that has a bewildering effect on anyone who smells it. It can also create startling, realistic illusions by shaking its horns. Stantler form herds and live in mountainous terrain. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 6, in the same Pokedex. Stantler, the bighorn Pokemon. Its large curved horns subtly bend the flow of air around them, which creates a mysterious warp in reality. In Journeys, episode 9, in Ghost Rotom-Phone. Stantler, the bighorn Pokemon, a normal type. If you look too deeply into the rings on Stantler's horns, you will feel quite strange. Pokemon Generations, Stantler and Pokemon Generations, in the manga. Stantler and Pokemon Adventures with Professor Oak, I guess. I got this, and the TCG. Trivia, Stantler is found on Johto, Route 36, which leads to Violet City, the game counterpart of Nara, Japan, a city where many tame deer roam freely. Nob Agasawara, the translator of the Pokemon games to English, has suggested Scaraboo for Stantler's English name, although it was not accepted by Nintendo of America. I read this third point in the Ursaring video, I think? Or maybe the Scyther video? I don't know. But not this sub-point, so I'll read it. In Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Stantler can only learn Psy Shield Bash as an egg move by having it passed down from a Weirdeer. Origin, Stantler seems to be based on a number of deer species, such as the Sika deer, reindeer, elk, or moose. It may also have elements of the Japanese Sero, also known as Kamoshika or Kamoshishi. It may also be based on the Shishi Odoshi, or Deer Scare, a Japanese device traditionally used to scare deer and other animals away from gardens. Name origin, Stantler may be a combination of startle, stare, or stag, a male deer, and antler. Odoshishi may be derived from Shishi Odoshi. Another languages, references, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Stantler's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 125, The Little Bighorn. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Misty's Togepi, are walking through this street near this park when they hear a rustling coming from the bushes. And there's the Stantler.
Don't move! It'll see us.
With eyes that big, it'll see us anyway.
Take another look, guys. Those aren't eyes.
What? If those aren't eyes, then I must be seeing things.
Stantler. Yep. And that is Stantler's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Stantler. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is the Stantler family by ZeroChan 923,600. So, yeah, at the time that this was made, I guess it was just Stantler. And they, I guess, lost their horns. That's sad. But it's been replaced by a flower crown, so that's interesting. Yeah, that's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming today at 10 a.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time. We'll be trying to catch up Pineco, Snubbull, Yanma, Sudowoodo, Sunker, and Stantler. Win the National Parks bug catching contest for the first time. I'll have to win it twice. Get Eevee in 2 different games. And evolve Teddiursa into Ursaring, Phanpy into Donphan, Pineco into Forretress, Sunkern into Sunflora, and Eevee into Espeon. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Smeargle. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today I'll be talking about Smeargle. Its previous BYC dates are October 18th, 1996, August 9th, 1999, May 30th, 2002, March 20th, 2005, January 9th, 2008, October 30th, 2010, August 20th, 2013, June 10th, 2016, April 1st, 2019, and January 20th, 2022. I most know Smeargle from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team, where Smeargle can change the player's team flag. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Smeargle, the painter Pokemon, whose number is 0235. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal. Abilities: Own Tempo, or Technician in Gen 4+, and Moody is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%, breeding is a group field, hatch time 20 cycles, height 3'11" or 1.2 meters, weight is 127.9 pounds or 58 kilograms, base experience yield is 106 in Gen 2 through 4, and 88 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast, EV is 1, in speed, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is white. I'm not sure I agree with that. Feel like it's more brown, but I mean, I'd say, like, honestly, it's better than some of the other ones, and I get it. Like, how do you even really classify those? It's more like a tan color rather than the brown. I mean, yeah, the brown's a big part of the body. I probably should have just gone with that, and tan's a shade of brown, so. But, I don't know, I get white. It's not the worst. Base friendship, 70. Smeargle is a normal-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Smeargle is best known for its ability to use the move Sketch, which permanently copies the last move used by the opponent. Due to this, it can legitimately have any move in the Pokemon games except for Chatter, Struggle, Terra, Starstorm, Revival Blessing, the Starmobile's signature moves, and shadow moves. It can also learn Aura Wheel, though it cannot use this move as it can only be used by Morpeko, and it could learn Dark Void and Hyperspace Fury prior to Gen 9, but it cannot use those moves that they can only be used by Darkrai and Hoopa respectively. Consequently, it can pass on any egg move to Pokemon in the Field Egg group. Biology, Smeargle is a bipedal beagle-like Pokemon with white and brown fur. It has a long tail with an end resembling a paintbrush. This paintbrush oozes with paint, and the color of the paint may vary for each Smeargle, as well as change in hue corresponding to its emotions. Smeargle has a footprint on its back that is typically the same color as the paint on the tip of its tail, though Smeargle can have separate back and tail colors in Pokemon Stadium 2. The mark is placed on Smeargle's back as a sign of adulthood. Smeargle also has a round structure on its head with a point that resembles a beret. It has floppy brown ears and a brown collar on its neck. The rings encircling Smeargle's eyes are also brown, as are Smeargle's eyelids. Its arms have 2 brown bands. Its legs have only 1. Each of its limbs has 3 digits. So you can see Smeargle with various tail colors. So, like red and blue there. And I guess a yellow one by the mark on the back. Smeargle's in-game appearances in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal, as well as Pokemon Colosseum and Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, all depicted with red paint on its back and tail, while its shiny coloration is depicted with green. The inverse is true in the Gen 3 Core Series games and in every game from Gen 4 onwards. Pokemon Stadium 2 and the Pokemon the Series episode, The Art of Pokemon, both depict Smeargle that have blue back and tail colors, with the animated series episode also depicting Smeargle that have yellow back and tail colors. Its shiny coloration in Stadium 2 can also be seen with teal, orange, or indigo paint on its back and tail. Smeargle uses its paint to mark its territory. There are over 5,000 known different marks that Smeargle uses. Each Smeargle's tail is predetermined by the mysterious fluid secreted at the tip of the tail. There are Smeargle fanatics who will pay big money to own one. It can also use its signature move, Sketch, to copy moves from other Pokemon. Smeargle is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Sketch. Smeargle is often found in urban areas filled with graffiti. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon after rescuing Smeargle from Howling Forest. It will join the team and change the rescue base's flag on request. Pokemon Channel, a Smeargle appears in a television program called Smeargle's Art Study. He will rate the painting hanging on the player's bedroom wall, namely a picture the player made. Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, a unique Smeargle with a bow tie appears as the opposing side's Pokemon in the Love and Battle series. Pokedex entries? First, Pokemon, the series, Ruby and Sapphire reference sheet, so this is obviously supposed to be from, I don't know, somewhere up in probably the biology section. So you can see the mark on the back, the tail, you can see a painting with the tail. I guess its mouth, I guess. Yeah, it's probably show off its mouth, its tongue. That's just what it looks like. In Gen 2 in Gold, a special fluid oozes from the tip of its tail. It paints the fluid everywhere to mark its territory. Silver. Once it becomes an adult, it has a tendency to let its comrades paint footprints on its back. Crystal. The color of the mysterious fluid secreted from its tail is predetermined for each Smeargle. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Smeargle marks the boundaries of its territory using a body fluid that leaks out from the tip of its tail. Over 5,000 different marks left by this Pokemon have been found. Emerald, a Smeargle marks its territory using a fluid that leaks out from the tip of its tail. About 5,000 different marks left by this Pokemon have been found. Violet is the Silver entry and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it marks its territory by using its tail like a paintbrush. There are more than 5,000 different marks. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, so is X's. Y is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Smeargle and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, the unique creations produced by each Smeargle are painted using the fluid that oozes from its tail. This is how it marks its territory. Moon, it draws symbols all over the place to mark its territory in towns with many Smeargle. The walls are covered in graffiti. Ultra Sun, the fluid of Smeargle's tail secretions changes in the intensity of its hue as the Pokemon's emotions change. Ultra Moon, It draws symbols with the fluid that oozes from the tip of its tail. Depending on the symbol, Smeargle fanatics will pay big money for them. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet, once a Smeargle reaches adulthood, it will have other members of its species leave paw prints on its back. Violet is basically Crystal's entry, but Smeargle is now the correct casing. Smeargle in the Alola Pokedex, and Smeargle in the Blueberry Pokedex. You can see these are all green with the green paw pads. That's pretty cool. They're probably all green in the games, but anyway, yeah, you can see. That's kind of fun. I like the textures. There's 3 of them. They're next to these trees. They're under the dome, of course, and the weird structures in the background. Game locations. Side game locations and events. Held items. In events, you can get the Silk Scarf 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 55, attack 20, defense 35, special attack 20, special defense 45, speed 75 for a total of 250. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, and resistant to nothing. So, learn set, we have this special note here. Smeargle can learn practically any set of moves due to Sketch, which permanently copies any move. However, Sketch cannot be used to learn Sketch or Struggle. By leveling up, 1, you get Sketch. It's a normal status move. Its power is nothing. Accuracy is nothing. PP has 1. By TM is nothing. By breeding is nothing. Side game data, you got all this. Yep, okay. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It lets loose shockwaves to attack. This, okay. Ooh, a special note for Pokemon Go. In Pokemon Go, Smeargle only spawns after photobombing a Pokemon while taking its picture with the AR camera. Outside of special events, there is a 10% chance of a Smeargle photobomb for each session with the AR camera, up to 1 photobomb per day. Smeargle will know the same moves as the Pokemon it photobombed if possible. If the Pokemon knows 2 charged attacks, Smeargle will learn the one in the first slot. If that Pokemon knows a move Smeargle cannot learn, Smeargle will have a random move instead. Smeargle cannot learn a second charged attack, even if the photobombed Pokemon has one. Smeargle cannot use a TM or an Elite TM to change its moves. Evolution data to Smeargle. Sprites here, so yeah, you got the... Okay, that's cool. I got the red one there. It's kind of this sort of yellow color. Green with the green, of course. Yep. 3, you got the green now for the main one, and then the red is for the shiny. That's fun. They swapped them. But it honestly kind of looks like they maybe swapped the whole design. Like, this one just looks more like the actual... Like, yeah, it looks like they just took the regular and made it the shiny. This is not very green, though. They just lightened up the colors, I think. Or darkened some of them, you know. But yeah, it's pretty cool. You can see the paw print a lot more clearly. But yeah, it's a, you know. Oh yeah, the paintbrush goes from like this kind of paintbrush to this kind of paintbrush. And it looks like it sort of is in between. Like that's kind of like, oh, this is like it's moving and this is what it looks like it's not moving. But then they just kind of made it this kind of paintbrush style. And 4... guess like I think a little bit shorter. This becomes a lot more yellow, I'd say. There's like darker colors, I think, a little bit. Yeah. Gen 5, got the full back sprites. It's fun. The models. It's a, I mean, I don't know. It's a weird looking Pokemon. It's pretty faithful, I'd say. It's just, yeah, again, it's just a generally weird looking Pokemon. Then, so this becomes kind of darker brown again. This becomes a lot lighter, almost like the white, you know, but just a very light tan. This is a darker color there, and this is basically just a 1-to-1 for the colors. Back sprite, that's pretty cool. Yeah, these are basically the same, probably slightly different. And then you got the, yeah, them at homes. Good. Other sprites, Sprite from Pokestar Studios. That's fun. You got the bow tie. Animation. Smeargle in Pokemon the series, Sun and Moon. All these. Yep. Pokedex entries in episode 197 of Ash's Pokedex. Smeargle, the painter Pokemon. Colored fluids oozed from their tails, which they use to mark their territory and to express themselves. In Sun and Moon, episode 66 on the Rotom Pokedex. Smeargle, the painter Pokemon, a normal type. Smeargle uses the liquid that comes out of its tail to make unique marks that establish its territory. Got all these in the manga. Smeargle in Pokemon Adventures. a few of them. This and the TCG. Other appearances, Pokemon Channel. A Smeargle appears in its own channel known as Smeargle's Art Study, where it rates a picture that hangs on the player's wall. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Smeargle appears as a spirit. Trivia, due to its signature move sketch, Smeargle can legitimately know almost any move, giving it a number of distinctions. Smeargle can pass down any egg move combination to any Pokemon in the field egg group. This was important in generations 2 to 5, when only the father could pass down egg moves. Hidden power evaluating NPCs cannot identify the type of Smeargle's hidden power, even if Smeargle possesses the move, due to being unable to use the TM for it. Prior to Gen 9, Smeargle was able to sketch Hyperspace Fury and Dark Void, but the moves would always fail when used by Pokemon other than Hoopa Unbound and Darkrai, respectively, starting in Pokemon Sun and Moon. Smeargle is the only Pokemon capable of learning the same move by leveling up more than 4 times. Some Pokemon have the same move available at level 1 as well as by leveling up, while Smeargle has the same move available 10 times as it levels up. In the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team and Blue Rescue Team mission, Smeargle's desperate plea, even though the Smeargle refuses to have a paw painted on its back, the paw print is nonetheless present on its sprite. In Pokemon Coliseum and Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, the paint on Smeargle's back and tail is red in its normal coloration and green in its shiny coloration, which is how it was depicted in the Gen 2 Core Series games, despite the inverse being the case in the Gen 3 Core Series games at the time of their release. In Pokemon Stadium 2, Smeargle can have either red, green, or blue back and tail paint colors, and its shiny coloration can have either teal and indigo or orange back and tail paint colors respectively, determined by a combination of its speed, defense special, and attack DVs. Uniquely, Pokemon Stadium 2 is the only game in which Smeargle is depicted with additional paint colors that aren't tied to its shiny coloration. It is also the only instance of the paint on Smeargle's back and tail being shown as 2 separate colors. Because it's only ever capable of learning Sketch by level up, and being unable to learn any TM or HM move, Smeargle has both the smallest and the largest move pool out of any Pokemon. Origin, Smeargle appears to be based on a beagle and a painter. Its tail is used as a paintbrush, its head looks like it is wearing a beret, a hat often associated with painters, and it has a footprint stamped on its back, which is a form of art. Name origin, Smeargle may be a combination of smear and beagle. Dobble may be a combination of dog, daub, and doodle. It may also be derived from dobble, Spanish for double, possibly referring to Smeargle's ability to copy moves. Now the languages, references, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Smeargle's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pikachu and Pichu in this short. Ash and friends have left their Pokemon on a park, on a skyscraper, and Pikachu has met a couple of Pichu who are on the opposite side of the building, and with some shenanigans he ended up on the other side of the building, and they've gone on a little adventure, and then they've ended up at the Pichu brothers' hideout, and so now all the other members are introducing themselves. That's a Cubone. Okay, and that's where we're gonna have to stop, because that's where we're gonna start the Magby one. So that's it. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Smeargle. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Smeargle. This is Smeargles by Dragon Cookies. So it's a bunch of, Smeargle images. I got a green-tailed Smeargle, just kind of sitting there. A yellow-tailed Smeargle, just holding up its tail, I guess. Probably about to paint something. Then we got a parent Smeargle licking, presumably their child, for their child Smeargle, who has a blue tail. And then we've got a regular Smeargle, a shiny Smeargle, kind of, nuzzling, I guess. It's very cute. This is Smeargle Virtuoso by Rhythm Axe. This really, really cool art of a Smeargle here, with a bunch of, musical kind of themes, I guess, because they're both forms of art, I guess, is the idea. It's very good. I like the colors and stuff. It very much... It reminds me of Epic Mickey, I guess, for some reason. I don't know why. It's got that kind of vibe, I guess. This doesn't contain a Smeargle, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming today at 1 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time. We'll be trying to catch a Natu, Sudowoodo, Yanma, Stantler, and Smeargle and evolve Natu into Xatu, Teddiursa into Ursaring, Phanpy into Donphan, Pineco into Forretress, Snubbull into Granbull, Golbat into Crobat, and Togepi into Togetic, and get an Eevee and evolve it into Espeon. Tomorrow we talk about Tyrogue. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we talk about Tyrogue, the first Pokemon introduced in Gen 2 to evolve into multiple different Pokemon. The first pre-evolution introduced in a later generation that evolves into 2 pre-existing Pokemon. The first of 2 pure fighting-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2, the other being its evolution Hitmontop. Its previous PYC dates are October 19th, 1996, August 10th, 1999, May 31st, 2002, March 21st, 2005, January 10th, 2008, October 31st, 2010, August 21st, 2013, June 11th, 2016, April 2nd, 2019, and January 21st, 2022. I like the idea of connecting Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan through a pre-evolution, and that it evolves depending on the stats it's focusing on. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Tyrogue, the Scuffle Pokemon, whose number is 0 to 136. This is what it looks like. Its type is Fighting, abilities, Guts or Steadfast in Gen 4+. Vital Spirit is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 100% male. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding, egg group, no eggs discovered. Hatch time 25 cycles. Height is 2'4" or 0.7 meters. Weight is 46.3 pounds or 21 kilograms. Base experience skills 91 in Gen 2 through 4 and 42 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV is 1 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is purple and base friendship is 70. Tyrogue is a fighting type baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into one of 3 different Pokemon starting at level 20. Tyrogue evolves to Hitmonlee if its attack is higher than its defense. Tyrogue evolves into Hitmonchan if its defense is higher than its attack. Tyrogue evolves into Hitmontop if its attack and defense stats are equal. Biology, Tyrogue is a humanoid Pokemon with a predominantly pale purple body and brown hips and feet that resemble short pants and shoes. It has 3 blunt protrusions on top of its head, yellow eyes, and circular sections on each side of its head that resemble protective padding. There are white bands resembling bandages on its torso and wrists. It has thin limbs, and its hands have 3 fingers each. Tyrogue is a male-only species with no female counterpart. Tyrogue is famous for its eagerness to compete and boundless energy to such an extent that it will challenge anyone, even larger foes. This is the famous, intense desire that Tyrogue is known for. Determined to make itself stronger, Tyrogue will not quit no matter how many times it loses. While it is small, Tyrogue should not be ignored, as it can slug a target without warning. As a result, it is always nursing its injuries from fighting opponents larger than itself. As Tyrogue becomes stressed, if it is not able to train every day, its trainer must maintain a regular training schedule. It is usually found in urban areas. The training Tyrogue does influences its possible evolution into either Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, or Hitmontop. Evolution, Tyrogue evolves into either Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, or Hitmontop. Tyrogue, Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, Hitmontop. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 2 and Gold. It is always bursting with energy. To make itself stronger, it keeps on fighting, even if it loses. Silver. Even though it is small, it can't be ignored because it will slug any handy target without warning. Crystal, to brush up on its fighting skills, it will challenge anyone. It has a very strong competitive spirit. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, get the Silver entry. For Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Tyrogue becomes stressed out if it does not get to train every day. When raising this Pokemon, the trainer must establish and uphold various training methods. Emerald, Tyrogue becomes stressed out if they do not get to train every day. When raising this Pokemon, the trainer must establish a regular training schedule. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it is famous for its eagerness to fight and always nurses injuries from challenging larger foes. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Y is the Crystal entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Tyrogue, Pokemon, and Trainer are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Sword is the Gold entries, Leaf Green's entry, and X's entry. Shield is the Silver entries and Violet Red's entry. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl are the Diamond Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet, This earnest Pokemon battles all sorts of opponents, searching for the fighting style that suits it best. Violet, its intense desire to become stronger and stronger drives it to recklessly train its body and challenge any opponent it can find to battle. Tyrogue in the Blueberry Pokedex. Got 3 of them training together. That's fun. Game locations. Side game locations and events. Stats, base stats, HP, attack, defense, special defense, and speed, all for 35, for a total of 210. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, poison, ground, ghost, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, and dragon. Weak to flying, psychic, and fairy for double, immune to nothing, resistant to rock, bug, and dark for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Tackle. Helping Hand, Fake Out, and Focus Energy. By TM, we're skipping. By Breeding, we're skipping. Animated series only moves. Jump Kick, it's a fighting type move in the episode of Tyrogue, Full of Trouble. Side game data, you got all this, okay. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volmia, in the browser entry. It dashes about quickly and throws punches to attack. In Guardian Signs, it creates shockwaves around itself that make Pokemon paused. Got all this, okay. In Pokemon Go, Tyrogue evolves into Hitmonlee if attack is its highest IV, Hitmonchan if defense is its highest IV, or Hitmontop if HP is its highest IV. If there is a tie for its highest IV between 2 stats, it evolves into one of the Pokemon corresponding to its highest IVs at random. However, if all 3 stats are tied with the same IV, then there's an even split between evolving into Hitmontop and evolving into either Hitmonlee or Hitmonchan. Evolution data, Tyrogue, level 20 attack, higher than defense, Hitmonlee, could be bred by this one. Level 20 attack is lower than defense. Hitmonchan also could be bred. Then level 20 attack equals defense. Hitmontop also can be red. Sprites, so a lot more pink than I was expecting it to be. It's kind of a pinkish purple. Red for that, I guess, or kind of that almost burgundy color. And gray and blue. It's a lot shorter than its modern counterpart. Yeah, very stocky. Then Gen 3, these things are a lot pointier. It's a lot taller now. These are a lot smaller. These are less, like, they're more like the bands that we have and less, like, I don't know, just lines on its body, I guess. Yeah, these shoes are different. There's more of a purple, light purple, I'd say. And this is kind of a, I don't know, greenish gray, I guess. It's got orange eyes instead of blue eyes now. That's true for this one that had red eyes initially, but now it has orange eyes. Yep, different blue. Yeah. So it kind of looks like lines, though. So I guess it's supposed to be like old. You can't really tell that it's not, that's bandages yet. It's a lot more obviously bandages on the front stripe, but still kind of blends in on the back stripe for some reason. But yeah, this is a little bit taller still, I think. A lot more thin, I think. Yep. Otherwise, pretty much the same. Becomes brown pants. They kind of turn to orange and then kind of become these kind of brown pants and shoes. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, a little bit lighter as well. Yeah, pretty much the same as this one, maybe a little bit different. I think those became like gold eyes. These went back to kind of the orange eyes. Yeah, a lot more obviously bandages on, well, because of the full back stripe. So, you know, they had to make it more obviously the bandages. Yep. And the models, pretty good. You know, maybe not the easiest one to translate. They brought back the gold eyes. That's interesting. It's darker brown pants and shoes. Darker blue. Yeah. Yep. Then we got the better models in Sword and Shield. And Homes. And Animation. Tyrogue and Pokemon the series Diamond and Pearl. Fighting a Meganium. Got all these Pokedex entries in episode 233 in Ash's Pokedex. Tyrogue, the Scuffle Pokemon. Tyrogue is the evolved form of Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. It has a small but very energetic body. There's a note here that says, incorrect, should have said pre-evolved form. In the manga, you got Tyrogue and Pokemon Adventures. Tyrogue and Pokemon Gold and Silver, the Golden Boys. Okay, got all these. The TCG. Trivia, Tyrogue has several unique attributes. It is the only Pokemon whose evolution is determined by stats. It is the only baby Pokemon whose stats are all equal. It is the only Pokemon that created a shared evolutionary line between two Pokemon that were previously unrelated. Not including evolutions into regional forms, Tyrogue is the only Pokemon introduced in Gen 2 to have a branched evolution. Prior to the introduction of Dipplin, Tyrogue was the only Pokemon to have 3 different evolutions. If a Tyrogue is hacked into Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green before the National Pokedex is obtained, it will be able to evolve into Hitmonlee or Hitmonchan, but due to Fire Red and Leaf Green preventing evolution into non-Gen 1 Pokemon, it will be unable to evolve into Hitmontop. While Hitmontop shares the ability Steadfast with Tyrogue, Tyrogue cannot retain this ability after evolving. This is because Tyrogue Steadfast is the second ability, while Hitmontop Steadfast is its hidden ability. This trait is shared with Cubone and Alolan Marowak's ability, Rockhead. Tyrogue has the lowest base stat total of all Fighting-type Pokemon. Tyrogue also has the lowest base attack stat of all Fighting-type Pokemon. Origin, Tyrogue draws inspiration, especially in its most recent artwork from wrestlers. The designs on Tyrogue's body resemble the uniform of most scholastic wrestling teams, possibly showing its maturity as a fighter. A younger creature, while its evolved form seemed more professional. Tyrogue's head is also shaped similarly to wrestling headgear, meant to protect ears from long-term injury. Name origin, Tyrogue is a combination of Tyro, a beginner, or Tyke child, and Rogue, one who's playfully mischievous. Bulky may be a corruption of bulky. In other languages, related articles, external links to the baby Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Tyrogue's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 233, quite fittingly, A Tyrogue Full of Trouble. In this episode, Ash Ketchum and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have walked through a cave, and Ash and Pikachu have stopped because they've seen something. And there's the Tyrogue. Yeah. And that is Tyrogue's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Tyrogue. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Tyrogue Focus Energy by Ishman, so I guess it's Tyrogue doing Focus Energy on this punching bag. It's kind of fun. I like the colors and the style. It's very well done. Yeah. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Miltank before I can catch a Tyrogue. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Hitmontop. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Hitmontop, the second of 2 pure ground-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2, the other being its pre-evolution Tyrogue, who evolves into Hitmontop when its attack and defense stats are equal at level 20. Its previous PYC dates are October 20th, 1996, August 11th, 1999, June 1st, 2002, March 22nd, 2005, January 11th, 2008, November 1st, 2010, August 22nd, 2013, June 12th, 2016, April 3rd, 2019, and January 22nd, 2022. This is another Pokemon that I thought was introduced in Gen 4, as I didn't really know about Hitmontop until I read the Pokemon Ultimate Handbook. I like Hitmontop's design, and it's my favorite among the Tyrogue evolutions design-wise. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Hitmontop, the handstand Pokemon whose number is 0237. This is what it looks like. Its type is Fighting, abilities Intimidate or Technician in Gen 4+, Steadfast is its hidden ability, gender ratio is 100% male, catch rate is 45 or 11.9%, breeding is egg group human-like, hatch time 25 cycles, height is 4'7" or 1.4 meters, weight is 105.8 pounds or 48 kilograms, base experience yield is 138 in Gen 2 through 4, and 159 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EV yield is 2, and special defense, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is brown, and base friendship is 70. Hitmontop is a fighting type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Tyrogue starting at level 20 when Tyrogue's attack and defense are equal. It is one of Tyrogue's final forms, the others being Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. Biology, Hitmontop is a vaguely humanoid Pokemon capable of spinning on its head. Its main body is spherical and mostly blue with a brown triangular patch on its chest. Hitmontop has short legs with white bands near the hands and feet. The feet are large, blue, and have circular brown pads on the underside. It has a skinny, brown, retractable tail that ends with a blue sphere with a spike on it. Its head is round and brown with flat, curved extensions on either side and a single spike on top. The spike horn is made from the same substance that creates both its fur and claws. The horn is continuously growing through Hitmontop's lifetime. It has beady black eyes and spherical hands with no digits. Hitmontop is a male-only species with no female counterpart. Hitmontop is very adept at fighting with dance-like kicks. This technique has an amazing combination of both offense and defense at the same time. Hitmontop moves more quickly by spinning on the spike on its head than it does by walking normally. Capable of spinning at high speeds, it may bore into the ground similar to a drill. While spinning, Hitmontop delivers smooth, graceful kicks. The centrifugal force of Hitmontop's spins boosts the destructive power of its attack by a factor of 10. Anyone enchanted by its kicks will often get drilled hard by Hitmontop's kicks. Hitmontop often competes with Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. As an urban species, it is often found in towns and cities. Prior to Gen 7 and in 9, Hitmontop is the only Pokemon capable of learning the move Triple Kick. Additionally, prior to Gen 7, Hitmontop and its evolutionary relative, Hitmonlee, were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Rolling Kick. Evolution: Hitmontop evolved from Tyrogue, Hitmontop. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 2 and Gold. If you become enchanted by smooth, elegant dance-like kicks, you may get drilled hard. Silver, it launches kicks while spinning. If it spins at high speed, it may bore its way into the ground. Crystal, after doing a handstand to throw off the opponent's timing, it presents its fancy kick moves. For Stadium 2, if you Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Hitmontop spins on its head at high speed, all while delivering kicks. This technique is a remarkable mix of both offense and defense at the same time. The Pokemon travels faster spinning than it does walking. Emerald, its technique of kicking while spinning is a remarkable mix of both offense and defense. Hitmontop travel faster spinning than they do walking. Fire Red is the Silver entry and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it fights while spinning like a top. The centrifugal force boosts its destructive power by 10. Heart Gold is very similar to Gold's but slightly different, so I'll read it. If you are enchanted by its smooth, dance-like kicks, you may get a closer experience with one than you'd like. Soul Silver is its Silver counterpart. In Gen 5, Black and White is its Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum counterpart. Black 2 and White 2 are basically the same entry, but 10 is now the number 10. In Gen 6, X is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Y is the Heart Gold entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Hitmontop and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Sword is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Shield is the Crystal entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are the Black 2, White 2, and X entries. In Gen 9, Scarlet, this Pokemon is adept at dance-like kicks. The horn atop its head is made from the same substance that generally forms fur and claws. Violet, it spins on its horn while dealing out elegant kicks. Its horn grows continually through its lifetime. Hitmontop in the Blueberry Pokedex. So you can see a Hitmontop fighting a Hitmonchan. This is fun because it completes the set. So in the Hitmonlee one, it was Hitmonlee fighting a Hitmontop. In the Hitmonchan one, it was a Hitmonchan fighting a Hitmonlee, and so now this one shows a Hitmontop fighting a Hitmonchan, so each of them shows one of the matchups. That's fun. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items. In Coliseum, you can get a black belt 100% of the time. In events, you get a fighting gem 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 50, attack and defense 95, special attack 35, special defense 110, speed 70 for a total of 455. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, poison, ground, ghost, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, and dragon. Weak 2 flying, psychic, and fairy for double, immune to nothing, resistant to rock, bug, and dark for half. Learn set by leveling up. We'll read this Evo here and then go down to Wide Guard. So upon evolution, you get Triple Kick, 21 Wide Guard and Quick Guard, 24 Sucker Punch, 28 Agility, 32 Dig, 36 Close Combat, 40 Counter, and 44 Endeavor. By TM we're skipping, by Breeding we're skipping, nothing by Prior Evolution. TCG only moves, Double Kick on this card, side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs, the browser entry. It creates shockwaves around itself that make Pokemon paused. Got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, and the Pokepark Bad Entry. Hitmontop is the caretaker of the drill in the lava zone. He's fond of things that spin. An attraction like Rhyperior's Bumper Burn is a breeze to him. Got all these. Evolution data, Tyrogue, level 20, attack equals defense. Hitmontop, and you can breathe that one. Sprites here. Oh, that starts off pink. Okay, I was not expecting that. Starts off pink and kind of purplish blue, I guess. Then we got actual purple. It's two different shades of purple, I guess. Then we get kind of this sort of, I don't know, gold color, I guess. For the body and crystal. More or less, though, it stays pretty much the same. The mouth isn't quite the triangle it is yet. It's kind of a frowny face. Or probably, well, angry face, yeah, because of the eyebrows. But yeah, yep. Gen 3, you got this kind of tan color, I guess, and then this kind of, I don't know, cream color. And it's this kind of blue and this kind of pinkish purple. Yep. The eyes completely change. They're no longer these pixels, they're actually, they can make actual eyes. Yep, Gen 3, I think it changes a little bit more, the color's a little bit different, I think. This kind of becomes more of a gray. The body then becomes sort of this tan for Heart Gold and Soul Silver here for the regular one. Gen 7 goes back to this kind of color. Oh, this one's the one that introduces the triangle mouth. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Because the mouth is red. Is there anything special about that earlier? I don't think so. Yeah, no, you can see it rotating. Okay. Bullback sprites as well here. Yeah. And we get this modern brown in the models, and for some reason it no longer is on its head, it's actually standing up. And it looks like it does a little animation, that's kind of fun. You can see this sort of gray now, it's like proper gray, rather than this kind of whitish gray. Yep. It's a little bit different, probably more or less the same. I think the face might be the biggest thing, I think maybe the head might be a little bit smaller. Yeah. Got the better models and Sword and Shield. Then you got Holmes models. Animation, Hitmontop, and Pokemon Journeys, the series. Okay, cool. Got all this, okay. Pokedex entries in episode 166 in Ash's Pokedex. Hitmontop, the handstand Pokemon. Hitmontop's smooth, graceful kicks are deceptively powerful. Opponents may be surprised by their force, so beware. In Journeys, episode 39, in Go's Rotom Phone. Hitmontop, the handstand Pokemon, a fighting type. Hitmontop spins like a top as it battles, and centrifugal force adds 10 times the destructive power to its attacks. In the manga, Hitmontop in Pokemon Adventures. Okay, I guess there's a Pokedex entry in this one. Pokemon Adventures, chapter 162. It can spin and kick the opponent simultaneously. It can also drill into the ground, spinning at a high speed. Xiangyi's translation. Okay, got all this, the TCG. Trivia, unlike Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan, none of Hitmontop's names in any language derive from famous people. Hitmontop can learn the most priority moves of all Pokemon, with 14 increased priority moves and 2 decreased priority moves. This third point we read in the Tyrogue video. Hitmontop is the only evolution of Tyrogue that could never pass down its signature move to Tyrogue via breeding. Origin, Hitmontop appears to be based on a spinning top and a capoeirista. Its attack and defense stats needing to be equal in order for Tyrogue to evolve into Hitmontop is similar to how a top must be in equilibrium to remain upright. Its idle animation from Gen 6 onward depicts it performing a Ginga, a basic technique in capoeira. Hitmontop may also be based on a circus performer such as an acrobat or strongman with his arms, legs, and tail being shaped similarly to barbells used by circus weightlifters. Name origin, Hitmontop may be a combination of hit, monster, and top, a reference to spinning tops and how it fights by spinning on its head. The name is also related to Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan, both of which have been parallel evolutions to it since Gen 2. Capoeira may be derived from capoeira, an Angolan Brazilian martial art that often involves spinning one's legs in the air. Other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Hitmontop's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime section of the video. Today we are watching Pikachu and Pichu. In the short, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his friends have left their Pokemon on top of a skyscraper in a park, and during their time there. Ash's Pikachu saw a couple of Pichu on another building. This is one of them. And they were kind of taunting him, so he ran after them. Ended up on the other side of the street. They were on like a different skyscraper. And they were on their way to get him back to his building, but they stopped at their clubhouse to introduce, I guess, their friends or something, or that's just me. I think that's just where they ended up after going on a little adventure, but now all of the clubhouse members are introducing themselves. So there's the Hitmontop. Yeah, I think that's safe to say that that's Hitmontop's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Hitmontop. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because it's the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Hitmontop, used Triple Kick by Brendan Corus. The art of Brendan Corus on here. I guess it's from 2017. So it's this very stylized Hitmontop here, doing Triple Kick. You know, it's kicking 3 times. You know, so it's kind of fun. This is very stylized. Yeah, it's very good art. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Miltank before I can catch a Tyrogue to evolve it into Hitmontop. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Smoochum. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today I'll be talking about Smoochum, the first Ice Psychic Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. Its previous PYC dates are October 21st, 1996, August 12th, 1999, June 2nd, 2002, March 23rd, 2005, January 12th, 2008, November 2nd, 2010, August 23rd, 2013, June 13th, 2016, April 4th, 2019, and January 23rd, 2022. I kinda love the Smoochum. When I first saw that Jinx had a pre-evolution, I thought it was ridiculous. But I think that's why I like this Pokemon. It's ridiculous. That and the fact that it is obsessed with keeping itself clean. Anyway, let's get into the Wolfpedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Wolfpedia section of the video. Today we talk about Smoochum, the Kiss Pokemon, whose number is 0238. This is what it looks like. Its type is Ice Psychic. Abilities, Oblivious or Forewarn in Gen 4+. Hydration is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 100% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding, egg group, no eggs discovered. Hatch time 25 cycles. Height 1'4" or 0.4 meters. Weight 13.2 pounds or 6 kilograms. Base experience yield is 87 in Gen 2 through 4 and 61 and 5+. Leveling grade is medium fast. EV yield is 1 and special attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is pink and base friendship is 70. Smoochum is a dual type Ice Psychic baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Jinx starting at level 30. Biology, Smoochum is a small humanoid Pokemon that resembles a baby. It has a large head with blonde hair that reaches its shoulders and has large bangs. There are several tufts of hair sticking up on top of its head. Its skin is light purple with a cream-colored chest, arms, and feet. It has large blue-green eyes and a pair of large pink lips. These lips are sensitive enough that Smoochum uses them to identify and examine objects that it sees for the first time, and are kept moist by its daily application of tree sap. This helps Smoochum determine if it likes the object or not. When walking, Smoochum rocks its head back and forth. Smoochum is known to be very curious. This Pokemon is very active and runs about, although it often falls. Being very conscious of its appearance, it will check its reflection when given the chance to make sure it is not dirty. It will bathe the instant it finds any dirt on its face. However, it doesn't mind if its body gets dirty. Smoochum is found living in cities and cold caverns. Smoochum is a female-only species with no male counterpart. Evolution, Smoochum evolves into Jinx. Smoochum, Jinx. Gain data Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, its lips are the most sensitive parts on its body. It always uses its lips first to examine things. Silver, it always rocks its head slowly backwards and forwards, as if it's trying to kiss someone. Crystal, the sensitivity of its lips develops most quickly. It uses them to try to identify unknown objects. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Smoochum actively runs about, but also falls quite often. Whenever the chance arrives, it will look for its reflection to make sure its face hasn't become dirty. Emerald, it actively runs about, but also falls often. Whenever it falls, it will check its reflection on a lake surface to make sure its face hasn't become dirty. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it tests everything by touching with its lips, which remember what it likes and dislikes. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, they're Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Gold entry, Y is the Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Gen 5 entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Smoochum is now the correct casing. In Gen 7, in Ultra Sun, when it examines things before touching them with its hands, it makes lip contact and then diligently licks all the dirt off its lips. Ultra Moon, highly perceptive sensors. Smoochum's lips are kept moist by its daily application of tree sap. In Gen 8, in Sword, if its face gets even slightly dirty, Smoochum will bathe immediately, but if its body gets dirty, Smoochum doesn't really seem to care. Shield. This is a very curious Pokemon. Smoochum decides what it likes and dislikes by touching things with its lips. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, or the Diamond Pearl counterpart. Smoochum in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items. Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. You get the Aspure Berry 100% of the time. And Pokewalker, you get the Houndour Berry 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 45, attack 30, defense 15, special attack 85, special defense and speed 65, for a total of 305. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage annoyed by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, water, grass, electric dragon, and fairy. Weak to rock, bug, ghost, steel, fire, and dark for double, immune to nothing, resistant to psychic and ice for half. Learn set by leveling up 1, lick and pound, 4, powder snow, 8, copycat, 12, confusion, 16, covet, 20, sing, 24, fake tears, 28, ice punch, 32, psychic, 36, sweet kiss, 40, mean luck, 44, perish song, and 48, blizzard. By TM/TR we're skipping for both games. By breeding we're skipping in both games. By tutoring there's nothing. By transfer from another generation, Gen 7 you get Aurora Veil. From Gen 4 to 7 you get Captivate, that doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7 Confide. 3 you get Counter. 2 you get Curse. 2 through 7 you get Double Team. 3 you get Double Edge. 2 through 7 you get Dream Eater, 2 and 3 you get Dynamic Punch, 5 through 7 you get Echoed Voice, 4 to 6 Flash, that doesn't work anymore, 5 through 7 you get Frost Breath, 2 through 7 you get Frustration, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 you get Heal Bell, 5 through 7 you get Heart Stamp, that doesn't work anymore, 2 through 7 you get Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore, 4 through 7 you get Lucky Chant and Magic Code, Lucky Chant doesn't work anymore, 2 through 7 you get Meditate, that doesn't work anymore, 3 you get Mimic, 4 through 7 you get Miracle Eye, that doesn't work anymore, 2 through 4, you get Mud Slap. 4, you get Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. 2 and 3, you get Nightmare, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Psych Up. 4 through 7, you get Recycle. 2 through 7, you get Return, that doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 3, you get Seismic Toss. 4 through 7, you get Signal Beam, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 2, you get Sweet Scent. 2 through 7, you get Toxic. 5 through 7 you get Wake Up Slap, that doesn't work anymore, and 3, 4, 6, and 7 you get Water Pulse. Side game data, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs. It creates hearts around itself that make Pokemon tired. You got this. In the Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark Pad entry. Smoochum have traveled to the Iceberg Zone to see the Ice Tree. They enjoy taking photos and playing skill games. All these costumes from Pokemon Go, fashionable costume. It's just a little bow, that's cute. Evolution data. Smoochum, level 30. Jinx, it can be bred, I guess. Sprites. So, that's different. These are basically opposite. I mean, this is more like the modern one. Okay, orange hair and purple body. Interesting. Blonde hair and pink body. More looks like a shawl than actually just its body. That's interesting. Okay, yeah, and then this becomes blonde in Crystal. So just both blonde. Gen 3 becomes the pink color, and then this is a lighter pink, I guess, and lighter blonde. Let's just keep some blonde. Yep. It becomes a lot different. Like, that's a lot more squat, I guess. It becomes a lot more thinned down and cutesy. Its eyes especially, like, this is very angry, and that just becomes cute. Yeah, Gen 4, you got not much changes here, maybe slightly different colors. This becomes kind of like that kind of blonde, although the back stripe doesn't change for some reason. Gen 5 goes back to this kind of blonde, I guess. Got the full back stripe. Okay, Gen 6, you kind of got this lighter kind of pink, or this kind of darker pink, I guess. Got this kind of pink. Yep, and these are two wildly different colors for the hair. Yep. Got Holmes models. Other sprites, Crystal's Credit Sprite. That's cute. It's got a yellow body. That's interesting. In animation, Smoochum and Pokemon the series, Diamond and Pearl. Got all these. a Smoochum egg in Pokemon the series, Ruby and Sapphire. Okay. Yeah, we got all these. Pokedex entries in episode 203 in Ash's Pokedex. Smoochum, the kiss Pokemon, the pre-evolved form of Jinx. This sweet-natured Pokemon has sensitive lips, which it uses to explore and examine with. In X and Y, episode 50 in Serena's Pokedex. Smoochum, the kiss Pokemon. Smoochum's lips are quite sensitive, so it uses them first to investigate objects. In the manga, Smoochum and Pokemon Adventures, coming off the panel here. It's kind of fun. Okay, got all this in the TCG. Other appearances, Pokemon Channel. 2 Smoochum appear in their own channels. One Smoochum, named Ruchu, hosts an exercise channel called Smoochum Shape Up, where it performs different exercises. The other, named Muchu, hosts a ranking channel called Chum Chum Ranking, where 5 Pokemon or things are put in order of their popularity. Then it asks what one of 2 things they prefer, finally asks about some statistics about the player. In the TFG trivia, in Pokemon Gold and Silver, Smoochum is programmed to be able to learn Lovely Kiss through breeding, but no male Pokemon in the human-like group can legitimately learn it to pass down as an egg move in those games. In Gen 6, Jinx would have been able to pass down the move due to changes in breeding mechanics allowing mothers to pass down egg moves. Smoochum is the only pink Ice-type Pokemon. Smoochum has the lowest base defense stat of all Ice-type Pokemon. Smoochum is tied with Abra for having the lowest base defense stat of all Psychic-type Pokemon. Origin, Smoochum may be based on Yaru, blonde-haired, tan Japanese girls, but it is meant to resemble an otherwise normal human child. One type of Gyru, the Gyru Mama, will raise their children with the Gyru fashion style, usually in their image. This concept is more visibly seen in its design from the Pokemon Gold and Silver Space World 97 demo, where Smoochum more clearly takes after Jinx. Additionally, Yokiona, a possible origin for Jinx, is sometimes shown as holding a seemingly human child. Smoochum could also be based on the legend of Kintaro, a human child raised by the Yamauba, another possible origin of Jinx. Smoochum, Space World 97 demo. Yeah, that definitely looks more like Jinx. It's also really kind of creepy. I'm glad they didn't go with that design. Smoochum's habit of kissing things to learn through taste and touch is a behavior seen in babies and toddlers, which often bite things or hold them in their mouth for similar reasons. Name origin, Smoochum may be derived from smooch, a kiss, and possibly chum, a friend, may also be a pun on smooch. Moochel may be a combination of moochu, daze, or trance, and chu, the sound of a kiss. Now the languages, related articles, external links to the baby Pokemon. Let's move on. Since we watched Smoochum's first scene in the anime in the Igglybuff video, let's watch Smoochum's second scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pikachu and Pichu in this short. Ash and his friends have left their Pokemon in a park on top of a skyscraper. Ash's Pikachu here has met the Pichu brothers. They were on a skyscraper on the opposite side of the street. Through some shenanigans, he ended up on their building, and so they were on their way to bring him back, but they stopped at this clubhouse, their clubhouse, where all the members are introducing themselves through this fun song. Yes, and we will see a Smoochum here. Here's the Smoochum, Magby, what else all this? Yep. Yep. And that is Smoochum's second scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Smoochum. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody set in fan art sound, so we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Smoochum. So this is Alolan Smoochum and Jinx by Curly Artist. So up top here we got 2 Alolan forms. I don't know if this was before the game. It's probably not, since I have the main character, although that might have been revealed before all the other one, a lot of things. So yeah, we got just their version of Alolan Smoochum, and Jinx is just kind of fun, so making it more like a lava goddess rather than like an ice goddess. It's kind of fun. Or volcano goddess, whatever. So then yeah, you got the little one with the dress, and then yeah, that's very good. Fairy and Fairy Fire, that's fun. And then it's how to evolve your Alolan Smoochum. So step 1, pick up your Alolan Smoochum. Volcano, you. Step 2, take her to the nearest active volcano in the Alola region. And step 3, toss your Alolan Smoochum into the Inferno. Whoosh. And kaboom! Step 4, behold, as your newly evolved Alolan Jinx emerges from the depths. Warning, the evolution process may incur volcanic eruptions in the wrath of your newly formed Jinx. It's kind of fun. I got Smoochum by Danny, my brother. Sort of simplified Smoochum here. I got all the basics here. And I got Smoochum by Juka Inu. This is kind of stylized Smoochum here. Kind of give it a kiss, I guess. Very cute. This doesn't contain a Smoochum, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked about Miltank at the earliest before I can get the odd egg in Pokemon Crystal to potentially get a Smoochum, which I've already passed, but I don't have any room in my party since eggs, at least in Gen 2, are considered Pokemon instead of items, meaning they take up a party slot. Tomorrow we talk about Elekid. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we talk about Elekid. Its previous BYC dates are October 22nd, 1996, August 13th, 1999, June 3rd, 2002, March 24th, 2005, January 13th, 2008, November 3rd, 2010, August 24th, 2013, June 14th, 2016, April 5th, 2019, and January 24th, 2022. Elekid has a ridiculous design. The electric plug prongs make little sense given what it turns into in its evolution. But it does certainly make it clear that this is an electric-type Pokemon. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Elekid, the electric Pokemon, whose number is 0239. This is what it looks like. Its type is electric. Ability, static, and vital spirits is hidden ability. Gender ratio, 75% male and 25% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is a group. No eggs discovered. Hatch time 25 cycles. Height is 2 foot or 0.6 meters. Weight is 51.8 pounds or 23.5 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 106 in Gen 2 through 4 and 72 in 5 plus. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 and speed. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is yellow and base friendship is 70. Elekid is an electric type baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Electabuzz starting at level 30, which evolves into Electivire when traded holding an Electorizer. Biology: Elekid is a yellow, brown-bodied Pokemon with black stripes. Elekid's arms are bulky in proportion to its body, and it has 3 claws instead of fingers. It has 2 stripes on its arms, which wrap all the way around. There are 2 horns on top of its head, which resemble the prongs of a power plug, complete with holes in their sides. These horns glow bluish-white when Elekid is fully charged. Elekid has a black lightning bolt marking on its chest. 2 rows of stripes are near the marking, with the pattern continuing around its lower back. Its legs are black, and its feet are rounded and toeless. Elekid tends to become restless and full-on rowdy when it hears the sound of thunderstorm coming. Should be a thunderstorm coming. And likes to play out in the middle of thunderstorms. It can generate electricity by rotating its arms, but it tires easily and can only charge a small amount. Elekid cannot store the electricity it generates, so it prefers to break into the houses of humans in order to consume electricity from their electrical outlets. It lives in the grasslands. Evolution: Elekid evolves into Electabuzz, which evolves into Electivire. So Elekid, Electabuzz, Electivire. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 Gold, it rotates its arms to generate electricity, but it tires easily, so it charges up only a little bit. Silver, even in the most vicious storm, this Pokemon plays happily if thunder rumbles in the sky. Crystal, it loves violent thunder. The space between its horns flickers bluish-white when it is charging energy. For Pokemon Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, and Crystal Sword, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow and Sword, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Elekid stores electricity in its body. If it touches metal and accidentally discharges all its built-up electricity, this Pokemon begins swinging its arms in circles to recharge itself. Emerald, if it touches metal and discharges the electricity it has stored in its body, and Elekid begins swinging its arms in circles to recharge itself. Fire Red is the Silver entry and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl, it generates electricity by whirling its arms, however it can't store the energy it makes. Platinum, a weak electric current flows between its horns. Sticking a hand there shocks the unwary. Heart Gold is its gold counterpart. Soul Silver is basically silvers, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. In Gen 5, Black and White is the Platinum entry, Black 2 and White 2. Spinning its arms around to generate electricity makes the area between its horns shine light blue. In Gen 6, X is the Diamond and Pearl entry, Y is the Black 2 and White 2 entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Elekid and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, when it's in a house, electrical outlets serve as its baby bottles. It sucks down electricity. Moon, this Pokemon is constantly fighting with Togedemaru that try to steal its electricity. It's a pretty even match. Ultra Sun, When it hears the crash of thunder, Elekid's mood improves. It can be useful to record that sound and play it when Elekid's feeling down. Aww. Ultramoon. When its horns shine a bluish-white, that's a sign it's fully charged. You'll get a shocking jolt if you touch it. In Gen 8 and Sword, when a storm approaches, this Pokemon gets restless. Once Elekid hears the sound of thunder, it gets full-on rowdy. Shield. It's not good at storing electricity yet. This Pokemon sneaks into people's homes, looking for electrical outlets to eat electricity from. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, or their Diamond Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus. They generate electricity by spinning their arms during a thunderstorm. If one hears the lively voices of children out in the wilderness, what one is actually hearing are the voices of Elekid. In Gen 9, Scarlet is basically crystals, but bluish and white are now 2 words instead of a single word with a hyphen. Violet is the gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Elekid in the Alola Pokedex and Elekid in the Blueberry Pokedex. So in this cave with all these bunch of electric webs and stuff, that's fun. You can see it charging up electricity. That's kind of fun to see. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Diamond, you get the Electrolyzer 50% of the time, and Pearl, you get the Electrolyzer 5% of the time. That's wildly unfair. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Pokewalker, you get Tomato Berry in the Amity Meadow 100% of the time. And Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultramoon, you get the Electrizer 5% of the time. Sword and Shield, you get the Electrizer with the expansion pass 5% of the time. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, you get the Electrizer 5% of the time. Legends Arceus, normal, you get the Cherry Berry 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time. Grid items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time. Grid items by level. Stats, base stats, HP 45, Attack 63, Defense 37, Special Attack 65, Special Defense 55, Speed 95 for a total of 360. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting poison, rock, bug, ghost, fire, water, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to ground for double, immune to nothing. Resistant to flying, steel, and electric for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1 quick attack and leer, 4 thundershock, 8 charge, 12 swift, 16 shockwave, 20 thunderwave, 24 Screech, 28 Thunder Punch, 32 Discharge, 36 Low Kick, 40 Thunderbolt, 44 Light Screen, and 48 Thunder. By TM we're skipping, by breeding we're skipping, side game data, okay, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Almi in the browser entry. It attacks by launching electrified orbs in Guardian Science. It creates waves of electricity around it that make Pokemon stopped. You got all this, okay. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark pad entry. Elekid came to the Haunted Zone to explore the haunted house. He's shockingly good at Rotom Spooky Shoot 'em Up. And all this. Costumes in Pokemon Go. Spark-themed accessory. Can't really see it very well, but it's right there on its arm. Evolution data. Elekid evolves into Electabuzz, starting at level 30, which evolves into Electivire when traded while holding an Electorizer. Electabuzz cannot evolve into Electivire in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Electivire is not present in those games. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Electabuzz evolves into Electivire when exposed to an Electorizer. Elekid, level 30, Electabuzz, traded while holding an Electorizer. Electivire, then I guess you could breed them. You probably could breed that one with that one too. Sprites here. So, okay. Not too different. I mean, it's got the basics. A little bit different in the plug. A little bit almost like wonky plugs, but maybe that was the original idea. They weren't maybe supposed to be that straight. But yeah, I mean, they're both basically just the yellows we'd see probably throughout its lifetime, so that's interesting. The lightning bolt's probably a little bit different. So yeah, that's like this one now. They kind of swapped them, the shiny and the not shiny. Now it's more straight for the plug. Fingers, well, same amount of fingers, same amount of stripes. Yep. Really not much changes. Yeah, okay, yep. It's good, yes. Full back sprites here. Yeah, pretty much the same. Then we got the models, so it kind of goes back to the lighter yellow, and this kind of yellow, I guess, kind of keeps that. Yep. Pretty good models. You know, not great, but, you know, the best they probably could do. Then we got much better models in this game. Oh, that is weirdly artificial looking. Never mind, maybe these aren't the best models. These are better, I guess. These look more natural, I guess. Like, they're actually maybe horns. These are just, like, straight up just, they model the plug, and then they put this, Pokemon on top of that. That's not great. Home, these are a little bit better. Other sprites. Pokemon Gold and Silver credit sprite, so it's blue. That's interesting. An animation. Elekid in Pokemon Journeys the series. Paul's Elekid, I guess, is the big one. Okay. An Elekid egg in Pokemon the series, Gold and Silver. That's kind of fun. See it? Kind of looks more like its evolution with the lines. It's interesting. Elekid prongs in a drawing. That's cool. Got all this. Pokedex entries in episode 261 in Ash's Pokedex. Elekid, the electric Pokemon. Elekid is the evolved form of Electabuzz. It generates electricity by spinning its arms. Good thing here. Incorrect, should have said pre-evolved form. In Advanced Generations, episode 154 in Maze Pokedex. Elekid, the electric Pokemon. It spins its arms to create a powerful electric charge. Diamond and Pearl, episode 3 in Dawn's Pokedex. Elekid, the electric Pokemon. Elekid waves its arms to produce a strong electrical charge and gains strength when lightning is present. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 137 in Ash's Pokedex. Elekid, the electric Pokemon. Elekid's weak spot is between its horns, but the electric current that runs there can shock the unwary. Got all these in the manga. Elekid in Pokemon Adventures. Okay, got all this, the TCG and the TFG. Trivia, we basically read all of these points in this sub-point in the Electabuzz video. But the main difference between this one would be the Elekid and Magby being countered instead of Electabuzz and Magmar. Origin, Elekid is the baby form of Electabuzz, and as such, it is a baby Oni, a Japanese ogre. Its antennas seem to be based on American and Japanese AC power plugs. There's a lightning symbol on its belly indicating its electric abilities. Elekid's way of charging, which is spinning its arms, works like electric generator, which converts mechanical energy into electric power. I think it's supposed to be an electric generator. Name origin, Elekid may be a combination of electric, or Eleki, electric, and kid. In other languages, the also external links to the baby Pokemon. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Elekid's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pikachu's rescue adventure. In this short, while taking a break from their journeys, Ash and friends have taken a nap and they've let their Pokemon, you know, be out of their Pokeballs to enjoy the nice day and stuff. And Togepi has fallen down a hole, which has led Pikachu and the rest of these guys to follow Togepi. So they fell into this world and have fallen into this kind of tree area, and they're about to be greeted by an Elekid. There's the Elekid. When I say that's Elekid's first scene in the anime, let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Elekid.
Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. The question is, what do you love about Elekid? And Pokemon Master Ash K 2080 on 8TV has responded, "Hi, can we be friends?" If you're asking Elekid if they can be friends with you, this is not the correct way to go about it. You're gonna have to play the Pokemon games and level up their friendship to become friends with them. You'll catch an Elekid, of course, or breed it and get the Elekid, and then become friends with them. If you're asking me personally, well, I know a lot of YouTubers might be like, yeah, of course we could be friends, and I'm not doing that. I don't know who you are. Friendships online work differently than they do in real life. You can't just ask someone to be a friend and they be friends. You have to interact with people and form a platonic relationship, based on interests and activities together. You're a stranger to me, so I have to say no. I won't be actively mean to you if you respond to these or comment, all of that. Hopefully you'll understand. And we'll move on.
Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Notice that in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Elekid. This is Elekid 2013 by Twarda8, so presumably it's an image from 2013 of this cool looking Elekid here, finding its hands on the ground, probably taking the electromagnetic energy from the ground and sparking it up there, or maybe it's discharging it into the ground. I don't know. It's pretty cool. I got Elekid, Electabuzz, and Electivire by Hiftran. So yeah, Elekid, Electabuzz, and Electivire. So Elekid, Electabuzz, Electivire. It's cool looking art here. Almost kind of feels like official art, but of maybe this era, but probably isn't, you know, it's obviously not. But yeah, very good. Elekid's Family 2 by Darkrai Lady. So you've got, you know, Elekid, Electabuzz, and Electivire. It's very cool. Well done. I think it's just the official images down in there. A little bit, you know, kind of this shaded style. And then we got Electabuzz Family by Zero-Chan, 923,600. So they're a very stylized family here. I'm just like, I guess they're fighting, I guess. Like Elekid, Electabuzz, Electivire. This doesn't contain Elekid, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, as I need to wait until I've talked to Mount Miltank at the earliest to get the odd egg in Pokemon Crystal to potentially get an Elekid, which I already passed, as I don't have room in my party, since eggs, at least in Gen 2, are considered Pokemon instead of items, meaning they take up a party slot. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Magby. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Magby, the last baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. Its previous PYC dates are October 23rd, 1996, August 14th, 1999, June 4th, 2002, March 25th, 2005, January 14th, 2008, November 4th, 2010, August 25th, 2013, June 15th, 2016, April 6th, 2019, and January 25th, 2022. Compared to the last two Pokemon, Magby is the most logical of the three pre-evolutions. It honestly feels like it should have always been Magmar's pre-evolution, and I wouldn't be surprised if it originally was, but was scrapped in Gen 1 due to space limitations. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Magby, the live coal Pokemon, whose number is 0240. This is what it looks like. Its type is Fire, ability is Flame Body, and Vital Spirit is its ability. Gender ratio is 75% male and 25% female. Catch rate is 45 for 11.9%. Breeding is egg group, no eggs discovered. Hatch time 25 cycles. Height is 2'4" or 0.7 meters. Weight is 47.2 pounds or 21.4 kilograms. Basic experience skill is 117 in Gen 2 through 4 and 73 and 5 plus. Leveling grade is medium fast. EV is 1 in speed. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is red and base friendship is 70. Magby is a fire type baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Magmar starting at level 30, which evolves into Magmortar when traded while holding a Magmarizer. Biology, Magby is a bipedal Pokemon that has a red body with a yellow flame-shaped marking on its stomach and a black collar marking on its neck. Its head is covered with large lumps, and it has a rounded yellow beak. There is a single spike on its back, and it has a tapered tail. Its short arms have 3 clawed fingers, while its feet have only 2 clawed toes. Magby can breathe 1,100 degree Fahrenheit, 600 Celsius flames, and hot embers drip from its mouth. Its health can be determined by these flames. Yellow flames show that a Magby is in good health, while flames mixed with a lot of smoke is symptomatic of fatigue, and flames dripping from its nose is a sign of a cold. Magby's volcanic habitat ensures its health. However, it can be seen living in towns. Magby is known to be rather small and timid. It leaks out flames when excited or surprised. It prefers to soak in the magma of volcanoes in order to recover from the day's fatigue. Evolution, Magby evolves into Magmar, which evolves into Magmortar. So Magby, Magmar, Magmortar. Game data, Pokedex entries. Gen 2 and Gold. Each and every time it inhales and exhales, hot embers dribble out of its mouth and nostrils. Silver, it is found in volcanic craters. Its body temp is over 1,100 degrees, so don't underestimate it. Crystal, it naturally spits an 1,100 degree flame. It is said when many appear, it heralds a volcanic eruption. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Magby's state of health is determined by observing the fire it breathes. If the Pokemon is spouting yellow flames from its mouth, it is in good health. When it is fatigued, black smoke will be mixed in with the flames. Emerald, if a Magby is spouting yellow flames from its mouth, it is in good health. When it is fatigued, black smoke will be mixed in with the flames. Fire Red is basically Silver's, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It is found in volcanic craters. Its body heat exceeds 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit, so don't underestimate it. Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, in Diamond and Pearl, its body temperature is around 1,100 degrees F Fahrenheit. It is healthy if it is breathing yellow flames. Platinum, its magma-like blood circulates throughout its body. Its body heat can top 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Heart Gold is the Gold counterpart. Soul Silver is very similar to its Silver counterpart, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It is found in volcanic craters. Its body temperature is over 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit, so don't underestimate it. In Gen 5, Black and White is the Platinum entry. Black 2 and White 2. It's small, but its body temperature is over 1,100 degrees F. Embers escape its mouth and nose when it breathes. In Gen 6, X is basically Black 2 and White 2s, but F is now the full word Fahrenheit. Y is basically the entries of Platinum, Black and White, but same thing, F is now Fahrenheit. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Magby and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, many of these Pokemon can be seen in areas with volcanic activity. Feeding can get them so excited. They excel flames of 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Moon, a famous potter, lives with a Magby. Apparently, its soft flames produce fine works. Ultra Sun, when flames drip from its nose, that means it has a cold. Have it lie down for a nice rest in some magma. You know, just the magma you have on hand. It's a lot easier in Alola. Ultra Moon, its body temperature is always around 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit. If Magby falls into a small enough pond, the whole thing will dry up. In Gen 8 Sword, this Pokemon is still small and timid. Whenever Magby gets excited or surprised, flames leak from its mouth and its nose. Shield, this Pokemon makes its home near volcanoes. At the end of the day, Magby soaks in magma, resting and recovering from the day's fatigue. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl are very similar to Diamond Pearls, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Its body temperature is around 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It is healthy, but is exhaling yellow flames. Legends Arceus, this Pokemon lives in volcanic areas. With each breath, sparks spurt from its mouth and nose. When Magby is in good health, its flames gain a yellow tint. In Gen 9, Scarlet and Violet are very similar to ones we've done before, but they're slightly different, so we'll read them. Scarlet, each and every time it inhales and exhales, sparks leak from its mouth and nostrils. Violet, magma-like blood circulates throughout this Pokemon's body, raising its body temperature as high as 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Magby in the Alola Pokedex, and Magby in the Blueberry Pokedex. We got 4 of them, that's very cute, yeah, very nice. I like the texture, that's fun. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items, Diamond, Magmarizer 5% of the time, and Pearl, Magmarizer 50% of the time. That's fun, because it's flipped of what the Electrizer, or whatever from yesterday's video. It was 50, I think, in Diamond, and 5% in Pearl, so that's kind of fun that they flopped them. Pokewalker, Kelp Sea Berry in the Amity Meadow 100% of the time. In Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, you get the Magmarizer 5% of the time. Sword and Shield, if you have the expansion pass, you get the Magmarizer 5% of the time. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, you get the Magmarizer 5% of the time. Legends Arceus, for normal, you get the Rost Berry 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time. Grid ends by level. Alpha EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, grid ends by level. Stats, base stats, HP 45, attack 75, defense 37, special attack 70, special defense 55, speed 83, for a total of 365. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged only by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ghost, electric, psychic, dragon, and dark. Weak to ground, rock, and water for double, immune to nothing, resistant to bug, steel, fire, grass, ice, and fairy for F. Learn set by leveling up 1 Smog and Leer, 4 Ember, 8 Smokescreen, 12 Clear Smog, 16 Flame Wheel, 20 Confuse Ray, 24 Scary Face, 28 Fire Punch, 32 Lava Plume, 36 Low Kick, 40 Flamethrower, 44 Sunny Day, and 48 Fire Blast. By TM we're skipping, by breeding we're skipping, side game data, you got all this, okay. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volmy in the browser entry. It attacks by launching fireballs. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs. It attacks by spitting fire. Got this, okay. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark pad entry. Magby often plays in the Lava Zone. They show great respect for Blaziken, and they have tons of fun at Bastiodon's Block Barrage. Got all this. Evolution data. Magby evolves into Magmar, starting at level 30, which evolves into Magmortar when traded while holding a Magmarizer. Magmar cannot evolve into Magmortar in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Magmortar is not present in those games. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, Magmar evolves into Magmortar when exposed to a Magmarizer. Magby, level 30, Magmar, trade holding Magmarizer, Magmortar. I guess you can breed this one. Probably can breed that one as well. Sprites here, so, okay. A little bit chunkier, particularly in the thing, and it doesn't have the flame thing yet. That's interesting. Yeah, the flame pattern isn't there yet. Huh. It's just like a weird kind of half and half. I guess it's kind of trying to emulate this thing and Magmar. But yeah, it's got 2 front toes and a back toe. That's interesting. 3, I mean, it's, yeah, something like that. Got a bunch of these bumps. They're not as evenly around, I'd say. Yep. Again, a little bit chunkier. Got the one. It's like there. Looks like it's supposed to have like the flame patterns, kind of like that did. Yes, it has a different belly for some reason. Crystals is what introduces the curl on that belly. It looks wildly different between gold and silver. It almost looks like it's aging up. I don't know why it's so different between the two games. This is kind of darker red. You see orangish yellow and all that for the shiny. This becomes a lot smaller, a lot more sleek, a lot more round on the top there. Definitely got the flame now, and that's yellow and red. This is just yellow. It's like 2 shades of yellow. No evidence of whether or not this is gone or not. It's just not there. I don't know. Yeah. Don't know this. Then, yeah, diamond. Pearl, all that. Yeah, pretty much the same. Probably slightly different. Color. Oh, the color in platinum, like the belly, is kind of like this bright yellow. Now it's kind of this darker yellow. I guess, and then this becomes a little bit lighter red. Yep. I get the full back sprite, so that confirms that the back one is no longer on the sprite. Or no longer has the back toe. But yeah, it's pretty much the same. Colors might be a little bit different. But yeah. Models, pretty good models, I'd say. Certainly better than some. Oh, this becomes orange and yellow. His eyes are weird. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm assuming it's an animation. Yeah, I don't know why his eyes are weird on this one. Yep. Got these. Better models. So they weirdly gain this? When does that happen? Was that always intended? I guess it was always kind of intended to have these sort of large white pupils, but it kind of loses them for many generations until we get back to the models, more or less just, I guess, Sun's models, what reintroduce. Maybe a little bit, maybe it is here, because you can kind of see it in, like, rubies. They're a lot bigger than they ever were, but yeah, you can see these in this game, they're a lot better models than this one's homes, yeah. Yeah, animation, Magby in Pokemon Journeys the series, got all these. A Magby egg in Pokemon the series Ruby and Sapphire. Pokedex entries in episode 262 in Ash's Pokedex. Magby, the live coal Pokemon. Magby is the pre-evolved form of Magmar. Despite its small size, it is a tough opponent and produces an extremely hot flame. Diamond Pearl, episode 170 in Dawn's Pokedex. Magby, the live coal Pokemon. Magby has a magma-like substance in its body, and it emits super fiery breath. Here you go, this in the manga. Magby in Pokemon Adventures, looking very cute. Then you got Magby and Pokemon Gold and Silver, the Golden Boys. Yes, there's a Cleffa here. This one, here you go, this in the TCG. Trivia, Magby has the lowest possible maximum performance in any given stat of any Pokemon, only capable of reaching 3 stars in any of its 5 stats. I read this one, I guess, in the Magmar video. We talked about it in the Elekid one as well, briefly. Origin. Magby seems to be a combination of a booby or duck with a mythical salamander. It is possibly based on a Karura, depicted in Japanese Hindu Buddhist mythology as a bird-like fire-breathing creature. The spike on its back gives it a resemblance to a baby iguana. Its face may also be based on Hyotoku masks, which resemble a man blowing fire through a bamboo pipe. The yellow part on its belly appears to be a symbol of a flame. Name origin, Magby may be a combination of magma and baby or booby, a type of seabird. Booby may be a combination of booby and baby. In other languages, related articles, external links to the baby Pokemon, let's move on. Now let's watch Magby's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pikachu and Pichu in this short. Ash and friends have left their Pokemon in a park on top of a skyscraper. Here, Pikachu has met the Pichu brothers. They were on a different building, and he ended up on their building through a series of unfortunate events. And now they've tried to get back to his original building, but they've stopped at the Pichu brothers' hideout, and now all of the members are introducing themselves. There's a Magby, and that's where we started in the Igglybuff video, so we'll have to stop there. Let's move on. Now let's see why other people love Magby. Now let's look at Fanner. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Magby and Magmar by Geeth Jerk. So we got Magby and Magmar. I don't know if this is before Gen 4 when they introduced Magmortar, or if they just wanted to do the first two members of the line here, but yeah, here they are, in a very stylized, or duck-like, I'd say, image, yeah. Very good. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight as I need to wait until I've talked about Miltank at the earliest to get the odd egg in Pokemon Crystal to potentially get a Magby, which I already passed, but I don't have room in my party since eggs, at least in Gen 2, are considered Pokemon instead of items, meaning they take up a party slot. Tomorrow we talk about Miltank. That video will be uploaded early at 9 AM CDT, Central Daylight Time, tomorrow. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Miltank, a Pokemon considered to be the female counterpart of Tauros. Its previous PYC dates are October 24th, 1996, August 15th, 1999, June 5th, 2002, March 26th, 2005, January 15th, 2008, November 5th, 2010, August 26th, 2013, June 16th, 2016, April 7th, 2019, and January 26th, 2022. I think a cow Pokemon is clever, especially if it was always meant to be the cow to Tauros' bull. I most associate Miltank with M&J TV, as Mikey, the channel's host, has expressed a hatred towards Miltank's design. I personally think the design is fine. Makes it clear to the audience it's a cow Pokemon. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Miltank, the milk cow Pokemon, whose number is 0241. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal. Abilities, thick fat or scrappy in Gen 4+. Sap Sippers, its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 100% female, and catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding, a group field, hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 3'11" or 1.2 meters. Weight is 166.4 pounds or 75.5 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 200 in Gen 2 through 4 and 172 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 2 in defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is pink, and base friendship is 70. Miltank is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, but is considered to be a counterpart of Tauros. Biology, Miltank is a bipedal bovine Pokemon which can only be female. Its body is mostly pink with a yellow belly and black angular markings along its back. A black hood-like marking surrounds its face with a pink triangular mark on its forehead. There are 2 small horns on top of its head. It has large blue eyes, a black nose, and a wide mouth, as well as long black floppy ears with yellow insides. Miltank has a yellow udder with 4 pink teats. All 4 of its limbs end in black cloven hooves, and its long tail is tipped with a black sphere. In The Young Flame Strikes Back, a smaller Miltank was shown without any horns or teats, implying this is what young Miltank looked like. In every generation, except for Generation 6 and 7, Milk Drink is the signature move of Miltank. Prior to Gen 6, Miltank was the only Pokemon capable of learning the move Milk Drink. The milk that it produces is sweet and very nutritious and can be used to heal Pokemon and ill or weary humans. Drinking a large amount of Miltank's milk will cause the Pokemon or person to gain weight and develop stomach pains. The taste and nutrition of its milk improves with the quality of the pasture it lives in, and the taste itself changes with the season. It can produce over 5 gallons of milk per day, which can be turned into yogurt or enjoyed unchanged by children and adults alike. Miltank can become ill if it is not milked every day. Miltank lives in grasslands and is also raised on farms. Miltank has been supporting the lives of people and other Pokemon since ancient times with its ability to produce milk. Game data, NPC appearances, Gold, Silver, Crystal, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver. The Moo Moo Farm has a herd of Miltank. The Miltank that provides milk is ill until the player feeds it a certain amount of berries. Miltank acts as the Milk Lady of Lively Town in Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon and can often be found making her rounds in the city. After the story is cleared, she can be connected with the player and will be usable. It is also revealed that she has hired both Crocodile and Krokorok, though the two often slack off during work. Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, its milk is packed with nutrition, making it the ultimate beverage for the sick or weary. Silver, if it has just had a baby, the milk it produces contains much more nutrition than usual. In Crystal, in order to milk a Miltank, one must have a knack for rhythmically pulling up and down on its udders. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Miltank gives over 5 gallons, or 20 liters, of milk on a daily basis. Its sweet milk is enjoyed by children and grown-ups alike. People who can't drink milk turn it into yogurt and eat it instead. Emerald, it gives over 5 gallons of milk daily. Its sweet milk is enjoyed by children and grown-ups alike. People who can't drink milk turn it into yogurt and eat it instead. Fire Red is the silver entry and Leaf Green is the gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, it is said that kids who drink Miltank's milk grow up to become hardy, healthy adults. Heart Gold is its gold counterpart. Soul Silver, if it is around babies, the milk it produces contains much more nutrition than usual. That's an interesting change, because I mean, I figured that they wouldn't keep had a baby, because it's, you know, that's not how Pokemon breeding works. But, I don't know, that's an interesting change. Change it to being just around babies rather than, I don't know, just if it has a newborn or something, you know, or whatever, a newly hatched baby or something, you know, something like that. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are basically Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums, but Miltank is now the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is the Soul Silver entry. Y is the gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Miltank is now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, its milk is high in calories and packed with nutrients, therefore if you drink too much of it, you may wind up with a body like Miltank's. Moon, most people raise it for its milk, but it's quite tough and strong, so it's also well suited for battle. Ultra Sun, it produces over 5 gallons of milk a day. The higher the quality of the pasture it lives in, the richer and tastier its milk becomes. Ultra Moon, its milk is delicious and chock full of nutrients. However, if you drink too much, it could make your stomach hurt, so be careful. In Gen 8 and Sword, Miltank produces highly nutritious milk, so it's been supporting the lives of people and other Pokemon since ancient times. Shield, this Pokemon needs to be milked every day or else it will fall ill. The flavor of Miltank's milk changes with the seasons. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Diamond Pearl counterpart. Miltank in the Alola Pokedex. Game locations. Okay. Side game locations. And events. Held items. Gold, Silver, and Crystal get the Moo Moo milk 25% of the time. Emerald, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Ranch, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, X, Y, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon get the Moo Moo milk 100% of the time. In Sword and Shield, with the expansion pass, you get the Moo Moo milk 100% of the time. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, you get the Moo Moo milk 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 95, attack 80, defense 105, special attack 40, special defense 70, speed 100, total 490. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. If this Pokemon has thick fat, the effectiveness of fire-type moves is half, and the effectiveness of ice-type moves is also half. They would both be half instead of 1. If this Pokemon has Sap Sipper, the effectiveness of grass-type moves is 0, so that would be 0 instead of 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Tackle and Growl, 5 Rollout, 10 Defense Curl, 15 Stomp, 20 Heal Bell, 25 Headbutt, 30 Zen Headbutt, 35 Milk Drink, 40 Body Slam, 45 Play Rough, 50 Charm, and 55 High Horsepower. Buy TM/TR, Zorn Shield, 0 Mega Punch, 1 Mega Kick, 3 Fire Punch, 4 Ice Punch, 5 Thunder Punch, 8 Hyper Beam, 9 Giga Impact, 11 Solar Beam, 14 Thunder Wave, 21 Rest, 22 Rock Slide, 24 Snore, 25 Protect, 27 Icy Wind, 29 Charm, 31 Attract, 32 Sandstorm, 33 Rain Dance, 34 Sunny Day, 36 Whirlpool, 39 Facade, 41 Helping Hand, 43 Brick Break, 48 Rock Tomb, 59 Fling, 76 Round, 79 Retaliate, 81 Bulldoze, and 98 Stomping Tantrum. For the TRs, 1 Body Slam, 4 Surf, 5 Ice Beam, 6 Blizzards, 8 Thunderbolt, 9 Thunder, 10 Earthquake, 14 Metronome, 20 Substitute, 21 Reversal, 26 Endure, 27 Sleep Talk, 31 Iron Tail, 33 Shadow Ball, 52 Gyro Ball, 64 Focus Blast, 69 Zen Headbutt, 74 Iron Head, 76 Stealth Rock, 79 Heavy Slam, 85 Work Up, 90 Play Rough, 94 High Horsepower, and 99 Body Press. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, DM1, Focus Punch, 3 Water Pulse, 10 Work Up, 11 Sunny Day, 13 Ice Beam, 14 Blizzard, 15 Hyper Beam, 17 Protect, 18 Rain Dance, 22 Solar Beam, 23 Iron Tail, 24 Thunderbolt, 25 Thunder, 26 Earthquake, 30 Shadow Ball, 31 Brick Break, 32 Double Team, 34 Shockwave, 37 Sandstorm, 39 Rock Tomb, 42 Facade, 44 Rest, 45 Attract, 52 Focus Blast, 56 Fling, 58 Endure, 68 Giga Impact, 73 Thunder Wave, 74 Gyro Ball, 76 Stealth Rock, 77 Psych Up, 80 Rock Slide, 82 Sleep Talk, 83 Bulldoze, 87 Swagger, 90 Substitute, 95 Surf, 96 Strength, and 98 Rock Smash. By breeding in Sword and Shield, This group gives you Belch. Torkoal gives you Curse. This group gives you Double Edge. This group gives you Focus Punch. This group gives you Hammer Arm. Delibird gives you Present. And this group gives you Seismic Toss. In Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, this group gives you Belch. This group gives you Curse. This group gives you Double Edge. This group gives you Hammer Arm. This group gives you Helping Hand. Delibird gives you Present. This group gives you Reversal, and this group gives you Seismic Toss. By tutoring, if you have the Sword and Shield expansion pass, you can get Steel Roller as a physical, Steel-type move, power 130, accuracy 100%, PP has 5. By transfer from another generation, in Gen 5 through 7, you get After You, 2 through 7, you get Buy, that doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Block and Captivate, Captivate doesn't work anymore. 6 and 7, you get Confide, 3, you get Counter. 4 through 7, you get Dizzy Punch, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Double Team. 2 and 3, you get Dynamic Punch. 5 through 7, you get Echoed Voice. 2 through 7, you get Frustration, that doesn't work anymore. 5 through 7, you get Heart Stamp, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Hidden Power, that doesn't work anymore. 3, you get Mimic. 2 and 3, you get Mud Slap. 4 through 7, you get Natural Gift, that doesn't work anymore. 6, you get Power Punch. 2 through 7, you get Psych Up. 4 through 7, you get Punishment, that doesn't work anymore. 2 through 7, you get Return, that doesn't work anymore. 2, 5, and 6, you get Rock Smash. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power, that doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Shockwave. 2, 5, and 6, you get Strength. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 2, you get Sweet Scent. 2 through 7, you get Toxic. 4 through 7, you get Wake Up Slap, that doesn't work anymore. 3, 4, 6, and 7, you get Water Pulse, and 2, you get Zap Cannon. Side game data, you got all this. Okay. Pokemon Ranger Shadows Evolve Me in the browser entry. It attacks by letting loose shockwaves and thrashing around. How about this? Evolution data doesn't evolve anything. Sprites here, so a little bit chunkier, but otherwise pretty much the same. It's pink, it's a different darker pink, and this is white. It's kind of a blue and red and black. Yeah. A little bit thinner now. It's got the yellow and the blue eyes. Yeah, this is now just red and gray and white, I guess. Yeah. Spots, there's a lot more spots on the back stripe in Gen 3. I guess there was starting in Crystal. I had a couple in Gold and Crystals, or Gold and Silver, so Crystal added the, yeah, multiple spots. Okay. Tail, it's pink, and this, and then it becomes yellow in Gen 3. Interesting. Okay. 4, so, yeah, Gen 4 shiny is a lot more, obviously, not, yeah, a lot more clear, I guess. That it's sort of blue, red, and this kind of cream-colored, I guess. Yep. This is, I think, maybe slightly different pink as well. Then we got the full back sprite in Gen 5. Yep. Gen 6. Pretty good models, I guess. This kind of becomes different blue, different pink. Lighter pink and darker blue, that's interesting. Kind of becomes more brown, I'd say. Shiny there. Homes. Okay, looks a bit silly and 3D version of its official art. Animation, Miltank in Pokemon the series Sun and Moon. Oh, there's the baby. You can see the baby here. That's cute. Whitney's Miltank, I guess, is the big one. Okay, got all this. Pokedex entries. The first one we record for the anime section, so I'll let Dexter read it.
Miltank, the milk cow Pokemon. Miltank produces very nutritious milk, a perfect drink for reviving sick Pokemon. Miltank are very even-tempered and prefer not to battle.
Diamond and Pearl, episode 62 in Ash's Pokedex. Miltank, the milk cow Pokemon. It is widely known that drinking Miltank milk when you're young helps you grow up to be strong and healthy. All this in the manga. Miltank in Pokemon Gold and Silver, the Golden Boys. Coming off the panel, that's fun. Okay, got this. And we got Miltank in Pokemon Adventures. Very eerie. Got the bell. Doesn't always have the bell, does it? It almost never has the bell. But for some reason I always think of it as having the bell. Here. Got all this. Okay, and the TCG. And other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Miltank appears as a spirit. Trivia. We read this first point in the Tauros video. Miltank Silver and Fire Red Pokedex entries imply that Miltank gives live birth like real-world mammals, despite the fact that Pokemon reproduce via eggs. Miltank's shiny was a light white color, similar to milk before Gen 4, where it became a shade of blue. Origin. Miltank is based on dairy cows. It shares some traits mainly with Jersey cattle and Holstein Friesian cattle. Name origin. Miltank may be a combination of milk and tank, a storage container for liquid. character class in video games. Other languages, related articles, let's move on.
Now let's watch Miltank's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 158, A Goldenrod Opportunity. In this episode, Ash Ketchum has challenged Whitney, the Goldenrod gym leader, to a battle, for a badge. Ash's Cyndaquil has beaten 2 of Whitney's Pokemon, and so now she's sending out her 3rd and final Pokemon. A Miltank.
Holy cow! Miltank, the milk cow Pokemon. Miltank produces very nutritious milk, a perfect drink for reviving sick Pokemon. Miltank are very even-tempered and prefer not to battle.
Sounds like Miltank's the pushover Pokemon.
Okay. Sorry. Yes, that is Miltank's first scene in the anime, I guess. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Miltank's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video. In this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, is watching a film introducing him to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist. The video is explaining that an early partnership between humans and Pokemon led to Pokemon fighting, so you can see the stadium for Pokemon fighting. And then there's this sign here. It has the Miltank. This is how Miltank appears in the film. Just these kind of signs or similar, sign things, yeah.
This relationship.
Okay, so that scene is... So that's Detective Pikachu. You can see the sign here. But he is fighting Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, who has put his mind inside of Mewtwo, who he captured earlier, using something called the Neuralink. Howard used Mewtwo's powers, and they fought, and then he fell onto these Pidgeot. Yes, now he's flying. And now he has fallen. After flying on the Pidgeot for a while, he fell onto this satellite dish, and now it's falling, and the sign is right down there. Yes. And that's it. Hope you enjoyed. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Miltank. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Miltank. These first 3 images don't contain a Miltank, so we'll start here. This is number 241 by Pink Jeremy. Number 241. I guess it's from 2021, I'm gonna guess. So it's this kind of stylized Miltank here. Looking very proud, I guess. It's very well done. And we got Miltank by Kaya Ryu. I guess it's from 2009. That's amazing. Okay. But yeah, it's this kind of stylized Miltank here. I don't know if it's doing an attack or getting ready to do an attack. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Yeah, very good. Then we got Miltank by Danny My Brother. This sort of simplified Miltank here. Kind of interesting. Almost looks like it could be a logo or something. That's interesting. And this doesn't contain a Miltank, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming today at 10 a.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll try to catch a Yanma, Sudowoodo, Natu, Smeargle, Miltank, Corsola, Chinchou, Mantine, Heracross, Apom, Girafarig, Swinub, Delibird, Marill, and Tyrogue. Evolve Natu into Xatu, Chinchou into Lantern, Swinub into Piloswine, Marill into Azumarill, Tyrogue into Hitmontop, Teddiursa into Ursaring, Phanpy into Donphan, Pineco into Forretress, Snubbull into Granbull, Skiploom into Jumpluff, Sungurn into Sunflora, and get an Eevee in 2 games and evolve one of them into Espeon. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Blissey. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Blissey, who, since Gen 4, has been the final evolution of Happiny, who evolves into Chansey, who, since Gen 2, has evolved into Blissey when leveled up with High Friendship. It's also the final normal-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2, and the final evolved form in Gen 2 of a Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. Its previous PYC dates are October 25th, 1996, August 16th, 1999, June 6th, 2002, March 27th, 2005, January 16th, 2008, November 6th, 2010, August 27th, 2013, June 17th, 2016, April 8th, 2019, and January 27th, 2022. Blissey is an interesting evolution of Chansey. It's interesting to see it take on a more fairy-like look. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Blissey, the happiness Pokemon, whose number is 0242. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, ability is natural cure or serene grace. Healer is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 100% female. Catch rate is 30 or 8.8%. Breeding is a group fairy. Hatch time 40 cycles. Height is 4'11" or 1.5 meters. Weight is 103.2 pounds or 46.8 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 255 in Gen 2 through 4 and 608 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast. EV yield is 3 in HP. There's a note here. 2 in Gen 3 and then presumably also 2 in Gen 3, yeah. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is pink, and base friendship is 140. Blissey is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Chansey when leveled up with high friendship. It is the final form of Happiny. Biology, Blissey is a Pokemon that has a large ovoid body with a pink upper body and white lower body. It has hair like curls on either side of its head. White wing-like tufts grow from its hips and shoulders, creating the impression of a dress. Its stubby arms and feet are pink and lack any digits. A small pink pouch on its belly holds a single egg, which brings feelings of happiness and makes a person pleasant and caring if ingested. The egg can cause a person to start acting kindly to others and calm down even the most ferocious Pokemon. Eating a Blissey's egg is said to bring good fortune to those who have consumed it. Blissey's egg can fetch the highest price at markets. Blissey can use its fluffy fur to sense sadness and will rush to anyone feeling sad or ill and attempt to nurse them back to health. Blissey is said to be overflowing with love. Blissey is a female-only species with no male counterpart. An urban Pokemon, it is rarely seen in the wild. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, if the player is injured, any nearby Blissey will approach the player and will wait nearby, only fleeing after the player has recovered to full health. Blissey and its pre-evolved forms are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Soft-Boiled by leveling up. Evolution, Blissey evolves from Chansey and is the final form of Happiny, so Happiny, Chansey, Blissey. Game data, Pokedex entries, in Gen 2 and Gold. Anyone who takes even one bite of Blissey's egg becomes unfailingly caring and pleasant to everyone. Silver, it has a very compassionate nature. If it sees a sick Pokemon, it will nurse the sufferer back to health. Crystal, biting into one of the delicious eggs that Blissey provides will make everyone around smile with joy. For Stream 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Blissey senses sadness with its fluffy coat of fur. If it does so, this Pokemon will rush over to the sad person, however far they may be, to share an egg of happiness that brings a smile to any face. Emerald, if it senses sadness with its fluffy fur, a Blissey will rush over to the sad person, however far away, to share an egg of happiness that brings a smile to any face. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 Diamond, this kind-hearted Pokemon nurses sick Pokemon to health. It senses feelings of sadness. Pearl, it is a Pokemon that delivers happiness. Eating its egg is said to make one kind to everyone. Platinum, the eggs it lays are filled with happiness. Eating even one bite will bring a smile to anyone. Heart Gold is the Gold counterpart. Soul Silver is basically Silvers, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry, and Gen 6, so is X's. Y is the Diamond entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, very similar to Ruby and Sapphires, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Blissey senses sadness with its fluffy coat of fur. If it does so, this Pokemon will rush over to a sad person, no matter how far away, to share a lucky egg that brings a smile to any face. In Gen 7, it's Sun. Even the most ferocious Pokemon become calm when they eat Blissey's egg, which is said to be filled with happiness. Moon. Its fluffy fur coat acts as a sensor, enabling it to read the feelings of people in Pokemon. Ultra Sun, their eggs are such a delicacy that some say eating one will bring you happiness. These eggs fetch the highest prices on the market. Ultra Moon, this Pokemon is overflowing with love. Only Chansey that share a strong bond with their trainer can evolve, so people say. In Gen 8 and Sword, whenever a Blissey finds a weakened Pokemon, it will share its egg and offer its care until the other Pokemon is all better. Shield, Blissey lays mysterious eggs that are filled with happiness. It's said that anyone who eats a Blissey egg will start acting kindly to all others. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus, a kind-hearted Pokemon that will care for any sick person or Pokemon until their health improves. The eggs it lays are delicious and brings good fortune to those who eat them. In Gen 9, Scarlet is basically the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry, but Blissey is now the correct casing. Violet is the Platinum entry, Gen 5's entries, and the X entry. Blissey, the Lola Pokedex. Blissey, the Paldea Pokedex. It's cute. It's a full evolutionary line image, which you know I love. They're kind of, they're all sleeping here. That's cute. It's got and you can see the difference. That's kind of a cool detail. of the rock. So this one is Happiny. It has a rock instead of an egg, because it's a baby. So these two have eggs, and so they're different kind of shine than the rock. Then we got Blissey in the Blueberry Pokedex. Again, another full evolutionary line image, which is very nice. Now they're all happy and dancing, probably, or something. It's very nice. I don't know if they relate to these blocks. I'll have to find out, I guess. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. You get a Lucky Egg 5% of the time, Sword and Shield. You get a Lucky Egg 5% of the time, but the expansion pass is required. In Legends Arceus, for normal, you get a Raspberry 30% of the time, Oval Stone 10% of the time, and grade items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy L 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and grade items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Scarlet and Violet, you get Oval Stone 30% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 255, attack and defense 10, special attack 75, special defense 135, speed 55, for a total of 540. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for double, immune to ghost, and resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up, because you can hypothetically have a level 3 Blissey, will go down to 4 Tail Whip. 4 Tail Whip, 8 Echoed Voice, 12 Life Dew, 16 Sing, 20 Fling, 24 Takedown, 28 Heal Pulse, 32 Helping Hand, 36 Light Screen, 40 Double Edge, 44 Soft Boil, 48 Last Resort, and 52 Healing Wish. By TM, we're skipping. By breeding, we're skipping. Nothing by Prior Evolution. Side game data. You got all this. Okay. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It creates signs around itself that make Pokemon tired. You got all this. Costumes in Pokemon Go. Flower Crown. That's cute. Evolution data. Blissey evolves from Chansey when leveled up with High Friendship. Chansey cannot evolve into Blissey in Pokemon via Red and Leaf Green before the player obtains the National Pokedex, as its evolution will be interrupted. Chansey also cannot evolve into Blissey in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Blissey is not present in those games. Happiny, level up holding the Oval Stone during the day. Chansey, level up with High Friendship. Blissey, you're gonna breed this one, probably this one, to get, or with the holding the Luck Incense from Gen 4 to 8. Yeah. To get this one. Sprites, so this is another one that's different between the Japanese and the international version. The difference is that the wings, or whatever these are supposed to be, are over the arm instead of just behind the arm, like it was in the Japanese version. Oh yeah, but yeah, it's a little bit different pink, and kind of a purple for the shiny. It's different heights between the gold and silver, which is interesting. Takes a taller one in crystals. Yeah, it's very interesting. Then it becomes this kind of pink in Gen 3, and a lighter pink for its shiny. So it is kind of between the two heights, I'd say. Yeah, silvers and golds. Yep, these kind of like the wing things seem almost like they're like, I don't know, sleeves or something. I don't know, like they're fake. Yeah. Gen 4, so you got this kind of pink, I guess, and this kind of pink, almost a peach color. Yep. Yeah, not really much changes. The egg probably changes a little bit. But yeah, not much. And Gen 5, you got the full back sprites, that's the big thing. I think it's a slightly different pink. Actually, I think it might be a slightly different pink between these. But yes, and then this seems to basically be the same pink. Yep, then we get the 3 models. Pretty good. Translation, you know. Again, hard to mess this one up. It's a pretty simple Pokemon. The biggest things would be, you know, the wing parts would probably be difficult, and maybe the hair. This is a lot lighter pink. This is, I don't know, pretty much. I mean, this is the front sprite. That almost seems like it's maybe the lighting, because this is much darker in the back sprite. Making it look a lot lighter, I don't know. Then these, this seems like it's maybe just the face that's different. There might be small differences with the tufts, so the hair might also be a little bit different. Yep. That. Then the better models in this game, of course. Homes. Got these kind of models. Okay, in animation. Blissey in Pokemon the series, Sun and Moon. Nurse Joy's Blissey's the big one. Brock's Blissey's another big one. I got all these. Pokedex entries in episode 129 in Ash's Pokedex. Blissey, the happiness Pokemon. It is kind-hearted and loves helping people. Blissey is the evolved form of Chansey. In Sun and Moon, episode 4 in the Rotom Pokedex. Blissey, the happiness Pokemon. A normal type when it senses someone sad with its fur, no matter how far, and share its lucky egg that brings a smile to everyone. The manga, Blissey and Pokemon Adventures. Okay, all this. The TCG. Other appearances, Pokemon Unite. Blissey is playable through obtaining a Unite license. Is a melee supporter that starts as Chansey, which evolves into Blissey at level 4. So you've got Blissey and Pokemon Unite. Trivia, Blissey has the highest base HP and special defense stats of all normal type Pokemon and is tied with Eternamax Eternatus for the highest base HP stat of all Pokemon. A level 100 Dynamaxed Blissey with 31 IVs in HP, 252 EVs in HP, and a Dynamax level of 10 has the highest HP of all Pokemon at 1428 HP. Blissey has the highest base HP of all Pokemon in Pokemon Go at 496. With a base experience yield of 608, Blissey has the largest experience yield of any Pokemon. Blissey is also the only Pokemon whose base experience yield is greater than its base stat total. We read this last point in the Togetic video. Origin, Blissey appears to be based on a nurse, specifically sharing some physical similarities with Nurse Joy from the animated series in both color and hair. Its tendency to carry eggs in a pouch is much like a monotreme, mainly the echidna, or a marsupial, but may also simply be based on a general concept of females and motherhood. Its names suggest it may be based on literal happiness. Name origin, Blissey may be a combination of bliss, happiness, and the suffix C from its pre-evolution, Chansey. Happiness may be a combination of happiness and nurse. It may also involve Nasu, eggplant, referring to the egg theme of this evolutionary line. In other languages, references, related articles, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Blissey's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 129, Ignorance is Blissey. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Misty's Pokemon Togepi, have entered Happy Town. It's very late at night, so they're very tired after walking a long while, and they've gone to the Pokemon Center, but they found out it's locked, and Ash is concerned as he doesn't know where Nurse Joy is.
Anybody?
There's the Blissey. And that is, Blissey's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Blissey. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody's sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image. That's because it's the only image we'll be doing today. This is Pink Fairies by Piku. We did this one a long time ago, yeah, so it's interesting because they're not all fairy types, as we've come to learn, with having the Chansey and Blissey line and all that. So there's the Blissey, Chansey, Happiny, Cleffa, there's a couple Cleffa, there's Igglybuff, Wigglytuff, Jigglypuff, Clefairy, Clefable, Audino, Mega Audino, Spritzee, and a couple Muna. This is a very well done piece of art. Yeah, that's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming today at 1 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, where I'll try to catch a Natu, Smeargle, Miltank, Corsola, Chinchou, Mantine, Heracross, Apom, Girafarig, Swinub, Delibird, Marill, and Tyrogue. Evolve Natu into Xatu, Chinchou into Lantern, Swinub into Piloswine, Marill into Azumarill, Tyrogue into Hitmontop, Teddiursa into Ursaring, Phanpy into Donphan, Pineco into Forretress, Snubbull into Granbull, Skiploom into Jumpluff, and get an Eevee in 2 games and evolve one of them into Espeon. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Raikou. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Raikou, the first, by Pokedex number, of the 3 legendary beasts, and 5 legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It's also the final electric-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. Its previous PYC dates are October 26th, 1996, August 17th, 1999, June 7th, 2002, March 28th, 2005, January 17th, 2008, November 7th, 2010, August 28th, 2013, June 18th, 2016, April 9th, 2019, and January 28th, 2022. I don't know if I knew about Raikou before reading the Pokemon Ultimate Handbook. Reading it in that book is certainly my most prominent memory of it before starting this project. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we're talking about Raikou, the Thunder Pokemon, whose number is 0243. This is what it looks like. Its type is Electric. Abilities Pressure. Inner Focus in Gen 7+ is its hidden ability. Volt Absorb was its hidden ability in Gen 5 and 6. There's a note here. Raikou, with this ability, was never made available legitimately. Oh. Gender ratio is gender unknown. Catch rate is 3 or 1.6%. Breeding is egg group. No eggs discovered. Hash time, 80 cycles. Egg not obtainable. So like the Gen 1 Pokemon, the legendaries, I think that's just means that it's like in the data but was never made available. The height, 6'3", 1.9 meters. Weight, 392.4 pounds or 178 kilograms. Base experience yields is 216 in Gen 2 through 4 and 261 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 3, 1 in special attack and 2 in speed. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is yellow, and base friendship is 35. Raikou is an electric type legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Along with Entei and Suicune, it is one of the legendary beasts resurrected by Ho-Oh after the burning of the Brass Tower. Of the 3 legendary beasts, Raikou is said to represent the lightning strike which ignited the fire that consumed the Brass Tower. The Paradox Pokemon, Raging Bolt, is said to be an ancient relative of Raikou. Biology, Raikou is a quadrupedal, yellow, tiger-like Pokemon with black stripes and a white underside. It has a thin, light blue tail with sharp angles and a spark-shaped formation at the end. Most of its face consists of thick white fur and shorter yellow fur around its red eyes. Raikou's muzzle is a light blue X, and it has a black faceplate with 2 bumps that cover its forehead, nose, and ears. Raikou has 2 long fangs that make its appearance similar to the saber-toothed cat. Its large claws each converge to form a single point and never retract. Extra fur hangs off its body in front of its thighs. Raikou has a mane across its back that resembles dull purple rain clouds and allows it to shoot bolts of lightning. 150 years ago, Brass Tower in Johto was hit by a lightning bolt, causing it to catch on a huge fire and would be later put out by a sudden downpour. I think that's supposed to be downpour. 3 unnamed Pokemon perished in the fire. However, the legendary Pokemon Ho-Oh granted the trio new life. One of those Pokemon was revived as Raikou, which represents the lightning that struck the now burned tower. A proverb claims that Raikou descended from the sky with a lightning bolt. Raikou is able to fly by creating storm clouds, as depicted in the Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs animated special. In The Legend of Thunder, Raikou is shown to be distrustful of humans, though it may form some friendship with those who help it. Raikou tends to appear during thunderstorms and when other electric-type Pokemon are in danger. Raikou is said to represent the speed of lightning and control storm clouds at will. Raikou races across grasslands while barking cries that sound like thunder. Raikou's cries can also send shock waves in the air while shaking the ground at the same time. Raikou loves Raikou treats made by Snacksworth, who once encountered and raced up a mountain with it in the past. Raging Bolt bears a resemblance to Raikou. According to Occulture, Raging Bolt is believed to be an ancestor of Raikou. As mentioned in the Sleep-style decks, while Raikou is sleeping, its breath makes a rumbling sound similar to distant thunder. The moment Raikou awakens, it will quickly travel the lands with a roar sounding similar to crashing thunder. Raikou is known to enjoy eating Raikou biscuits. Raikou can be lured over to a sleeping spot using the Raikou incense. Raikou has 3 different sleep styles it sleeps in. They are called Energy Storing Sleep, Meditative Sleep, and Lightning Sleep. Game data, NPC appearances. Spoiler warning. This article may contain major plot or ending details. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. Raikou first appears alongside Suicune up on Revelation Mountain, where they confront Crocodile, believing he turned Entei to stone, only to discover that Nuzleaf was the actual culprit. Raikou later helps the player and partner escape the Voidlands. He goes by the title Raikou the Lightning. Spoilers end here. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 in Gold. The rain clouds it carries, let it fire thunderbolts at will. They say that it descends it with lightning. Silver, a Pokemon that races across the land while barking a cry that sounds like crashing thunder. Crystal, This rough Pokemon stores energy inside its body, then sweeps across the land, shooting off electricity. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal, and Sword, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow, and Sword, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Raikou embodies the speed of lightning. The roars of this Pokemon send shockwaves shuddering through the air and shake the ground as if lightning bolts had come crashing down. Emerald, Raikou embodies the speed of lightning. Its roars send shockwaves shuddering through the air and ground as if lightning bolts were crashing down. Fire Red is basically Silver's, but the first word is replaced by this. Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, it is said to have fallen with lightning. It can fire thunderbolts from the rain clouds on its back. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Y is basically the Crystal entry, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Raikou and Pokemon are now the correct casing. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Boy, that's a lot. Held items, and events. You can either get the Mickleberry 100% of the time, or the Gold Bottle Cap 100% of the time. This is the first time it's been 2 different categories in one of these. It's usually the same box if it's anything. So usually not 2 boxes. Stats, base stats, HP 90, attack 85, defense 75, special attack 115, special defense 100, speed 115 for a total of 580. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, poison, rock, bug, ghost, fire, water, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to ground for double, immune to nothing. Resistant to flying, steel, and electric for half. Notes if this Pokemon has Volt Absorb, the effectiveness of electric type moves is 0. So be 0 instead of half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Extreme speed, Thunder Shock, Leer, Charge, and Quick Attack. 6 Spark. 12 Bite, 18 Calm Mind, 24 Roar, 30 Thunderfang, 36 Howl, 42 Crunch, 48 Extrasensory, 54 Discharge, 60 Reflect, 66 Rain Dance, 72 Thunder, and 78 Zap Cannon. By TM, 001, Takedown, 4 Agility, 5 Mudslap, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 9 Thunderfang, 20 Trailblaze, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 30 Snarl, 32 Swift, 47 Endure, 48 Volt Switch, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 72 Electro Ball, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 96 Eerie Impulse, 99 Iron Head, 103 Substitute, 108 Crunch, 112 Aura Sphere, 114 Shadow Ball, 126 Thunderbolt, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 136 Electric Terrain, 147 Wild Charge, 152 Giga Impact, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 173 Charge, 188 Scald, 193 Weather Ball, 204 Double Edge, 210 Supercell Slam, 211 Electro Web, and 221 Throat Chop. By breeding is nothing, side game data, you got all this, okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Raikou is a legendary Pokemon that dashes while dropping Thunderbolts. Guardian Signs. It creates waves of electricity around it and launches Thunderbolts to attack. Got all this. Yep, okay. Pokemon Sleep. This Pokemon embodies the speed of lightning. It's said that when Raikou sleeps deeply, you can hear a rumbling like distant thunder in its breath. When it wakes, it sweeps once more across the land, roaring like crashing thunder. Energy storing sleep, meditative sleep, and lightning sleep. Evolutionary data's nothing. Sprites, okay, a lot different than this one. Okay, it's very, I don't know, it doesn't have the star, it doesn't have it doesn't have the X, I guess, on its face. That's interesting. Lightning Bolt's red. This is like an orange, or maybe red-orange, I guess, maybe. These are a little bit different. The markings on its arms. The toes are red. Shiny is orange, yellow, and or kind of gold, I guess. Yeah, no, I don't think it's any different for silver. So then Crystals introduces the purple thing and the X on the face, but it's not blue yet. This is different. That's interesting. It also introduces these kind of marks. It's still kind of a V rather than that kind of style V, I guess. Yeah, pretty much the same though for the shiny, but more, I don't know, refined, I guess. The back sprite is wildly different because this these changes. Yeah. Oh yeah, it has like a weird thing around its neck. Maybe it's meant to be chained up or something, but now it's, I don't know, but it's free in this one, so I don't know. In Gen 3, this is kind of a gold color for the fur. This is black or gray for this part, I guess. Yeah, it's kind of purple. This is kind of a gray for the lightning bolt and the X. Yes. Oh, the toes are white in the crystal version. This is kind of the same general idea, but it makes this yellow, and these are orange and white and stuff. Yep. Yeah, Gen 4 is what introduces the blue. That's interesting. It's how, yeah. I got all these. These are gray now for the legs. Yep. These are basically, this is kind of a green actually for the thing that was purple. Oh yeah, the tail is still kind of, I mean it's almost, you can't really tell it's blue until you get to Heart Golden. Soul Silver is kind of a white, but with blue highlights. But yeah, it's really properly blue in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. And you can see that more. This actually seems to take the blue almost from this. I mean, I don't know, it's a little bit different though, I guess. It's a different purple entirely. These are probably darker again, I think. Yep. Mouth, anything change about the mouth? It's kind of a purple tongue, and yeah, and kind of red. It was originally a red tongue and a gold tongue, then it turns purple and gold. Then, yeah, then we get the red, and I guess in Gen 4, for the tongue. For both of them, yeah. Black, Gen 5 introduces the fullback sprite. This is kind of a lighter purple, kind of closer to this, but like that lighter version of that, I'd say. These are back to kind of being gray again. Yeah, this is, yeah, the shiny. Oh, they just differentiate the shiny. Instead of a lighter kind of blue, or gray blue, it's just kind of the gray again, which is interesting. Yep, Gen 5, or Gen 6, we get the models. Pretty good translation. The teeth are a lot longer than they used to be. That's interesting, and a lot closer together. This is a different purple, different yellow. Now we're back to the sort of black markings. Kind of gold again. And, oh yeah, because it went from greenish to gold in Gen 5. It went back to the gold. That's interesting. Yep. Okay, that's pretty much the same. Homes, you can see these good models. Oh, the feet are different. It's like toes are like off-white, and that's just actual white. That's interesting. Yeah, so are the tusks. It's interesting. Then you got an animation, Raikou in The Legend of Thunder, and the big one is Raikou in The Legend of Thunder, and Raikou in the 13th movie. Oh, it's a shiny. Okay, then shiny Raikou in Zoroark, Master of Illusions. So, I guess there's more than one of them? I don't know. This. Pokedex entries in The Legend of Thunder in Jimmy's Pokedex. Raikou, the Thunder Pokemon. It's said to have descended to Earth on a bolt of lightning. Pokemon Generations. Raikou and Pokemon Generations with a Suicune. Okay, I got that in the manga. Raikou and Pokemon Adventures. You got this. Yep, and the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Melee. When released from a Pokeball, Raikou releases a powerful spark attack that electrocutes any opponent that gets caught in it. Raikou is the only legendary beast that does not return in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Trophy information? These thunder Pokemon travel near and far, blasting out electrified whirlwinds. They carry storm clouds on their backs, so they can produce lightning regardless of the local weather. It's even said that they descended to the earth via lightning bolts. Their extreme quickness lends itself to flight, so they're very hard to capture. Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, Raikou appears as a trophy. Trophy information for the North America version. Was that a bolt of lightning flashing by on the ground instead of the air? Then it could have been Raikou. A rumble of thunder in the distance, but not a cloud in the sky. Sounds like Raikou's roar to us. It is said that this wild Pokemon perished in the Johto region once, but Ho-Oh was so filled with sorrow at the loss that Raikou was resurrected. Pal, if you see a bolt of lightning flash across the ground instead of from the sky, you may have just caught a glimpse of Raikou, and if you hear a peal of thunder that lasts longer than it should, that may be Raikou's roar. It's said that this wild yet majestic Pokemon once perished in the Johto region, but Ho-Oh, filled with sorrow, resurrected it. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Raikou appears as a spirit alongside Entei and Suicune. Music, this little incomplete thing that says, where does this play in sleep? Pokemon Sleep, location is unknown. Raikou Research Event is the name of the song. Composition by Junichi Masuda. And Go Ichinose, arrangement by Shoto Kageyama and Yas Nakajima. Trivia: Raikou is the only Pokemon in the animated series whose image on the Pokedex was of stylized art rather than the standard art by the series character designer. Raikou in Jimmy's Pokedex, you can see that there. Raikou's effort, value, yield of 1 special attack and 2 speed is unique. Raikou's number in the National Pokedex and the Johto Pokedex are identical, 0-243. And 243 respectively. Concept and development: Raikou, along with Entei and Suicune, was designed by Muneo Sato. When asked about the basis behind Raikou's design, Muneo Sato described the process to be difficult, as Raikou took many twists and turns. There was even a Blue Thunder version with a drum on its back, but eventually fell into a tiger-like design. In the Pokemon Gold and Silver Space World 97 demo, Raikou is seen with a design resembling a jackal or Killin, whereas in the final game it is seen with an orange mane, more subdued faceplate, and lacking its blue whiskers. It isn't until Pokemon Crystal where Raikou would be seen with a finalized design. So Space World 97 demo sprite, Gold and Silver sprite, and Crystal sprite. Origin: Raikou may be partially based on a tiger. Its long upper fangs bear a resemblance to those of the Smilodon, commonly known as the saber-toothed tiger. It may have also been inspired by thunder and lightning gods of most cultures surrounding the world, mostly the Raiju, lit thunder beast, a thunder demon of Japanese lore, and is said to be Raijin's companion. It is said to be a creature that could take the form of various animals. Similarly, it may also draw inspiration from the Nui, a legendary creature that is depicted with the legs or body of a tiger and a snake for a tail that can shapeshift into a black cloud. The flowing purple cloud on its back seems to be based on a cumulonimbus cloud, which is most often associated with thunderstorms. Electric-type Raikou corresponds to the lightning that struck the Brass Tower, according to its legend. At the same time, Entei represents the fire that burned it, and Suicune represents the rain that put it out. Name origin: Raikou may be derived from Rai, thunder, or Raikou, lightning, and Ko, lord, or Ko, emperor, where the former forms a reference to Lingong, god of thunder in Chinese mythology. Now the languages. See also references, external links to the legendary Pokemon, and the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Raikou's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 180, Houndoom's Special Delivery. In this episode, Team Rocket has attacked Ash and friends to get Pikachu, as they usually do. And in this sort of chaos, Togepi, this one, teleported away using Metronome, and was rescued by this Houndoom. You can kind of see it. It was the Houndoom from the Houndoom video, if you watch that. And now they're kind of wandering, presumably to this one's destination. This one doesn't know that this one has, like, friends that are looking for it, so, and they have spotted something. You can maybe see it there, but you'll see it in the next shot. It's Raikou. Yeah, you can kind of see it, but there's Raikou, yeah. Oh yeah, and there's a song going on, which is weird. So I don't know how much of the audio you're actually hearing right now. But yeah, that was, Raikou's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Raikou. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Raikou by Francis John. So this cool Raikou image, you know, just has all the pieces. It's very well done. Yeah, I like the stylization and stuff. Yeah, that's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming today at 3 p.m. CDT, Central Daylight Time, as I need to wait until I've talked about Suicune to get Raikou. Instead, I'll be trying to catch a Mantine, Swinub, Delibird, Marill, and Tyrogue, evolve Chinchou into Lantern, Swinub into Piloswine, Marill into Azumarill, Tyrogue into Hitmontop, Teddiursa into Ursaring, Phanpy into Donphan, Pineco into Forretress, Snubbull into Granbull, Skiploom into Jumpluff, and get another Eevee and evolve it into Espeon. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Entei. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow.